I think simple. What he brought to the game. He was kind of one of the first ones to really sentiment what legacy he had as a clearly #1 player in the world.
Forest.
Simple.
Both of CS. I'll go simple as well.
Simple. I like simple so much. I think he's the GOAT.
Let's go for Get Right, I'd say, or Forest.
I think it's simple as Zywu, but I don't really know, to be honest, because there's 2 different versions, right? But Zywu's, I guess, you can't have to say Zywu just because it's gone from 2 different versions, right? But I don't know, I remember playing Best Simple like 2018, 2019 was very fun, so yeah.
Right now, I think, right now, simple, but Zywu is getting closer. He's grinding CS2 a lot.
Simple. Thank you so much.
Simple.
I think simple.
I think I'll go simple just because of the magic he brings in the server.
Simple.
I still think simple, but give Donk a few more years, he'll probably be up there.
Yeah. Simple.
It's always between Zywu and simple, but I would put simple because of his personality. Even being like, we'll say he's toxic and whatever, but I think it's about personality.
I would say Dupree.
For me, simple.
My Counter-Strike GOAT is Robs.
I still want to say Zywu. I'll also go with Zywu.
Again, simple as Zywu.
Simple.
Fallen.
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 Simple. Simple. Easy.
Simple.
I think simple. No? It's the GOAT for me.
Not.
Forest, I think.
Simple. Simple.
In my opinion, if you take all the games, it's Zywu.
Zywu.
The goal. For me, it's simple. It's still simple.
Simple.
Forest.
Yeah. For me, it's simple. I think it's Donk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, simple. Zywu.
Simple.
It's simple, for sure.
Probably Zywu. Yeah, I think simple was just kind of gone for a long time. I think that kind of hurt him for a while, but I think Zywu just kind of caught up with them. So.
I mean, it's between simple and Zywu, I think. It's probably simple. But he hasn't played for a while, so he's on his way back, maybe.
All time, simple for sure. And I think Device was closing in on him, but I still think simple was definitely on top.
I'll go Zywu again.
I'd have to say Zywu, in my opinion.
Simple. That's it.
At a certain point, it was Device, in my opinion, and then simple, but right now, it's Zywu.
It used to be simple, but now I think it's Donk. Yeah, Donk is so good.
Right now it's simple, but I don't know. I think Donk could do better.
Simple. Still simple.
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 It's simple because of the era of Navi.
Yeah, Legion Robs.
Yeah, Legion Robs. That's easy.
That's Hunter for sure. But who's the next guy?
Who's Hunter?
The hair.
The hair?
And the
eyes?
And the beard.
It's me.
Isn't it Brolan?
Yes.
Where is Brolan?
Bro.
It is
I
Brolan.
can see it now.
Where?
In the eyebrows.
That's not his eyebrows.
And
There's
the
no way
face.
that's
And
his
the face.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't see
I can see it now.
Okay, maybe. No. Sorry, Brolan.
That's Heavy God and
I don't know.
Heavy God. I'm just gonna go double Heavy God. Alexi.
I actually wouldn't have
It's the same.
Heavy God then. Oh, this one is harder.
That's Heavy God. That's most of Heavy God.
Wonderful, but no.
No, there's no other.
Can you it's hard. You know it's hard.
Yeah, my cousin Heavy God.
Yeah, my cousin. What?
Yeah, it's, it's Alexi. Okay,
Yeah?
so.
Who is that? What?
I have nothing. You have something?
No.
It's NIP player because of the jersey. One NIP player for sure.
Okay.
Who do we got? Snappi.
Ooh, okay. I have no clue, bro.
Do we get a half point?
Half point counts still, right? Okay, okay, well. So do we agree we don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know as well.
It's gonna be obvious, probably.
So Snappi and... Oh, Major.
It was not similar at all.
Santares and Blitz.
Is that Blitz?
I really think it's Blitz. Maybe it's not Blitz. Okay, I actually don't know now.
Messina?
Yeah, Mezzino. Okay, Mezzino
Santares and Messina? Yeah.
Okay.
No way, and... Who's this guy with glasses?
The glass is of No Way.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, No Way was glass.
Oh, it's Res.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It is no.
Can you see it? No in Res?
Yeah,
because
it's hard to see
yeah,
without
no.
glass. What, Mones your friend? Oh my god.
Karrigan Mones.
That's funny. Next one. It's Mones and karrigan. Yeah, that's easy.
Mones and karrigan.
That's a good one.
That's fine.
See? Dude, this is like the easiest one. Yeah.
I know. It is.
Yeah.
Mones and karrigan.
Okay. Yeah.
That was a mix from different.
Yeah.
That's Fallen and Fallen, I think. That literally just looks like Fallen to me.
It looks like just Fallen.
It literally just looks like Fallen. It looks like Fallen, but like a bit bigger. Hooksy! Oh my god. What the?
Oh, now we're good at this.
Dude, the hair threw me off.
Who knows? Marky?
What was your guess, Marky?
Yeah, it looks like Marky.
Oh, okay. Xavi, okay.
I was never guessed that.
This one is probably Sonic
Yes.
with Xavi.
Yes, that is correct. So far, you're one of the quickest duels to get that one.
Okay. JKS and Zaivu. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I play CS 1.6, maybe 6 or 7 years.
It was 1.6 when I was coming from school, when I was really young. We just came to internet cafes and we was playing like 2 versus 2, like on some small maps, like CS Discounter.
My first version was Source. I was 7 years old.
It was 1.6.
Yes, 1.6.
1.6, I think. 9 years old, yeah.
CSGO.
CSGO.
I play 1.6 actually. I did play it mostly for the game modes, right? You know, surf mode and B-hop, and at the time it was Death Run. It was some crazy back then.
1.6. So since I was 4, maybe 2006.
Yeah, I think 2016 CSGO.
1.6. But I don't remember the year, to be honest.
First version, I think it was CS 1.6. I was playing with bots.
I think it was 1.4, no 1.5 I think it was.
1.5?
That's crazy.
And how old are you now?
No, I'm 25, right? 31.
I think it was Condition Zero, if I'm not mistaken.
It was CS 1.6 and I was 6, so that was about 15 years ago. Yeah, 2010.
It was CSGO in 2012, I think, or 13, something like this.
I played 1.6, whenever that was. I don't remember.
CSGO. I wasn't that old.
CSGO.
1.5.
1.6. I don't remember the year, but probably around like 2008.
1.5.
0.5. Oh, you know, OG.
Yeah, CSGO.
1.6. I had 6 years old. It was 2009.
CSGO?
Yeah.
Wow.
Never
No
played the
1.6.
No, never.
Okay.
Okay, so I played the CS 1.6. I was 8 years old.
It was 1.6, but I don't remember. Like I'm really bad with it.
You're really young, yeah. That's fine.
It's CSGO, my first time.
Uh, 1.6. I think it's CS 1.6, and like in 2010.
Oh wow, long time ago.
Yes.
How old were you then?
When I 2010, I'm 9 years old.
Oh wow, you start young. That's
Yes.
good. That's good.
CSGO. No. 1.6. Like maybe 8 years old.
Okay.
Maybe.
1.6.
First version was CSGO.
It was CSGO. It should have been 2015. Okay, so I played when I was 6 years old. I played Condition Zero. My uncle was a big PC gamer, and he like introduced me to it. And my gamer tag was like I'm only 6 or something, and I was playing it.
CSGO.
CSGO?
Yeah.
Straight from CSGO,
Yeah.
1.6?
No.
Them school computers must have been pretty
No, I
good.
played a different game, Crossfire. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
a similar shooting game, so that's what I played before.
Yeah, it was 1.6. It's CSGO.
Yeah, I played Source in 2005.
Yeah, it was CSGO in 2015.
1.6.
I guess 2012, 11, like this.
It was his source, but I don't know what, when.
1.6.
1.6, I think.
CSGO.
1.6.
1.6.
I played the Counter-Strike Go. Actually, I played CS 1.6, but it was just I was just going to the LAN house to watch some videos on YouTube. But my cousin was like, "Oh, let's play," and I was just shooting, but I didn't get too interested in it, so I didn't count it. So probably CS:GO.
I played 1.6, but it was just for fun. I was playing LAN house and I never played professional or any teams, but it was have fun 1.6.
Yeah, it was 1.6 and maybe 10 years before. I don't remember clearly when I played 1.6, so I'll say CSGO.
1.6.
1.6. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the whole 1 month, or okay, I guess 2 or 3 months in this Fnatic team, it's the funniest thing that ever happened to me, because you cannot leave one day without laughing with this team. It's impossible. blameF, Freddy, Rodya, everyone is very funny. Mix, everyone.
The funniest thing is the boot camps in Navi Junior. They were like so fun. Like each day we had a lot of fun and trolling each other and just were enjoying.
I think winning the 1v5 in 2017 against Cello was quite funny from my side. I think from his POV it was a nightmare, but I mean it was amazing winning the round.
I had a funny game yesterday. I missed like 7 grenades, just kept blowing myself up, so maybe that.
It's both funny and controversial probably at the same time. Me and Res, who I'm currently playing with, when we played in NIP during the old online days, we played the RMR, and I don't know if it was ever happened before, but we got to rematch in a game we lost because of some unfortunate issues, but it was quite funny.
I would say playing with Fallen one time in a Cash Cup in North America. It was funny because I didn't expect him, and he just said, "I will play with you guys," because we were missing one guy, and then he just left my BR house, and then he just came to play with us, and then from one day to another we were playing with Fallen, and we were just laughing and playing, and that's it, you know. Yeah.
I'd say like living in the team house on Energy in like 2018 with like my old team like Zerk, Ethan, Breezy were living with me in Vegas, and we had a lot of like good fun memories. Like we had a water fight. Like I sprayed Zerk, I think, accidentally with like a bottle of water, and then he like took it to the next level, and then we were like dumping bottles of water on the floor and stuff. That was pretty funny.
Who's the best entry fragger of all time?
Dupree.
Now Donk, I guess.
I'll go Dupree.
Donk. And Donk?
Dank.
Tikna. Donk.
I think I have to say Rain. I mean, I've seen so many rounds by him, and I think he played for so many years as entry fragger, so I'll go with Rain. Cool.
Nico?
Donk.
Donk then.
Rain. Dupree.
It has to be Donk, I would say. Yeah, one of the new ones.
Apex.
Entry fragger.
Apex.
I think due to consistency, I would need to give to Dupree also.
Nico.
Probably Donk. He's kind of revolutionized the role. I don't know, he's just changed the whole thing, so yeah.
I'll give to Dupree.
Electronic.
Yeah, I guess Donk. I mean, you can't go past Donk. But he's kind of like, he does everything. He's not just an entry, you know? Yeah.
Maybe Rain.
Oh, I would say now Flames.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say Donk? Yeah, probably Donk.
The best fragger, it's Donk.
Donk.
I'll say Nico if that counts. Gotta go with Dupree though. I mean, Donk have just transcended this. Like, I've never seen anything like it, but I don't know if we consider Nico an entry, but if so, then probably him.
I said Donk.
Donk.
I'll just go with Dupree.
Entry. Ooh. Yeah. Donk.
I'd say Nico.
Ray?
Ray.
Dupree.
Donk.
I mean, it has to be Donk. He's only done it for 2 years, but he goes first and smashing them all.
I think Nico.
I think it's Dupree. Dupree, yeah.
Dupree, yeah.
Donk.
Donk, right now.
I'll say Nico.
Nico?
Yeah, cool.
Donk.
Nico.
Dupree.
Donk.
Donk. Oh, it's Donk, okay.
Donk, yeah.
Donk. KRiMZ.
I think Donk has taken that throne right now.
Already?
Already, I think so.
Donk. I'll go for Donk. I think probably Donk. I mean, he's just so good.
Donk is pretty crazy.
Hi, my name is Chris Gomez, and I'm the General Manager of FaZe CS2.
My name is Adia, and I'm the CEO of the hallzerk Esports from Mongolia.
Hi, I'm Ross Rooney. I'm the Strategy Analytics Lead at Fnatic, a London-based esports organization.
Hello, my name is Vlad, and I'm the CEO of Esports.
I think the best way to describe what I do is just making sure the players are equipped and they actually make it to the tournament on time and they're comfortable and everything's taken care of so they can just focus on the game.
Ultimately, it's player recruitment, building models, data, player evaluation to make sure that Fnatic are constructing rosters that are competitive and value for money.
I had a 10 years plus professional gaming career. Before I was playing CSGO and then I switched to Valorant. I was IGL in teams, managing them, building them.
My background is I'm a software engineer. So I was a software engineer back in States.
Before esports, my professional background was IT. I went to university, did a degree in IT and e-commerce, and then got into Counter-Strike just after that.
I've always been involved in esports since I was young, but my formal education and kind of traditional background is in finance. I've been living in London for 8 or 9 years now, and for the first kind of 5 or 6 I was working in finance. In capital markets and kind of treasury teams, and as an analyst for a while. My passion was kind of always esports and finance, and then I found a way to kind of synergize both together, taking a lot of the learnings from the world of finance and applying modeling and to financial problems and then applying them to how we evaluate players and teams and decision making in sport.
I represented teams such as Spade, Navi, Team Spirit, Kick, Entropic and many others. 1 year ago I got an offer to take the role of COO of the club, and I saw a huge potential in our CS2 roster. So after a successful year, from now on I'm a CEO of the club, and by the way, it's the first interview where I'm kinda announcing it.
Actually, the Half-Life was my first game played, and then the Counter-Strike came in, right? I had a team, like in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, we had a team called MOB. So the team was doing really good, like top 3, I would say. It was like a 1.6 era, so very all the time. Yeah.
Originally I was a player, but as you can probably tell, I'm a bit older than some of the players at the moment. So when I was playing, there was no prize money, there was no tournaments, there was nothing. As I got a little bit older and I was studying at university, I got a job at halltv.org, and I was just helping them with the Asian Australian time zone because they were all asleep and they needed someone who spoke English in that sort of time zone for Chinese events mainly. So that was me. I worked there sort of part-time whilst doing university stuff. I made a lot of contacts with HLTV, with ESL, PGL, StarLadder, different tournament organisers.
I always obviously played when I was young, and I think that's normal for most people who do end up in kind of roles like I have within esports. I also coached Counter-Strike team prior to making the full transition to esports. So I was still working in finance, and kind of just before COVID hit, I got back into coaching kind of full-time-ish with an organisation called Endpoint, which is a UK team, where I was kind of applying the learnings from the world of finance into how we signed players at Endpoint. So it was trying to build player evaluation models off of the data that was available to us at the time. I had kind of a fruitful period at Endpoint where we signed a lot of players and we turned them over and sold them to other organizations. And one of those players ultimately was Mezzi, who sold from Endpoint to Fnatic. Then I joined Fnatic. They said, do you want to come over and kind of try and do this full time, look after our kind of recruitment strategy and roster construction within Fnatic across our esports rosters. And then I had the displeasure of selling Mezzi again to Vitality, where he's gone on and had great success. So yeah, it's kind of trying to apply a lot of what I've learned from finance into esports.
Yeah, so my day to day, it's a bit challenging being from Australia because of visas and so much travel. It takes us 30 hours to get to a tournament and 30 hours to get back. And we have limited days that we can actually be in Europe. So we have to plan our schedule pretty carefully and make sure we don't run out of days, because you can't get extensions. If you run out, you're out. So For this tournament specifically, I think we've got 5 days left. Assuming we win the entire tournament, we'd have 5 days spare. So just trying to plan exactly that throughout the whole year is very tough.
My day-to-day is business development, operations and team management in the club. Daily routine starts with checking our current partnerships to make sure we do all the deliverables from our side while managing our CS team to know that everyone is feeling good, financial planning. So essentially every process that is going through the club is going through me in one form or another.
Basically we discuss like everything we do in organization, like sponsorship. For example, Major, we have a lot of coordinations, right? We don't want to bring any necessary tasks to the players. Pretty much I'm really involved on that area. Even like detailed stuff also, like, you know, financial, jersey, you know, logo printing, etc. Yeah.
So besides the actual roster and stuff like that, you know, we're also looking at sponsors and sort of like what they want and what they need for the ones that we already have, and then the ones that we're obviously trying to get. Budgeting is a big one. Like, it's hard to know exactly how many tournaments you're going to play in a year, and then sort of like the costs that go associated with that. And there's a big difference between playing 6 and 20 tournaments.
We still have quite small teams, so we have to kind of pick up things, and there's still a kind of a startup environment within esports where you're never too big to do any job. You have to just be willing to pick up and do anything. I'm out here working with the team, you know, on the day-to-day, helping them with little things, acting as a runner at times for them, because that's what esports is.
Ours, once again, is a little bit unique because, you know, we're from Australia. We don't live in Europe, but we spend at least 6 months of the year in Europe. So boot camping, things like finding places to practice and train, is a six-figure sort of investment. To, you know, find computers, PCs, monitors, desks, chairs, hotels for up to 8 people for half a year. That's quite large. And then you obviously got player salaries. They have rights to stickers, prize money, and then on top of that, they have bonuses for certain achievements at different tournaments. And then there's staff and those sort of things, and then there's food as well.
So every day I wake up with the thought that I would like to build one of the best clubs, esports clubs in the world, that's gonna be known worldwide and be on top of CS. Of course, we would like to expand in the future, but our priority is the best game, Counter-Strike.
The vision for Hans is we have a goal, like basically Mongols have a very huge presence in esports, right? We would like to have also to follow that path. I mean, our vision is to create a big organization in Mongolia. So we're in a major right now, so the first step actually achieved, I think.
Trying to represent Australia, but live here is probably where we're at the moment, and I think it'll stay like that until our scene becomes a bit stronger. Unfortunately, we can't play against any Asian teams, the ping's too high, so it's only Australian teams, and there's just not enough support in the Australian scene for pro teams to exist, so there's no one really to practice.
Counter-Strike is so central to everything Fnatic and the DNA of Fnatic, and it's been so far removed from the Swedish kind of glory days of what it was. So our vision for it is being back at these kind of events. We've spent too long out in the pale and struggling, and it's been really rough times for fans, and as a fan as well of the team, it's been brutal for us.
We have been growing really steadily the whole year, so we qualified for 2 majors in a row, and lately, for the last 6 months, we have been competing consistently on Tier 1 events, so this is what matters, and I would like us to stay on this track and getting even higher and higher, so I expect us to be within top 10 maybe in the next year or 2.
It's the last day here for stage 1 of the StarLadder Budapest Major, and here on the elimination wall, this is where all 32 teams' logos were standing, but more are being shipped off. We can see it over here, some of the teams that have already exited. From Asia, it was the Huns, Linvision, and Rare Atom. Red KRiMZ have joined them, and surprisingly, Game Legion as well. It does maybe not sit too well with some people out there, but this is competition. This is what can happen, and there's more elimination games today, Maui.
We've got a stacked lineup for ourselves today. We've got 3 games consecutively. First one, you hope FaZe takes care of business. Last one, that's my marquee matchup.
Okay.
I'm liking what Legacy has been bringing this season. Maybe not at this tournament, so I want to see them return to form. But Paravision, they were the team that I was the most curious about coming into this event. It's been interesting. Maybe not as smooth as I would have always wanted, but I think this is going to really be just a make or break matchup where someone's going to be so disappointed to go home.
Then you need to tell me, right? Can Legacy handle the style of a Paravision, which is not something they're used to facing, right? They used to be in the underdogs. They've been struggling here in this stage against competition you would expect them to be, and Paravision is a hungry team that plays unlike any other.
Day 1, actually day 0, one of the reasons that I wasn't completely sold on Paravision, I thought teams like Legacy would run through them because they're so disruptive. They get in their faces. Jame wants to run this more cold, calculated style, wait for the opponents to make a mistake. But Legacy, it's not that they're making mistakes. They're making good, aggressive plays together. And I don't know if Jame and his rookie bunch are necessarily ready for the wealth of ideas that Legacy, when they're in the zone and flowing with, it just gets very hard to keep track of.
It's about Legacy getting in that zone and flowing with it, but we got great games coming your way. 3 more teams will make it through to stage 2. 3 more teams will be eliminated on this wall. Let's see what happens. Stay tuned.
At about 4 a.m. this morning, I woke up in a dark hotel room, my heart racing. I actually woke up from my own screaming because I had the worst nightmare. As a karrigan fan, I imagined a stage 1 at the Major where FaZe was in the 2-2 bracket fighting to survive. And Maui, it was at that moment I realized that I am living my nightmare here at the StarLadder Major.
Well, the first thing I would prescribe, Sam, is therapy to take care of your night terrors. The second thing is, it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a nightmare. That was the truth. That was the reality. We were 0.04 seconds away from history finishing a defuse that would have sent karrigan and the FaZe boys packing.
You know what? I will add, we weren't actually 0.04 seconds away from it. We were history using his goddamn smoke away from it, from FaZe being eliminated. And it's absolutely crazy, right? You just wake up and you realize, well, they were 8-12 down to Red KRiMZ, they were 12-15 down to Red KRiMZ, and all it was needed was for Frozen to have one of the best performances we've seen individually throughout this entire major so far.
Are you not entertained? I hope that you are. It's been an epic few days, and of course we need to thank Blacklight, Monster, and XPlay GG for bringing you all the action here. The final day of stage 1, we will find out who is going to be joining our already qualified teams for stage 2. I'm expecting a lot of fun Counter-Strike. 3 best of 3s. Let's take a look at who has made it through so far. It's kind of surprising to see some of these names making it to stage 2, Ted.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like throughout this entire stage we've been talking about obviously the easy ones to address are FlyQuest and M80, right? The fact that they not only make it, but they make it through in a 3-0 fashion. But then in the same time, for every single pleasant surprise we've had the equivalent of a team that we expected to do a little bit better that hasn't really been able to deliver.
Of course, there's been some massive disappointments thus far as well, as you're alluding to. Game Legion, in my eyes, the one team that I thought really had the best opportunity to just breeze through stage 1 of the guys that are eliminated, but no, it's going to be Ash back to the drawing board in the offseason.
That's a bit of a mind-blowing one. Also for me, if you take a look at our schedule, the mind-blowing one is Legacy. One of the favorites coming into this, a lot of hype around them, a trophy holder. they're fighting for their lives up against James' rookie boys. Tim.
Yeah, and you could argue that this is one of the most difficult matchups of the entire day for both these teams, right? Legacy going into this stage were the 3-0 pick of a lot of people, and going into a 2-2 matchup, you're at least thinking they would have gotten someone like Energy and Imperial, some team that we could say they're the clear-cut favorites. Going up against Paravision, especially with how well James has been able to coordinate all of these youngsters that have barely any experience, I'm not even sure that we can call this game anything but a 50-50.
Do you know what's super surprising is that NRG is still in the mix as well with Jab. I mean, that is a thing that could happen. They could make it to stage 2.
With a coach. A coach.
They beat FaZe, man. That's going to be their thing. They're going to put that in their Twitter bio.
That's already enough for a few guys to celebrate, but I think that's also like a ridiculously hard match to predict, because Imperial maybe not showing the best form overall. NRG have a couple tricks up their sleeve, so I'm going to stay tuned for all 3 matchups today for sure.
Obviously, we say goodbye to a lot of teams, and I mean, the Gamer Legion one was the big shock yesterday. I think for a lot of people that were in their pick'ems, there was an expectation for Ash and the boys to make it through. They're gone. Ted, and obviously there's a few other teams as well that we say goodbye to.
Yeah, I feel like Gamer Legion is just going to be a little bit disappointing, and just the reaction of Ash, the fact that he didn't even leave his signature, the fact that he couldn't even watch throughout a lot of these moments, it just tells you how devastated they really are with this result.
And then we say goodbye to the Huns, which is a team that everyone had in their 0-3s, but I kind of wanted to see them do well just because of the Mongolian buff that we sometimes see. Unfortunately, they had to make their way to the elimination wall.
The Huns' run will end here at the Budapest Major, and it's never easy to say goodbye. I've got 9 with me to talk this one through. Obviously, it's a bit rough for you guys, and looking at the only team you end up beating is playing from your own region, right? But it's a team you have a bit of experience against. Can you tell me what differences you felt like when you were facing the other international competition that was hard for you guys?
Well, we obviously felt the difference when we started doing the bootcamp 2 weeks ago in Poland, practicing against European teams. Obviously, there was a lot of gap between experience in team play, in micro decision makings and stuff like that. So, I mean, we're still learning. We're taking experience on the fly, and man, it just sucks because like at least I know we could have won both those maps. We lost so many advantageous rounds.
It does suck. It's the pain of the major. I can't even begin to understand what you feel when it is closer like that. Though, when you gave Imperial a good run, you gave them a fight. Does that make it hurt more? Is that where you feel like, okay, the pressure maybe got to you guys more?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at least on Nuke we lost two NTK rounds, and then Mirage there were a few rounds we threw ourselves where we had so many advantageous rounds, and then after that it just came crumbling down. Honestly I didn't know what to call after that. Yeah. Like everything we did, every advantageous situations we got ourselves into was crumbling down, and we kept losing the rounds. And even though we managed to made it to overtime, I mean, it wasn't enough.
I want to try and turn into some positives away from the negative of right now. For you didn't make a major since 2022 back with IHC, but you've changed 2 players in this lineup this year. You made a bit of a run. Do you feel like you can take that improvement, you can take what you learned here, run that into 2026 and be ready to come back to events stronger, qualify for Cologne Major as an example?
And yeah, hopefully we go into next year with the bang.
Well, I'll give you this as a little bit of extra information. I spoke to some teams who practiced against you, and they told us before this tournament, okay, the Huns are hitting hard. So does that mean maybe we'll get to see you boot camp more in Europe to try and level up and improve further in the future?
Well, at the moment we didn't make any plans, so we're obviously gonna have to take a look at the calendar and stuff. So if there's a gap to practice, I would love to. Yeah.
well, hopefully that can continue. I'm sad to see you go. Thank you very much, Nine, for the words. Is there anything you want to say in Mongolian to all the Mongolian fans and supporters?
Тэгээд тэмцэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Тэгээд
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I know it's hard. I have to ask you to do one more thing, sadly. If you can take the logo over there and put it on the wall behind. This one as well. When he puts it there, you can...
Such sad moments when we watch that elimination wall, and I've been trying to think up the best way to sum up saying goodbye to some of these teams. I'm going to steal a line from a cancelled colleague from another game because I do think it works quite well. Brutal, savage, wrecked. And either Fluxo or FaZe is going to be feeling like that as we move into our monster matchup, because one of those teams is going home.
You don't say, Sam. I feel like both of these teams right now, very different mindsets. You have Fluxo off of the back of a blistering map for day one, taking down 2 European teams in consecutive games and putting themselves in a prime position to qualify for stage 2, now on the back foot 2-2 versus a FaZe team that felt like they should be a shoo-in to get to the next stage. And we have seen them battling down and out, just looking like they are so defeated, but suddenly a resurgence, which we're starting to see building.
Yeah, and a resurgence led by one of the players that should be one of the driving forces of this team. We've been having the conversation about the 3 Musketeers for such a long time, but as of right now, it feels like the only one that has been able to step up out of the 3 of them has been Frozen, and Himawi is one of the few reasons that FaZe is still in this tournament. I'd go as far as to say he is the only reason they're still in this tournament.
A lot of times when a player lifts a team up when they have no business winning, you call him the Band-Aid of this problem.
Yeah.
But he's not just the Band-Aid. He's the hydrocolide tape. He is the hemostatic agent.
He's the entire package.
He is a full-on combat medical kit that is patching them together every single round where he gets an entry, gets a multi-frag, wins the clutch. He's doing absolutely everything for them right now.
He put them over his shoulders yesterday and dragged them kicking and screaming into the matchup we're going to see today. Gents, what is going on with FaZe though? Because this isn't just a major issue, this has been a season issue. What is happening with this lineup?
Everything is falling apart. It doesn't feel like when you watch FaZe play T side, CT sides, it's not even about the side. It just feels like it's so simple, it feels like it's so vanilla. It doesn't feel like it's the team that it should be, right? Even from an individual point of view, the only reason they are still in this tournament, and I know we already said that, but the only reason is still Frozen. It just doesn't feel like things are working out. You look at the body language, you look at how discouraged they look going into a lot of these games. The only map on which, and I guess this is a bit of a silver lining, it felt like they were on the same page and everyone wanted to be playing, was the Inferno yesterday against Red Canids.
It's simply not enough time. I know that's a cop-out answer for a lot of young players who really just don't have what it takes to hit the ground running in Tier 1, but FaZe are actually handicapped because of sometimes their own negligence. The fact that they had to play ESL Pro League with rain means that that whole tournament was just a wash, that Jacob couldn't learn anything in that time, that the eventual or the next tournament was immediately after that. They had no time to really prep him. He was just sitting on the sidelines, and so he looks like a fish out of water. The strat book is clearly one of the weakest or thinnest from what any team we're seeing in Stage 1, because to all the other teams' credits, they've just been playing at least together for 5 months. Where FaZe made a mid-season change, they couldn't even play with that whole roster for that 5 months of the season. And so, yeah, it's pretty obvious that they are just working, barely keeping rounds together, more playing off of feeling and vibes, which is a FaZe classic, but you need some kind of backbone, which they simply don't have.
Does Jacob deserve all the criticism he's getting online?
I feel like if we're talking about this tournament specifically, you can't really point at him and say he is the one that is to blame for all of this. If anything, by the way, in one of the maps that they lost, he was their best player, right? So I wouldn't say that he's been playing badly per se when you compare him to everyone else on the team. I feel like, just as Maui described, the general state of FaZe Clan is an abomination. And if you were to point fingers, I'd actually shift my focus a little bit more towards the opening presence of broky, or the lack thereof of opening presence.
Let's move on to the other team though. Fluxo finds themselves 2-0. What a moment for them. Not a team that maybe people were considering to see in that place. And now, Maui, you called it. They come to the last day. You've got to go against the juggernaut that is FaZe in a best of 3. And while they might not be on form, there is always a fear that the FaZe boys can click into action. Fluxo's got so much more pressure on their shoulders now.
Well, I feel like Fluxo, if they can just somehow mind wipe themselves and think to themselves, oh, we barely made it to 2-2, this is already a good position to be in, they might actually find themselves in a better mental state, because the 2-0 slip up to 2-3 does feel extremely bad. It's an embarrassing moment that many teams have had to face in the past in the major circuit, and one that Fluxo clearly doesn't want to. But regarding Fluxo and just the fact that they have shown some good signs on the first day in particular, I think that this is a much better lineup than we've had from Fluxos in the past. The prodigal son in Lukowski has returned. He's bringing a secondary voice, which is something they desperately needed. And so even though the last 2 days haven't looked good, they're making plans in the mid-round. Lukowski has bringing that wealth of experience he got from MIBR. And so there's some other aspects you can like about Fluxo, but yes, it is clearly an uphill battle.
No, absolutely. I feel like not only Lukowski, but Desenchi as well has been playing a pretty decent game in some of those matchups. In general, I would agree with you that a team that has won just 14 rounds over the course of 2 best of 3s is probably not going into today's matchups with their heads held high, being like, well, you know what, it doesn't really matter. The question is if they will be able to kind of accept the fact that they've already lost so much and there's nothing to lose anymore. You're up against FaZe. FaZe are the ones that will be embarrassed if they lose this best of 3, right? For Fluxo, it might stink a little bit because you were in that 2-0 to begin with, but in the end of the day, if you lose a best of 3 to FaZe Clan, no one's really going to blame you.
Let's take a closer look now at these two teams, FaZe and Fluxo, fighting it out here at the StarLadder Major.
You can look at this best of 3 as stages of how this to be a pro player.
3, 2, 1, FaZe out!
First map is a little shook. They win, they play better than us, fair and square. Nuke, you get pressured to push yourself through the limit. Very hard game, very messy. Going into third Inferno, you become normal. Now it's very simple, you have to win 1 map to win. Everything clicked. The freedom, the explosiveness, we on Inferno hit exactly what our DNA is. And that is playing different styles, and I think we got to show when the pressure is highest, I see the character coming out of the guys. And I'm proud as a leader to lead this guy, especially on Inferno today.
We are feeling just fine, the vibe was good. After we lost Nuke, it was a little upsetting, but at the same time we know that we can just come back with train, so it was just a matter of CS. I do think the mental for the guys is in the right place. We did not come to the 2-0 part of the stage with high heels. We came with the feet in the ground. We beat some good teams, we played some good CS under the pressure. Everybody knew that, guys, we need to win this match to be in the major, and we just played good CS.
I think it's always, when it comes to major best of 1s, it's a little bit hectic. So coming into best of 3 obviously feels more comfortable, but in the end you need to be able to win the best of 1s to have a good major run. So I mean, it is how it is. BO3 feels obviously more normal, but yet again we lost first map, so it became 2 best of 1s in the end for us to win, right? So feels more comfortable, less stress in the beginning of the map. So yeah, feels more natural for sure.
I think we're gonna play better in the high stress situation.
I think throughout this event, I have not at any point seen a guy giving up, seen a guy be frustrated. We have constant believing. Sometimes believing is not enough, but if you believe every single time, trust me, 80%, 90% of the time, it will happen.
It doesn't really matter who comes. It's gonna be hard either way, so it depends on us to put some good CS. Expect a better Fluxo next time.
Let's have some fun.
You heard karrigan say it there, it's all about belief. Is karrigan's self-belief in himself and this lineup enough to kick them and drag them through to stage 2?
I believe it should be. I think it really should be. I feel like if FaZe was to go out of this tournament, it should have happened today against the Red Canids on Nuke. Thankfully, they had Frozen to step in. From here on out, as he said, it should be the FaZe magic. It should be enough to carry them through this game, but it's very important that we address something. FaZe not only need to win today, they need to do it with conviction.
Fair enough, the veto's here. Let's take a look there. I mean, Maui, can they win this with conviction when you see the maps?
Okay. I feel like this is a little bit of, well, Fluxo graphic might be a little bit difficult for people to follow, but Fluxo picks Nuke here, FaZe picks Inferno, Decider on Mirage. I feel like FaZe are pretty comfortable with this. Red Canids just pushed them to the limit on Nuke. On Inferno, obviously FaZe closed out the series yesterday on that map. I feel like Fluxo didn't really have a great place to go in this one. FaZe, on the other hand, maybe they don't get Dust 2, but they're pretty comfortable just playing everything because, as we know, it's more or less just based off of a lot of feelings, a couple little set pieces to start rounds if they need to, and honestly, the player personnel is just such a high tier above what Fluxo has to offer.
It's fair to say we're all predicting a FaZe victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the veto just makes an even stronger point for it all, right? The only map on which we've seen FaZe play like FaZe was Inferno yesterday against the Red Canids. This is what they get to start with. It's a map on which FlyQuest just absolutely decimated the likes of Fluxo a couple days ago as well. And starting on the CT side of Nuke, it should be a clean-cut 2-0 for FaZe.
Our sponsors' odds are up as well. It seems everyone's leaning in the favor of karrigan and the boys, but I do think Fluxo could potentially cause the upset. They must have seen the shakiness that FaZe has shown coming into this and during the course of this week.
That's kind of you to say.
I'm trying to be a nicer person,
I feel
man.
like it needs to begin on their pick, of course, okay? They've already taken Nuke off of a European team in Gamer Legion to start off the entire tournament. That was a big surprise off the back of some good stuff from Zevi, from Decenti. So, but the problem is that even when FaZe switched to the T side of that map, I'm really concerned about Fluxo. I think that A side defense between Art and Kai was one of the worst I have seen for the entire season. So if they aren't able to patch some of that up, then I'm just going to spam the A hits if I'm karrigan.
Yeah, the T side hasn't even been that bad from Fluxo when you think about Nuke, right? Lukowski's been able to do some great work in towards outside, finding timing, speaking before the smokes pop off, catch people off guard. And one of the important points to be addressed is the fact that karrigan is the outside player. So this is definitely going to be one of the things that Fluxo are paying a little bit more attention to. Let Lukowski feel comfortable, let him feel like he can quote-unquote abuse karrigan in towards outside. That might open up the game for Fluxo.
This is it. The FaZe Major magic, does it return? Is this the start of the redemption arc, boys? Wow, the silence is upsetting. The game is live. You know what? It's time to get into it. They're beautiful, they're smart, and they're wonderful as well. Machine and Sponge are ready for us.
But are Fluxo and FaZe ready? That's the question. We're about to get this monster matchup started. Last day, stage 1. It's tough out here. It's rough out here. If you find yourself on that final day, 3 spots, 6 teams, 3 BO3s, you have got your entertainment sorted for the rest of the day. Let's get this one started, Chatty B.
Yeah, T-side start for FaZe on their map choice. Twist and Jacob up through second mid. You'll see a lot of that on the defense. Frozen in Banana, karrigan to support, and broky with the bomb lingering. 4 players starting A for Fluxo. The setup is in the right place if there is follow through from FaZe. karrigan and broky have the U2. karrigan even has a P250 in his hands. So do they want to sell something over towards B? Frozen with a decoy. And they want to try and bait U2 out of Art. You can see the in-game leader, the lone defender of this site with a smoke to block. Jacob in Boiler patrolling, finds nothing. Art, nothing top Banana just yet.
And there's confirmation of a jiggle out of Art. Decent goes looking. Actually, look, how's a great cover. Finds Jacob. Puts him down, and immediately you can see the bomb making his way up Banana. Block smoke thrown by Art.
Rotation coming in from Decent, so they'll have 2 towards B to deal with this.
Oh, they've committed the smoke. So it's going to be Coffin smoke. Art tucks Nubox, trying to bait them in. Nice trade from Twist. Are they pivoting here? They are. There is an occupation in the pit, though. Kai, this is your opportunity. Get your first tap. Oh, I think he spotted you. Twist, that information's been relayed. karrigan's going to throw out the Molotov. Forces him wide into the crosshairs of Twists. Decent arriving just in time. Nice little headshot through the pillar, though. Keeps Twist alive. 48 HP to work with. Long range on the dual Berettas is not going to work out for him. And it's rather bleak for that 1v3 retake of Art. Feels like that was his opportunity, which feels crazy to say. Just the tip of the head for a moment of Twists. But isn't that Inferno? That's Inferno right there. We saw B smoke thrown. We saw a pivot back to A. And a nice bit of information pathing from Twist gets the info necessary.
Art's hanging around here. Doesn't have any Kevlar, so just wants to get a couple of extra kills if he can. But jousting with karrigan, doesn't find what he's looking for, and Finn's going to chase him down. The toe-to-toe as Art does walk away with his life and an extra $300 in the back pocket. But the pistol round woes continue for Fluxo. 14 rounds over their last 4 maps of play, 0 pistols. And that continues now into Inferno in the most important of the series.
Yeah, that's a condemning record for sure. I mean, 2 teams on either end of the momentum spectrum, right? FaZe starts slow, Fluxo starts strong in the best of 1, and Tacitus doing his stretches.
There's going to be more of that from yesterday as well, so that'll be carried through for the poor guy. Having to watch this all unfold, the coach can only take the timeouts and try and change the flow, but it's going to be 4 MP9s and a 5-7 upgrade. They win a second round conversion, Fluxo, to try and wrestle for economic superiority in the early stages. FaZe with a heavy lean in Banana. They will be blocked towards the half wall for now. Keep your eye on these smokes for Fluxo. How many more are they going to be able to deliver to block out B? Place nade, licks a little bit of damage onto Art, chip down to 62. And they look like they want to hang around and fight. Twist is starting to take some space over towards middle with karrigan. Frozen still watching Banana, and broky supporting with util.
Oh, that's for sure. Rounding that corner would have been a death sentence, but actually at range they connect. Frozen gets removed. Uncomfortable now. karrigan swaps out to the Galil of Frozen's. And now a little pivot taking shape. broky going to be throwing out the long util.
Yeah, the fact that you take down Frozen and you see nobody else in Banana there, sure, they're at the base.
Yeah, replenishing the smoke, so back-to-back, Arch and Library.
Well, there's 4 players here on A, 2 of them constricted by these smokes. Zevi and Kai side.
broky's got the bomb and he lingers short side. Let's karrigan and Twist start to round this corner. Long range for Kai, should be exposed and tapped out. Lukowski. Oh, decent, and Lukowski combined nicely. A little crossfire, a little smoke push. And now Zevi should be overlooked. An opportunity, hard to track. broky, an important kill. Pulls FaZe back into contention. A tough retake with no kit and low health. Jacob, a must connect headshot, removing Art and securing the round. Lukowski knife out. Looks like he's going to try and bring that Galil back through for the next attempt. In the otherwise economical.
Somewhat threatening and important that broky and Jacob, the 2, able to connect there to close this one down. Both of those players have been under the spotlight for underperformances. I think that Frozen, he's at the top of the conversation for FaZe, and then RVD, Twist in the mix as well. Those 2, that's where the firepower. I thought those 2 alone would be enough to get them through to the next stage of play, but they make it all the way to the 2-2 game. They have been able to recover. But still, it's leaving everybody wanting, right? I think when you look at the result that they had against Red Kittens, yeah, they get across the line, but on Nuke, they're pushed to their very limits. karrigan, in that cross-cut section, they're talking about the character of his teammates that, in fact, is proud to, again, lead them on Inferno, the 3rd and deciding map of that series. It's good signs. That's where they start today.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that's going to do even more good for the confidence when it's the map that was the most comfortable in that series, and then you start in your do-or-die affair here.
I just want to let everybody know there is an extra weapon invested upon right now. There has been an M4 dropped, given to Decent, I do believe. So it's a save Galil plus an extra M4. This is a little bit more threatening than maybe FaZe are ready for.
Selfless from Art. Puts all his cash into trying to make something happen in round 3.
Bit of a weird one there with the smoke. They've spilled forward to the block. It's not traditional towards half wall, but I still don't think you're going to waltz through that if you're FaZe. Correcting this boost to act as an off angle on the pre-fire for anybody coming to clear top Banana towards CT. But same approach, Jacob passive second middle, 4 players with Banana control, and now they start to pipe through.
Let's see if this gimmick works out. Hart's hidden his model pretty effectively. And if a Mac-10 rounds that corner, a nice instant headshot, Frozen's got him dismounted. Good use of that Mac-10, extra speed.
Oh, they're right now re-aggressing Boiler and Halls.
You're right, and karrigan's making a lot of sound. It should be covered. Yeah, Jacob, that's an important kill. Stops Kai from removing his captain. LaCowsey has that Galil and is getting cleared. karrigan. Confident swing from him removes another threat on the A site. There is still many bodies. You can see Zevi up close with his 5-7. It's going to be a test for Jacob on his clear. Walking around the corner, pulling out nades, so lackluster from Jacob. Shouldn't really have too much of a ramification. Sure, Zevi still occupies the apartments, but you occupy the site. Crossfire now established. Twist tucks in towards the pit, and it seems like that's kind of the end of the round.
Yeah, you want to hold on to the M4 if you're decent, so you can drop something across the Art into the next. And if Zevi can get it as well, at least your next round buy is going to be looking a whole lot tidier. Frozen has somewhat closed the door. You can see him parked in middle, but has to worry about boiler, leak out to middle, and that gap through apartments. So trying to acknowledge it all has actually allowed him to slink past, and on a timing, Frozen comes back. So Zevi might be getting away with this one, but we will call it 3-0 start for FaZe. And all eyes on FaZe, right? Sure, Fluxo are here as well, but I think with the namesake of FaZe Clan, the Counter-Strike world is watching to see if they can piece themselves back together. Is stage one their hyperbolic time chamber? There's a lot of work to be done from the lookout right now. So we get into the guns. The B defense will be Art alongside a Decent. Your rotating A rifler will be LaCowsey. Zevi on the AWP and Kai anchoring A. Now this is a great opportunity, if let off the leash, for Jacob to try and bully Kai, right? He has a tough time. Here's the odds from StarLadder's official betting partner, as we do get play back underway for the first rifle round. AWP starting top mid. We saw it from Zevi. He was even willing to try and unravel that top mid lurk smoke. Oh, they're boosting over the wall.
Yeah, Frozen's going to be booked. Really nice opening move. Doesn't cost them too much. They actually, woof, braving the flames. Decent does turn tail successfully. I think karrigan is going to make a play here, trying to find Art over the tip of the smoke. I think Art maybe have a good idea. Yeah, spots him out. karrigan didn't have those young man's eyes, couldn't quite spot him out in time. So a 5-on-3 to start us off. Fluxo into the guns, an effective start.
Well, it does feel like Jacob has been allowed to sprawl forward and take head-to-heads alongside of Kai there. It was LaCowsey on the side that he has the joust with, but knowing that Kai likes to play back pit, pretty standard. But now, with this severe number disadvantage, you take a look at what utils available. There are 2 smokes. If they can get into Banana, they can smoke off towards Coffins and CT, get a molly in and a couple of flashes and try and find the finisher. It's always difficult with a man disadvantage, but try 2. Now, looking at the CT setup that Fluxo have opted for, they aren't playing side-side. So if they do the standard CT smoke that bangs off the wall, lands on the ledge, Art will not have any vision. Decent doesn't have a flash to set this up, and nor does Zevi, but Zevi does have a HE to break open the smoke. So you two being lined up now, sub 30 seconds will have to be the B play.
Yeah, and as you highlighted though, if they are blocked, which is coming, what are you supposed to do now? You've essentially lost the sight.
There's the break.
And Art to swing. Flash is there. Diligent work. Bit of damage found onto Jacob crossing pool, but the bomb makes his way into B. Suddenly this has got legs for FaZe Clan. Spam, not far off. There's Twist. Punishes Decent. Tracks the tracer fire. Now he's getting aggressive. This is unbelievable. An aggressive attempt from Twist. Doesn't work out. Good awareness from Art. A 2-on-4. Jacob and broky. 2 names that are under a lot of scrutiny. An opportunity to turn this round around. Double nade, not going to find its mark. It's Jacob to play first, trying to bait broky in on the dark position. Zevi, it's an AWP head-to-head on the clear, an easy shot for the AWPer. broky, first is found, doesn't have the ammo, doesn't have a chance. Time on that defuse, it's tight, but I think they've done it.
broky not having any ammo in that situation. You know, if he had a full mag, maybe there was a chance for him to pull off a miracle there. Now, Art not happy with how that unfolded. You can see looking a little bit frustrated, but they do pick up the round, so they're on the board within the early stages. It's always nice to get the first rifle round underway, especially after you're able to pip them here. 2 kills top Banana, the boost for the first. karrigan found over the smoke for the second. Just to try and get everybody to understand what Twist is up to, wants to peel another away. And because they were playing so passive, I think he assumed it was just going to be a standard 2-3 split of the defenses with 2 towards B, 3 towards A, trying to isolate that extra defender, but there was 2 on his screen.
Frozen and Jacob are quicker here.
This is direct, yeah, this would be direct into A.
He's throwing that incendiary that will block and a smoke on top, so diligent stuff.
Are they calling a cancel? It looked like they wanted to execute because nobody's in Banana, right? So Thought they were just going to hit the go, but stalled out in apps. Now they have the banana info. You two are being lined up. And Decent has afforded enough time to rotate back over to A. He can pick up long.
Top mid control seized.
This is tough to break. 2 inside, 1 pit, 1 bow. I don't know how you get through this.
They're in the right place, Chad. And ooh, Zevi, that bullet wasn't. Lets him in. Second shot this time connects. Interesting apply from pressure. Jacob coming in from the elevation. There's Lakowski and Decent. It's hard for FaZe, falling apart the way the seams. It's broky. Last man standing with a chance in the 1v1. Art disconnected. You know he started B. How much time have you got? And on that low HP as well.
6 bullets for broky.
Again with the low ammo. Throw some low HP on top. However, that smoke being up will sow seeds of doubt that he stayed on site. Art has no idea where broky's gotten off to. Oh, and he's got the headshot as well. That's a big one. Keeps the momentum on FaZe's side. Art a tut of the tongue. He knows he could have done better.
The stack is on A, right? You just have to think about it from that perspective. You have all the bodies in the right place. You need to be converting and locking that down, that extra piece, and everybody dedicated site and pit. So if you're Art, you're frustrated because you've called the rotation well, right? Your players are where they need to be to win the round. You coming in shouldn't be left in a one-on-one where broky could be absolutely anywhere, but this is a good look from broky early and a good opportunity for his teammates to G him up. He's been having a tough time, there's no doubt about that.
Finds himself with the most damage so far, top of the tables. And the first opportunity for Fluxo to really, you know, dig their heels into this Inferno, kind of squandered or seized away from them by broky.
Yeah, finances at the moment, a little bit miss for both teams, as Zevi has exactly one of those. So the AWP still in play, noted now. Mac 10 for karrigan, 2 MP9s for Fluxo, and block smokes coming out because they're feeling that pressure.
Yeah, pulls decent.
They've got the stack in the right place again. It looks like Frozen and karrigan are going back to fake B. And they've got 2 smokes, they can do CT, they can do coffins. Zevi's also cheating as well, so they've done a good job on the fake. Now it's just about finding the finish.
Here comes the extra cell.
Oh, that wasn't even the fake, right? It was just presence.
At least Zevi makes it back in time. Lakowski with Kai beneath. It feels like it could be a good setup. With 25 seconds, this is the finish. Zevi's burrowed into sight. There, you know what's up. Jumping out, good to track. Kai with the MP9 and below. Nice combination on the defense. That crossfire just rips them apart. Zevi's there. Triple on the orb. See you later. FaZe Clan concede it, and Fluxo sees number 2.
Okay, well, you know, it felt good to draw the rotations. Obviously, FaZe are in the dark with that. They don't know the push.
So FaZe run into a 4-man stack site and win it, run into a 2-man stack site with a successful fake and can't.
I think that you're hoping that you displace the pit player with the fake, right? And he starts to transition away, or he's on his own. So when you waterfall out, you're able to find him and get that trade. But with the 2 of them here, the comps would have been absolutely chaotic. And that allows Zevi just to have a couple of hot shots. No dramas for him. Good work as Zevi lights it up, and Tacitus looks to the gods as done enough to force FaZe's buy to look very, very weak. They carried across AK, an upgraded Galil, and 3 pistols. You have to win this one, Fluxo. Risky from Art, knowing the buy is going to be a little bit weaker.
He's not one to dim his shine.
It's tough as well because, you know, Frozen is the banana player on the T side, well, and the CT side, so you know that that saved AK comes through. Sure, you don't know how they're going to open, but you are potentially going up against the biggest firepower, and he wants to hang around for this. Art wanting to be a real jarring force.
Oh, Crosshair was very close, and now they want to punish him on the reload. He's going to slip into the smoke. Supportive flash is there, and so's Decent.
Good stuff.
Really important to see 2 there. Stops things from spiraling. The B side would have been wide open if Decent went down, but it should be casual for the rest.
Okay.
Tech 9 frag, it's something, and an AWP shot from Zevi quickly quashes any hope.
He's been the safety net so far, hasn't he? He's been in the right place, able to hit the necessary shot to just really stall this out. Jacob, 1v3, time to work with.
I feel like Zevi's destined for this one though, Chad. Oh, actually, he misses it out, so Jacob gets a second chance, and so does Zevi.
Okay, this is good. You forced FaZe onto an eco now. And Decent with a smile on his face. That's the time where it's not baiting, right? You know, you're going to hang Art out on the end of the rod, let him take the fight, and then swoop in and clean up the mess. So Flash comes over. Art is able to get one. That's perfect. Then Decent comes out while they're distracted. Zevi hits the necessary and closes it up against Jacob. So this is a good look from Fluxo. Some of the better Counter-Strike we've seen from them in the last 2 days.
Yeah, I like the ideas as well, using Art as bait. It's actually, so, I mean, it's ingenious. So long as you've got players like Decent, you can get them both. Oh, a bit sour is broky.
Well, he's not a fan of lemons or oranges. What about watermelon?
No, he's going to leave it.
Or did he already?
Oh, no, it's been seen too, yeah.
Wow. That's okay. Not everybody likes fruit.
No. Good source of vitamins.
Or he's making a fruit salad.
Perhaps, yeah, maybe he's just prepping it.
That's true. Don't want to want so many lemons in your fruit salad.
Tell you what makes me slightly interested is a single flashbang, Chad. It's not eco. They actually spent $200 on this.
And a P250.
Oh, excuse me. $500. That's like a PlayStation 5.
Mr. Anderson is the man with that in hand, as he's going to waltz up middle. Broky to facilitate the mid pop, and well, nobody's home.
Trying to bait that AWP shot, and yeah, Zevi's not having any of it. Everyone gets a little taste of the ecos. Kai wants another one. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me.
Oh, well, he got it. He got what he was looking for.
Woo!
Okay, so something out of the eco, but now we'll get back into the guns.
Really fast.
Wonder if we get a tactical timeout yet out of FaZe. I was going to say, now that you're getting the guns back in, and you've lost 3 in a row, or 4 out of the last 5, it's a good point in the game right now to get back on the board. T-side, Inferno, you're looking for 7, I would say, and this is FaZe's map choice. There's nothing to be frustrated about right now, nothing to be remiss about right now, but that can change quite quickly, especially if Fluxo continue this role. They have enough money to be able to get themselves into another buy, even if they do lose this one. So at least there's a safety net in that regard. But you're also in a position off of a timeout if you're tasked to say, hey, let's do something a little bit more aggressive. You know, let's take Zevi's AWP and put it up in apartments. Let's try and control the flow of the round ourselves.
Right. It was cool to hear karrigan in the interview just saying that, you know, no one was kind of tilting. At least that was his summary, even in those rougher games for FaZe Clan.
AWP is starting B. Okay, we've seen some double AWP hijinks out of the likes of R, and oh, Zevi's just going straight into the side. So he's going to just set up R. He's not going for a pick at all.
Oh, it's counting on them going early.
Twist is in banana as well. This is telling they really want this space early.
Yeah, broky has actually been boosted up, elevated higher.
Not very threatening incendiary, but still going to stall them out from garnering full control.
Oops.
Bit of a team flash there as Frozen has a glance down. You don't have too many resources there, guys, so that flash could have been worth its weight in gold, but with all these bodies in banana, do they want to look for just a simple B hit? Again, Jacob, just super passive second mid, so if they do want to return to A, we're under a minute and they don't have halls or boiler control. That's a problem.
Seems like Lakowski's worked that out as well. Just feigning steps. Remains A side. Jacob starting to at least play actively on the lurk.
Oof, okay, well.
No one's saying it's the best smoke.
No, it is A smoke, and it might cost them.
It certainly could.
Oh, look how he's rotating.
He's starting to leave.
Okay.
Kai's looking the wrong way. No one's looking. Okay, Kai does turn around. There's Decent. Big for the first. Not
They're
enough.
in the side,
They've got the A side. Lakowski. He's trying to run up. He's going to try and beat the smoke. Going through. This is awkward, especially now he's catching bullets. 20 HP. Twister's found him. Oh, a catastrophe for Fluxo. Oh, it gets worse. You're not even taking your gun into the neck. Zevi might, but Chad, what's the analysis?
I'd love a camera shot to see the conversation coming out of Fluxo right now, to see if there's some disappointment or definitely some words coming out of Art, because whoever called the rotation, either LeCounzy was like, okay, they've thrown a bad smoke and I don't see anything, so it's all part of a fake. Pretty quiet right now, wanting to make sure that Zevi can hold on to the AWP.
Also, this, like, you know, the quad setup, the two-man's higher elevation boosted player and one underneath, they were both looking upside as they burst through.
But there's some really fruity kind of setups that come out from Fluxo where it doesn't feel like they have a lot of faith within one another. You think about Nuke, their top side. It's like, you know, someone's on hunt, then they drop off, then the next guy goes. It's not well oiled. I think that would be a bad description of what we've been seeing from Fluxo, especially in the last 2 days.
Well, that's off the back of a timeout. FaZe do manage to convert.
Good trade work, top mid.
Yeah.
Okay, well, as mentioned, they did have finances, right? And not only do they have finances, there, the intensity's there. This is really just survival for FaZe, isn't it? But double AWPs, we've seen this from Art before. Whether or not it always sticks the landing. Inferno, double AWP, CT side. Not notoriously the best way to find what you're looking for, but starting 3 top B. Frozen with the break. Well, that goes both ways.
Oh, a double break on either side of Banana, but no one's going to be able to get anything out of it. A boost on the half wall, though. Oh, hang on. Okay, so you've located one up. Does that lead you into the second? Yes, it does. karrigan unprepared for the number 2. Art opens up the account for Fluxo to make this a tied game.
I think this would make me want to go B. Sure, you have to push him away from the mouth, but and especially now. The fact he's sound off again, you don't think they're going to rotate both AWPs to A, right? So at this point, with the U2 you have, well, they are lacking a smoke for Coffins. It might have to be the molly in lieu of that. Flash top middle, info play, nobody home. This facilitates the rotation. FaZe have to go now.
Yeah, they're starting. They realize what's up. Nice shot from Art. Good tracking onto Twist, but the trade is there. Frozen delivers. 4 on 3. Already feels like dire straight. What is that from Frozen? Bullet through the smoke. First bullet onto the head.
You don't have finances after this, Fluxo. Do you give it a look?
Oh, it's an unfavorable retake already. No on new box. Decent. If he finds this head-to-head with Frozen, maybe they go. Oh, but Frozen's taking heads. 3 kills in the round. FaZe set up for success. The star of the FaZe Clan show right now is Frozen. David Sanansky. And broky, will you leave with your AWP? I don't think that's going to happen. Zevi's making sure. He knew it was up. Glock running him down. broky just trying to take someone with him, and Zevi's trapped, so that AWP does get removed.
Actually worth. Is Kai able to find it?
Nope.
No, he's not. So he just carries through an M4.
Fair play.
They can buy another one on Zevi. Kai can drop one. So they can just eke in with the buy. But if they had saved their guns, it would have been a whole lot stronger. So it's going to be...
Damn. Frozen's had a round there.
At least 4 M4s into this one. And a Famous for decent. It's missing U2, and the reason that's key...
Oh, it's presented by our betting partner.
Is it's going to be less utility to block with, so you're going to have to group up and do more team... Okay, that's a missed smoke. It's a skyball. Okay, molly towards the mouth. You're going to have to clear out sandbag off the back of that. Art's still set up with a flash. Might be the pop now. Here it comes.
Anti still eats it, but can tuck.
There's 3 here, and Frozen's the only man on the other side. Smoked off, in the plume.
Backs away. Vision over the top of the smoke for Art. FaZe are really going to tighten their thumb screws on this A site here.
Oh, he's ahead of that. Spam away.
Look at karrigan. Head-to-head. He heard decent towards the arch side. An 8 break. karrigan finds him. LeCounzy down. It's a double from karrigan. Awkward for Zevi and Kai. They know where they are. Kai just about gets it done. Removes karrigan after his double kill, but now FaZe are just evacuating. Art, what have you got? You've got 66 HP, and you need a multi. Hiding out. This is cheeky. They've got their knives out. They're not expecting Art to be so far forward. Does get the info. Nice movement from Twist. Pulls his crosshair away from broky and opens up the B side to secure it.
You have to save, right? Lost bonus going into the last was 1900. Next is 2400. So giving yourself something to work with the final two is going to be very, very important. But good work there from karrigan on long. Sketchy moment. You still see ideas from Fluxo, right? Clearing smokes, taking fights together. Sure, it was a little bit noisy. They didn't realize how much space they had lost. FaZe will get themselves up to 7. And they'll be happy with that. It's tough for Zevi not having the AWP, right? It's something where he had a couple of rounds finding some real clear impact.
And talking of clear impact, I think that one's going to feel good for karrigan. Sure, you know, it's he's finishing off a couple, but he's the guy leading the pack at the front. And a double kill from him.
Yeah, and this is the qualms, right? This is FaZe. You go back to 2024, they're in both major grand finals. You come into the first half of 2025 at Blast TV Austin, they're in the playoffs. They have Simple and they have EliGE. They choose to make some changes, and they look like a shadow of themselves. That FaZe is dead. This FaZe needs to recover.
Vamos aí, o jogo tá muito fácil, guys. Tá faltando da gente, tá ligado? Jogar forte, com vontade.
Oh, okay. Well, they've been able to buy again. Famis's and an MP9. Final round, that's all they're able to fit in with this force.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done. That HE will keep karrigan humble. Might throw out one of his own.
Buy can always look worse, can't it? You know, Famis's, let's see how serviceable they are.
Got a buff.
Oh, Art.
Go on, lad. Forward position, they know what you're up to. Still manages to find broky, but they do one better. A double kill on Banana.
Two players very low, so no immediate follow through. They don't want to run in case there is a third man here. karrigan is, and he could do more than enough on his own. He's got good individual outputs as this man. Zevi and Kai both burrow down on top mid, so at least they supply info that karrigan, hey, the fight could be coming your way, and if they execute, they could try and flank fast down mid into Banana. But coming up mid into this crossfire, what's the spacing? Does karrigan jump? How are they going to work this one out?
Twist is going to be, whoa, so ready. Insane time to kill from Twist. That's that RVD guarantee. Kai does put him down. There was no trade attempted. They're trying to act like it was just him. Kai backing away towards that pit side. Confirmation of presence. Nice shot onto Jacob on the apartments as well. He's doing everything he can.
Oh,
Double
no.
nade opens up the account.
Still winnable for karrigan. Final round has to give this one a go. Has an incendiary, but no kit. Picked up a smoke in the interim. He needs to hightail it over damn fast, and he's even picked himself up an AK.
All right, karrigan.
Oh, kit in pit.
We'll give it a good go. karrigan and Frozen. Oh, it doesn't matter. karrigan, another one bullet tap from FaZe Clan. Individuals firing. Fluxo in trouble. First map of this elimination game. Stay tuned. the last day of play for Fluxo. FaZe didn't start off fantastically here at the StarLadder Major. Stage 1. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, forced to fight their way back to stage 2. And for Fluxo, they find themselves on FaZe's turf, the very map they managed to knock out the Knids on in the 3rd, now finding the start for FaZe in an 8-4 half. Swapping over to the CT side, no less.
Some positive signs, right? broky having some early impact, having that clutch against Art in the 1v1, also having some really nice trade work. broky's been under a lot of fire, so the fact that he has come in and he is delivering against this level of competition, they will scoff at home. But still, this is where they are, this is who they're playing, and this is who they need to beat if they want to progress to stage 2. Pistol round buys have taken shape. It looks like Frozen's going to be doing the exertion dual Beretta USP trick. We've got Molly, Smoke, Flash, and Decoy in the mix for the Fluxo execute.
Don't think that was what he was aiming for.
No, I don't think so either.
But also, it does... If I see that smoke, I'm thinking someone's nervous and they're alone on A, you know? Maybe mind games are going to pay off anyway.
Come on in, the water's warm, it's just me.
It's just me, I'm panicking, I'm throwing smokes the wrong way, and it could open up karrigan for that one tap, but they get the info, confirmation of at least 2 bodies. This one could feel like deathmatch any moment. Tension builds, time ticks.
So with those 2 smokes, if they can get back in for the banana control and execute B, it looks like Frozen is going to be behind those. So the setup at the moment, so he's left those right to be able to take the close range duels. He'll pepper away from coffins, either through the smoke or with the initial joust. Oh, they're pushing down mid. They've got a perfect timing.
Oh, wow. Is Kai coming through under, though?
He is.
Are they considering it? Jacob did for a moment. Oh, that's quick
Now
again.
you know you're boxed in, boys.
Yep, the only way forward. You've got to charge into Frozen and that USP. Zevi tried.
Ooh.
Nice one back. Jacob trying to charge up Banana. Art taps him out.
There's a flank on Twist here.
Yeah, flanking the flanker. Twists. Oh, aware of it now. Confirms presence from Decent.
Bomb being planted. karrigan rotated back to A.
How's Twist going to play this one? Getting closed in on. They want to remove this threat. Nice shot. Tracks Decent. Another double kill. Running out of teammates, though, as Frozen does hit the shot onto Lacalzi.
Well, that was the kid. It's stuck at logs. How do you play this karrigan?
Oh, you're absolutely
you
right.
You might have to just chase him down.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable. Tucks on in. karrigan, have you got it? No, it's Art's round. A quad kill from their captain.
Oh, the first pistol in the last 2.5 days for Fluxo, and it couldn't come at a better moment. That's going to keep him in it for a moment longer. That was a weird one. Flanks on flanks, plays through underpass, twist stuck logs, 180 degrees worth of duels have to take. So we split the pistols here. You come through the underpass. Oh, hello, you were dead. Bang. Then Jacob, yeah, just hightailing it. So the comp's coming out of B, maybe a little bit erratic, or Jacob just showing his inexperience. First major for him. And all eyes on him as well. A lot of pressure for the young man.
I mean, if you get the call up from FaZe Clan, it's hard to say no.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, especially when you're a young and hungry rookie.
So an eco taken from FaZe. Sure, a little bit of util invested.
Oh, nice shot.
Upon. Nice work from Kai to open up the account. They're coming through this.
Yeah, it feels like it's just going to be a commitment in. You can see Art worming through the smoke. He's actually walked straight past him. Twists, slipping the smoke at the same time. Going to be caught by Kai. He's having a good one. He was having a good one. karrigan just going to double dink him with the USP, and I don't know where he's off to.
He wanted that AK.
Yeah, give it to me.
Well, right now, Art can surprise broky. You probably got the jump scare of a lifetime, and now it is just a 2-round game. They took the save, so we will see FaZe equip. Oh, no, we won't. They're doing the Furia bite. Okay.
And for newer viewers, could you spell it out for us?
So at this moment, normally going into the 3rd round, if you've taken an eco in the 2nd, you're going to upgrade into M4s and fully invest. They're half buying now.
Right.
So they are getting MP9s aplenty, 5 of which, and enough util to make it look like a gun round. So this is not a bad map to do it on, right? You can have these close corridors, boiler, halls, top mid, get on oranges, close top banana. So this could come as a surprise. I don't think you'd be expecting this if you were Art. When they silently boost up in a window.
The setup is pretty good for it, though. Boiler, decent, spotted. Jacob, empty-handed, is dealt with.
Should be round.
Should be. Twist might have something to say, but with the presence already from Decent towards apartment, he's managed to slink just underneath his sideline. He would need to go crazy. Nice transfer. Holds it down. Twist defending this site valiantly, somehow still alive. Support arrives. karrigan removes another Fluxo. What's going on? Oh no. Not like this. Twists. Keeping FaZe Clan in it, round 15. On the partial investment. Can Kai and Zevi bail them out of trouble here? Trying to recede. The bomb down though on that hay bale. Okay, smoke should enable retrieval. Twists survives and avoids the spray as well. Zevi will finish him off. Nice find from Frozen though. All onto Zevi. Jumping around, that's risky. 28 seconds, he's got to get him a wiggle on. Frozen comes in. FaZe with just the partial investment, and they have got Twist to thank.
Yeah, that one leaves a mark, doesn't it? That was a 3v5. You win the duel in Halls and Boiler, but then Twist throws enough block utility, gets himself across to the truck, and then delivers a magnificent double. At this point, it feels like it's round because Twist is over towards Arch in that moment, right? He's Moto, he has to hightail it, he's blocking short, he's throwing out nades, he buys time for karrigan to get in position. That's impact from Twist.
That really sweet thank you after screaming. Someone just said, well played, Russ.
Yeah, the Canadian in him coming out.
Yeah.
That makes it a bit ropey right now for Fluxo. Couple of AKs, couple of pistols, and Art with, is that a Glock?
It is.
Okay, well.
Nothing like an armored Glock and full nade.
Yeah, well, he's hoping one of his teammates gets a kill or die. Same for him to pick up.
Come on, Chad, you know you've been there before.
Sometimes you got to make that sacrifice.
Okay, Frozen, not expecting them to be so close, and yeah, despite being caught off, he still delivers. Frozen, good for Tusananski.
Defensive smoke.
Yeah, it's a weird one for Kai. How do you path through that and around that? Oh, never mind. karrigan, windy day on the spray.
Up on the retake. Needs to wait for Jacob and Twists.
Evades the spam of that Silence Demp 4, and Art will be able to punch in the code.
Decent's restricted.
broky searching, smoke fading. Process of elimination dictates, likely going to be pool banana. Flash over for more.
Has to be Twist again, I think.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the playmaker, be that hero for FaZe Clan. Up does get his head removed. Nice shot, messy from Kai. Twist is doing it all for FaZe Clan right now. On the defuse, has to cover. Twist, have you got it? Yes, he has! Time after time, RBD the savior. FaZe Clan, I mean, this is not by no means an easy walk in the park on Inferno, but Twist is making it look like that.
17 kills for him right now, and impactful ones at that. So 2 rounds where he has a multi, and they're able to get those conversions. Frozen with the double. That's the partnership. Right? No word of a lie coming into this. I'm saying FaZe can win and get through this stage of competition, progress to stage 2 with those 2 names alone. That hasn't been the case up until this point. Maybe that changes today.
Oh man. Odds have blown out even further.
Partial back from Fluxo. In this type of a buy, you need to hope that you catch a timing. You can sit back, you can allow all the block utility from the CTs to be limped through. You have one smoke your own in the hands of Kai. Oh, pressure for Jacob. This is good. You want to draw that out if you're Fluxo, and doing it in the early stages is better. So they get blocked top mid, they get blocked in apps. Decent's done a great job to be able to pull that out early, and now they relinquish control and they head back to Banana. So with this one smoke, if they get a nice timing and they're able to catch like Frozen, you know, out of position, maybe karrigan with a nade in his hand or on the jiggle, you can breach through this.
Yeah, it'd have to be a cracking deagle shot. Here they come, way too late on the smoke, getting run at. karrigan does deal with Art now. Frozen pokes his nose, lovely find. Does go down though. Perhaps some legs to this, albeit doubtful.
Oh, got a plan. Gonna be tough now.
Yeah, already karrigan's going looking and actually gets spotted out. Zevi misses this first attempt. How are you supposed to win this? FaZe group up, starting to push forward.
You can see the bomb.
Bomb's yours.
Round over.
Not fun for Fluxo. It's kind of been the back-to-back story of their last couple of days of play.
Maybe Zevi didn't know that he had the bomb. I'm not sure if it was on him the entire time or someone went down and he picked it up, because he went back side and then had to throw it front side. At that point, the rotation was there. The smokes were starting to fade. There was no way they were punching the digits, but regardless, can't get out the guns. 2 rounds away, FaZe, from picking up their map choice before we head into Nuke. That's where yesterday they had to hang on versus the Red Canids.
Silver lining, chaps. This is more rounds than Fluxo have posted in a best of 3 so far.
Okay.
I think 5 was the max. Now a whole 6. And Twist, this is very aggressive. Look at them go. Jacob joins him, charges mid, and a double kill from him. Twist will put the cherry on top. This one is just too easy. This is leisurely for FaZe Clan.
I like it, right? You're using your round advantage right now. You know that they're under a lot of pressure. Backs against the wall, you just turn the screws. Broky, did he hear him? I guess he did, yeah, of course. As he'll just smoke it off and make sure he has to path elsewhere.
And I remember you telling me about this when you were, coming over from the Australian shores, competing against the EU's best. You kind of have to buy respect. Those are the kind of plays that it's always been the case, right? When you're coming in as a big underdog, especially on Inferno, they're just going to run at you.
Yeah, the difference is NIP did it on like the first round. So right now, this one is looking done and dusted. Beautiful work here.
Just slowly building into a tournament. It is the FaZe Clan way, is it not? I mean, what were they, like half a second away from their major dreams ending versus the Red Canids?
Yeah, they can wipe away the woes of this, as they will get a day off tomorrow to prepare for stage 2. That's if they can take Nuke. And if not, Mirage is up next, but this is looking great. Frozen and broky both chip in. Throw in the tower referee.
Yeah, this feels like a lost cause on Inferno for sure. Tip of the head is all he needs. broky. He's farming up a couple of extras, padding those stats, and it is a 13-6.
Fluxo from 2-0 to now on the door of 2-3. Elimination on the line. 3 spots left at the table, and FaZe are making a reservation.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
It's do or die on the last day for FaZe, who did survive one crazy of hell game, because I've got karrigan with me, a small smile on your face there, mate. I want to ask about the energy, because Mirage, going into probably the middle of Nuke, it didn't look like what I was seeing was a FaZe that believed they could win. Then there was some pulling back into it. Am I right? Am I wrong? Tell me what was actually going on.
I think it's just one of the moments as a captain you are seeing what the team are under certain circumstances. A cold start into grinding out Nuke, into being full control after, right? I think all teams have kind of phases of how they can be in certain areas of the game. I can focus on a lot of bad things, but my main point after the game is that let's focus on the most important thing. We showed character the moment it meant the most. It was very calm. It was as if it's one of those moments, 12-10. We're even more calmer now than we were at 10-10, you know? That's what I'm taking away from yesterday. Stressful, yeah. Under pressure, yeah. A lot of ticks boxes of what a team has to go through. We survived another day. I think the mood today was very nice when we woke up, and I'm just looking forward to have a simple game in front of us. One game through, one game out. It's very simple now.
It is very simple, and we'll see how it goes when it comes to the game. But I have to talk a little bit about broky right now, because when you brought him back in, we certainly saw the positive signs of him. He seems to be struggling. He seems to maybe not be as confident. We still see he's making the same moves though, right? He'll go for the high risk, high reward moves, but it's not paying off. So what are you telling him right now? Because I guess my worry looking at this is that he could be dropping down into negativity again.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we have tried to do a little more structure around him, right? Twist coming in, seeing some things from outside, what we can do to make a stable broky, right? In the end, every player has it in their own hands. What we are done try now, and I think you see more of it. We are trying to get him some early entries in the second wave of the rounds. In the end, hit the shot or not, right? That's part of the game. But I see the potential in him and see the things he does in practice, right? Know what he can do. And I've always said when things can do it in practice, they have it in them. Is he going through a tough time right now? For sure. I mean, it's we all know broky, right? But give him a chance or two. He coming up bench yesterday, does some magic no scope. These are the moments we can try to push forward the narrative of how we feel about him in the team, right? Yesterday I could also feel he gave more room to Frozen to decide a little bit on Nuke. He was very hot and he kind of played off Frozen instead. Okay. So it is this point of responsibility of the team who is playing really good in this moment. and sometimes broky will carry our ass. Right now, rough time for me as well the past few months, but let's just play as a team. We won Inferno as a team. That's my main takeaway from yesterday.
And are you surprised by just how it has gone here? Like, is it a nervous, worrying sign for you guys at all? Or is it, we win this game and everything's fine, we reset, go into the next stage?
I've been through these stages for a few times now. I think every stage is different. Every stage is different pressure. It's the pressure here. We have to win the 1-2 game yesterday and nearly beat it, 0.5 seconds away from losing in the defuse situation. But those are the rounds you need to push forward. You need to keep building on these things. If you win this game, I think some of the stage 2 teams don't want us in the next stage. We can use that. I also think every team in this stage from yesterday didn't want us to win. They don't want us to be alive in the tournament. But we have to install that fear in enemies. We know we have it in us. I know we can grind it out. We showed character yesterday. Let's see if we need to show character today in tight moments, or we can play really good CS and showcase that we have something. But it's up to teams how to think about us. I know how dangerous it can be, but we have to prove it to the world. But we prove it to ourselves so far in practice, and we just take it game by game now.
Thank you very much, karrigan. Appreciate it. Good luck.
You're watching the StarLadder Major, and it is, of course, the final day of Stage 1. Fluxo, on this particular map, getting the most rounds they've had on a map in a best-of-3 during this Major. So my question to Ted and Maui Snake is, does that say more about Fluxo or FaZe during Inferno?
Ooh, I would say that there were some slight improvements when it comes down to Fluxo, right? Obviously, we've seen them win a pistol round, which they have been struggling with. We saw a couple nice rotations and a couple good reads on the CT side. Some good opening kills as well coming in. But all in all, I feel like FaZe was the better team in the end of the day. And as much as I really want to speak about, you know, the fact that Fluxo had some good openings, they were actually able to get many more opening kills instead of FaZe Clan, or in comparison to FaZe Clan. The difference between the two teams was just too big.
I personally don't take much solace in doing better than 5 rounds. So I don't...
I mean, I'm sure they do, though. They've had a bit of a rough time, right?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a slightly upward trajectory, but all in all, I do feel like this was a pretty convincing victory for FaZe.
Did you like what you saw from the boys in red?
Yes, this was more composed. This is more of what we got in the final map of the series versus Red KRiMZ yesterday on Inferno, where FaZe, maybe they don't have a playbook up to speed on some of the more tactical maps, say like a Nuke, but on a map like Inferno, these guys have all been playing it for such a long time, with the exception of Jacob. And at that point, they can mid-round extremely well. The lurkers know what they're supposed to do. The rifle, everybody knows how to just fill in after one another.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that we can say so far is that FaZe have looked pretty decent on Inferno. All in all, this tournament, yesterday they had that convincing win against the Red KRiMZ. Today it felt like it was very good. The one thing that I am a little bit concerned about is the fact that they actually were able to get, what, 7 opening kills in a game that they won 13-6, and maybe against some of the better teams going into Stage 2, potentially Stage 3, that wouldn't really be possible. Finding your ways back into rounds like this is impressive if you look at it from that perspective, but the one thing that Fluxo did very efficiently throughout Inferno was being able to get into the 5v4. Now, the fact that you're not able to convert any of this is your own problem, and it's a completely different conversation.
That's been the conversation we've had about Fluxo, though, for most of this Major, right?
They honestly don't really find too many advantages, period, if I'm being real. I mean, in the game they played against FlyQuest, all of their 1 rounds in that entire series were off the back of an opening kill. I don't think they won a single 4v5 in that series. So yeah, I mean, they can get some openers, but they just look like they are completely out of their depth when it comes to playing against FaZe, even if they get that singular pick early on.
Let's go back to the start, right? And we'll take a look at FaZe's T-side. Tell me, what did you like about what you were seeing in that first half?
I feel like they were just composed, right? As Maui pointed out, we actually got to see a little bit of mind games as well being brought in from karrigan. There was a good sequence between, you know, calling some splits in towards the A-bomb side, going in towards those lurk smokes from long side, able to make, the moment that they were able to make 1A exec work, then they could toy a little bit with the side of Fluxo, right? They could take space away a bit towards Banana, play it a little bit more slow, composed, clear them out from brackets, push them away from Banana, and just in general show that they have a good understanding on how a T-side should function. It was a little bit more difficult for Fluxo to read into a lot of these situations at times.
I actually think we have a round that highlights this quite well. Do you want to walk us through it?
Yeah, sure. We can get into it. I believe we're starting it off with round number 6. So this here, the previous round, FaZe were able to win a full-on executing towards the A-bomb side. So what they do right now, they wait out the early presence in towards B from Fluxo. They go back, they force away the Opers. Heavy misses a bit of a shot here, but it was a bit of a tough one. They push them away, they go back, they fake B, and the key element in all of this is the fact that Art is able to block both those smokes that were supposed to land on the boost. That gives Fluxo the extra bit of information, and in the end of the day, Zevi had a very impressive triple kill with the open towards that A bomb side, and they were able to win the round. So this is one of the good examples of simultaneously FaZe showing those mind games and showing that they are trying to be a little bit creative with their approach, but an example of how Fluxo were able to counter it in a singular instance.
Maui, for you, what did you like about FaZe's T side?
I like that we got a broky clutch. I always can enjoy one of those. So that's kind of what kicked off right before the round we just witnessed, actually. So to see broky in this kind of form, maybe you would want to see him if you want to be a stickler and say do it with the op. But if he can build any sort of confidence into this tournament, then I'm going to be pretty happy about it. This is off the back of just really a porch pop from the side of the FaZe players, but slotting in towards the deep corner here, playing, in my eyes, an off angle versus Art as he's trying to clear the bomb site. Like, Art's looking at 3 different things right now, so it's always going to be difficult when you're playing a spot that not necessarily used in a late round situation. But that's what the broky magic is, and so we're seeing a little smidgen of that, just a little dusting of it.
It's quite exciting when that little dusting comes out, right? It doesn't happen often anymore for FaZe, but when it's there, you start to believe again.
Exactly, and it was kind of a back and forth affair till that moment, and then it kind of just felt like FaZe just hit the afterburners at that point.
I know that you also have a round 10 from that first half that you kind of wanted to walk us through. What were you looking at?
Well, in the round that we already saw that Fluxo was able to win, there was a nice push and pull there going Fluxo's way. This is kind of an example on the FaZe side where they lose an opening pick towards this B site. They actually get the bomb site actually pretty early, but I really, through this round, it was the push and pull was really where I was actually the most happy about it, where they were able to generally clear bracket, clear banana. They had a lot of maneuvering room in terms of that, and then we get a nice frozen just piece here, kind of just capping off what has otherwise been a spectacular run for him as an individual, and then the round's actually just completely done at this point. So all in all, the way that FaZe completed this round was great, but the way that they also started it in terms of just having that swaying space, being able to just kind of put the round together, it allows karrigan to just kind of be in his office in terms of just having so much map control.
Yeah, it also shows good understanding on the timings, right? When are the CTs going to group up and re-clear that brackets area? So you see them maybe a little bit force the issue in towards the B-bomb side, playing on the fadeaway of the banana smoke from the CT side. They didn't want to give time to those extra rotations to actually arrive. So it was just all in all a textbook T side coming out of FaZe.
Is this FaZe good enough to take on any teams in Stage 2 and potentially make it through to Stage 3 based on what we've seen so far from them?
I feel like there has been some minor improvements. I'm not really sure when it comes down to taking down some of the Infor teams when it comes down to Stage 2 and Stage 3, but as we pointed out, this FaZe team, their superpower is the fact that they get better and better the more wins they get under their belt, right? So there is a realistic possibility we see them play even better Counter-Strike going further.
It was in 2023 when Twist said at the RMR that every game they win, they become more and more dangerous.
Yeah.
They fell in that RMR to the last chance decider where they beat Cloud9, and everybody just wrote FaZe off at that point. That was looking just dire for them to barely squeak through an RMR that they were such favorites in. Then they make the playoffs of Paris. So yes, they do get better as the tournament goes on, as they warm up into form. Stage 2 looks pretty fearsome, but I simply can't rule FaZe out completely if they just get all of this runway to ramp into the game.
That's the bigger picture. Let's talk about the picture we're looking at right now. Can they close out this series on Nuke?
I feel like they should be able to. We kind of talked about it even before the start of the game, but I feel like the fact that they get to start on the CT side as well, you get Frozen comfortable like he was yesterday, broky's been playing well, you should be able to close it.
Let's see if you're right.
Yeah, let's find out together. FaZe Clan going to be starting on that CT side of Nuke, Chad. And also, I don't know why, maybe it's a residual from yesteryear, but when I see FaZe and I see Nuke, I expect, well, action. You know, it was a bit of it was like a Hollywood movie. You watch that Red Canids game, my God. Frozen kept him in it. I expect they'll be trying to make this one look a little easier.
I do like having Twist back as the doorman. This is interesting. In the last 5 pistols that Fluxo have run on Nuke, they haven't run an outside pistol. So there's a little bit of a change right here.
Okay, well, Twist is going to get some work. He's also been looking his usual self. Definitely comfortable in that FaZe Clan jersey. A huge upswing in individual output. One gets across with the bomb. He's ready to stand and bang, and he's punished for it. Zevi, a nice connection in combination with Decent. Might open up avenues elsewhere. You can see Art, yes, click onto the head of Jacob. Look at a little lackadaisical. Oh, and everyone's hitting headies. That's a good one back as well from Zevi. Long range on the Glock. broky got a multi-kill available. Bomb's trapped. Can he find it? Yes, he can. Double kill, and now a 1v2. Is broky going to come up clutch? Oh my god, he could! Decent cop, finish him off, and now he's just reloading in front of two of them. Ooh, my goodness. Yeah, Tacitus. A nerve-wracking one to observe, I'm sure, as like the 6th and 7th Glock bullet are fired.
Yeah, well, at least they get the pistol to start off their map choice, so that's going to feel better for Fluxo. It didn't start with the opener, though, did it? That was Twist finding the opening incision. That wasn't something that FaZe were coming on top of during map number 1. It was actually in favor of Fluxo. It was the clutches that went against them that made the difference. And that's a bloody nerve-wracking moment, isn't it? As we are back underway. Force fight for FaZe. Door blown off. It's all a bit of a ruse. They posture up in radio. Kai ready to receive.
Okay, Kai. Get something going. How's the double? Not going to happen. Just the one. Twist keeps him humble. broky's scout now noted, so you know they started 3 ramp.
Oh, Twist is actually continuing to push.
Oh, that is more than they're expecting.
And they're not ready for this.
No, Art. Gonna get blindsided. Important shot to connect.
Yeah, Ferrari peeks out there.
Yeah, good tracking, to be fair. He's done well there.
So now that they settle into the 4v3, still going to be tough to close. It's Jacob and karrigan with Deagles, broky with the scout. And as you mentioned, they know that scout is in the mix. Only a few repos options available to broky, right? He can go up heaven, he can stay over towards elbow where he is. Speed all blocked again, so just going to hit the brakes. Still got a minute to work with Fluxo. No need to be in too much of a hurry. I think the sentiment is if FaZe do win today, a lot of people want it to be convincing so that Faith can brew for stage 2. Map number 1, big tick. Map number 2, let's find out.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I think we actually got a bit of an insight into how karrigan's been talking to his boys and building up confidence in the ranks with the interview between maps. Just talking about how these teams in stage 2 don't want to play us. I mean, it's a narrative for sure.
He's one of Counter-Strike's greatest showmans, this karrigan.
He certainly is. But he might have to do more than just show. He might have to do some damage here. He's got the timing. Oh, the backs are turned. karrigan! Can't get it done! Might not matter. Jacob and broky are hitting shots. It's just broky, though, and he's gone down. Oh, karrigan's going to be really upset with that one.
They were both low right there for broky, right? He hits that, and then he has another individual on his screen that is 1 bullet away from death with the scout in hand. So decent attempt, but damage won't get you around. As it's a 2-0, likely to be 3 now for Fluxo. There'll be a couple of light investments for FaZe starting to take shape. I can see some Deagles, a 5-7, a couple of smokes in this. Yeah, hide your wives. Put your children to bed. You shouldn't be watching that one.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, that's where you just hope that the observer wasn't on you. Unfortunately, karrigan, we were. Ramp pressure again.
Oh, wow. Frozen hit heady. Has Kai on 9 HP. It's going to be comfortable, though.
Art's here to make sure Kai doesn't get bullied.
He genuinely is. He's like the prefect escorting the new kid.
It's all right, mate. We'll get you through this. So if there was going to be any danger within this one, I think it's already been dealt with. And you've taken down the firepower duo of Frozen and Twist early. The CT setup will have Frozen playing ramp. broky will be connecting with him. He's the rotating player on the AWP. Jacob, the topside anchor, has just hit a nice one on the D.
Oh, wow. In combination, they've actually got 2 rifles available. Now, only one of them could be brought through, and that's being made difficult by Kai's elevated position on the silo. Not to know he's dismounted, but that AK is retrievable.
Twist to be the dominant. karrigan taking yards. So karrigan missing those Deagle shots. Hopefully that's not indicative of form to come because he plays an important position. He's not the only in-game leader who plays yard. But we'll have to see him find some level of output as Kai's going to back all the way off to make sure he retains his AK. Jacob's going to do the same with what he's hoping to save. So this round is done and dusted. Just recounting the runs in case you are just tuning in. Welcome. It's the StarLadder Budapest Major for 2025, the culmination of another year at Counter-Strike, the first in the New World Order, the VRS. 32-team major, starting off in stage number 1. Fluxo on day number 1, win the best of 1. Took down EliGE and Fnatic. EliGE were eliminated yesterday. Fnatic booked their spot in the next stage, and they lost to FlyQuest 2-0 in a best of 3, and NIP the same yesterday. So right now, they don't really know what losing feels like, Fluxo. Best of threes is the barrier to the next stage of competition.
Yeah,
and the odds from our official betting partner.
Brazilian teams fighting for their lives today. Legacy as well later on.
Oh, run boost to get Zevi up. Did cop a flash in his face, but still punished. And this is karrigan and Yard. Can't overstep the mark here.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. It's a creep and crawl from Lekowski and Art. karrigan's got his nades out and actually bounces one off of Art. He didn't realize. Now he has. Here's the steps. Realizes Art has occupied the garage.
He's going to try and track him down.
Well, catches him with the nade out. Not bad. karrigan removing the captain of Fluxo. Broky, what's your reaction to this? Heads over towards the Zywoo stairs. There's Decent onto Jacob. Just catches him searching hard. He's actually tagged him through the iron there. So Lekowski operating on just 25. Did he sign and drop or not?
CT's blocking Heaven. Frozen has pushed through lobby from ramp, cleared it out. Decent playing very safe, so might catch Frozen on the timing. Kind of hoping that Frozen heads to clear Squeaky so he can catch him, but Frozen just lying in wait if they repos back. Twisters down on the lower deck and just hitting the brakes. So Fluxo showing some real restraint. Two players that are walking wounded. You don't want to overstep the mark right now.
This would be a huge confidence booster for Fluxo. Broky pokes his nose out again. He's going to get an AWP shot to the face. Frozen confirms still someone lingering lobby. T-Roof, very uncomfortable position to be put in as the bomb does go down.
No kit for either of these two, so right now it might just be the conversation about the save. So karrigan going 1 for 1, really good trade there from Lekowski, catching him through the smoke, and then the space that has been taken away from them. So just going to hope that they can hold on to these guns, but already a very good start from Fluxo. 4-0 T-side Nuke. With 5, a likelihood. Sure, we're going to be getting the 3,400 loss bonus into the next. We'll have to wait and see if karrigan wants to call them back in with another buy behind these two saved M4s. But steady stuff, right? Not shock and awe, not gimmick, right? Just some clean Counter-Strike from Fluxo within that round.
Yeah, I really like the finish as well, very measured.
Tastus does look very stressed though,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
I mean, this is it, right? This is a do or die affair. You've flown all the way over here. You've been preparing for months. Now it all hangs in the balance of a result on one map of Counter-Strike. A must-win nuke for Fluxo.
So they are able to get the buy, right? With the max loss bonus, the gun save, they can go again. Kit on Jacob. Now, he can't be losing head-to-heads against Decent like that. Your top anchor cannot be going down in that fashion. Oh, gear shift.
Yeah, it is. It's an early probe. Jacob, he lies ready if they dare to disrespect. Oh! What a shot. Lekowski flattens him. Okay, big clawback. Dropping in his broky. They're trying to slink away. But FaZe, as the dust settles in the early foray, it's a 4-on-3. Frozen was doing so much work for them on this ramp hold. Haven't seen too much. In fact, haven't said his name once, and 0 for him to start.
Outside's been a bit of a mystery for FaZe throughout all of this. Sure, they know that there were multiple bodies trying to find pressure on top, but karrigan's he's down secret and he's still investigating to make sure nobody's home. He's going to clear Yard in a moment. Twist is in main worrying about that. So there are a lot of loose pieces in the comms of FaZe right now. A lot of things they have to identify as possibilities. Door walk. Supposed to be smoked off.
Twist actually lick of the flame. He makes it very clear in his intent. karrigan finds the trade though. That's important.
Down the van?
Potentially. Yeah, that's the bomb slinking. And Zevi, an opportunity to come up clutch here. Now, it does look like Frozen's acknowledged this potential. So is he going to be able to get across? Is he acknowledging this? Well, he's gotten across, that's for sure. HE will hurt. 6 HP for the clutch. What have you got, Zevi? Smoke will perhaps open some options, some avenues. Really doesn't feel comfortable, does it? The doors swing open. He's feeling the pressure. You fire one shot, you'll just surely get traded out. Never mind, doesn't even get to pull the trigger. broky from behind catches him through the smoke, and FaZe will find their first round.
Yeah, it looked dicey there for a moment, didn't it? You have Twist trying to play through the Singe of the Flames there. It just alerts them to him trying to make that presence in through main, but karrigan actually gets a freebie with some spam, and Decent gets found over towards ramp by Frozen. So
I've always said it's hard to edge while moving.
Hey, it's a stationary activity. This was quite the shot from Lucazi, wasn't it? Felt like Jacob had a very good idea of what to expect in that situation, but still can't beat him out, and that was the karrigan spam kill. Frozen takes down Decent, and then, yeah, you're just going to pop some shots through that smoke. You know, Zevi couldn't have gotten far. Shouldn't be too remiss, but the finances tell a different story. They've opted in. They're opting for something fast. Look at this type of buy. Like, there's a Tech 9, and Lucazi has a Mac 10, but he has 4.7k remaining. So this is an art special, Alex.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
This could be full AKs.
Yeah, let's see if Jacob can, you know, get some output. This time he certainly will. Lucazi was a freebie. And number 2, yes indeed, passes his test with flying colors. Zevi has him on the exit. No trade from Twists. Zevi dips back into the lobby, but the bot made it down. This is Art's grand plan, grand scheme. A free tap to the side of the head. Frozen pushes lobby. Zevi unprepared. You've lost your AWPer and likely to lose the round. He didn't expect Decent to be there too. So Art on B. And Decent trying to join him.
But now they know both players are down on the lower deck. karrigan's behind him.
Oh, actually very cheeky. Oh my god, they're not ready for this. Oh, he just cleared it. His teammate just came from there. But in the smoke, they're trying to spam him. Art could still do something with this. He starts to unload his mag. Art jumps back through and just enough bullets to track him. Whew. I mean, a little intense, but FaZe have handled that. Was a rather unusual, unorthodox approach. Doesn't translate to a round for Fluxo.
Yeah, I think Art, they're a little bit unhappy. Like, Decent could have stayed on the top side to hold off the vent rotation until Art felt a little bit more friction lower. But still, if you're Decent, you're thinking, hold up, well, I need to get down here with the bombs planted.
The bomb's planted and you've got a Tech 9.
So this is where the finances are real funky, right? Because of that extra cash that Lucazi had, he could actually drop an AK. Kai can buy one for himself, Art can buy himself, and the same for Decent. So everybody can purchase, or if they want to facilitate that Zevi AWP, that's also a possibility. So you see the conversation being had, we're going to do something top-centric so we can use weaker weapons and hopefully catch them off guard. But Jacob did a good job, right? Last time Decent was able to win against him in a head-to-head duel. Lucazi also pipping at the post when they tried that top round before, but this time he gets the double. The Zevi AWP is exactly what Tacitus has ordered. That means Kai's going to operate with a Galil, so all good, right? They get another gun round out of this. See what their approach is going to be. Heavy outside again, 4 bodies immediately. Extinguished fast, and yeah, there's pace to this.
Okay, well placed incendiary, you know. They might have to run through it. It's losing them a lot of health. Okay. Oh, opens up karrigan's skull. Here's Twists, spots the shadow, knows there's multiple bodies, does finish what karrigan started with moving Art. Not going to overcomplicate things, not going to get hungry or greedy. Walking up on broky. Oh, the flash actually set himself up for success there. An activation from Twist goes awry. Kai with the trade. Decent finds a one onto broky, and oh, Jacob's in trouble. Jacob does find Kai on the swing main. It puts Frozen into a winnable 1v2. Bomb last seen secret.
Yeah, this is in his wheelhouse, then they know they need to go and get that bomb, right? Art just furious in yard. That would have been noted with Twist getting the frag, but no, Zevi is so noisy.
That's a dream for Frozen, right?
Well, can't believe your luck here if you're Frozen.
Yeah, so you're going to get the backstab, jump scare on Zev.
Diffuse.
But, yeah, 10-seconder.
That's a problem.
That is a problem. No kit on him. He's waiting for that vent rotation, and that's the Frozen clutch. I mean, that one's casual.
Well, I don't know if people saw the highlight package that the devs were covering off when Frozen was just deleting. He had some words to his teammates about his opponents. I think he maybe feels the same about Fluxo. That one right there, these are quizzical rounds out of Fluxo.
Like, you couldn't ask for a more, like, comfortable... You know, I said casual. I'm talking, like, sweatpants at work, casual.
Well, the boss will be having words, but the performance is there, so you got to pay him.
We've seen, you know, a recurring theme is Lucazi's frustrations are really... It's a rarity. I haven't seen this kind of level of emotion out of him before. This is what happens when you get to the major, of course. Emotions run high. And pressure is thrown on thick.
Would it be fair to say that karrigan's not doing a serviceable job at yard at the moment?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, like he, you know, the round we pushed through the smoke and caught up from behind.
Just watching the way Art approached that fight was, I mean, a little unorthodox.
Yeah, I imagine the conversation is, how about we just go outside and shoot karrigan in the head?
Yeah.
Right, that worked.
Yeah.
Right, but then from there, they need a game plan behind it. Let's see if they try and shore up outside. Knowing where the finances are at, you're going to be expecting something a little bit less. But these last 3 rounds, FaZe have had to get through with diffusers, so they know that there's more cash than there should be.
Well, one solution to them bullying Yard is to not go and play it at all, whatsoever. Conceding the space, it gives Lekowski full freedom to go and make this play. Just drops into main and, ooh, just confirms his presence. Twist lives on.
Down the vent.
10 warning shot dropping into the vents. karrigan hears this and one-taps him. Now you've got a rifle, now you've got a bomb plant. This one could be huge, especially with the flank on Frozen. Oh, it's all falling apart for FaZe. Lekowski gets him. To even give this one a look, you're so disconnected from the play. The bomb's already ticking in your face.
Now you give it a look.
Yeah, you will now. Zevi's gone down to Jacob, opens up the avenue from the secret stairs. Decent, just a dig. No time to burrow in deep, but he can tap ahead. Nice shot indeed, perfectly placed crosshair.
Now the save. Okay, well, Twist is heading for the hills. broky will join him. And that, right, we heard karrigan in the interview talking about FaZe and their DNA and more of what they were getting against Redkin, especially come that 3rd map. Well, that right there is what I would say is Fluxo's DNA, right? Pure and utter chaos on display. They would have heard the vent drop, so it's a really nice opener there onto karrigan, his 2nd opening death so far.
Oh, he found it.
That's nice. So, at the AWP, they'll be able to buy back in with those saves. I think we might need to go and fix Lekowski's camera. He's nudged it there with his frustrations, but yeah, karrigan giving away another one, this time not on Yard. So no matter where he goes, they seem to be able to find him. Good one here from Decent, no way back in after that. He's having one of those games. Remember, just go back to the Deagle round, right, where he's behind 2 of them in main on the Force.
Still, it's just, you know, it was worth noting that it is still comms first, frustration second. Back, broky opens up the 9th round of play with a nice one onto Lekowski. And he was alone, so there's info that's flowing. He'll try and get a sightline deeper into Squeak, but doesn't quite nail the break. Frozen's nailed the 1st shot and the 2nd onto Decent. Okay. That feels a bit leisurely. Again, it feels like we jumped to Frozen's POV. It's very comfortable.
I think you keep the pedal to the metal if you're Fluxo, right? Keep things quite chaotic with the openers, get the squeaky lurk smoke in, get the wall smokes down, get players just making moves because there's clearly holes in FaZe's defense. But right now, this one is done. Kai's just going to park himself on the roof. Zevi's just going to have to back off as well. And this is going to be a very long save, everybody. So this would be a great time to go to the fridge.
Grab yourself a bev. Maybe even just take a little look at what you've got to look forward to later on in the day. NRG Imperial. I'm intrigued to see if NRG have any more twists and turns.
Yeah, another 2-0 team.
Yeah, right. The same fate as Fluxo, starting strong in the best of ones. The one that I'm most excited for is that grand finale, the last match of the stage 1. Legacy taking on Paravision. Jame and this ragtag squad of young blood versus Legacy, the team that were most touted in the pick'ems as a 3-0 prediction. It hasn't been smooth sailing for them, despite, you know, a huge rise to power from Legacy as the probably 2nd in command of Brazil.
Yeah, I think that it for sure has to be Fury, right? Pain much later on in the piece. They were higher in the VRS bubble, so getting to attend a lot more tournaments, even though, you know, obviously in the Major as well, Pain were able to make the deeper of the runs. I think Legacy just played Counter-Strike that I would say is a little bit more exciting. Right? They're much more aggressive. But there you have it. There's the logical conclusion of that round. So 4-5, still trying to chase this lead down that Fluxo have accrued. You really want to recover with 7 if you're FaZe, so you need to go flawless from this point forward with the final 3 rounds. That'll be 4 on the trot before we get to the halftime break.
Yeah, fine. You guys are doing good.
It's a round recap for everybody. You can see the saves that have just come through. And away we go again. So still able to lock horns with pretty decent buys. Do they go for that more chaos-pilled approach? broky creeping hard immediately with the orb.
Somewhat of a signature move from him, loves it. Will sometimes go deeper on the line as well in a timing. Oh wait, Art's going not to vent but to main. karrigan could be in trouble. No way he's ready for this. Ooh, tames the spray again. karrigan an opening death. Number 3. Art a second. Hang on a second though, equalized immediately. Stereo frags from broky and Twist. A nice tap to the back of the head. Zevi's holding for the lobby push.
Gets his AWP.
Thank you
One
very
way
much.
to get an AWP. And this is looking good for a 6, unless Frozen can win a 1v3. He's 1-1v2.
Oh, he's baited the shot. Runs him down, gets the Tech 9 out in time. 1 bullet shy of the first of the clutch. 6 T rounds now.
Yeah, that's enough, right? If we were to take away the nameplates of these teams, we're just talking about Counter-Strike in isolation. This is a great T-half from Fluxo. We've seen this move as well. We saw Decent do this some of their earlier matches on Nuke throughout the tournament. It's a bit of a Fluxo special. Like to manifest as many openers as possible. Good work from Zebi, closing down the round before it could get out of control. You're going to be happy with this if you are, and the fist pump tells the story. Oh, interesting. It's going to be a tactical timeout called, but not by FaZe. Fluxo are taking their second within this first half of play. I think they really want to slather on the rounds, so they still have 8 available. Maybe just having the conversation of where is the finances at for FaZe in this situation. They won 3 in a row, but all came with diffusers. Had that 1v1 for Frozen, meaning then guns are hard to re-equip. You have to go through the coffers of cash. They win one back, then they lose. So now, what exactly are they going to be able to equip with? That's from our official betting partners as they can't get broky the AWP. 2 M4s, Frozen in with a FAMAS, and Jacob with a mere MP9. FaZe needs some output. karrigan to not give away another opening death.
He starts more passive this time, and it's actually very quick. Just liggity split down Secret with 3, bomb as well. Twist reacts in time, ready for the fight. Does get 1, nearly 2 as well. Art had his bell rung. Late from karrigan, still can't beat out Kai. And they've even got that late lobby lug. Frozen caught by the AWP. This is just taking shape beautifully for Fluxo. A T-side they can most definitely be proud of. Here's broky though. Finds Kai on the arrival. Combat AWP being required here. On the edge of the smoke. He's actually thinking about it. And they'll escape through the single door. Hot shot. Oh, no, nails it as well. So Jacob just thinking twice about this. Doesn't want to really be saving the MP9 though, so might go swing it, hard the track, and finds himself an AWP for broky.
Okay. Kit for the next round would be nice too. He's going to hightail it out of there. Let's looking to track this one down. Knife out, might be able to grab it, but no. Jacob will hit the necessary shot. Decent, the next one up for the hunt. Smoke to defend. Worried about the bomb, and oh dear, Jacob.
It's not ideal.
No, that one's going to make Reddit. Okay, final round, first half, and you buy what you can right now, FaZe. I think it's going to be 5-7s and plenty of MP9s. Twist actually dinked Art in that exchange as well. So 1 bullet away from the double. More good stuff from Zevi with the AWP, right? Like once he has it and he's set up, he does hit them. Jacob just with a shake of his head. I'll need to dig deep, FaZe, if you want to find 5. It's like a lobby aggress right now.
Yeah, it really does. HG to mask their steps, and Frozen does open up nicely. Decent's gone. Quick one back on the karrigan and Yard. So now reactions are required, but this might lead to an over-rotation. You've lost it so sequentially, so regularly. Maybe, just maybe, you can pull rotations elsewhere. Frozen, though, ready for Kai. Shadow advantage and a clean headshot. Working with just 3. Fluxo in pursuit of an 8-round T-haul. FaZe, this is just about clawing something out of this CT half.
Replenishing the smoke, a little bit deep. More than a little bit. The way that spilled over, that might be the opportunity if they wanted to risk it, but you don't know what's on the other side, so risk not being taken. Frozen's flank is what I want to keep an eye on right now. What type of timing is he going to catch? Well, nothing if they continue to head down. Art maneuvering over towards Heaven and Hell.
Yeah, Twist is holding for that, and has been, but actually, as I say that, he starts to maneuver away. Art is in the wind. Does Frozen spot him? No. Okay. An opportunity to turn this around. Twist comes back to tend to it, has a look, but Art removes his head. Big find on the low HP.
Broky's got to do something.
Yeah, but just a 5-7 though, not going to be easy. Single door opened up. As he carding, and broky's timing was good. Zevi's still going to punch the code covers there. They heard the two of them. On the double doors, Frozen hits a nice shot, but still, Lakowski's there for the trade. Down goes Zevi, and FaZe Clan do find something. It's off the back of Frozen. 4 kills, a quiet half by his standards, but FaZe with 5 to work with as they look to knock Fluxo out of competition. Back underway, Nuke, the second map of this elimination affair. Stage 1 coming to a close today. Will FaZe Clan be a part of the second stage? A question we are looking to get answered. It's been frustrating, it's been intense. Inferno was a breeze in comparison to Nuke. Somehow, FaZe Clan struggling to post more than 5 on their CT side.
You say somehow, right? Obviously, this has been a roller coaster of a stage. Yesterday, they were almost knocked out of competition by the Red Canids. Today, they're hoping to restore some faith. See if Fluxo can grab another pistol, something that has eluded them over the last 2 days, but has definitely been better today.
Squeaky door naded off, and Jacob Harding in. Decent overlooks it completely, and Jacob provides an opening kill for FaZe Clan. 2 in the heavens. And Zevi on a very fast flank. Is anyone watching this? I see 3 backs turn. Twist perhaps addressing it. No, he just looks away, but missed opportunity. Zevi squandered his opportunity completely. Gets flattened. Nice find from Twist, and it all falls into place nicely. karrigan gets taken down by Art. I feel like that's just going to be a consolation frag here for Art, backing away with an extra $300.
Yeah, important for Lakowski to hold on to his armor. Same conversation with on Inferno. Art can try and get a couple of extra kills. He is multiple bodies coming charging his way. Is he going to try and draw them back to the bomb so they have to buy Kevlar? I think so. But Twist, he's tracked him down. Don't worry, mate. I'll deal with you.
He's extra quick, this Twist.
That'll be that. So Twist goes down with the bomb. That's how the pistol round will go in favor of FaZe. And now it is just a 1-round gap. That first half was about recovery. It was the pistol with the conversions for Fluxo, a patch of rounds for FaZe with a Twist 1v2 in the mix. But you would say that Fluxo were definitely being able to turn the screws. They're going to take the eco by the looks of things, and they did opt to take 2 tactical timeouts in the first half, so only have 1 for the second. So things start to get out of control quickly. Their major hopes and dreams will be flashing before their eyes. Smoke ball dots across the yard. And Twist will get the space. broky can join in with the bomb, but that's if they want to find the finish down here, right? It's always a bit risky if you're going down to B, getting close range against pistols, 5.7s. Or a Deagle as Art warded away, chipped down to 12. Next up, so we'll juggle that Deagle, huh?
Yeah, why not? Treat it like an AWP. It's your best bet at getting output in an otherwise complete eco.
Here they come. Look at them ready to clamp in if a kill comes through, like that.
Just like that. Now broky is just going to knife out. Stem
Whoa,
the lead.
get that out of your hands, son.
To stop them from chasing.
Zevi, this is cheeky for one.
It certainly is. He's going to have backs turned. He's going to have to nail this, though. Have to stay composed on that double dink. Likely to be completely overlooked. He primes it and nails it. Jacob down. A 5-on-3 anti-eco, and the bomb's left out there. karrigan's going to come and lend a hand. Get your gun out. broky dropping off. Pressure applied. Molly thrown out. Zevi should go down. Finally felled. 20 seconds, confirmation of Art towards the ramp side. Frozen removing Lekowski in lobby. They still haven't found Decent, just playing at the front of this bomb.
Surely not.
He could actually get the drop on the banner. karrigan panning. Oh dear, 17 seconds. They're not making it look easy, Chad.
Art's low though.
I feel like it's going to be close but no cigar. They'd have to really mess this one up. Art on that low HP is Frozen overlooking it. Okay. Quick reactions, could have got awkward quick.
Good value out of the eco, though. You'll take that. You kept them sweating throughout. Great shot from Kai. Really good positioning from Zevi based off that reaction. And that was a tense round for FaZe.
Nice shot from Kai. Really good. Little crouch into the headshot.
FaZe done very well here. It's a great position as well based off of the reaction they were looking for. So just loving the little details on the eco. Good attempt. Now they're into the guns. Okay, they're doing the half-buy strat themselves.
Okay. Means you can go running and gunning like this. Frozen's already heard you, but loses his head immediately. Nice from Decent in combination.
Get yourself an upgrade as well.
And then Decent immediately descends the vents to attend to any potential.
That's the quickest way I've ever seen turn an MP9 into an AK-47. Thank you very much, says Lekowski.
Little magic trick. And now Decent. He actually could go aggressive here. They're trying to find Art. He's tucked, twisted clear, and so the frags come through. Art with a double kill. FaZe Volta.
Nice round.
Really nice. Very convincing from Fluxo, showing that they have got legs to stand on this CT side. Oh, there's broky with a quick tap, but brought down. Zevi advances, and so do Fluxo's chances.
That's a nice cushion of cash, though. The fact that you're able to now pick up 2 AKs, you only invested in 2 rifles yourself. That's very, very well done. So Fluxo get themselves back into the lead ever so slightly. Straight through the smoke, no fear from Decent. And this is what I like. At this moment, you could turtle up, you could cower, you could shy away from this, and the pressure's gotten too much. We were 2-0 up, we fumbled. Best of 3s against teams on paper who are meant to be weaker than this. They missed their deep outside incendiary, sure. What can FaZe give us into this one? broky with the AK. The rest with pistols, mainly deagles. That's not easy, right? You're not able to run and gun so much with this. So just the one Tech 9 in the hands of Frozen. Twist, karrigan, and Jacob went for the firepower. So I hope they can get the bullet between the eyes. Lekowski ready and raring.
Yeah, he's seen enough already. Realizes he wasn't going to get the angle he was hoping for, so just dips. Zevi concedes the space as well. Playing risk-averse Counter-Strike here are Fluxo, knowing they have the distinct financial advantage.
Lance just chipped that away from lower. He's in the window side, so has a little gap to work with. Now backs off and sets on Lekowski.
Ooh, they've done some damage to him. Yeah, finished off by Jacob's Deeg, so Art gonna have to do a lot more on this B side. Pressure applied, rotation coming. karrigan wasn't ready for Kai, fell for the bait on the descent. Now Zevi's got the flank as well, so many moving pieces. They're playing so actively, and he's got the flank onto broky. Really impressive stuff here from Fluxo to stop things from going awkwardly. And it should be Jacob soon to be removed. They know the pressure's on him with 20 seconds, and Zevi secures himself a nice AK as well as his team, a 9th
Might be the time to turn up a little bit of concern. Yesterday, FaZe, they had picked Mirage into the Red Canids and ended up losing their map 13-7. It was a 19-17 victory on Nuke, this very map that they had to claw back to be able to then go to Inferno, where they took care of business in the same way they did to start today. I would say FaZe don't even really know what their map pool is at the moment, right? So the fact that Mirage is up next, if they do lose this map, that pressure that felt like it was alleviated after yesterday's result and now the way today started has been turned back up as we do see them now on an eco. So 10 rounds to compose yourself. You can see Frozen just sitting back in his chair. So we've got the odds on screen from our official betting partner.
Yeah, they've been cut in half. Fluxo picking Nuke and putting on a show.
It's going to be a long way back into this map, right? The scoreline very likely going to be 10-7. So just when we thought that FaZe found who they were, it looks like they're back to the team who's been offering us more of the drama series as opposed to the action movie.
Yeah, FaZe fans are very well seasoned in this adventure.
Well, it's entertaining one way or the other. People are either sitting by watching how bad can it get or hoping that they can propel themselves to the next stage of competition where they can reset and play against, let's say, more familiar names. That is another opening death in the tally, but that one, you know, I wouldn't count in the same way.
Agreed.
A got killed.
Problem solved. 10.
Tá. Eu tô com o segundo melhor. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah.
Let's start with Insta postcard and then have two smoke shoot after. Whatever you want. Left side or you want the second postcard. Yeah,
you can hear right there karrigan conversing with Twist. Since Twist has come back, obviously had a Liquid in-game leader stint. It's a second voice for the team now. So the two of them coming up with the plan. It's up to the rest of them to find that execution.
If they do try and go yard, as the conversation implies, they were going to have Art to deal with. A deep nade and that silo angle occupied. Art sprays it at it and will retreat safely.
So the first stage outside is making sure nobody is close. Like exactly what Art was potentially opting to adopt there. So the molly off secret, the next smoke wall will land, and then it's going to be about the finish that they're looking for. So the bomb on broky, tailing Twists. The two of them tethered together. Flashed off
main
the
roof
line.
with the flash to mask this drop. It's Lekowski though, pushing in and escorting that Zevi orb. He falls off.
Okay.
There would have been an opportunity. You can see it right there. Great cam. Neglects to stick around.
Oh, Twist is in warehouse now. Art knows that's a possibility.
A lot of work for Art to do in this circumstance. Goes looking credit.
Twist can catch him now.
You'd think so. Flank coming through. Nobody done.
Oh.
Ooh, nearly quick switch too soon. Kai has found Frozen in the meantime, and he's got cover from Zevi. Nice team play. Zevi rewarded, and Kai double. Here's Twist though. You know he's got another in him.
Oh.
No! Broky on the clear. Lekowski on the hut side. Broky seems ready. Low HP though, brought down, finishing him off. Chasing him is Twist, and traded by Decent.
Okay, Tacitus lets out a cheer right there. That is a nice round to win and a tough round to win. As FaZe, they're going to take the tactical timeout. The finances are the biggest problem going forward, and this is their second. At the moment, 11 rounds is the guarantee, but 12 feels like a certainty because it is only going to be the partial, and unless Neo has been cooking up something in the lab to pull out for a moment like this, they might be just stomaching another lost round. See 4 on the trot within this CT side. They lose the pistol. They have a pretty threatening eco. They save their pennies to go for the buy into the third, and it was only a half buy. So really good output from Fluxo.
Yeah, they're refusing to quit.
Kai's actually been very solid, right? He has found, I think, 4 openings throughout this map so far, but also when they come his way, he's actually had his boots planted and got the necessary kills. Usually he looks a little bit lost, so want to tip my hat.
And especially when there couldn't be more pressure.
Exactly.
There could not be more pressure on this game and your performance, so shout out to Kai for 13 and 11, but output, necessary output to stay competitive here. 4 consecutive from Fluxo CT side. FaZe left wanting. Tech 9s Chip damage, Zevizor sounds off, and a third smoke lands Yard.
Yeah, likely Twist is going to punt through this, and it's going to be some variation of a top split.
They're running in. Flashes catch Kai. Decent not reacting. Haven't announced their presence too much. Art has found broky in the meantime. They really want Art, don't they? He's using that AK very comfortably.
Not getting anything there is crazy. I felt like the CTs were so scattered and sketched out by the scenario, so FaZe not able to connect any of the dots, and now you're going to have a good idea that this man was taking space Yard. Decent tracks him down, 12 confirmed. Fluxo haven't been able to pick up a map in the best of threes yet.
Vamos puxar isso aqui sem muita afobação. Zé, começa.
Yeah, I wanted to now.
Yeah, I wanted to Romania.
5 consecutive required for FaZe. That's just to take this to overtime. Let's see if they've got him in him. Well, just as we were starting to buy back in, as faith was being restored, FaZe. Are they going to fumble this? The disruptor.
Yeah, he's got company. Slips away upon the fade of the smoke. A second layer arrives to escort Twist down. Art doesn't choose to implement his HE. He's ready for that fight though. Twist gets spotted on the edge of the smoke. It's a messy, labored spray, but Twist is caught. He just has to watch now, as the potential for a third map is up for debate. Frozen finding Art, but there's more where that came from. The Cowsy's got his org out, finds karrigan with the scope, and now another body drops. Frozen again, watching through his fingers, and broky and Jacob try and partner up to keep FaZe in it for the 2-0 dream. Just when hope was starting to be rebuilt. Just when it looked like FaZe Clan back on their bullshit. Fluxo respond in kind on their map pick. What you got, broky? Sure, you got the bomb down, but your back is turned, and Zevi, a consistent thorn in FaZe's side here on map 2. Just Jacob, the new boy on the block, the major rookie, with a 1v4 on his plate, and Zevi's holding, first removed. Jacob trying to piece this together. You can hear the Cowsy looking to track the spray, doesn't nail it. Decent's there, and Fluxo survived map 2.
That is more like the Fluxo we saw on day 1 of competition. The defuse comes in, the map is confirmed, and now FaZe, those woes, that stress, it turned back up to 11. You gotta go have a team talk. Not like this, the community cries. Another map beckons. What's coming up next?
You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been breaking the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG, high FPS and low ping servers.
In front of the pretty much banger game against FaZe. I know FaZe guys are showing some cracks so far this tournament, but also your best of threes haven't been too shiny, so can we expect some messy game, and what do you think about it?
Yeah, it's do or die for both teams. We both struggle a little bit in this run, but I think both teams are going to be ready for this one.
Right, I want to ask you, since do or die situation puts a little bit of a pressure, actually a lot of pressure on players themselves, but you are probably the most experienced one on the team. How are you showing your guys that, you know, we can't play scared, we have to be confident, and is this something that you tell to them before the game?
Yeah, definitely. I do think the overall for my teammates, they all do quite better under the pressure. Just based on our latest results, even for qualifying for the major, we are do or die for the qualifying stage. So they play way better. So I think they're gonna be just fine.
Right. I wanted to ask about yesterday's crazy game that FaZe had against Red Cannons. Obviously, your countrymen. That was something that FaZe Magic only can pull off, and they came back from almost lost game, right? But what are you going to do that FaZe Magic is going to be kept at bay? So how are you going to deal with it?
Yeah, you have to play on your toes when you play against FaZe. It's classic FaZe. They are losing, and they're definitely like losing the second map, and they just win it, go to overtime, and beat them. So I have seen this. I have played this in the past as well. I have been the other side as well. So just understanding that they're gonna play seriously until the end. There is no throw rounds for them. There is no giving up games. So just play serious until the end.
Also, last time I spoke with you, you were saying that you were playing a little bit more on the instinct. You picked up a double orb on the train, for example, and that's something you've never practiced, you told me. So is this something that we can expect today as well, that you just play maybe with brain turned off, but at the same time it's this Brazilian passion and that like unexpected gameplay that we're going to see?
Yeah, hopefully we can have some rounds where I can do that, but it's hard to say. It depends on how the game goes. If we're losing pistols all the time and losing first gun rounds, it gets tougher. But if you have some space to do our thing, and then of course we're gonna try to get FaZe on a place they're not comfortable with.
I mean, yeah, those pistols are a little bit crazy. You so far only won, I think, 2 out of 12. So let's hope for the better start and snowball the game. Good luck.
Yes, thank you very much, bro.
It's not secret one. Outdoor already. One heaven, one down vents, 2 down vents now.
The series is evened out, and now it will come down to Mirage to decide who is making it through to stage 2 of the StarLadder Major. Is it Fluxo or is it FaZe? My name is Sam, I'm your host. Maui and Ted are with me. Boys, after Inferno, I asked you both the question, Is this FaZe good enough to beat any teams in stage 2? I'll pose it to you again after what you've just seen.
I mean, if they're going to play like that, no, there's no shot. But I will say, what this is kind of spelling for me is that we might be on the precipice of watching this 5-man lineup for FaZe play their very last map of Counter-Strike together. That's what this means now. All of a sudden, there was just completely flip script in that Fluxo is now pushing them to the brink, and frankly put, if you lose to Fluxo and you're FaZe and you don't get through stage 1, if you aren't changing a player in the player break, you just aren't serious about Counter-Strike.
Are we
changing multiple players?
I was going to say one player. I mean, I would argue that this is the end of the FaZe lineup as we know it if they go down in this decider.
No, absolutely. It should be, right? And I feel like you can feel it from the energy of the players as well. There's no way in the world, in any universe, that FaZe lose this game against Fluxo and don't change multiple players. And as Maui said, this is do or die for this entire lineup. It should be do or die for this entire lineup. Usually FaZe is the team to start slow and then work their way back into a game and reverse sweep. But what we've seen here was a good start, a solid start on map 1. And then, what, you just crumble on Nuke against Fluxo?
But Ted, this is, you said energy there, and I mean, this is an impossible question for either of you because you're not coaching the team, you're not sitting in their prac rooms, but there is something lacking from this FaZe lineup. This is a group of major winners. This is a team that used to be able to have their backs against the ropes and come out swinging. It's not there anymore, Maui.
You could see that Fluxo did a great job of making some of the situations difficult enough for FaZe to follow, and that in turn manifested in a way where FaZe's communication just looked all out of sorts. There were times when players on FaZe would die. There was one moment in particular I remember where they're scaling up towards heaven, Zevi gets a kill, Jacob's the one that dies, and nobody knows where that death happened. So either he's not communicating things properly, or they're just not hearing them because there's too much action going on. That's a very scary place to be in, because I thought that FaZe turned a new page in their book after the Red Canids victory, where you could see the excitement. We saw it on Inferno, but on Nuke, it was more or less a non-starter.
Yeah, I feel like we've been just waiting to see that moment of resurgence for FaZe, and all of us have had that conversation multiple times, where we just look at a situation, look at a map, and say, okay, this is where they start. All right, this is when the FaZe magic will start coming to life. But it's just not happening.
It isn't happening. That's what it comes down to. And I think maybe someone watching at home thinks we're going too hard on them, but this is FaZe, for goodness sakes. This is just not good enough. On the other side, though, Fluxo, it's pretty good from them, right? They've evened out the series. I think a lot of pundits didn't think that was going to happen.
No, absolutely. I don't think anyone in their right mind thought this was going to happen, especially after they started 2-0. They got, what, 14 rounds across 2 best-of-3s. And now they're up against FaZe. They drop map number 1 and they're able to come back in a way like that. I feel like no one should have been even remotely ready for something like this, but we gotta give them props. Fluxo are taking advantage of the situations. This is what they can do, right? FaZe is far from optimal. Fluxo, the only thing they can do, try and exploit that.
Did they exploit it, Maui? I just thought they played good, clean Counter-Strike, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, we saw a lot of great stuff from Fluxo. I feel like Ted wanted us to speak on this round, which was a pretty confusing one for FaZe to control.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see how creative Fluxo could be on some of those T sides. And this is the worrying part, right? You create that wall of 4 smokes that are coming in from single door through main and in towards outside. Art just sneaks his way in there, kills the mini player, and then from that point on, it's just complete collapse for the defenses of FaZe. Frozen was trying to pull it back in a 1v3 clutch, but you can't really count on him to be bailing you out of all these situations. And there was multiple examples on that T side where Fluxo would just throw in some set pieces, some spanner into the works, and FaZe were just not able to react. As Maui pointed out, it kind of felt like the communication was all over the place.
There's another round that's also a really good example of what Fluxo was bringing to the table, just playing good, clean Counter-Strike.
Openers were a strength for Fluxo. This is another round where they more or less throw the typical first gun round out the window. You don't usually get to see a lobby crunch on round number 1 with a secret push from one of the players. Like, this is where Art actually makes people feel uncomfortable, where he is able to just throw the meta out because it's probably not even necessarily the buy that FaZe necessarily expected with all of the MP9s that were charging into lobby. So credit to Fluxo, because it's kind of giving me shades of Legacy back at Austin, where the openers were just blistering in terms of the teams just not being ready for them at all.
Yeah, and the big difference here is that we were kind of talking about how Fluxo are able to get that first kill, but they don't really know what to make of it, right? This situation, it was the greatest example of them actually having all the A, Bs, and Cs covered, right? FaZe trying responding towards outside, Art's waiting, there's a player coming up secret. It just felt like Fluxo were playing the much more comprehensive and well-versed game out of the two teams. And to be blunt about it, FaZe, their preparation, their playbook, it kind of felt like it was non-existing.
This is a horrible thing to say. Don't hate me, Brazilians, but we do need to speak truth. It is the major. It's not like Fluxo's playing incredibly well to beat FaZe. I do feel like this is a big drop-off from the favorites in here as well.
I would love to give Fluxo credit for getting to this point, but it felt pretty high variance in which they found it. Even the round that we highlighted, that's kind of a gamble. I mean, a three-man lobby push on what is supposed to be your first gun round with just kind of controlling an outside play, it either could be great prep, which I want to give them credit for, or it's just kind of a spur of the moment art idea because they had a weirder buy than they had expected going into the round.
Yeah, also one of the main issues I feel like, and I don't want to beat down on a dead horse and point fingers, right, but karrigan is the outside player on Nuke for FaZe right now. There's a lot of conversations to be had whether it should be Frozen, whether it should be Twist, maybe somebody else, but karrigan is the outside player. When you have your outside player dropping 4 kills over a map of Counter-Strike and Art on the other side being the same thing for Fluxo and him dropping over 100 ADR, there is going to be a difference in the scoreboard.
Is Mirage going to be a hot mess?
Definitely. This is where FaZe, karrigan, they've shown their hand on this map. Their playbook also quite thin. A lot of set pieces out of spawn. I don't think that their map control procedures always net them the best game states. Frequently, they take a lot of casualties because it feels like they're not always checking every single corner as they're moving through those stages. And so that's why they've really abridged their approach. When you see this team play now, this FaZe Clan, I feel like 50%, even more, are just pure set pieces. That's what's scary, because if Fluxo did their homework and they know how to throw good counter utility, assemble crossfires, be disruptive, then they might walk away the winners and move into stage 2.
Yeah, what you're praying for if you're FaZe Clan is essentially a good game out of both Frozen and Twist, right? You need that duo to step up. broky was actually alright when it comes down to Nuke, but I feel like this is one of the few maps on which you just have one of them playing short, the other one being connector. Jacob and karrigan are anchoring the bomb sites. You just need your big stars to show up, and as Maui pointed out, it is going to be very worrying when we see them on that T side.
If you're a FaZe fan, you're basically the meme, the man with the stick, being like, do something. That is how I feel watching this team. Where is the FaZe major magic? Why is it not happening? What is going on?
What you don't want to see is them become the ant with the stick meme, just packing their bags, headed home. Unfortunately, I think Fluxo surprisingly found themselves in a situation where it's just that they have everything to win, nothing to lose. Really didn't expect them to be in this sort of position, and now we're starting to see even unlikely heroes step up. Before this series, Zevi didn't post a single map at the major with a 1.00 or even better. And now he's gotten 2 consecutive maps where he's having really solid contributions. He, in the last map, definitely looked like the better offer between him and broky. And so this is like the worst possible situation to be when it's FaZe, but that's when they create diamonds.
FaZe, can they do something? Let's find out.
We'll certainly find out. The monster matchup ends on Mirage. A third map. Loser goes home. FaZe and Fluxo. The desk said it. I'll say it one more time. I didn't think we'd see this third map today, Chad.
Me either. FaZe disappeared on map number 2. Let's see if they can find themselves right in time. T-side against Red KRiMZ was miserable. 3 rounds in total. Need this pissed around to get the account started early. 2 and through the underpass, karrigan top mid, Frozen through Panelist and Twist A ramp, looking likely to be an ace split. Very limited Jutsu, just a flash on broky. Pier 250 for Mr. Anderson.
There's an opportunity and some info flowing now. Tip of the head spotted and removed. Frozen and Lakowski go 1 for 1. Backing away, spotted and finished off by Twist on the stairs side. Zevi gives them some room and takes the fight at range. Twist and karrigan combine. An early contribution from the captain under critical analysis from the desk. Asking more of them. 2 on 2 now. Kai's managed to get them back in. karrigan gives it up. Twist, what can you do? Art's got your number. No. Finds it and takes CT. Makes it awkward for Kai. Cheeky incendiary. Not going to do too much, but they're double peeking. They're not playing scared whatsoever. We've seen Twist take over games before. Nice little fake, and they confirm he's off the bomb now. That should seal the deal here. They're not playing this one risky. broky tapped. Nice shot from Kai. Had a great performance on Nuke. You saw his opening kills. He's not going to be able to pick up the clutch. He will take the kills, though.
Okay, he's going to go down with the bomb, unfortunately. He could have been able to buy him with an M4 and armor. He might just drop that M4 to Art or somebody to make a bit of a play with into this force buy, but FaZe start things off with the pistol round. So, all right, there is a step in the right direction, and Kai will indeed drop over an M4. It will find it in the hands of Art. So they are getting a force buy together. Now this is a crucial moment for FaZe to find the conversion. 3 starting B.
Including that M4.
Yeah, so they are going to take a fight B-Abs.
Okay, this could be interesting. This could be very interesting. Frozen completely caught off guard. Now Art's trapped on the side, tries to take a fight, loses that M4, so confirmation that Decent was there too.
Double smoked that, so... Or maybe one was a flash, excuse me. Either way, Lukowski. Look at this space. This is so rapid.
I mean, broky looked like he was considering it. It just seems so far forward, so early in the game. He's jumping around the corner. Thank goodness Jacob's there. Yeah, stops it from being an end of a round.
They got their big wooden spoon out, don't they?
Yeah, they
Stirring
are
the pot with the way that Fluxo are operating at the moment.
And speaking of, Zevi's going to burrow deep into Panas to cover the A side. Enables Decent.
Might overlook the boost, though.
You're right, it's possible. Kai static, and ooh, he's giving it up. Yeah, it's a Listerine face for Fluxo fans.
Yeah, he's going to be frustrated with that one. It's Kai, you can see his reaction there after that death. If he had just held his time, he thought he was going to be cleared, but that's not the case. As Zevi hoping to get himself a gun, should be able to find something. Glil on the ground there, highlighted by the ops team. And that'll be scooped up. So 2 rounds now for FaZe, but still there will be another rifle to deal with going into round number 3.
It's weird that Decent getting the MP9 frag kind of put Art into a weird, uncomfortable position. He ends up taking fight with the M4, loses it, gets nothing done. He's going to be very critical of himself, I think. You get everything you wanted. You get the early contact, Decent gets that opening kill, and then you concede.
Well, this is a map we haven't seen out of Fluxo at the Major, right? They are on, I think it's a 5 in a row winning streak on Mirage, but Mulzen was playing some of those games when Decent wasn't available. So in terms of how you want to read into that, it's also domestic opposition, right? We're talking about a whole different kettle of fish here at the World Cup. There's the opener from Decent, and there's the agitator from Lukowski, but Twists alleviates a lot of pressure, and you bang on, right? This is the perfect type of map where a Twist and Frozen can take over, but I don't want that to be the narrative around FaZe, at least not if they want to be competitive. Okay, there's again from Fluxo, right? We've seen this before. They save a gun and they invest into another, so they know that rounds like this are very, very winnable against a fragile FaZe for sure. So another M4 alongside of that Galil.
Molotov and a block smoke exchanged on the B side of the map.
Feels like Art's going to deal with his teammates like, listen, if you give me a hero M4, I'll give you a hero M4, you know, we'll pay it back.
Yeah, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
See if this one can be a little bit more potent, because Art faking out the jump there. So FaZe looking to fester in middle. broky, karrigan, Jacob, that's the pack. Lacks punch.
They break the smoke open.
Well done.
Look at them go. A flash, a nade, and a double kill.
Great move.
Team play on display. You got 2 rifles, and they both are set up to succeed. And now that P250 tugged from Kai actually has potency. Frozen does start edging his way out here. He might just give the back. Yep, just like that. A rifle falls into enemy hands, and now a 2-on-5. A catastrophe for FaZe Clan.
And this is where it begins.
Yes, indeed.
If they give this a look, they might even just opt for the save right now. broky and Twist looking to tuck tail and hold on to their guns, whereas broky going to head all the way back around the world. I don't know if he has time for that. 20 seconds. They'd have to just run straight there. And well, he is heading over, but I think they are opting for the save. So look at that from Fluxo. Great output. As now scooping up the guns, donating them across, and making sure that everybody walks away with a rifle.
I mean, that, you know, some rounds warrant louder claps, but that's a full, like, that's a golf clap. That's incredible.
That one is going to inspire some confidence. They're able to get away with not a full investment round on the first gun round on the CT side of Nuke, and this time it's even less.
This opening,
I
mean,
this.
just nading the smoke. Lakowski's throwing a flash over the top, and they both connect like that. And then that enables Kai to get a freebie onto Frozen. So big smiles on the face, and also just proof to themselves and to everyone watching they've got legs here.
The Ultra Round official betting partner. As remember, those guns were saved. There's a Mac 10 in the mix as well as a Deagle. Cat smoke, window smoke. Con Molly. They really want to fight for some mid control right now.
Yeah, karrigan is going to be set up to go first. The spearhead for FaZe. A Mac 10 for his partner in crime, Jacob.
Good move from Art during all of this, taking BAB space, so good information.
Decent's hearing this.
Hello.
And raring to go. karrigan was unprepared. Parting from Jacob.
Oh.
Nice shot. Look, hallzerk just gets completely blindsided by a double Mac 10 dink. Hang on. Jump spot on the boost. Twist gets caught off. Massive from Zevi. Low HP, sure, but they're just planting in the open. Rather brazen from broky. 4 on 3 for the retake. You need some territory. It looks like they're electing to try and ask questions of CT, but now it's awkward with that incendiary forcing fights. Messy spray. broky light on ammo. 3 bullets, not enough. Still Jacob in the mix. 2 on 2 as he finds Kai on CT. Gonna boost again? Yes, they are! That's so nasty! Lovely team play on display. Fluxo have set themselves up for success, but they've got to get past Frozen. Decent got to provide the covering fire. He's got low HP. 1 bullet. The headshot through the board. He's gonna hold it! Oh, and Fluxo steal it out from under Frozen's nose.
Oh, we're all tied up here.
Dude, that team play. I loved that boost to catch Jacob. Completely pantsed them.
They're showing some really inspired stuff for 2 connected rounds now and really playing as a team. The HE window with the flash that we highlighted now, just multiple boosts on boosts to get their way back in towards this site. This is the first one. You think, oh, the bottle of flames, they could be in trouble. And the second time round to clear out deep in towards the site, just staying poised. Great shot from Decent. And they snatch that one away. So a forced FaZe into being humble with the finances. Khalil carried through. Pistol upgrades for the rest, and again, being able to get this mid space. Fluxo are giving it over. They're not looking for any fights. They know that it's going to be a lighter bite. Last thing you want to do is leer out, lose your head to a Deagle, and give a man advantage.
A little early from Jacob. Smoke wasn't quite up yet. Now they'll blow it open and expose both of you with your backs turned. That's a quick round. Kai sprays him down with Lakowski's help. A triple kill from him. And Fluxo take the lead for the first time on Mirage.
They're doing great in the opening kill department again, and that's something from the 2 maps played previously. I wouldn't say they were dominating, but they were definitely leading. I think they were 4 to 5 kills on both of those maps ahead of that of FaZe. And that's with FaZe winning map number 1 in quite a solid fashion. Now into map number 3, they're continuing to find the incisions first, but the gun's back out. Is it going to be a bit more of a direct call? Yes, it is. Look at this, just postured, grouped up towards A. 3 ramp, karrigan top mid, selling this with standard mid utility and Frozen in through Palace. But look at Kai, he's traditionally the short player. This has been allowed because Zevi's taken the AWP to take BAB's control. This is something they're doing a lot of BAB's presence from Fluxo within the early stages of this. Here they come.
How's the pathing? Twist leading the pack. Kai overlooked completely on the sandwich position. No one looking! Double kill from Kai! Output an all-time high when they needed him most. Over the edge of the smoke. Oh. Hang on, a big double from both of them. Frozen and karrigan combined. There's 2 from karrigan. Puts it onto Zevi. The AWP lingers in that window position. The bomb down loose on triple. He's hoping Frozen gives him a bit too much here. Knows karrigan was on con.
karrigan just needs to play clutch here.
Frozen begins! Zevi's patience rewarded, a virtue on display. karrigan does have to play clutch, Chad. You're absolutely right.
Though.
Gets awkward for karrigan. Zevi's going to keep his eye to the scope. May even go for the back towards the bomb. Get that smoke on it. karrigan, does he panic? Does he succumb to the pressure? Zevi's gonna stick it. What have you got? karrigan unloads his mag. He's getting off it. One more bullet would have done it, and Zevi steals it away.
it gets worse. Zevi survived after the defuse. karrigan couldn't even find him there, and they were having a tussle on the cusp of that smoke. 4-2. As another one falls by the wayside. Kai, the Joker, great double. LeCounzy puts up resistance. Kills come back in. karrigan in through con. Frozen gets the bomb down, and he just can't knock him off the bomb.
You wanna buy here, boys? I'll take a tactical.
Okay, calls he wants to take the tactical there, chuckles it off. It's a 2-round gap short. They are able to get back in with the purchases. So a lot of rounds of Counter-Strike to be played, but 4 on the trot now. And sure, both teams with pressure. There's no more chances in stage 1. But one with the namesake, 2024 in both major grand finals, 2025 top 8. And to close down the year, they may be eliminated in stage 1. They're getting this mid space, so you're going to keep taking it.
This time, LeCounzy wants to partner up with Decent for a little bit of an investigation deeper ramp. This is what Twist is positioned for. How's he going? Gets that first. Decent as well. More than decent from Twist. That is spectacular.
Okay, well, Frozen, he could have activated based off that info. That's the con player and the A player down. If you really wanted to push the issue and look for space, he could have. But at this point, with a 2-man advantage, group up and find the finish together. How can this one go wrong? Kai rotates in. Art short, Zevi AWP floating around connector.
Two of his best maps at the Major so far in back-to-back fashion from Zevi. Art gets flushed out forward, confirms his occupation of the short side. There's Zevi, a missed shot on Frozen Palace. They're encroaching on Kai. He's playing a wicked game with Twist. Back and forth, suddenly equalized. Another from Kai. broky, what can you do? Slipping through the smoke, maybe got a back turn, does adjust, does find one. Onto Art. Zevima's going to have to hit a quick scope through the smoke. Kai somehow still alive on that low HP and Dark, finally brought down by karrigan, but it's Zevi in the clutch. Has he got another one? Denied by broky. God, there's some chaos on display in the server today.
And this is normally where FaZe start to step up and do their absolute best, where a player like broky can thrive, but still trying to work themselves into this map.
The back and forth between Kai and Twist as well. Last time he was worried about the other angle. This time he's clearing sandwich. Kai has been profiting off these Joker positions. Starts and gets that double kill, gets Fluxo into a winnable situation.
Yeah, bang on. It still shouldn't be getting so close with such a two-man advantage, thanks to this man on the screen right here. Wipe away the swear, and out comes the double orbs again. Fluxo keeping this up.
They like to pull it out early. There is a boost over the smoke, though. Not quite going to find the vision onto Decent in time.
How do they approach this? Standard blocks, man. Look for the fight. broky takes this space.
You go wider. Zevi's got your number, broky. Demonstrates restraint.
No A-prong at all here for FaZe. Has to be a B split.
Oh, there's the second AWP on being revealed. Twist, the first casualty. Art connects.
Decent can start cheating over.
Yeah, I think they want to make a play. Frozen's going to push the smoke on App's side as well, supported by Kai. Feels like he's guaranteed to get a frag every single time we jump to his POV. 85 damage. Frozen's low. Unzoom from Art's awkward, but Kai still finishes off the job. Zevi removed. Art's AWP noted at the back of the site. Kai towards the truck side. Good from Decent. Catches a nice one onto karrigan's cross. Just Jacob now. 1 versus 2 on the site and can't get past Kai. Multis on multis. 14 frags deep. Kai consistently under fire, stepping up when they need him most.
This is the best I've ever seen him play. Okay. That's not an overstatement at all. He is delivering big time right now.
Thriving.
So, a 2-round gap. Frozen going down, Decent's rotation in time, and it just doesn't feel like there's an awful lot of pressure. So FaZe, stomach another one, back down to another partial buy before the loss bonus of 2,900 into the next will get them another buy. But they're feeling it now, Fluxo.
Yeah, they're really starting to believe.
2 days of stomaching harsh losses. Remember, 14 rounds over 4 maps in back-to-back days, but on the one that matters, the one to get them through, they are delivering.
It hasn't broken their spirits, Chad.
They execute. LeCounzy's going to be ahead of the U2.
What can you do with just those 2 on the site for start? They're really progressing quite far forward. karrigan going down easy for KRiMZ, and just like that, it falls into place. The pistols get nothing done. Some of the quickest rounds we've seen, and Tacitus really starting to believe.
Yeah, the flash work there was great. The execute came in. They had the protocols available to deal with that. And they're flowing now. Those KRiMZ frustrations, nowhere to be seen. Remember, 3 rounds is all FaZe got against Red Canids. They ended up losing that map. That was the opener of yesterday's game. They've got 3 so far, but that came with 2. The pistol plus a conversion. And they ended up losing to a well-thought-out round from Fluxo into the 3rd.
Are these rounds inspiring confidence? The T side, it feels like it's kind of rinse repeat. Constant bodies in middle and struggling to finish.
You wonder if it has to be more direct right now. You just group up and go for executes together. But Fluxo are the ones dictating the flow on the CT sides, right? They're having ideas. Where are we putting the AWP? We're double AWPing. We're taking BAP's control. So you can go through the defaults all you want, FaZe, but your pack is weak. It is broky, karrigan, and Jacob. 3 weaker players on this FaZe roster as they continue to flounder here in Budapest.
It's hard for you to get maximum output out of an extremity when your pack isn't finding impact.
We'll group up, head towards Art's domain. Window smoke lobbed in. No real information towards mid, but that's how Fluxo have continued to play throughout. Art, as highlighted. Oh, this is not great timing.
No, I think he might be going forward, though. Frozen, what have you got? A bullet between his eyes. Jacob and a necessary trade. It's Kai, though. He's been guaranteed a frag every time we've seen him play so far here on Mirage. Has he got another one? Can he repel the invaders? Jumping out is Twist. Nice shot. Jacob follows up. Zevi's AWP. Just trying to see if there's any way in. Is there a misstep? Is there something he can do with what is left? It's just him and KRiMZ. KRiMZ's still miles away on A, and so with a warning shot, he backs away and concedes the 4th.
Okay, well, important to do so. KRiMZ only has 850 bucks in the cash, and going forward, Zevi only has 3K. So loss bonus for them is bottom of the barrel. They want to make sure they're able to keep the buys flowing down the stretch of this, so getting broken right now would sting. It's always feeling touch and go for FaZe though, isn't it? That's a moment that you can see going wrong. Twist with the important kill onto Kai. Right, Art does well, right? The timing didn't look great. Art's always searching for something. He's never content with having space. He wants everything.
You just know these deaths as well, to the Art's maneuvers. They're going to be extra frustrating. I know Frozen keeps a cool head on his shoulders, but still.
We have lost Frozen from the server temporarily.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, just type quit in console. That's how frustrated he was.
See if he can get his issues sorted and get back underway. He had the carry performance yesterday on Nuke. Today, not that he's been absent, but it hasn't been the same level of backpack gaming.
Well, usually I think the unspoken, unwritten rule is that if you carry one day, someone else steps up for day 2.
For FaZe, everybody needs to be stepping up every day of the week at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Not looking like themselves, are they? Or at least the caricature of FaZe we've built in our heads.
Yeah, I think it's tough to move on from what was to what is. But it's a new generation for FaZe. Obviously, Rain now moving to 100 Thieves. Jacob, the newer addition in terms of FaZe. Twists coming back to the roster. And what the future for this roster holds, nobody knows. But I would say an exit in stage 1 would put this lineup into question.
Yeah, an organizational roster push. Kind of the first we've seen from FaZe, typically a hands-off.
Frozen's back in, everything's sorted, and I'll let you know that the double orb's out again for Art and Zevi.
And we do have bodies back in the server. We can get back underway. Last day of stage 1.
Are they double AWPing window? Okay, never mind.
3 spots, 6 teams. And an intense 3rd map here. Oh, clean shot from broky, but he swaps immediately. And in the meantime, a cacophony of AWP bullets rattle through Mirage.
Blink and you miss it. What are we, 20 seconds into that round?
Yes, sir. We have had some of the quickest rounds, I think, in the entire stage in this game right here.
Okay, Frozen, karrigan, 2v4. Quickly look at the finances for the final round. They're getting 2,400 loss bonus, so...
Bloody hell.
I think you can give this a look. Your buy won't be perfect for the final, but I think that you really want to see if you can get 6-6 in the half. So Frozen trying to secure safe patches to pick up the C4. He's been able to get that. Now, does he get out? Now the map opens up. They have 3 hedged towards A because the bomb was down. But if they just cut noise, which they're not, lurk smoke, sowing seeds of doubt. Oh, I love the play from Decent. Feels like he's won the round with this move.
Yeah, just by being burrowed into the palace. When contact is next felt, he can poke his nose out.
Wow, that's a lot of space.
It is. He might be able to catch Zevi's angle. Oh, hang on. Telegraphed from the Molotov. Zevi's going to go for something quick here. He's very good at this kind of fight. Decent does win the round for them with the push. Hang on, karrigan, have you got a clutch? No way! Zevi's going to deny it. A 7th for Fluxo CT side, and a very strong case to be made that it could be 8. FaZe Clan left wanting time after time. We haven't seen consecutive rounds out of FaZe since the pistol and the second.
I wonder, you know, that karrigan 1v1 against Zevi in the smoke. Actually, it was a 1v2 that he won out. It was between Frozen and karrigan combined. The boost round on the retake in.
You're right,
that 2v2 situation. Those are map-defining rounds.
In an MR12 format, they really do have echoes. Feels like a necessity for FaZe to find something here. If they want to remain competitive, if they want stage 2, you got to get past Fluxo, and they're not making it easy. Not far off on his Hail Mary spray.
Yeah, it looks like they're the ones playing liberated from pressure right now.
Absolutely.
Oh, saw the head.
I think he did, yeah. He catches the whiff of him. He's going to go hunt him down. Jacob's a dead man.
Oh, no,
he's not. Art misses his chance. Lives on. A second new lease of life for Jacob.
Still got plenty of nades for the finish here, FaZe.
karrigan's talking an awful lot. I think he has an idea.
If they want to sell a B fake, how are you going to push the AWP off the line? karrigan has a flash. He's going in through the underpass. Okay, so paired up with the young Pole. Major rookie, I'm sure his nerves are being felt, but the rest of the team, they need to hold fast. Zevi presses his nose close A ramp, has Lakowski there as well.
This feels like it's
missed.
guaranteed to find impact, especially with a missed molly. broky just has to go for the wide swing or the jiggle. What's it going to be? Shadow drops in, pulls it. Oh, nice shot from Zevi. They both connect.
Bomb loose.
Twists and broky down. Bomb is lost, and round soon to follow. Fluxo, 8 on the board. FaZe are in trouble. Alarm bell is ringing. Is this where FaZe Clan's major journey ends? Ladies and gentlemen, as always in our FaZe Clan game, you're only on the very edge of your seat from the get-go. But into map 3, the final half. Winner stays on for stage 2, loser goes home, head in hands, and an 8-round haul from underdog Fluxo. Sharp teeth, inspired approaches, a fumble in some of the clutches, 2 impactful swing rounds converted, has FaZe on the ropes.
Second 3P, it looks fast.
Does Frozen. Oh, he's straight out of there. Zeppi stepping up. karrigan caught out, pulling out nades, needs to hit some shots. The bench position overlooked. broky's good for something, as is karrigan. Good to see output, but Kai not done yet. Has he got another? Yes, he has. It's up to Jacob, the major rookie versus seasoned vet Art. Dancing in the smoke, he's going to overlook it. No, considers it as a possibility. Teammates would have relayed. Bomb on bench. Art finds the angle. Has he found the shot? Jacob feeling the pressure even more so now. How do you not overthink in a scenario like this? Art dances with him. He confirms his location. More bullets. As Art, he's just going to go and call the bluff. Call goes straight for the plant. Ready for the Jacob's out of the round. Art pulls it across the line.
Another clutch going in the favor of Fluxo. First half, those post-plant situations they're able to snatch away, and now on the pistol. Is that the death knock now for FaZe?
It's gotta be Kai again with impact.
Frozen doesn't even get a chance. Jumps up, dead.
Bang.
Look at that, just so quick. And the Kai double.
17 and 8 from Kai, and then a clutch.
Saved his best performance until now, hasn't he? Okay, there's a FAMAS in the mix for Twists.
They want karrigan and they want him now.
Yeah, why not?
Completely alone, isolated, and they will be taking this side by force.
I think you're holding on to that upgrade of FAMAS now, aren't you? What's the point of even having a look? The round is over, the bomb is down, and you have done absolutely no damage. Art, he confirms what they already felt. And always with FaZe in these type of situations, you have to ask yourself if this is really happening. Well, maybe the reality is sinking in for them now too. They snuck past yesterday. The type of Counter-Strike that they have been playing throughout has been uninspired. The best maps have been Inferno in 2 straight days, but that first map of the series feels like a lifetime ago now.
Yeah, it's kind of peculiar to see a team that's still trying to work out their map pool at the major itself. Mirage not looking like a strong suit.
10-4, buy coming in now. 6 consecutive rounds just to tie things up. But right now, you have so many opportunities, if you are Fluxo, to throw anything at them. The craziest Counter-Strike you can imagine has been dreamed up by Art. Now would be the time to paint that picture and send FaZe into their nightmares, because, look, the experience, you've got 3 major winners on one side of the server. Doesn't feel like that right now. Hasn't felt like that all tournament long.
And a result like this from Fluxo, 3 rounds away from packing FaZe's bags for him.
karrigan, the oldest player at the major. Got plenty of experience. Gonna need a call on all of that now.
Art elects to take the sniper rifle towards B on his own. As the rest ready themselves for something punchy. Jacob will have a lot on his plate here.
They're essentially playing retake A, right? broky's playing ticket with that AWP. They're starting to make a move. You two missed.
Indication of intent. No commitment considering the potential for fake.
No movement, nothing heard. Right? Art's not monitoring any of these sound cues. Nobody's heavily rotating, and actually starting to back off now with the bomb is Zevi. They pulled the plug on what was going to be that A move. They didn't get what they were looking for with their initial gambit. So now rejigging the call. Couple of smokes, flashes, mollies. If they wanted to go for this B finish, they really want to punish karrigan. had some tough moments, Nuke giving away a lot of openings, individually missing some shots in the back that he should be hitting. And right now on the B bomb site with a FAMAS. Frozen will join him, but the rotation, it won't be swift. Nobody in window to quickly tuck on through and join this. These two need to defend the site.
And defend their honor. If they want stage 2, they've got to be pulling off rounds like this. Fluxo are coming for you. Frozen doesn't quite finish off the first. Does adjust nicely to remove Lakowski. Decent's gone to karrigan. A double kill on the FAMAS from karrigan in defense of his site. 3 from FaZe's captain, just to hold on, just to survive the night. And good night, says Art. Catches him on the jump spot, confirms the AWP is in the mix.
He might go down after time here. They are clamping down on his position. 5. Oh, okay. Well, he will go down before, so lost bonus comes through. And there's no time for celebration. FaZe need to lock the hell in. This is going to be a long way back. Money right now does allow a couple of investments to come through for Fluxo. We'll see what Art decides. Is it going to be the full shove or just a hero weapon? With the loss bonus of only 1,400, likely to see the full buy come in. And that is taking shape. AK Galil, 3 take 9s and util to work with. Still a very winnable round. And the odds against FaZe by our official betting partners. It's like a similar approach as to what they were hoping for in the previous. This time it's decent on the lurk. He's not probing B. He's gone straight in through underpass. The rest lining up util. Art's going to come flying out of Palace.
Yep, he is. broky tracks it, confirms he's dropped default. Awkward now. A second body makes it in. A leg shot hits, and they do line up for him. Twist and Jacob catch the first arrivals. There's another from Twist. Finds Lakowski with a white screen.
Zevi can buy some time, get a kill. Decent can activate.
Slipping into that smoke, just before the smoke, it revealed him. It looks like Zevi should have the drop on this ticket player. broky just tucked in. Oh, he saw him. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
It's pass. karrigan's dead.
karrigan's going to be a dead man. He might get the double up. Needs to spin around. Okay, broky, necessary shot. Ooh, sweat off the brow. Sneaky smirk.
karrigan not sure how that happened. And broky probably not either. 6-round gap becomes 4, and now it has to be the eco. So some heavy lifting done early. But need to screw their heads on time. This was great on the clear. Both Jacob and Twist grabbing kills. Incendiary land spills them forward. This one, fortunately, Zevi didn't know that broky was there, so had enough time to adjust. 2 deagles and a P250. You wonder, eventually, if you hit this B-bomb site, if you test it enough, will karrigan falter? Will he be left alone, and will you be able to break in?
Yeah, I don't think, even though it was great, the triple FAMAS kill will be enough to deter. Oh, Art's lucky to be alive. 2 bullets connect through the concrete.
Yeah, I think you do want to stay extremity focused if you're Fluxo. You have Jacob as the A anchor, karrigan as the B anchor. Their support network, Twist to be through connector, Frozen to be offshore, and then broky floating around with that AWP. Now, obviously, menagerie of different setups available. Pick your poison on where you want to put any of the pieces. We saw a lot of different parts from Fluxo within the first half. This one needs to be steady. You're thinking down the stretch. Because of this lead, the loss bonus will start to accrue for Fluxo, and then even if they win 1 round, they go back 1 notch, they keep getting the bomb down, they can always stay a threat. So FaZe, in rounds like this, you need to make sure that you're keeping 4 to 5 players alive and not letting the bomb go down. Try and make your life as easy as possible. broky spots one out through underpass, the warning shot fired, incendiary dropped, and Twist will get a turn to farm up a couple here in middle.
Farm he shall. Even confirms there's 2 more. Where that came from. Frozen gets himself 1. Everyone's sharing. And Kai's going to need a pistol if he wants a chance at a frag. Won't be getting any of those. So FaZe do get through the eco without those casualties as you requested. 3 consecutive from FaZe after that 8-4 half and a lost pistol.
So we know what the difference makers are, right? It was those clutches, and I think Kai's multi-kills when he was a nuisance on the A side. Those appear to be the difference makers, and then Art's obviously clutch on the pistol round against Jacob. Those are the rounds that have put Fluxo in this type of a lead. So FaZe are the ones who are going to have to do this the hard way. Polished gun rounds or starting to pull out some miracle moments of their own. Haven't brushed up on my Portuguese, but Tacitus with a lot to say in that tactical timeout.
Não, não, sim, mas não tem muita bala, tô falando.
You're in a strong position again if you're Fluxo to take some risks to play outside of the box. But this is where the pressure might make you turtle up and you go back to something a little bit more standard. I think that the Chaos is where they're going to thrive. Let it get into these mid-round situations where your players can weave through smokes, play out the clutches, put their individual prowess on display. Zevi's had some really nice moments. He's been a relatively weak piece, and within this series, he's showing up.
Like we're going to have an early fight here. Lukowski will tuck as Jacob get flashed in. He is, and he finds it. Broky in support, catches Art on the trade attempt.
Great three pieces there. Obviously the AWP covering the line, the flash in from Twist, and then Jacob trusting that everything is in place for him to be able to swing in and find that kill. So just like the first half, some of these rounds are over very quickly. Lukowski and Art will have to watch two of the bigger voices within this team, but they can micromanage these other three. You want to try and make a move relatively swiftly. You don't want to let it simmer for too long unless you've already called the save. Zevi floating over towards T-spawn. Decent coming to chip back. Kai still roosting over towards Palace. And this could just be another one of these lengthy rounds where we just see them hold on to their guns. They do still have this buffer, but how quick the gap can close in MR12. And it does look like it will be that save. So 2,900 loss bonus going into the next. Even though these three won't be getting any of that, they still have a good amount of util. So that means that Art and Lukowski can chip in with something light, right? You can get a pistol upgrade and some util. As I think at this point the penny has dropped for FaZe, there is going to be no late push, but you still have a tough round to deal with. And if you are able to get into the site, right, and get the bomb down, even if you get the board wiped in the next round as Fluxo with the partials behind these AKs, or maybe they shove completely, either way, you will still be able to get yourself a pretty competitive looking follow-up. So 10-8 now, confirmed.
Yeah, it's a satisfying round, isn't it? Especially for Jacob kind of being the spearhead of that. Set up to succeed, gets his and the covering fire from his AWP, but that's going to build trust. You'll see it again.
Just as well, broky getting there in the nick of time. Not too disappointed with how that unfolded. Guns being juggled around.
It is going to be partials around. Oh, actually, no. Yeah,
They've invested heavily.
Heavy investment.
Zevi with a Glock, the poor guy.
Make it work.
He could have been dropped something. There was the possibility to get him a P250 or a pistol of choice, but this is where they find themselves.
Last two pistol rounds on the T side. Zevi's Glock's been working out pretty well. However, helmets are present. Ah, there we go. A Tech 9 gifted to him. Mid-centric.
2 and through the underpass, 2 top middle, and Kai lingering outside of A. They'll stall their crawl out with some block utility. Twist dropping incendiary and wants to chip through. Short being mollied off. That's telling of where they're trying to make the fight. A flash in a connector.
It's a very solid flash connection. 2.5 seconds for Lukowski with a blind screen, but
window boost.
No follow-up as they do set Art up to succeed. It's Twist's responsibility. If Jacob gets nothing, he might get sidelined. Nice find though. Gets one, finds the AK upgrade. Yeah, looking the wrong way. Art does get the jump on Twist. Now up to you. Jacob delivers a second kill under so much pressure and scrutiny. Broky's nade will finish off Art and gets the belated trade. Come back, it's only going to be Zevi. Puts that Tech 9 that was gifted to him to good use, but Frozen ensures things don't go awry.
Oh, they didn't get the bomb down, so that will not allow them to go for another full investment. Well, they could opt to, but it won't be the one that they're looking for, right? There'll be no AWP for Zevi. They're not going to have AKs with full sets of util. They could go for Galil's in lieu of that, but I think right now they need a full gun round. The only rounds they have to their name is the pistol plus the conversion. Jacob does very well here. Could have made himself the real hero if he won that pistol round clutch, but he's making up for it now with a couple of key frags within these rifle rounds.
Yeah, very important.
Nice! That's half by, right? Half by.
Well, yes and no.
Broky confirms they're already accelerating faster than he would have liked. karrigan is going to need to do a lot here. Throws out a little smoke to play around. Is that a bit of a pull of the plug? Yeah, completely. They just wanted to go for a pop, get spotted, and completely scrap that plan.
Yeah, this is the half buy. Next round, Zevi will be able to bring out his AWP.
Twist could once again do damage in this window position. Art spots him out.
He's in trouble.
He is in trouble, but the molly's not going to bounce off. He's allowed to live on. The flash is great, but doesn't track, doesn't greed. Jacob and Twists, side by side on the window position. They've got a smoke, they've got a boost. Easy frag for Twists, but down goes Jacob. Things get weird now. No time to reload, too much pressure. broky trying to lend a hand to his Canadian sensation. There is something here on the M4, picks it off of Jacob, now wrapping his kite, good find, good awareness, broky's there, deals with the attempt, and a nice one from the war of attrition being fought with the USP. They're swapping guns and picking themselves up another one on the partial investment. broky with some rifle output. 6 on the trot from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this string of rounds is great now. You mentioned the 6 in a row, but within that, they've only given away 6 kills as well, so average of 1 per round. And this right now is so tough for Twist. Out of ammo, under pressure. Jacob really trying to lend a hand. Didn't want to leave his boy down the Swanee, so jumps through the flames, takes the fight, and Twist delivers an awful lot right there, but we are all tied up. Now that Zevi Orb comes into the mix, finally. Looks like they're going straight in for an A execute.
God, to call this a 10-10 map free.
Here. Short player is in the side. He's playing under the balcony.
And Twist has got a real chunky nade if he throws it. Okay, a little later.
It hasn't landed.
No, double nades do nothing. Jacob with the AK, primed and ready. A third HE rolls in. Lukowski counting them. Both ready to stand and bang. Side by side. Frag found as they connect, and they have missed the Molotov, but still Zevi's AWP is able to remove Jacob. Confirmation of its presence. Frozen's trying to dip away, play active. There's really just him here. He's got so much to do. Alone on the site. Some supportive util to try and buy him a little bit of space, a little bit of time for that rotation to come through. broky will arrive, so will Frozen in the feed. Now from stairs, Twists arrives, Zevi's gone. Double onto Decent. Fluxo. Capitulation. Cut down out of the round once more.
They're the ones showing the nerves now. Real wobbles, missed utility, giving away kills, not being able to trade right there, and they just waltz in. They can't track down Frozen. He's on his own. He has no support, no flash work, nothing to help him out. And they just fumble into Sandwich as it's just Kai. He's been quiet since. I think those 17 kills came within the first half, so now with only 18, only 1 in the second, but still, when I talk about that spread of 6, now 7, only had 1 more kill to the tally, and maybe he gets something here on the exits, or should I call it saves? So they've got him boxed in. It could get worse. He could lose this after time, and well, as far as finances are concerned, he's got $50 saved. FaZe have more than enough money to throw bodies at this.
Yeah, and they are starting to probe now. 7 seconds. They start to amp up the pressure. Kai, do you want to die before the time? 3 seconds, mate. You got to go down now. After time, Kai holding on as best he can, but condemned to a nasty $650 in the bank account at the tail end of this elimination game at the Major. Problems for Fluxo. It felt so good at 8-4. You win the pistol. 10-4. And FaZe have managed to claw it back to a 1-round game.
Oh, in the lead, and it's going to be the final tactical timeout called from Tacitus. Here's your choice. You shove all in. You're going to have the same type of buy into the next if you can't get anything done here, or you're partial and you can get a full buy, but at that point, FaZe will have 12. Here's the opener on his own. No trade potential, no YouTube to facilitate. Great trade from Zevi, I should say. But then look at this, just Frozen and Twist, that wombo combo, clawing in, taking names and sending them down to what will be a light investment. FaZe have all the advantages in the world for round number 12 right now. Overtime at a minimum should be secured.
It's just such a big ask, especially on that T side, coming up with an idea, executing it when nerves are at their highest.
B-split.
B-split indeed. KRiGan, they're calling your name. Frozen's there to provide some support, so is broky and that AWP. Oh, and it falls into place too easy. They know where they both are. Aren't coming in from the short side. KRiGan could be exposed, but doesn't matter. Fluxo, falter once more. FaZe within touching distance of a large sigh of relief. 1 round is all they need. How quickly has this one fallen out of their control?
Hope dies last, and Fluxo, they've held on to it. The type of Counter-Strike they played against NIP and FlyQuest was nothing like the CS they've been delivering today against FaZe. They are putting in a competitive shift, but that might not get them the result they've been looking for. And when you were 2-0 up to go down 2-3,
and you start throwing aggression into the mix, that's how confident he's feeling. An opening kill from Jacob. Major rookie wants to see stage 2. His seasoned veteran teammates will help him get that. karrigan on the B apartments, Lakowski comes a knock-in. Boost into the window position, Twist, he doesn't have the health for that fight. Falls away, catches him, looking at his radar. A 4-on-4, big clawback from their captain. Fluxo not going to go down without a fight.
Split the defense, karrigan pushing B, alleviating some pressure. broky can't really move, has to stay towards market. Could work in tandem with Jacob to clear off towards CT spawn. karrigan continues to take space.
Frozen tugs. Jacob next up to bat. Carrot's making a move. Frozen's in a lot of trouble. Burns on down. Zevi connecting with ZWP. It could be karrigan here, though, with a good timing. He certainly does, Chad. Pushing on out. Zevi's going for the plant. He slips on in. Has the backstab. Reveals it needs the multi. karrigan delivering. Surely not, Fluxo, you had the two-man advantage. Now broky and karrigan really do have an opportunity to knock you out. Smash your major dreams. Lakowski lingers in mid. karrigan seems like he's confirmed it. Yeah, they do. Lakowski unloads his mag. They know where you are.
It's not planning for him.
It's not planning for him. He can actually just go for this. Is this really how it ends? A defuse to end it all. Incendiary spreads and FaZe Clan have done it. Fluxo so close, so far, and that's that sigh of relief I was talking about. They never make it look easy, but this one looked the hardest. Crazy. As FaZe Clan throw a knockout blow and the Brazilian dreams shattered after the best form we've seen since day one.
They indeed are still alive, but it has been a rough road in stage 1. The flagship team of this level of the competition has had to go all the way every game, and then 3 maps against Fluxo. They took down Vision on day 1. They lost to NRG. They lost to NIP. It was a nail-biter against the Red Canids. And right now, Fluxo have also put them through their paces. You have to hope for FaZe, as their campaign will continue into stage 2, that this is them just getting started. This is not the team that we know and love.
Fluxo sees the opportunity, exploited the weakness, but will not emerge victorious. FaZe Clan take it, and they are going to be taking a very much-needed rest after that one.
Playing some of their best Counter-Strike, Fluxo against EliMation and Fnatic, but we will be sending them home. Let's head on down to hear from Stiko with the interview.
I was like, why is no one hearing me? Huge sigh of relief. FaZe is making it to the next stage, obviously. What are you feeling about this particular matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we started good with Inferno coming in. We won 1-0, and then suddenly we started playing bad. I guess the team felt pressure. Everyone is, it's very hard to, if you lose some stupid round and then it goes the other way, and then it's like back against the ball. 4-10 on Mirage, and we make the comeback. I think it's a very good feeling to be going to stage 2, but also it's a huge relief since we start again from 0.
Absolutely, you basically reset the whole mental, but is this something that stage 2 can offer a little bit of a better FaZe Clan, because you're playing a little bit tougher opposition, which maybe you're a little bit more used to, or you're practicing against that kind of team. So how do you personally feel about your level in this stage 1 and potentially in the stage 2?
Yeah, I mean, we had some good results in the bootcamp and the practice, and I don't know, coming here in the major, I guess we want to show that what we can do in practice, but I guess it's just it doesn't work out in the stage 1. Hopefully we can do it at stage 2. I think it doesn't really matter which team we play, like lower tier or higher tier. I think we can always show up and play good Counter-Strike.
Obviously, again, huge congratulations, but do you have any message to the fans or the haters? Up to you.
Thanks for supporting. Hopefully you don't have heart attack yet, and in case go to emergency or something. I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. See you in the stage 2.
I don't even know how to summarize what just happened. I think at halftime, my heart was in my shoes. I didn't understand what was going on. I thought we would be saying goodbye to FaZe. Then all of a sudden they turn it around. What the hell, karrigan? Like, why are they doing this to us every time?
Ratings. You count. It's entertainment at the end of the day. That's what karrigan thinks about most. No, that's actually just complete cap. They are in a dismal state phase. To actually barely scrape by in that fashion, I think they have to go back to the drawing board on so many different things. They probably wish they had a longer break between stage 1 and stage 2 because they need to really pack up their playbook. They need to really just add so much to it, get on the same page in general, because to barely scrape by against this Fluxo team is just well beneath expectation. It's well beneath what they would have wanted. I'm honestly just shocked that they made it happen though, but that's just what FaZe does, isn't it?
It is what FaZe does. And Fluxo, imagine if you were feeling that way at halftime, what Fluxo must be feeling now. For a moment, they tasted stage 2. Banks is with the team.
For Fluxo right now, it must be feeling incredibly tough overall with all of this. I want to ask you, Art, is that last time around we spoke, right, Austin, you were devastated because it was 0-3. This time you started off a lot stronger, things were certainly looking better, and just now you kind of had FaZe on the ropes. So does it feel slightly better in any way? Do you feel like you've made some improvements, or is it still just that heart-wrenching pain?
Overall, of course, we made some improvements so we can have a chance to qualify for the second stage, but the feeling is quite the same. We lost and that fucking sucks.
Looking at this game against FaZe, you certainly had them on the ropes. Last time we spoke, you were talking about the experience of the team. Obviously, you changed 2 players since back in the Major. Now you've come into this one with those adjustments. What was lacking this time? What were you missing out? Because obviously the best of 1s was really good for you guys. Then it was some real big struggles coming into the best of 3s. But today, you looked like you were able to potentially do it.
Yeah, we got very close. I think we dropped the ball on the Inferno map, and also on Mirage we have such a huge lead. We could not convert that on winning rounds. So I think we played well overall, but it was just the details. That's where FaZe thrives, and we need to shut them down and fail too.
Now, looking at the plans for Fluxo and going into next year as well, considering you have made a step forward, is this the team and the way you want to continue on, like to keep striving forward for next year?
Yeah, definitely. The couple last weeks were very intense, very fast, a lot of trouble going, but with more practice, definitely we can have a stronger T-sides on some maps we could not work on. So definitely we have some roads to work on.
Certainly some positives with it all. And obviously, there's the Brazilian supporters in the crowd the whole time, and also the Brazilians back home as well. They're clapping for you right now. Any words for them? Anything you want to say before we go?
Com certeza, queria agradecer a torcida do pessoal que está aí, a torcida que está em casa também. Acho que todo mundo acreditou um pouquinho ali no final, a gente deu uma decepcionada legal. Então acho que fica com sentimentos de derrota, a gente está muito triste com isso também, mas agradecer pela torcida e vamos embora, mano. Tem mais campeonato pela frente ano que vem, começar o ano de novo, próximo mês tamo aí.
Thank you very much, man. If you go and grab the logo over there.
And there we go. We're saying goodbye to Fluxo as they take their logo off of the wall. They leave us and are heading home. FaZe through to stage 2, Ted. And I think just to highlight the extreme space we're in as a FaZe fan, if you are one.
Yeah.
It's media day for this team tomorrow, and as Maui said, there is very little time for FaZe to fix whatever needs to be fixed if they want to go into stage 2 feeling strong.
No, there's a lot of work to be done, and I feel like this is probably one of the saddest, and I'm not only saying that because we're looking at Fluxo giving their signatures, but one of the saddest wins for FaZe Clan fans as well. It's a bit of a moment of relief, but it's not really something to be celebrated that much. It's more you get another opportunity, but as Maui pointed out, we just didn't see a good enough FaZe to compete with the teams in stage 2 and 3, and the fact that Fluxo were able to give them a fight, I mean, fair enough to them. The fact that they were able to kind of shake it off after starting 2-0 and losing 2 in a row, and now we're able to push FaZe to the limits. it just is something that deserves a little bit of credit for Fluxo. But the truth is, we never should have gotten to the point where we go to a third map, the game is so close, and FaZe have to bring it back.
For FaZe fans, it's a little, you know, it's bittersweet. I mean, you're winning in this kind of fashion, you get it done. I have faith that they'll improve in some aspects in that time. I know that I don't really still expect them to make it deep at this tournament or anything like that, but I believe what Twist has said in the past, that they do get better as a tournament progresses. You give me that look, Sam. What has happened at every major in CS2 with this team?
What
keeps happening?
Have they ever looked this weak?
I think if
arguably, yeah. Arguably,
you think so?
It's been. I think before Shanghai, there was no expectation for them to have that kind of finish. Maybe make playoffs, sure. Yeah, this is worse, but it's looked like they've been down and out a ton of times.
Yeah, I feel like if you look at FaZe, it's always impossible to ride them off, no matter how badly they could be playing. Obviously, this is not...
Stop with the copium. Did you watch the same game I just watched?
We're not trying to cop them out. No, the truth
You see that CT side, though?
Yeah.
You see that CT side?
This is probably the only team in the world of Counter-Strike that could play that badly and go into another stage in 2 days without having any time to practice, any time to change anything and look significantly better. Now, is that going to happen? It's impossible to say. It's probably very... it's less likely than seeing them just struggle once again going forward, but this is an opportunity for FaZe to show that they deserve to be here, which they didn't really show throughout stage 1.
I'm gonna say, if you think that they're not gonna make it, there's a meme. The Fell For It Again award is constantly there for people that keep doubting this FaZe. Okay, it's been what, since 2022 Rio, since they have really had a huge disaster at a major where they lose to BNE in the 0-2 game. Ever since then, playoffs at Paris, even after being the last team to make it through the RMR, they make the playoffs at obviously Copenhagen in the grand finals versus Na'Vi, grand finals again versus Spirit to make it to the playoffs versus at Austin with Simple. Like, I've seen it too many times. I've seen it way too many times. They just procrastinate. They're all habitual, chronic procrastinators, and that's why I call them the great procrastinators, because they just, at the end of the day, they get it done, and it is the ugliest thing ever. It might be the worst essay that teachers ever reviewed, but they have to pass them eventually, and they do keep passing.
Here we go. Very simple. This is a yes or no answer, boys. There's no explanation. Does FaZe make it through to stage 3 of the major based on what you've just seen?
I'll say yes.
I'm glad that I convinced you. Yes, Sam. Yes, they do. They keep it going.
FaZe Magic is still there, apparently, and we'll get a chance to see it in stage 2 of the major. We're going to find out who's joining them. NRG and Imperial are up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after the break.
Driven by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Here with Vinny in front of do-or-die situation for your team. Yesterday, when you finished your game, you instantly asked me what's the result of the Paravision game, and you were excited about the potential opponent. But right now, are you happy with the draw that you have so far?
I mean, it's way comfortable in the other situation, but we cannot. I forgot the word, but like underestimate them, because if they're the 2-2, they deserve it. They're playing really good depths, and I think we just need to focus on our own game and be able to counter them.
Yeah, so far I think you've had pretty worldwide enemies. I think 2 Asian teams, 1 Australian, and 1 European as well. Now you get to play against North America. So does it change any of your preparation or the playstyle, or are you trying to play, more of your own style and according to them?
I think it changed a lot, actually. If you watch some Asian CS or like the European, it's way more structured. So when we're facing the Huns, we're like, guys, just watch your smokes, because I mean they probably be pushing everything, and we need to be laser focused. And I think like against the teams that are more structured, we're kind of like looking for kills, and like when they're throwing some smokes and when you can like push the other side of the map. So I think it's different in that part.
What about specifically against this team? Because they are playing with the coach, and I've seen throughout the tournament they are risking a lot and pushing the smokes, but also playing well individually. So what do you have in store for NRG?
Honestly, I think we prepare well. We have a lot of kills that they might abuse in the maps. It just depends on how the Vito goes. So I think we're ready for anything.
Speaking about Vito, you both ban Ancient. This is your permaban. Are we yet to see some, surprise in the Vito, let's say?
Probably for them, because I think we don't want to surprise them. We don't want to risk like playing against them. So I don't know. Let's see what they want to buy.
Last thing I want to ask is about not so fun stat, but I have to bring it up. So far, Imperial are struggling when it comes to pistol rounds specifically, and you're not winning them too much. I think you're the second lowest team so far at the major. Is this something you pay attention to? You cannot really snowball those games so far. So is this the maybe focus point for today against NRG?
I think yesterday we lack a little of, I don't know, like just willpower to finish the game. I think it was 12-8. We had like the whole map, the whole info, and people just exiting a little bit. And I think like we had a good talk about that. And if we managed to play like the first map, it went. So I think it would be like a pretty chill result.
Vinny, I'm not taking too much of your time anymore. Good luck, and see you on the server.
Makes a good team great is the ability to turn it around. To be a professional, especially like in esports or just an athlete in general, you need to be able to reset yourself mentally for the next game. Leave that game in the past, learn from it what you can, and just prepare yourself as best as you can for the next game.
I believe that we can play much better in BO3. I think against FlyQuest we got a little bit surprised. We didn't have much energy, and props to them also, they played a really good game. I think coming to the Fnatic game, we didn't really play like we do usually. I think we got a little bit anxious and we couldn't perform.
The vibes in the team at the moment are probably a little bit frustrated.
I'm getting jump shot and wallbang full running, like what the f is this game?
You know, obviously coming into the major with our coach playing, kind of have low expectations as a team. Suddenly win a couple games and now the pressure starts kind of like creeping up on you. A lot of people start feeling the pressure, maybe they don't react too well to it. Things get frustrating when things start going wrong, kind of brings out like your true colors.
I think we just need to keep the main focus on closing the match, and sometimes we can feel a little bit anxious to close the match early, especially when the match is going really our way. This is a little detail that we need to fix.
So that best of 3 against Fnatic, we started off pretty great, like on Mirage, where we turned the game around. We beat them on the first buy, and that was kind of like a turning point for the map. But it was funny because like after the game, I also said, you know, we weren't playing well, but they were playing really bad, and that's honestly kind of what happened that map. I don't think we were playing like great CS. It felt very like disjointed, you know, compared to even like the first couple days. But you know, a win's a win.
I think sometimes we can get a little worked up and stressed in the game. We are professionals and we love the game, but we forget to have fun. Of course, this is a very important piece to have fun and just play the game, play off your feelings. So we just need to be in touch with the game and with each other.
I'd really like the team to, you know, bring a positive attitude. That's what will set us apart, like from other teams. We don't really have the same amount of pressure than the other 2-2 team that we'll be facing. And we said to each other that we're coming to this tournament on vibes, purely on vibes. That's how we're playing. We had no prag. And we were going to win this tournament on vibes, is what we said.
I personally have the mentality that I don't want to choose any opponent. I mean, every opponent that comes, I will prepare the same way. I will just give my best that I can do. Whoever wins goes to the stage 2, so it will definitely fire up things.
This time Daps has got you.
You need to be prepared because we are still coming hot.
You're watching the StarLadder Major here in Budapest, and you might not know, but in Hungary today, it's Bring Your Son to Work Day. So Moses asked if Dinko could join us on the desk.
Finally, brought me on the desk, Sam. Finally.
I did wonder, because I was like, over the course of the year, I've often seen Moses on an analyst desk, and I've always thought, why is he not commentating?
You thought,
with
damn,
Dinko?
he looks out of place there.
Oh, look at you now. You got Dinko with you. New roles.
I know. I'm pumped for this.
It feels weird.
It's going to be a good time. Yeah, it's a completely different feel.
Yeah. You're going to have to guide me through this one.
Here we go. We'll ask you the first question. What do you think of this NRG Imperial matchup, Dinko?
I think it's exciting because I think it's full of great storylines and redemption. Obviously, with the NRG side of things, they're playing with their coach. They got into a position where they're 2-0 after the first day. There's always one team that goes 2-0 in best of ones and then loses every single best of 3. It looks like it might be NRG this time around. And for Imperial, it's exciting on their point of view because I feel like it's full of players that were always touted to make a breakthrough, to be the next one in their region, and they just have never done it. And so hopefully they can start to get it going as they become a team of, you know, nearly has-beens, I suppose.
Well, especially when you look at the guys like Skulls and Cello who have had their chances on the Tier 1 teams and haven't quite made the impact they would have liked and have kind of been bounced back down to Tier 2. Those are the ones you'd kind of point at, but the skills and the experience they bring along are invaluable to creating a team that can build up, and you see that on the other side of the equation with NRG, with Bro, who's had some time in some top teams and got some experience over in Danish Counter-Strike and has brought that to NRG to help them kind of grow and rise through North America.
I have to say, Moses, now that you guys have wrapped that up so nicely, Dinko, I was so impressed with your answer. Did you phone Yanko last night to get some ideas on analysis?
You know, I wouldn't do such a thing. I think he's a little, you know, busy enjoying.
Adam, don't let the host do this to you. You got to fight back.
You got to fight back, Sam, you know. But yeah, I think when we look at the VODs, swiftly moving on, Jason, why don't you talk us through that, buddy?
Yeah, well, I mean, I like that. Obviously, Ancient was going to be floated by one of them, so it's NRG who goes through and bans Mirage, but they don't want to mess with whatsoever. So Train is going to be a map pick. Dust 2 is the decider. Nuke is another one of the map picks. I mean, like it's kind of it's kind of a cool setup. It's hard to say with the way that NRG is sort of a pug, right? Like, and you know, it's a little bit of a meme when you hear Sonic say we're going to win these games based off vibes. But realistically, like that is an element you have to discuss as a team in this situation. Is just, you know, we already have enough things against us. If we're not positive and excited, then we're definitely going to lose.
From a predictions point of view, I mean, they're up on your screen right now. You're feeling pretty strong on the NRG vibes.
It's Thanksgiving. He can't go against an American
Exactly.
team.
That's actually entirely my logic. I'm not gonna predict against an American team on Thanksgiving. It's just not gonna happen.
Why are you going with Imperial, Dinko?
Well, they're an actual team, you know. They're playing with their full squad with 5
It does help.
players.
He's right. It does help.
They don't have their coach playing, so I would say I have to go with Imperial for the love of Counter-Strike. They've got to do it today. You can't be losing to NRG. I think they've had their cool story. They got 2 maps. Daps got his best performance on LAN in the Major yesterday in 1 map and still proceeded to bottom rank for the rest of the series. But, you know, I just have to believe in Imperial taking the win today. I don't think it's going to be easy. I do think NRG are going to push them to the brink, but they should have enough in Imperial to get the job done today against a team playing with their coach.
What does Nuke look like for us?
I mean, look, it's all going to depend on the game plan of Daps and what he wants to do, but expect some surprising moves, expect some really unexpected things to happen.
Okay, Dinko, you know what? You've been an analyst, you've been an interviewer, you've been a commentator at the Major as well. Want to take my job?
All right, Harry and Hugo, it is over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, NRG taking on Imperial here in a do-or-die game for qualification into Stage 2. And we're not waiting long to get into this. Imperial start things off with a blistering pace out in the yard. Sonic tries to catch them crossing, but already room taken here. Cello moving in, and he's got teammates in behind him.
Yeah, there's options open here for Imperial. Secret and Hell Control. They're just going to group ramp and meet at this B site. Sonic doesn't want to let them down in Secret sits Bro, but he's got support as well. NRG stacked heavy in this lower site.
Right now, they're kind of pincered in the vents. Imperial trying to deal with this, but they can't flush it out. Bro even catches one in the air as he drops out from the vent position. And so Imperial might have got the space they were looking for, but couldn't deal with this double vent drop. The stack in at lower. They've even heard Skulls here. Sonic closing in on him. And so Skulls really on borrowed time. Looking for a dominant start here out of NRG as they run away with that pistol round flawlessly.
Yeah, NRG already talked about it, but feeling some nerves perhaps coming into this final day of play. They may have blistered through the BO1s in shocking fashion, but once hitting that qualification point, progression to Stage 2 seeming to elude them back-to-back BO3s. They definitely had a good chance against Fnatic yesterday, but this is, on paper, their best bet. Still underdogs throughout this run are NRG. Looking to upset in this series today against an Imperial that haven't even beaten a non-Asian team. Imperial on the force by popping.
Yeah, right into George over here at ramp. Only going to get out with his one, and the rotates for NRG are slow, so this room taken by Imperial. They'll set their sights down on lower. Bro already here. Has some support. Sonic, it's a little ugly on the spray, but he still makes it work.
Bro's been the most reliable player in this run for NRG. He's been outputting in every single game, win or loss. So it's reassuring to see him starting comfortably. Going to need him to perform today if NRG are going to find this win.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting when you look at it as well. We kind of saw Imperial yesterday. It was Cello and Tri really stepping up to try and fill the void. And so I think that's going to put some pressure on Exotic, who I think has had some good games here, but notably as the pressure's crept up, as the tournament's gone on, and especially in series that have gone the distance, he went so quiet in that Fnatic game the other day in map 3.
Yeah.
That was after being the guy trying to make all the difference on the second map of Inferno. So I think, you know, the case is kind of there for NRG that a couple of these guys look a little shaky as the games go on.
You're already a player down, so you're not going to get life games from Daps every single day, are you? You're going to have to pick up the slack. Let's see if NRG can do so. Anti-Eco to find 3-0 lead here on Imperial's map pick. While Imperial banned their Insta, that gave NRG room in this veto. Worth noting, both having Ancient as a perma-ban. Whoever bans first draws a short end of the stick. NRG were able to drop Mirage in this series, surprisingly enough, and go for a train pick. A train that we saw Imperial get destroyed on versus Fnatic. Sure, a very different level of team, but at the same time, it bodes well for NRG, this veto.
No, I'm inclined to agree with you, and I think the veto conversation is pretty interesting because we kind of saw Imperial take that risk already, right? Playing a little fast and loose with the veto in the Fnatic game that you talk about. Here, conservative approach, which I'm kind of surprised at, if I'm honest. I think NRG with a coach, it should be almost obvious that they wouldn't look to play their permaban, even if they had been practicing it. That's how I like to think about it anyway.
It's you know, you can make an argument really for both sides.
Even if you kind of had it as a trick up your sleeve, is this really the time you would hope to show that off?
Underdogs, man. You never know what they're going to pull out, Harry. We saw what Furia did against Vitality and how that paid off. And that was an ugly game. And sometimes it can be enough. Hey, we just saw FaZe Fluxo. Wasn't exactly pretty, but it got the job done. So will Exotic in this round. 5v4. Oh, they get stuck in the ramp room. Blocking in the smoke gives George a free kill, and Imperial even wastes an extra molly. That molly would make all the difference down on lower. They're taking space in the B-bomb side, but NRG are flooding in. Bad molly, bad molly.
Yeah, Bro's allowed to play ahead of this. That's a free denial on the plant. Vinny will try and bridge the gap at least with one back the other way. And a route to get this bomb planted after all. Tries the one set up to try and clutch this, right? Playing on the other side of the double doors. Vinny just looking for a bit of safety down in the site itself. It's a good kill from Try. And now both players looking rampward. Try on the swing, it tries to add another to the tally, and now it's just down to the captain. Vinny tucked in here, last spotted in the site itself. Daps and Exotic, time is running low. And even though that nade has found a good bit of chip damage, you've got to get eyes on, you've got to deal with Vinny. Exotic will defuse for Daps. Give it to him, he's the man with the kit. NRG pick it up with seconds to spare.
Oh dear, I mean, close margin, winnable clutch for Vinny, but the mistake comes down to Try in that round. It's standard utility to take lower control, to get that molly in deep. It's got to bounce deep off the stairs. I saw Try scale into the bomb site, and then he had to pull back, realizing I've got to get this molly in. Throws it from a weird angle, it doesn't land deep enough, and they get punished planting the bomb. So, huge mistake for Try to make. And that double molly wasted on ramp does come back to burn Imperial. Easy pickups for NRG, who get it done in the post plant. 4-0. I don't want to go as far as saying Imperial need this map to win the series, but Train just doesn't bode well given what we saw from them the other day. Exotic, he's been at the forefront of these opening kills, very keen to get involved. Shut down after one this time. Tries Hero AK, resets back to lobby. And while Silo is cleared, Imperial have nothing to show but this inside control. Good re-smoke for Sonic. They were walking towards door, now it might just be this hut bust for Imperial. Or down the vent. No way, moves away from the hut molly. And maybe Imperial realizing that numbers is the best bet. Third door smoke. Insult to injury here for Imperial. Looks like they're just going to pop together. Even if they go B Sonic's there. There's no easy round win here for Imperial.
Bro swings the moment he hears that molly pull, gets away with his double. And there's no winning this for No Way.
Just save.
Just going to try and get out with the hero gun. So NRG really off to the races here. I mean, I think you understand the pick from Imperial. You're kind of doubtful that NRG are going to have the protocols in place to, you know, field a successful CT side here on Nuke. It's a very demanding map on a technical level. There's a lot of moving parts, and so an attempt to punish, especially after a good showing from Imperial on this map yesterday versus the Huns. I think they're kind of shocked at the level of performance you're getting out of NRG right now. Feels like it would be the best map to pick into a squad with a stand-in.
Yeah, NRG are making the best out of a bad scenario, right? But I think the fortunate part is, hey, at least your IGL is the one who's out, right? In a sense, because it's often your weakest player. It is statistically their worst player on CT side, Nuke as well. And so Daps is just going to fill in his slot, right? He's going to play A anchor at the back of the bomb site. If Imperial don't have good upper executes, they can't abuse Daps' position. And that does feel like the way in, right? You often see in-game leaders get abused in their positions, be anchoring in the harder spots to get more than one kill out of. Daps is definitely in that position. So do Imperial have the prep and the ability to run good topside executes? Nuke just really turns into outside control these days. Only a few teams really want to rely on what is often the randomness of these A hits. And Imperial haven't moved away from that just yet. Smokes come down in this gun round, a round they need.
It's also a triple lead out in the yard for NRG from the get-go. George playing up on top of the garage. They know what they're up against here, so a chance to catch two crossing out in the yard. That is a huge double from George. Imperial round already feels like it's in jeopardy before it's even began. Spam from Try is nice. It's going to give them a fighting chance in this round.
It's a really good read for NRG off the rip, right? They don't play anyone on ramp. It's just Exotic holding hell with the AWP. So the ramp player is on the garage roof getting a double kill, and he's still able to get back in ramp in time. He's just cleared every position, and now George owns it back. Imperial don't jump into ramp when they realize he's not there. Maybe they fear the AWP, but either way, it's back to late outside control. A big gap, no less, but NRG are staying active. George double outside, clears lobby, and now Imperial's sneaky move is known by NRG.
Yeah, you very quickly start to piece this one together. Imperial might just try and walk it in through main, and that at least leaves them away from the Exotic AWP, but with lobby taken, he will be scrapping here. They last saw George outside. Util's going to get in his way, stops him playing into the round, so we're looking at Bro instead, but an awkward line, an awkward angle, and Exotic dropping in. He's given a kill away. Very little time left now as Try plugs in those numbers. No one in position to deny. It's George on for the ace clutch. That's what he needs. If NRG won this round, 3 kills deep, he'll get shut out of it, and Imperial finally break through.
Oh, NRG getting a little bit scuffed there. I don't even hate the molly, but it kind of ruins Bro's round. It blocks them crossing in, and Bro just gets isolated as they stand still behind the Molotov. And then everyone just throws himself back into the round. They don't want to play it slow, play it retake. Surprised Daps actually dropped slower, feeling like maybe Imperial hit really good timing outside. They didn't. And so he did leave the A site completely open for business, but I would like to just see NRG slow it down and play a retake there. Exotic's running through the heaven Molotov. Feels like a real overcommitment across the board there for NRG. Imperial on the board.
We boost me? Or just enemy?
And I think it started with this, right? A 5-on-3 delivered by George. Really not the round you wanted to give away. And I think, it's one of the things we've seen from Exotic a handful of times when the rounds start to get a little closer. Aggression kind of his go-to solution to try and solve these problems. Early days for NRG, right? They can still try and recover this. Again, it's the yard smokes for Imperial.
Boost came up, but Exotic is cycling nades on these outside smokes. And I will say Imperial have done a good job of delaying their cross with the second wall now. When the nades are expired, they'll be able to get down secret. It's not been a position Imperial have been fighting for in these gun rounds. Will Sonic allow it? Looks like it. Imperial get what they bargained for, but with bomb back in lobby, they've got to meet them in lower. George early B and Exotic AWPing ramp. How do Imperial push and pull this way into the B site?
the spot for George. Eyes on 2 in at lower, and that's going to trigger a pretty hefty rotate here out of NRG. Sending 2 players into the ramp room.
It's a fake out. Vent.
Up through the vent for Cello. Bro's got no idea. Man on his screen, and Bro can't flick there in time. It's Daps and Sonic holding on to this top site. They fall for the Imperial trickery, but they're still there to reel them back in. That's a streak might have gotten broken off the top, but they're looking to restart it on the side of NRG.
I actually like the execute for Imperial, right? It's just awkward that no one clears close vent, and Bro's full blind, he lets them in. Second player just free kill as a result. It's a very awkward way for it to come crumbling down. Considering how heavily it looked like they had dedicated to that B-bomb site. Tricky start here for Imperial. Running into wall after wall. NRG go back to the boost, unknown about. And it will stay that way.
I do hope we get to see, you know, one of these more up-tempo top-site hits at some point, right? It feels like that's almost the part that you want to try and exploit. That's where Daps is playing. You kind of want to set the precedent that it's something you're capable of. A lot of teams look to bring it out fairly early in their T-side, right? Just to get the opponent worrying about these top site rushes. You force them to expel more util right off the top of the round.
This is the round. They've just done a second smoke wall outside again. And it's all a fake out. There's only George and lower. They just leave ramp open. NRG are comfortable leaving ramp open, but they have a very weak A site right now. It's only Bro and Daps. Exotic coming in time. He's been very mobile on this CT side. Right place, right time for it.
On the orb here for the first, and he's going to collect it. Drops in. Help from Daps as he's on his way out of the round. Skulls, that's a pretty nice pickup. Able to catch Sonic as he comes out around the smoke as well. And with Exotic dead, it's only George left standing, not for long. That's the top site hit Imperial were hoping for, and it comes together beautifully with a double from Skulls to open things up.
Yeah, Imperial can only win 3v5 so far in this T side. That's both their rounds. 2 defensive kills on that top side. And then Imperial hit hard with a couple of pistol shots for Skulls. They go a long way. And Bro on both these A hits, feeling perhaps like he wished he played later. Getting shot in the side of the head. Around to round, Imperial will take it. They can break the money of NRG right now.
NRG go looking for a bit of control, trying to be the ones initiating here with lobby aggression. Oh, George does well to get out of there. Meanwhile, out in the yard, Cello crosses with these smokes. Has Bro been made aware that this timing could be hit because they were checking the yard.
They got 2 players outside. You'd hope so. Doesn't look aware. Cello grabs him as Bro goes for the clear. Imperial in no hurry here. They have that secret control. Man up. Util dwindling here for NRG. Exotic looks to commit. Just feel like ramp would be the obvious move.
I mean, Cello quite likes the vent climb. And he's the only guy down at lower right now. He just tried faking it out. Oh, that could have been something for Exotic. Instead, he's burning alive. Forces himself forward into the heart. With George holding down the push. Exotic shot in the back, a kill that maybe didn't need to give away on that aggression. And Try locks it in.
Dude, why is he there? Why is he there? That's what I'd be saying. Why is he there? Late off the top of the roof, throwing the util as Imperial convert yet another top hit. Big entry for Cello that just throws so much pressure on the round for NRG. They don't know where to look. And again, George has gotten so many double kills in lost rounds. NRG, the wheels may start to fall off here on this CT side.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, that early game conditioning of the yard smokes, really making that be the kind of goal for Imperial in the offset, felt like it was doing them wrong, but ever since they've won that top site hit round, now it's a big problem. You don't really know what's happening behind these smokes. Yeah. The Cello lurk is feeling effective as a result of it. NRG certainly losing a bit of the initiative. We were crediting them for some great reads early on in this game, but nature of it started to change now.
They're selling AKs to buy 3 MAC-10s here, so is it going to be something faster on this top site, or even just committing behind the smokes wouldn't be a bad move. It's something we haven't seen Imperial do as a pack. Either way, I'm expecting a bit of pace behind this one. They've read the money well. NRG on a near full eco. A couple of flashbangs and a pistol upgrade. It's all they've got to show for this.
Fast play down the vent.
Crazy. Whoa.
You got 3 players down lower. And the round should already be decided on that fact alone.
Cello's ready for it. Doesn't need to overcommit here. He's got Vinny spawn side as well, and the MAC-10 swoop in. So simply done here by Imperial. 1 kill would be lovely. Oh, it really would have been. But George is left lost outside. And Imperial definitely breaking into this game now. It felt like a really ugly start to this map. But multiple round disadvantages, 1 out. And they're looking to draw this half up. If they win 1 more gun round, it's there for the taking.
5 fora. Vai ser o...
Mano, dropa uma Mac aí, alguém ficou pra cá, tem dinheiro pro próximo.
Do they stay on the MAC-10s? They really don't need to. Should see some upgrades. 2 MAC-10s in play.
Oh, Cello fast and loose out in the yard. Nearly the catch on a Sonic here. Puts a lot of pressure on. NRG, all their attention focused outwards into the yard, but they've missed these timings on the smoke breaks. Imperial look like they're going to try and cross in a garage here. They get a lot of bodies across behind these smokes. Full outside control. Exotic living on borrowed time. Going to get picked up for free outside. Made it down secret in all this chaos. You don't really have any picture as to what's happening in this round if you're NRG. You don't know numbers out in the yard. You know that 1 guy's made it across the garage, but you don't know how deep they've taken it. And this bomb down through secret will come as a real nasty surprise. NRG, in an attempt to get their bearings, looked for a bit of lobby control on Daps at ramp.
Oh, now it's time to go for George. Feel like that was a fake flash. Vinny fails the jump. He's going to go through locker instead. George falls for it. 30 seconds as they look to end. Where are they going to go? May as well group ramp right now. Bomb is secret, remember. Spotting that heaven control. No reason to hunt this kill. The bomb is still secret. You're not coming up the vent. Not at this point. Daps goes down into the belly of the beast.
Oh, they could stop the bomb right here. Sonic, the guy tasked with that, but low on health, can't play through the molly. The bomb makes it in. It's all chaotic here. Oh, they're off the bomb. Had to at the sign of the pressure, and now the plant comes in. Bro can't contest for this. That is a chaotic round for both squads.
Oh, it feels like Imperial are really overthinking it, right? They had so much control, so much distraction on that hell wrap. The NRG were nowhere near that B bomb site, but they did not want to speed up. It almost cost them the round, as NRG flood the B site with seconds to spare, but enough is done here for Imperial. Skulls with important kills to cover the planter. And Imperial, from a really slow start to this game, 5-0 down, 6-1 lead for NRG. Imperial break through. That 1 rifle NRG will have in the hands of Bro. He can drop over 1 M4. And the rest is going to be a bit of a mixed bag here in this final round of the half.
I mean, the value of these yard smokes is only growing as the game's gone on. Even there, Exotic just not even considering that anyone would have crossed in behind them. You're really uncertain as to what they're meaning right now in terms of the overall game plan for Imperial. NRG cobbling a bye together. thing that I think probably feels frustrating as well is whenever they've looked for this mid-round aggression into the lobby, they've often found a lot of success in terms of, you know, it hasn't cost them too many resources, they get the info, but then they end up losing in the actual mid-round or in the post-plant, whatever it may be. Kind of bet of Imperial that the... Ooh, that's really ugly. Bro giving chase down through the vents, hoping he can catch Vinny off guard.
Trying to force it now. That's the M4 lost as well. 2 nades wasted on 1 smoke, and Imperial have not been caught once by these breaks.
It's a full lean in towards lower.
I like it.
NRG have got Daps and George down here early. And Imperial this time walk this way with numbers. Vinny's had the vent rotation on lock throughout the entire round. I mean, from 6-1 down, this would be one hell of a recovery for Imperial going on to split the half. George and Daps, the only 2 that could have made a damn bit of difference, and they get swept aside cleanly. Exotic now takes up position over here at ramp, but as he chases down the players in control room, he gives away another. Sonic, a very unlikely 1v4 on the cards, and Imperial laughing all the way through this T side. What looked like a dire start ends up painting a very pretty picture in the long run, and Nuke, well, it might just go swimmingly for Imperial after all as they look to recover from that slow beginning.
NRG come out of the gate swinging, but it's Imperial who get the last laugh in that first half, leveling out with 5 straight rounds for an even split. It's a damn good T-side when you consider how it began. And NRG getting a brutal taste of reality here, as they're going to have to pull this one back and do better on their offensive half.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall order ahead of NRG right now. The one thing they've got going for them is that Imperial have not been very good in these pistol rounds. So if you can find success here, that at least gives you a bit of a leg up in this second half. They'll try and brave the ramp stack. And Imperial rub their hands together as NRG play right into them. Just Bro and Daps remain in this 2-on-3. Damage done on the try maybe makes it interesting. But you need To be very switched on here. It's a lot of crossfires for Imperial. Chance at a late trade out from this Hell player as well. There's the support moving in. You think you're fighting one, suddenly you're fighting all three, and Imperial, they've struggled in these pistol rounds, but not in that one.
No way shooting back up the board here to top of his team. Try has also been a very reliable piece in this run for Imperial, even in lost maps and lost games. And the two leading the way here, and Try can be a lot of fun to watch on this AWP on CT side. Exotic was very involved early, but cooled off. Didn't get as many orbs in the latter part of the half. Try will delay his first AWP. One little eco from NRG. They've not been a force by heavy team in this run, relying on their rifle rounds. Easy fight across the board here for the Brazilians. But not in a hurry to take them. On Cello's contact, Vinny can activate. Run boost ready. Yep.
Vinny's now moving in, and suddenly these players that survived the crossing are trapped in a box out a garage. One back for George. They even spotted Daps out here as the final piece. What's he got for us?
Nothing, I assure you. Not with a Glock. Vinny cleans house, and NRG got to hit hard coming into this gun round. It's a massive streak now building for Imperial, 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, outdoing the streak of NRG from that first half. They managed to get it up to 5 straight. Imperial pulling ahead, and this gun round very important for NRG. They do want to try and keep Nuke alive. Nearly a full crossing with these yard smokes in this first rifle round. Everyone outside. Trying to gauge the reactions from Imperial first. Not given anything though, they've got to get a move on. And there's Daps with an unlikely opening. They weren't ready for Vinny. Cello gets iced out towards main. That's a beautiful double for Exotic as he's missed the trades in this round. No way, quelled as well, and only Skulls left standing, a 1v2.
That bomb's going to come out through main though on low health. Cover needs to be immaculate. Bro has to hit this shot when Sonic moves in.
Oh no!
Dear!
Secured, picked up. Sonic holds it together. That very easily could have slipped through their fingers.
Terrifying round. I feel like Exotic makes that mid-round call as well, right? He gets those 2 very quick trades. Clean shots for Exotic, then just storms towards main. Would not want to lose that round in a 3v1 like that. Saved by Sonic. NRG still in it to win it, looking to break Imperial's money here. They've already broken the streak. Daps did hit a banger outside as well. Landers smokes. Putting them down outside. Let's try. Orbless moves in. Does he want to nade George or nade the smoke? That's the question. This kill's right there for the taking, but NRG sneak across.
Exact numbers here unknown. So Imperial might have 1 player down at low, the rest firmly in at the top site. It's just Cello down here armed with this MP9.
It's not very comfortable here for Imperial. Getting more than 1 kill would be surprising.
Not even jump spotting either, so he's only going to find out when they peek him.
Oh, there's only 2 going here. There's a chance, but not when Sonic's laser sharp like that. Quick entry, into B they go.
And you kind of learn about this so late that unless Skulls gets some crazy multi-kill, I think you just have to think about saving in this round.
And that's why you see the protocol of players jump spotting right, getting info on B, because as soon as they do, they can shut the door, they can go into the bomb site, pick a nice strong position up in the rafters, and, you know, set up for multiple kills there. But Cello is going for a bit of glory. Vinny gets an exit. We've seen this MP7 be a bit of a delight. Oh, this would be huge, though. Even a couple here.
This is all the rifles. Mac 10 trying to hunt them down. Daps with good damage, but no kills found. The rest of his team moving in, though, to try and secure these kills on the saving Imperial players. They're really debating. They decide to not give it a go, worrying about their own money ahead of breaking their opponents. So that will allow a bit of an investment here for Imperial on the back of that heavy save.
Shame for Daps any other gun, and he's going to line up multiple kills in that position. So instead, Imperial actually get to field more rifles, get to give it another try. Talking of which, still waiting for his AWP on the CT side. Ooh, double nade. Get some. Not every day you see a round end like that for a player. Sonic nuked. George looking for an entry, and there is a huge opportunity on this top site, but No Way sits right above him in the rafter.
Feel a little awkward here as well. If Daps is supposed to go and pick up this yard lurk, yeah, he's going to get found by Vinny. He was also the dude who was supposed to grab the bomb, so that's just left back in spawn. This is really throwing the round into disarray for NRG. Try tucked in. No one ever clears this spot, and so Try, good for one at least. Knows that Exotic's here as well, and he can just call the rest of his team over as they box Exotic in. That is a flawless round for Imperial. Out of all the ways to return to form, that's what you wanted. It starts with an nade stack in the yard. It throws the whole round into disarray for NRG. And you go on to get out with 5 guns in tow.
Yeah, you're seeing the value of those smokes for Imperial on the start of the T side, right? They didn't often use them, but it just created a lot of questions for NRG. And we need to see the same thing done, really, by NRG in this T half to deny info, to actually have players crossing behind the smokes. Because if Vinny's pushed up like that, those smokes are going to fool you.
Oh, fast hop hit. In they come. Cello. Only good for the first. Try moving in, hoping to fill this gap. He's lost teammates all around him, but the rotates now arrive. The round stalls out a little bit here for NRG. If that bomb wasn't committed, they could try and do something here, but they've got to battle forward. They've got to look for this site control.
Smokes everywhere. Time buying.
All right, Daps. He's here very, very quickly. I don't know if you're expecting him on this type of a timing.
He's so soon, he doesn't even want to take it. He's going around the world. Sonic trying to keep up some sort of attempt on this site.
Vinny's now firmly holding on to heaven. Daps has lost that window of opportunity, and he thinks that he might beat them on a timing. They might not be expecting this. Vinny is not taking his eyes off of that heaven wraparound, and so Daps offered up on a silver platter.
It's a shame he had his timing, he just didn't believe in it. Took way too long to get up heaven instead, and Sonic was never going to win that round with 5 health. Vinny, nice shutdown on the top site. Imperial building back into this game. 2 recoveries here in the map already, taking the lead, 3 away from securing their map pick in this series.
Counter-terrorist win.
And this is all with Cello really going quiet today. He's been the standout player for Imperial coming into this major, but not even required. In this first map, Vinny is just taking names 2 through the smoke.
Yeah, he feels right at home here. Vinny with the third, approaching 20 kills from the captain of Imperial. And even now, you just hate the way Skulls is playing this. If you're Daps, you were hoping you could try and squeak out a kill on some weird timing out towards ramp, but Skulls has got his number. Yeah, it is interesting to see the quiet performance from Cello, but it hasn't really mattered, right? Vinny has had fantastic output. On top of that, it's actually a real treat for me to see Skulls kind of stepping up a little bit more in this game. He's had some super quiet matches in the Imperial jersey this major. And so here we are, the real kind of last hurrah for NRG. Come up short here, and Imperial are running away with Nuke.
Double wall coming out for NRG. Tries ready a ramp. They're going to run through anyway, just dry, on contact through the smoke, nice. Banging shot, but Skulls will pay for it.
Exotic's been good with the trades. Ooh. Has to do it again here as Bro pulls the attention away. It's Exotic with his second in the round. Now there's an early drop in towards lower for Imperial. Vinny tucked in behind the silo, and he's got no way down here as well. That leaves just Cello alone at the top site. NRG have full froze in this 4v3.
Yeah. Gambling now, maybe starting to doubt it. Back up the vent. Would not be too late to save this here for Imperial. You smoke the door at 50 seconds. Still 2 in this top site. Where will the bomb choose to end? They are very split right now, but a kill's offered right up. Sonic can't take it.
That's a bit of a disaster. That's going to send him down in the lower. I don't know if they're going to be ready for Vinny here. He's been sitting here all damn round. They think it's clear. There's Vinny with the first. Make it a second. Vinny's on form to open up this series. It takes Bro to run him down. The third piece will get that trade. Still so much more to do, and layers of defense that he just can't break through. Imperial, they've got multiple chances to walk this one over the line, and NRG broke at the end of that.
Vicious from Vinny. He's had so many heroic multi-kills on this CT side. He's been making this map happen for Imperial in both sides. And that is a really awkward way to lose it. Sonic with a free kill on a plate, but covered. And that just forces the panic for NRG. They lose control of the map. They just dart into that B-bomb site. Nobody checking. It's a couple of times now that NRG have been caught without clearing all positions. And Imperial right there with the map for the taking, 4 rounds in a row. A solid CT side. NRG, what a run on those BO1s. But these BO3s have not treated them kindly.
Are they leaving it to this explosive play out into the top site? They've already lost 2 of their heaviest hitters, and this has become very disjointed very, very quickly. Imperial looking to go flawless in this final round to secure the victory on Nuke, putting them 1 step closer to stage 2. NRG now, they've got to go away at the end of this one, gear up for Train. It's a good map for the squad. It's one that Imperial felt a heavy loss on already in the competition. But with the form that Vinny's showcasing and with the potential for guys like Cello to get switched online, this one is no safe bet for NRG.
Yeah, looking for as many Brazilian teams to go through today. While Fluxo fell, Imperial can recover, and they look to do so in this second map.
You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been breaking the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Who's the best coach of all time? Ooh.
Sonic or Blade?
I think Sonic, and I like Blade also.
It has to be Sonic. Blade.
I'll just say I'll go with Robin. I have played with him the most. We won with him a lot, so I think he's very underrated for sure.
Coach, I would go with Blade.
Who's the best coach of all time?
Shit. I say Blade, I think.
Yeah.
I need to give it to Sonic. I think he did an excellent job with both Astralis and Vitality, so yeah.
Maybe Sonic. I think I'll go with Blade. Yeah, I think I'll go with Blade.
Modern.
Sonic.
Sonic or maybe Blade, yeah. But I will put the Sonic.
See, I had this question earlier. I said Ash, but now I want to say Blade because I completely forgot about him.
Yeah.
Sonic.
Sonic.
I want to say Blade.
I think Blade. I think because that he has had multiple winning rosters. It's good.
Best coach of all time. I think Blade. I would have said Sonic, but I don't know.
I think Sonic. He won 5 majors.
Blade. Blade.
Blade. Blade.
Blade.
I think Blade.
Zeus.
Sonic.
Sonic.
I would say Sonic.
Yeah.
I would say Sonic. I think for me it's Blade. I feel like he did it with the most different type of rosters and also rosters where you wouldn't think they would make it. Yeah. And they had really good systems and it feels like he has a lot of influence.
Blade, yeah, Blade.
Blade or Sonic?
Yeah, Blade.
Sonic.
Blade? I think Blade deserves a spot.
I'd probably say right now Sonic, but
you know, time will tell.
Yeah.
Exist.
I think it's Blade.
Blade, maybe.
Sonic.
I would go for Blade. I mean, Ukrainian, also a very good coach.
Blade.
Sonic.
Just Sonic. I mean,
Blade. I would say Sonic and Blade.
By statistic, maybe Sonic.
Okay.
Sonic, of course. And Blade too.
Blade.
Sonic.
Let me just say Mara.
Yep.
Mara.
Well, that one's kind of hard to say because you don't really know what coaches bring to a team. But I'd have to say Blade.
I don't.
Sonic.
I'll go by Sonic. I don't know like the impact in the, but he won. Yeah, he won 5 majors, so Sonic.
I think I said this in another interview, but I said like tactical consistency. I don't really like esports titles that change meta too drastically often. Obviously, meta does change in CS, but it's a lot of things stay relatively the same, and I think that creates good storylines, and also, I mean, a lot of people call it the chess of esports, so I like that aspect.
The competition, honestly, I think that is just amazing how like the high level that you can reach in this game.
Probably just like the competitiveness. Like the game has a lot of depth to it, you know? Like it's not just shooting, it's strategy, teamwork, like there's a lot to it, like a lot of levels.
The capabilities of being creative and like putting your own style to everything you do, so I would say that.
I love that it's competitive. Yeah.
Headshots. Yeah. Like makes me to want to wake up, you know? Yeah.
Are they just very satisfying?
Yeah, it's very satisfying. Yeah.
Oh my god, I think competitiveness, I don't know, team play, popping heads, you know, but a lot of good things about Counter-Strike.
Probably just like the feeling of winning, honestly. I'm a super competitive guy, and then just like winning games is just like everything.
I feel that this game is very dynamic, you know, and you can have a lot of great situations in the game. You can change, like to do some clashes, you can change the result of the game on your own, which is really fun to play.
On your screen right now, obviously you got to see the reactions from the players after our first map here in this series, NRG up against Imperial. Before we get into breaking down what you saw on Nuke, gents, I kind of want to set the scene here because we've spoken a lot, Moses, about Daps standing in for NRG and having a coach as a stand-in.
Yeah.
How difficult does it make it for the team?
Oh, I mean, it's incredibly difficult, especially on a map like Nuke. Like, CT side rotations are so intricate, and like it's one of those maps where all 5 players have to be on the same page of who's shifting where in which situation, so you know which gaps to cover. And when you can't do that with a stand-in, I mean, like, it's just so hard to figure out what's happening. You can see they got picked apart. Like, once they lost the momentum on the CT side, once Imperial got money and started building back into the game, NRG doesn't have the capacity to bring it back into their control. They just don't have that within them when you're playing with a stand-in.
How did they lose that momentum, Dinko?
Well, you can see immediately they get off to a good start. That's what they need. They're a team that need to win the pistol, find the followers, get that first gun run under their belt. But as Jason said, their opponents are just more comfortable in the map. They stabilized, they actually got a good buyout. There weren't as many weaknesses to exploit. And yeah, once you have buy round on buy round action, obviously the team with 5 players are gonna come out on top.
It's because also in these situations, it's really hard as a player to like hold yourself back. Like, you feel like with the stand-in, you kind of have to make a play. Like in situations where you might play it smart and trust your teammates to be in the right position, instead you're making the aggressive decision because you feel like you have to make up for the fact that you have a stand-in, and that just leads to a downfall. Now, it's kind of funny because NRG, when they beat FaZe on the opening day, I actually like rewatched that VOD at like 2 in the morning because I was just so confused. I was like, how did this happen? And they played like a really cool, calculated, risky style of like challenging smokes, taking aggressive pushes on weird timings, and it works. But that kind of a style only really works in best of ones. And this is then the next struggle they get to when you get to series play is like, how do you build that as a game plan across multiple maps?
And I think we've seen that yesterday. Once they went to the best of 3s, they're still able to have a good, strong opening map, but it's the depth of the best of 3 that ends up costing them. And now we're going into a map that they haven't even played yet. It's just more and more weaknesses piling up for NRG.
And also, even though they win that first map in the series yesterday, 13-3, it's not like you could look at that and say like this is some kind of tactical dominance, right? Like they hit
just
like
rode
a really
that
nice
momentum
stride.
that they lost on Nuke.
And Daps had that career game out of it as well. So like you need, I think, if NRG is to win any of the maps in this series, you have to have an individual on each of these maps just like going crazy, just really, really popping off. Sonic is someone you'd expect to. You'd love to see it out of Exotic. Bro is someone who had a pretty quiet, a rough Nuke who's performed well for them up to this point. So you have a couple options for it. It's just so hard to ask for it, and it's so hard to expect it.
Does it work in their favor, though, that there is very little pressure from anyone watching? on them because no one kind of expects them to do anything with Daps.
Today, Sonic was saying today that they're actually feeling the pressure all of a sudden because you've won 2 of those games. You got into a position where you could qualify, and so you start to believe in that. And he was saying the pressure was getting to them. We got to see in the calm videos as well, the pros just kind of breaking down, having some triggering moments, obviously. So I do think they've put that pressure on themselves because they've come so close. And Imperial has got to feel like a team that they can compete against at this level, especially because you've already beaten some better squads at the event.
I think that's the frustrating thing, and I'm with you as well. I mean, remember, this is a team that beat M80 in a best-of-5 before coming here back at Fragadelphia, which got all of us excited and all of us interested, and probably got them extremely confident, even knowing that this was coming up. So yeah, day one, you have no expectations and no pressure. You win both games, and then it's not from the outside, Sam. It's from within, as you mentioned. It's yourselves saying we actually do have a chance to qualify forward. So now we put the pressure on ourselves to make it happen.
I did like the fact that during Media Day, Daps said that, I'm going to paraphrase, but something along the lines of, you know, any team that's losing to us with me as the stand-in, like, probably should start looking at their roster and questioning that. Do you think that's running through Imperial's head before the game starts going, listen, we can't lose our spot at the major to these guys with their stand-in?
Yeah, I mean, like, not as like a lasting thought, but it's certainly something you say to hype the boys up. Like, yo, we can't lose to these.
Or surely you come into it and you maybe look at it as a positive stance of, guys, we have got a chance to play against a team that have a stand-in to qualify to the next stage of a major. And I think when you go in with that positive mentality, and especially how that map just went, you're going to be feeling like you're on top of the world.
What did you like about Imperial's Nuke?
I liked how everyone showed up. I think there was no one that really was a weak link. It was just a solid team. There was no one getting punished on the CT side, especially when they switched over. There was no obvious weakness for NRG to try and punish. And even when Daps would find himself a flank or he would get in a weird spot and taking those risks that were working earlier in the tournament, it just wasn't working because everyone from Imperial looked so strong.
They did a good job of being patient, knowing, understanding the situation of a team that's probably going to do some crazy things, especially if they looked into the demos and the VODs of the previous matches they played and just been like, you know what, this team is going to come to us. This team is going to take a calculated risk. This team is going to be a little bit of aggressive to try and make up for the shortcomings. So yeah, when we get some map control, we get a kill, just chill and wait. Expect the unexpected at all times. And I mean, obviously, no issues from Imperial. I mean, it was 1-6 at one point. The fact they came storming back and went like, what, a 12-2 run to close out the map. Once they get momentum, NRG's not taking it away.
And NRG, that's what they want. That's what they need, right? You need good starts in these halves. The first gun round to go your way. Leading 6-1 is the win condition really to get going if you are going to pull off a win. And the fact that they had that and they also just got spanked for the rest of the game, that's very worrying.
The round that they lost in that 6-1 lead was against Tech9s and against Alobai, which is another thing that when you're a team with a stand-in, you just can't lose those rounds. Like, you just can't.
We're moving on to Train. Obviously, this was NRG's map pick, but how does Imperial play Train?
I think this is a little bit of a punish pick from NRG. We're going to see Imperial obviously kind of the slow pace in T main. I think most of what I'm interested in is how they want to take box halls. Do they want to establish presence in it and kind of fall back? And you'll see that in most of their defaults as well. But the big thing is I think this is mostly a punish pick from NRG, considering Imperial got bodied by Fnatic. But it's not like they have the capacity to capitalize on the moment, right?
They haven't even played it yet. So, it's like, all right, let's see what we got. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes down. But I'd imagine their strat work on that T side is going to be quite limited.
It's another map just like Nuke, where if you're NRG, you have to have an incredible CT side, which is going to be your second half. You're going to be starting on the T side, and if you get bodied in this half right out of the gate, like, I just feel like it's over so quickly.
Let's find out how this is going to play out. We are moving on to Train. Harry and Hugo are ready to take you into game.
Imperial versus NRG. We're into the second map. It's NRG's pick. A little bit of Train, their first time playing it here at the Major. You've seen Imperial take to this map once already in a gamble versus Fnatic, and it did not pan out. Wow. But they've learned some lessons from that game. This was exactly how Fnatic opened up against them. Bit of aggression coming through with dual Berettas up through the B ramps, and it's torn through NRG.
It's such a standard pistol at this point. I'm surprised teams still get caught off guard, just getting massacred by Julies up ramp. I got a lot to say about this game, and maybe I'll save it for the eco, but it is a bit worrying here. NRG playing 2 maps that they haven't played with Daps at this event in this final BO3. Not having touched Nuke nor Train, Daps with boots to fill. And Imperial with a clean pistol, no problem. Skulls 4K makes it so. I'm worried about this CT side, Harry. I'm worried about the second half more than the first. All right, Daps is filling in for Nitro on B anchor. We're going to need to see NRG be aggressive in that second half to try and stop Imperial from running the B executes. It's what they wanted to do against Fnatic. Yeah. They didn't get allowed to. But if Imperial get given the room and the respect in this map, I think they're going to run over NRG here.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up because you're dead on. That Imperial game went so one-sidedly against them on train precisely for the reason that Fnatic never let them have the upper control. They had great protocols in place to go about fighting for it, and they constantly denied this area of the map right here.
But none of this will be a factor if Imperial just come in strong on this CT side. It's the best place to start right now, CT-sided train. So they're sitting back comfortably in this anti-eco. It's a bomb plant allowed for NRG, but nothing further. Even kills feel unlikely in this position. Easily done by Imperial and NRG. A gun round coming in now. Pressure is on for NRG to start strong on this T side. They need 4 or 5 rounds to make this map interesting. Anything less, and a pistol may decide their fate in this final day of play of stage 1.
I think there's a number of things to look out for. Right, Bro comes off of the back of a very, very quiet performance. He's kind of been the rock and the core of this NRG squad throughout this event. You don't want him too shaken up. You're going to need him hitting hard in this game. Oh, that's a wild play to go and make on his own in this first gun round. Vinny with a nice, easy kill. If you wanted Bro to bring himself back in time for train, that's not the ideal start. And now layers of defense over towards B. Flash does wreck Skulls. Only gets out with 1. Still the advantage here for Imperial. They're bringing everyone over on the rotate and just staying alive as Cello at the back of the site finally going to get dealt with. It's a low HP Daps and Exotic pinned in behind this train.
Oh. Nowhere to go.
I don't even feel like he can get this bomb planted. He's getting harassed from all angles.
Oh, is that it? Will he live? Inside of the smoke, 1 HP, and all that survives here. Cello may have killed Skulls with the team flash, but that matters not. A multi-kill for Exotic, and it's still not enough as Imperial surge ahead, 3-0 starting this map. They were able to streak back on Nuke in both halves. And now NRG are going to have to dig deep. T-side train is just such an uncomfortable place to be. Counter-terrorists win. Nowhere to go there. Bit of attack here for Imperial. Try out of the server. Some time for NRG to collect themselves. Perhaps their last time on this stage here in Budapest. A team that many expected just to go 0-3 off the back of their stand-in already. Beat expectations by winning 2 maps, by taking down FaZe. But FaZe have progressed. And NRG are fighting for their life.
I mean, it's something the desk were talking about. It's something NRG is certainly feeling, right? The idea that in the beginning there was no pressure, there was no expectations, because how could they kind of put any on themselves with Dabs having to stand in? But as the games go on, you kind of can't help but buy into it, start to envision that you might make it through to stage 2. There were even talks in some of these interviews about buying time for Nitro, how if they make it into that next stage, maybe he's able to come in time and save the day. And so you really do just start to visualize it. And it's from that's where the pressure comes from. Good trade at least here for George, but victories will be short-lived in this round for NRG. As Imperial plug the holes, Sonic goes looking for a bit more. Powerful dink. can't locate Try, and Vinny just closes in. I gotta say as well, Vinny really leveling up as the tournament's gone on. He was a problem piece in the BO1s, but since we've hit BO3s, Vinny has leveled up.
No doubt about that. Bit of a Mickey Mouse round there with multiple players getting behind NRG. Some really good grenades to stop the rush as well. That will make NRG think twice about fast outside control. 2 HEs put many players down to half health. So how's his default look? Bro in main doing pop cross utility, but it's smoked out. Imperial play ahead of it, tries Orb inside of the pop dog. And so George just swings dry. He'll pay with his life. Skulls alone on B. And No Way moves in with this Orb to cover. There's that flashbang. Dodged by Try, and No Way is absolutely fine. There's no way you want to repeat that, George. So everyone calls it off. And NRG have to go back to a late A hit. Orb just stays on the line. And Ivy getting taken.
This is the guy with the util if they do want to try and get out here. So they wait for him to join them. Smoke down out towards camera, gives them a chance to fight Cello in a 3v1. They spot him up close, but the timing is awkward there for NRG. Cello, here's that third man coming. Can't get his bearings on Exotic, but still he's done his part in the round and then some. And there's a lot of mobility here for Imperial. They take main away in this downtime. No Way gets a free kill from it. It's just Exotic left. Really the only guy to even make a dent in these rounds.
It's just really good control in this round for Imperial. They never give up that pop position from Try's Orb. They take main, as you say, and that just allows Cello to play committed on Ivy on and off angle. He's able to get 2 kills there. That's shocking. He was ice cold on that previous map. If you're telling me Cello's woken up now on train, that's going to be bad news for NRG. They can't catch a break. 5-0 start for Imperial on CT train is a par for the course.
I mean, you kind of got the idea from NRG that they were in a position to crumble back in their Fnatic game, right? Where they had the chance to complete a comeback on Inferno, feeling like you were just rounds away from making it to stage 2. And things starting to look really shaky all of a sudden. You can see the nerves setting in. You don't know if they've gone away.
What?
No Way with the backstab here, and no one watching Pop means he's flipped the script of this round, and what was a nice start for NRG is immediately cancelled out.
Thanks for the molly, I'm out of there. NRG get one gun to show for it, but the wheels are off, man. How's no one covering the pop push when they get a B entry like that? Players are backed up. We have 3 in the electric. That's just a complete oversight for NRG, and now resetting to try and use this AK. Trust in Exotic, he's been delivering on rifles and on orbs. But at the same time, this is a big disadvantage for NRG. Just walking out of main together. They have to flash T-spawn for crying out loud. Boxes ticked, yes, but Imperial hear that flash. Try waits for a late A commitment.
Position, and even though Exotic's there to trade, one back from him, but time's running low. Too low, in fact. He won't be able to get this bomb planted.
I don't think so.
Chases the plant anyway, just to force the kill out of Try. But this is starting to feel really brutal. The only man offering any resistance right now is Exotic.
Yeah, sick. It's 4K from No Way though, right? The double push pop and then 2 more on the bomb train when he's left alone with no support. Great mechanics. Spamming that crouch key over and over. It's hard to hit. And Imperial hit hard. 6-0 stars. Another 4-buy coming through. But NRG call a pause. Unfortunately for them, the coach was talking the entire time.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the absence that you're feeling as well, right? The idea that Naps is having to dedicate his energy towards trying to call the round. So the presence that's missing is that external pair of eyes, that calming voice.
Yeah, it's not like they brought someone behind them.
And so, you know, what can you really hope to do in these pauses? At a certain point, you know, you could even say maybe they're even helping Imperial out more, right? A chance for Zach to get involved and talk to the troops, prepare them for the task that lays ahead.
They're ready. Imperial pushing the boundaries, fighting A main up front. That molly is good. It gives Bro information on the burn. Vinny is still here though, so NRG, the 5v4 cannot afford to get ahead of themselves. I like that they reset here and regroup. Close nade. But Imperial are trying to threaten, take it back, clearing those close positions for the AWP. Main is now cleared to a degree. Dabs will have to flash Sonic back in. Ooh, awkward timing, he's burning alive. Nothing he can do about that. Advantage squandered. No way,
oh, Vinny, you madman.
Crazy.
Walking in smoke. That is a free kill for Dabs.
But meanwhile, they killed the B-Lurk, so it's not like Imperial even feel too flustered right now. Skulls is still there. Tries AWP, waits. And Exotic comes to him.
I mean, Dabs is often the util man as well, right? You know, he's not really left to his own devices here. He's often in with the pack, so I think just seeing him in the kill feed is quite telling. Two players strong in towards this A site for Imperial. Ooh. Try with an awkward mistiming here. Bro tries to close in on him, and he will get past the AWP, but still has a lot of work left to do and very little time to do it. 10 seconds left for Bro. Rotate moving over from that B site, and it's not even needed. Cello stands his ground. And this lead just continues to spiral. Imperial are running away with trade.
Yeah, another multi-kill for Cello as well, right? We at least had him cold map 1. That is not the case. He's had a big 2K and now a big 3K in important gun rounds for Imperial. And right now they're all important for NRG. I said they needed 4 or 5 rounds. Well, now they have to win out on this B side for that to be a reality.
And that's the thing, you know, when you find yourself in that original position that NRG were, where you go 2-0 up, you have these really unexpected victories come through. You know, every single game adds more and more pressure. This is the final chance you've got. And you already saw that pressure setting in their game at 2-1.
Absolutely.
Felt like they had the nerves rattling them in that matchup versus Fnatic.
It came back on Inferno only to lose it by the final pull.
No, I mean, this is a team that were rounds away from stage 2 at the Major.
Yeah.
But it might all end with a whimper here. As Imperial level up across the competition, NRG have slowed down.
This is a nice exec, but they're not moving in. The molly's blocking them. The flashes expire. Cello gets a chance to fire off and still takes one with him. All the rotates flood this bomb site, and it doesn't matter how nice your exec is. If you can't play off the util, Imperial, it's all just paint on the wall to them. Battered and bruised. 3K for Vinny. Everybody gets to go here for Imperial.
I mean, Vinny's only been on the IGL arc for a couple of years now, right? I think it was 2023 when he first started. Still one of these players, I think, being, you know, not like a career captain, someone who, when he's performing well, when he kind of feels like individually he's got solid reads, the cooling looks way better. And he has been massive in these games thus far for Imperial. You see him moving around the map. There's a lot of conviction. They're usually right. They're being super proactive in the mid-round. This is a super frustrating game for NRG. It feels like the moment they leave an area of the map clear, Imperial have already taken it off of them.
doesn't help that because of just no round wins in this game, we're never going to see Exotic's AWP even come through. He's going to have to take a hard eco in one of these rounds if he wants to do it, and we're yet to see that. Maybe waiting for some success, but it doesn't look like it's coming. An attempt at a fast B hit, but that molly blocks it. Nice protocol for Skulls, playing it safe. Pop control taken. AWP is dropped. Bro is out of the smoke. NRG, this is their best looking round yet.
They've had a couple of these man advantages, but they've got a great position here on Bro.
Oh.
That was his chance to really go and extend this. Instead, he's shot in the side of the head. Cello with the cover. They're closing in, looking to take even more away out here in main. And Sonic might get found, might get tagged, still comes out with the kill.
Are they going to go B? Yeah, 3 players ready to jump the gun. Skulls hits, he steps down the ramp, the rotates in. Skulls kills Daps. You got a bigger problem to deal with. Exotic and George taking space, trying to move into this bomb site. Skulls needed a multi. And now we might finally see a round on the board for NRG. Unless...
He's down to give it a go. Handed a fight, George deletes him. And so NRG takes them a very long time, but they'll finally get on the board with their first. It's a big round from Sonic to get them there.
Yeah.
Important set of openers.
Dropping the AWP as well first. Fortunately for them, they can't pick it up. It will be a shame to see Exotic be removed from this major and not even getting the AWP in his final map. He has had some real high highs in the BO1s, was an absolute carry for NRG. Imperial take main, flash push in, Bro gets traded. But Imperial are happy with that, they'll take the space. Comes pretty cheap, all things considered. Out of main. Bomb walking through a smoke. NRG trying to get cheeky with it. Skulls back in this position.
Vinny playing right under him as well, hoping that that little 1-2 punch, this kind of bait and switch, means that even if Skulls is overran and overwhelmed, Vinny there to pick up the pieces.
Well, it's very reliant on your teammate though, right? If your teammate dies, so do you. Does this even end B? Daps throwing fake util right now, or exec out of pop dog, but this is just a ruse.
Not enough to draw the rotates. Imperial remains stubborn.
Wow.
Skulls landing a double. Vinny there, the trade-in.
Sonic.
And Daps last spotted out towards Pop. They know he's coming in late. They're going to shut him down. No chance to start a streak here for NRG. They get slammed right back down to earth.
Yeah, Skulls is shot on the side of the head there. That's a crazy shot for Sonic, but he still laughs it off because his double kill tees up the round win. Bomb loose upper and a massacre on this B site. Imperial, they are brutalizing NRG right now. NRG have nothing to be thankful for.
Counter-terrorists win. Nice!
Getting stuffed.
Flash through, Cello left blind. Here's the footsteps now as they start to close in, and he hears lots of them, so he's called for support. Rotate starts to make their way in. It's Daps with an opening. And he's actually going to play through this smoke. Rapping on a camera right now is Daps. No way with the catch, and there's Skull's support out from CT. Anytime NRG squeak one of these advantages past, they've struggled so immensely at holding on to it.
Just across the board, every single player of Imperial delivering rounds, delivering multi-kills, finding impact across the map. Bomb is so late right now, and George does not have the health to make this one work. Luckily running into the AWP at the moment. But will the luck run out as the double flank appears through the pop dog? George does make this move silently. Exotic Timing, you feel like might just get him. He is holding on. Running away, will he expect more? Try caught, George follows up, and there's that bomb drop. 17 seconds, I don't know how you win this.
I don't know if you can. George closing in, hoping he can get this bomb back. No way he's going to let him have it, because what choice does he really have now? He's got to commit to a bomb plant. Tap on it, No Way closes in. And George with the commitment will get out with a bomb plant. No Way tries to play it smart, not even leave this one to a fight. George was there to call his bluff. Low health in the clutch. One bullet from No Way ends this. And trading places, George caught from afar. Imperial double digits, looking to make this a very one-sided move into stage 2.
They just can't catch a break, can they? Even with advantages, the rounds slip through their fingers. Even there, breaking their way into B, the bomb gets dropped late. Disaster. Exotic came back from heaven to go ramp. Maybe feeling like a rotate was holding him from connector. But it was the double flank. Imperial, lovely active move. Always have another idea, another play. Taking back main, re-clearing B. Really strong setups on this CT side. I'm seeing why they wanted to play Fnatic on it. It just came down to their T side, didn't it?
Yeah.
And we don't really care about that anymore because they've done the work in the first half. Try responding.
I mean, Skulls has literally just handed them an advantage. He stands in a molly, burns 100 to 0 at that util. And so if Imperial still win this, they've been gifted 2 openers in this round.
4v5s has just been no problem for Imperial in this game. Try immediately responds. Yes, Sonic finds an entry. But let's see how Imperial respond in what should be a tricky round. 3v4. Lost Ivy. Smoke fading. NRG taking that space.
Again with a solid read out of Imperial. They cleared upper tunnels. They confirmed no one was there. This aggression from Cello could be one step too far. His chance to chase down Try. He'll get out at 1 HP.
Should be enough.
Spam just comes up shy. And there's Try with 1, but a shot away from certain death. NRG clutching at straws, looking for a second. And even a stray piece of util will end this. There's the spot from George. NRG, just 2 rounds to their name. If Imperial can find success in the pistol, stage 2 is right there. Imperial might have struggled in the BO1s, but best of threes are where they've looked to do their best work. 2-0 over the Huns yesterday, and now they're looking for a very quick day in the office to send them through to stage 2.
Yeah, Imperial's best looking half so far in the major, and it's at the most integral time. Final day of play on the stage, and Imperial shredding NRG with a stand-in. 10-2. You feel like the job is almost done. Can you finish it?
Very passive pistol round from NRG. Sat back with an A-sided lead, but they're not able to stop the pop spillover. Try Cello in the feed. George and Daps offer up a bit of a response.
No way.
Sonic getting chased down out here in main. Skulls put down as George shows him how it's done. That is a massive pistol round. 4 kills from the man. And that's going to keep NRG on train just a little bit longer.
2 smoke shots for George, and just the perfect cover onto his teammates. He's been a player struggling to find consistency inside of NRG. But he bails them out in this round, keeps them in Budapest for at least one more. Will Imperial's ugly T-side against Fnatic rear its head again here on train? Or can they get right back to their winning ways? It's a full eco in the second, similar to what NRG showed us. And they're just looking for a bomb plant. Chasing down Daps is the name of the game. Molly. And then they go off the one flash.
If you get out with the bomb plant, you're very happy with that. Imperial lock it in. They're all about to die, sure, but they made their money in the round, and that's really all that matters. Imperial were very B-focused on their T-side in that Fnatic game, and the thing that Fnatic did so well to shut it down was successfully fight for the halls. Now, we never saw that in the pistol from NRG. I want to see if they're willing to go for it in this rifle round. It can be through pop, it can be through these layered peaks at upper and lower, but it feels like it's going to be paramount if they want a chance on this CT side. Here's the first gun round for Imperial.
It's just so ugly considering it's 4 SMGs. NRG have to play aggressive. So triple B push immediately to shut down this control. Lovely entry for Sonic.
You can see how the run boost threw the timing off, right? Vinny was not ready for that.
Yeah, beat the volley, ate the nade, no problem.
Scott's walking out. I mean, this would be a crazy round to pick up cleanly if you're NRG. It's 4 SMGs at play. It's looking to be their best round yet.
Yeah, and 1 M4 put to use. Daps sneaks into the corner. So Imperial just bang their head against the wall. It's all about stopping this B aggression. As we learned in the Fnatic game, it was a game where Imperial couldn't even get box halls control without losing multiple players. Fnatic never even pushed pop. They just had different variances of ramp setups, ramp pushes, upper plays with the AWP, different ways to shut down Imperial's round start. They were never able to throw a B execute into their T side. And I'm sure NRG saw that game. So yes, the run boost is a nice idea. It catches Imperial off guard, but there needs to be more of that in this CT side. More ways to disrupt if they're going to make this game a reality. Good start to the half. Pistol converted, and they get some AKs out of this or rather bonus round. But it's still a long way to the finish line.
Something nice here as well is, you know, you were voicing those concerns early, Hugo, of how much of a crime it would be if Exotic doesn't get to don the AWP in this final map of play. Well, you just got a 5 alive round in your bonus, so
I'd just drop it, honestly.
Certainly flush with money.
Drop the MP9. I think you're this deep into the game, you're this down. I'd just rather see them go out with everything on the line here than be playing SMGs. They'll upgrade one more rifle. is, of course, a lower economy round here for Imperial. Round the saves. Heavy nade stack, knowing what they're up against. But this time just daps alone on B. Space taken back towards main. NRG need to rotate, they need to do it quick.
These are the rounds Imperial want to run.
Yeah.
No early casualties, full control outside of B, and
No
they've got a
rotate.
set piece up their sleeve.
You've got A main and you've got Ivy blocked. You need to rotate. This is really late right now. NRG look like they want a double flank. No, boost up.
Oh, it's limited util. They might just contact this. And so
getting
all
scared.
the onus is going to be on Daps.
This is
keeping it together.
This is our worry, right? If Daps isn't able to multi-kill in these positions, it's very hard rounds for NRG. Will these smoke fakes for Skulls pull Sonic back? You'd hope not with Exotic in main. Sonic hangs around. Good nade.
Here's the limited bit of util, but it's all eyes on Daps.
Whoa, what?
Sonic caught out in the open. Daps has got to go huge. And he's been spotted, dealt with, cleaned up straight away. George dead as well. Back in the connector.
Bomb has been planted.
And so that's a done deal. No chance here. It's Bro and Exotic on the 2 SMGs. I mean, money's fine. May as well give it a look in. May as well see what you can do. See if you can cause some chaos, but Cello's got the cover.
It's a great round for Imperial, but I can't help but think it was predictable from the offset with that much control of the map, with Pop Dog cleared, with Ivy blocked, with A main taken instantly in the round. You see Skulls throw smokes, you know he's faking you. There's no reason to be caught off guard by a contact B play in that position. They even threw some util early, and Sonic is caught pulling nades for upper. Get your gun out. NRG, nothing to show on this B hold. And hey, we get that orb. Exotic's first orb in round number 17 of this map. But is it too late?
Imperial with a bit of a different look here. Pressure instead this round over towards Pop Dog and Ivy. They hear the Exotic orb fire off, and there's an opening, a red carpet. Sonic dead first. And a 5v4. They know all the pressure is on NRG, and so Imperial going to take this time to group up. Again, outside of this B site. And again, no contest from NRG. It's just Daps over towards B.
Cool angle. Smoke comes down. Buy some time on this B site. Skulls again late behind main. Exotics just missed that timing. Will that be to Skulls' betterment?
I mean, at bare minimum, him seeing so deep and seeing no one has freed up George to rotate round. And last time they kind of underreacted to the info, so this time they're going to overreact. 3 players ball round towards the B site, and it's the right move.
They're out. Spotted, good nade, but Bro's getting burned. He's getting tickled at his feet. A great staging flash, but Dab still reacts, and only 1 kill comes from Imperial. The time is ticking.
Sonic's now, Skulls has now found this timing out through main, though, and the bomb's coming back round to join him. He heard
Oh,
Exotic
dear.
away, and that's Skulls with the catch.
Back door open, Imperial bust in.
NRG, they were seconds away from celebrating, you know, successfully repelling that B play, and then in comes Skulls to twist the knife in the back. Imperial onto a winner here.
Really cool fake out for Imperial, because they can commit with B if they like what they see. If they get clean entries, they're just going to go. But Skulls' lurk is one of 2 things. It either means he can flank that B site in a post plant, or he can open up the chance to rotate late through Pop. Really cool strat in the pocket of Imperial. That's the kind of thing you pull out when you want to guarantee a round. And that's the round they needed. Match point, stage 2. 5 kills away. Impressive T-side. That's what they wanted to run against Fnatic. Well, right now it's all paying off here for Imperial. Late in the day. In a day where we didn't want to leave with 0 Brazilian teams succeeding. But this was the one favorite.
Yeah, I mean, Vinny was sat on the sidelines watching his former captain fall out to FaZe Clan just hours ago. And Now he's looking to take his squad into stage 2 here in Budapest.
Oh, nice shot.
Wow, he's really backing it up with his aim as well, isn't he? It's been a fantastic series of maps from Vinny ever since the BO3 started. And you're breathing real easy now if you're Imperial. You don't just have all these chances, but you've secured this 5v4. You know NRG are working with less. Sonic's lost his gun. Oh, that's really rough. No, you don't.
No.
You haven't just lost your gun.
He's
It's
got
around the MP9 at least.
Can't find the rifle from Dabs.
Looking for Dabs' rifle.
They're just
Won't come
going.
to matter. They're going to start to blitz in down the ramp. Bro hears them coming, but he's been quiet all series long, and that's not his time to stand and deliver. Imperial just kills away from stage 2 with Sonic dead. They're not looking over their shoulder.
Bomb has been planted.
And only Exotic remains. Imperial, they swarm over NRG for a clean close and a clean qualification into that second stage of Budapest.
A couple of strong maps to open for NRG, but winning 1 out of the last 7 once they hit the BO3s, it goes horribly wrong. They can't buy enough time for Nitro. They can't get into the next stage. It's instead the Brazilians who stand on business and go through to stage 2 clean. Impressive game out of Imperial. Love what they're bringing to the table on train as well. And on 2 maps NRG haven't played yet in the tournament. They have their worst performances yet.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you kind of see it in NRG's faces, man. This loss hurts. The idea you go from 2-0 up, that gets you believing. And they couldn't hack it in the BO3s. A test of the map pull, the stand in with Dabs trying his damnedest to bridge the gap in Nitro's absence. None of it ends up being enough. And as this one rages on, Bro, even someone who was a rock for this team throughout this event, ends up with 2 of his quietest performances at the Major so far. So a heartbreaking loss for NRG in this string of losses since the BO3s came out. For Imperial, we'll be seeing them again in stage 2.
Brazil has the most participants out of any nation on this tournament, and Imperial is the first Brazilian team that is actually surviving stage 1. I'm here with Try, only non-Brazilian component of this, but must feel good, right?
Yeah, I'm just happy that we went through the stage 1. So yeah, I'm just really proud of the boys.
I feel like you were really in control of the whole game there, and even with your start on train, you know, Skulls got the insane 4K in the pistol rounds, and then you had a really good start when you had like 7-0 start as well. I wanted to talk specifically about these seemingly flawless comps. This is something that I've noticed. I was actually from the backstage peeping on your monitor, and I was actually looking, but it felt like whenever something went wrong, you were actually chatting in the game as well, and you were discussing it. So was it something that this was Imperial probably in the best form we've seen this major so far?
Yeah, to be honest, since the first 2 games, 3 games actually, this is a completely different team. Today we showed like the face of the team that we are, so yeah, I'm just really happy and really proud of the boys, as I said.
Was this something that you were practicing before? I think Skulls mentioned that in practice you were actually insane and then you couldn't convert it into the game. Was this the practice Imperial that we can expect probably for the stage 2 as well?
I hope so. I hope so that we can keep the level. Stage 2 will be probably tougher teams, so we will take a day to practice and come back stronger.
What do you have to say to the fans back home?
Can I say in Spanish?
Of course.
Gracias a todos los que me apoyan, a mi familia, a mi novia, los amo mucho y muchas gracias por el apoyo.
On the other side of things over here, NRG certainly did start off very strong. There was different expectations in here. First of all, Dabs, I'll say commiserations, because obviously there was no expectations, no pressure. You certainly played like that in those first games. Then in the best of 3s, it started to see you guys struggle a bit more. I say even against Fnatic, it was a chance you had in there, but even in this game, a bit blown out the water. So can you try and explain to me maybe the differences you felt or what you saw compared to the opening day?
I mean, I think just our lack of practice with me obviously started to show, and I mean, we're probably the only team here that didn't really like boot camp or practice for this event, and even though we went 2-3, we still exceeded expectations because the situation's pretty crap, but yeah.
Talk about those expectations. Does that lessen the blow, like going out this way? Does it make it easier of a situation to go through, knowing that like you still managed to play some good CS with you playing in with the crazy last minute change?
I'd say the blow is more so that we were playing better with Nitro and like on an uptick, and then obviously not having him here really sucks. In terms of the results of this event, they really don't matter to our team. It's like we won 2 BO1s, MR12 can go either way, and then, I mean, we had a chance versus Fnatic and got destroyed by Imperial and M80. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because if Nitro was going to be here, we probably would have been here 2 weeks before boot camping and practicing, so yeah.
All right, let me ask you this then, from your perspective, right? You had to jump back in and actually play on the serve with these guys. Is that something that can maybe help you going forward with how you coach the team going into next season?
No, there's no benefit for me playing this event at all.
You didn't like learn something in there though, right, about the guys, or seeing something maybe different being in the server?
I learned that when your coach plays, things are a lot worse. So that's what I learned.
All right, and on that note then, let's say, any last words you want to say to the North American fans, everyone out there who was supporting NRG on the ride?
Just thanks for the support. We'll have our full lineup next season.
Maybe a better one with that all in tow. Can you go and grab the NRG logo for me, please?
I mean, what is left to say that Daps hasn't said already? It's a devastating way to leave. It was a devastating way to even start the event, knowing that you would be hobbling from the get-go. And like he said, the biggest lesson he's learned is that it's just not going to go well when your coach has to stand in for you at the major.
Yeah, it's just too many obstacles to overcome at such an important event. And I mean, I think he spoke right about it as well. Like, there's nothing you can really take away from it. There's nothing really to talk about. You have a stand-in, your coach, who last minute is deathmatching just to get his game back to a reasonable level, not even an effective level. And a great first day, a lot of fun watching that, but we all knew once the best of threes came in, this was the likely outcome.
Yeah, the fact that they won a couple of games obviously gets you excited about it. You look like there's a chance to qualify, but the reality of the situation is what Daps just said. When you play your coach, everything's going to be much worse. And every team is coming into this as most practice that they will be, right? You know, this is the major, this is the event where every team wants to peak. So your competition is going to be the hardest. Even if you are playing against teams like Imperial to try and get through on your last chance in stage 1, they're going to be coming out the best version of Imperial we've seen all season. And they had to play 2 maps that they hadn't even played in the competition yet. So you have like everything going against you today.
It is a pity we say goodbye to NRG, but let's talk about Imperial now.
Yeah, cue the rock music.
You know,
yeah.
Swap it all out. I mean, this is a team that's now making it to stage 2, representing South America. The most Brazilians are actually at this event. That's the most players that we have. How do we think they fare in stage 2, though?
I don't think it's going to go super well. I didn't see any. I mean, obviously it's hard to judge from this game considering the competition and everything along those lines. I feel like this team is probably one of the squads that's looking to get like that one nice win to prevent themselves from being 0-3. I didn't see anything in this run that makes me think they're going to be able to do damage in the next stage, so I'm going to have them not making it to stage 3. Yet to be seen if I put them in 0-3.
I mean, a lot of teams that make it to the last day of stage 1 aren't going to do very well in stage 2, right? You can't have expectations this is going to be a team that's going to be doing damage over there.
Except for FaZe. FaZe is going to do great.
Yeah, sure. They look like it, that's for sure. But, you know, getting through NRG has got to feel like a golden ticket today for Imperial. Drawing them as the last match. Making it through to stage 2 is, I think, going to be the peak result here for Imperial. I mean, look at the players in the squad. You know, these are players that have a lot of talent, individual skill, but it's yet to be seen whether or not it'll fully coalesce in terms of taking that next step up.
I feel like Imperial is the team of sort of like the guys that didn't quite crack it in the top Brazilian team.
Yeah, even if they had chances.
Yeah, they had to come together, and like it's a band of brothers. Now you got to prove that, hey, all of those naysayers, maybe they were wrong, and stage 2 is an opportunity to do that, maybe?
I think the problem is like most of these players who haven't been able to have that impact in like tier 1. I think like, you know, well, Vinny's had his moments, but that's kind of why he switched to an IGL at some point. I think this is kind of like his way to pass on the experience and kind of end his career leading the team. But guys like Skulls, guys like Cello who have had their chances. The problem problem isn't the skills. The problem is the rest of the game, is like positioning, is decision making in the moment. And those are hard things to improve upon when you have a team that's still trying to figure things out as a unit as well. So there's still a lot more growth that they have to make. And it's hard to see that happening at the moment with this lineup that is going to struggle once the better teams come in.
I mean, I think they just pick up, for Imperial, you just pick up all the players that are left over. It won't actually guarantee that you're going to have balance to the team, right? You have someone like Furia earlier this year, they get rid of Cello, and they bring in a couple of players like Yukindar, Molodoi. Obviously, we didn't know the upside of Molodoi, but, you know, coming in, their team just made more sense on a balance perspective. They actually build a team, whereas Imperial just, it seems like they're just throwing what players are available in the region together.
Sure.
I don't think, it's almost like a Frankenstein's monster, you know?
Yeah, a little bit. I think like the weird thing about it is like one of the players that you look at with that experience that you'd want to see stepping up is Skulls. And coming into today, he was actually the lowest rated player for the team. And for me, that was a player that at one point I was very high on.
You were very high on him,
yeah,
Jason.
I mean, he's incredibly sharp aim. It's decision making. I think he struggled under pressure. He's been in a couple lineups that haven't allowed him to flourish, you know, between the simple stand-in with FaZe, between the Cadian lineup with Team Liquid. Like, he's been in a couple teams that haven't really given him a chance to take that next step in terms of growth. But
he did have Furia, though.
He hasn't shown anything to show that he deserves that next chance. So, like, this is where these players in this team, and to speak positively about Imperial, is you've gotten to stage 2. You've given yourself, as these players, another chance to show that you're good enough to move up to stage 1 at some point, but we have to see them actually do it on the server.
I also know, like, we complain a lot, and when I say we, everyone online complains a lot about the format and the best of ones, but I do think best of ones suit a team like Imperial, because it does allow these players to kind of get ahead of the competition, if you like, and it is a little bit easier sometimes to cause an upset.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you heard it from Daps and from NRG, and I mean, I might even mention like a specific game plan like kind of helps win you a best of 1. I personally like the best of 1s just for the excitement of those upsets of like FaZe. The game they played today against Red Canids would not be exciting if we didn't have best of 1s, right? Like that, like they wouldn't have been in that position. So for me, I'm like, bring it out in stage 1. I want to see these upsets happen and the favorites put under scrutiny really, really early.
Okay, Moses, Dinko, I think it was a little bit mean that you didn't even let Ted and Devilwalk get to stage 2 of the major before you try to take their jobs.
Yeah,
been
seniority rules.
I think I'll leave it to them if they want it. So you guys can come on anytime you like.
There we go. You guys are going to go back to commentating. I'm going to head on out of here. Freya will be here very soon. 1 spot remains in stage 2. Will it be Paravision or Legacy? We're going to find out after this.
Do not get in my way, you cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain, you don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made, I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I know best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is infinitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed, I just been bringing the fire.
by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Chance here to make it through to stage 2. I got Belchanok with me, and we got to talk about the fact that you are a major rookie, but you're going through a crazy situation this major. A lot of people had Paravision as one of the favorites to at least like go through to the next stage. Do you feel like you guys are maybe not playing at your best so far here?
Yeah, for sure. We are not playing our best, especially two first games. Against Bait it was a little bit better, but we lost. It's okay. Against Gamer it's more better. Yeah. We won. I was glad yesterday. I hope today we will play more better. We can do this. So yeah.
Do you feel like, especially in the Elimination game when it's going to overtimes, it's getting crazy, that you guys are stressing more, which is making more mistakes happen?
To be honest, I'm proud of our team because when we lost round 1 with against 3 against 1 on Ancient 11-11, it was really stress moment. Yeah. Should be stress moment, but we instantly reset and focus on the next round. That's why we win, I think. So I'm really proud of this moment.
That's actually really good, especially with such young players on the team and everything going on around you. Now, Dastan told me in an interview that he's criticizing a lot, he's telling you guys a lot. Can you explain to me like what he goes through, what he says to you guys, like how he's trying to raise you up?
I don't think I can say it, to be honest. It's so, this is craziest guys ever, I think. So like he wanna win so hard, and he trying to motivate us to step up. He don't think about words. He's straight guy. You're idiot, and I cannot say more, you know. So he don't care. He don't care. He will say everything for the win. So
let me ask you this then. You can't say the words, but do you find that it helps you? Is it actually working and you're able to take it in and learn and try and grow fast from it, or is sometimes maybe it's too much?
I think we feel comfortable with this because it's I'm playing with the sound almost 1 year, so
it's normal.
It's already normal, but for everyone else it's like crazy, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now looking at today's game, it's Legacy who have even lifted trophies this year. Certainly not an easy team. Do you think though that they might struggle with the way that you guys play, considering they play a bit more random, right? They play very fast. They like to kind of just switch up things a lot. Do you think this works good for you or bad?
I don't know. Let's see. I think they're more comfortable for us than Gamer Legion.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's see. Let's see.
Well, let's see. Good luck, man. Enjoy it out there, and make sure Dastan's proud.
Today, I would say like we're playing really good on this show. And we had the game in control. I think we were pretty close to closing the game, and then we started losing some rounds.
Hello guys, hello. Game Religion is not bad team, but today we play better and we win. Whole game on overpass on city side we calling wait B rush, and they rushing B on last round and we lost. It feels not good, but it's okay, we win. Everyone happy because we win not easy game, not easy opponent.
The frustration of being so close to winning that map and then losing some silly rounds, it just overwhelmed us and we couldn't come back from it. Last few rounds and the overtime, it's when we were like frustrated the most. Game was getting pretty close and we had every opportunity we needed to close the game and we didn't. It's a loss. No one is gonna be happy about that, but we've been there before. Just another day. Let's work today and be better tomorrow.
Guys, ninguém vai se virar, joga junto, ninguém vai se virar. We have chance for stage 2 and we need focus. It's dream playing in major and we have power every time. No one in my team want frags or big rating, you know. Everyone want win game.
People would say we were more favorites to go to the next stage, and I think we weren't, so maybe we just don't work as good being favorites. We like to be underdogs, I don't know.
Now we don't have pressure. I think versus Bait and versus we have more pressure than right now.
We're gonna do what we need to do. The resilience, I think, gonna be the most important thing.
We have one more game and it's legacy team and we need to focus for win this.
If you start losing and get frustrated, you need to deal with it and try to do your best.
We communicate, focus, and we win.
They will expect to win.
Legacy is a good team. They have, I think, more experienced LAN tournament than my team, but I think it's not a problem for my team. My opinion, I feel we win this game.
We're gonna do our best to destroy their dreams, so it's gonna be a war. Let's see who wins here.
We're not scared.
One last spot in stage 2 and one final battle to decide. From Major Champion Jame to the Austin Underdogs of Legacy, only one will survive here in Budapest. Joining myself for Spears, it's Devilwalk and his Pimp to be guiding us on through the twilight hours of stage 1. We talk about pressure, it does not get more than this for these two teams.
No, final game of this stage, and obviously, as you said, Jame, who has a rich history when it comes to majors. Not only has he been part of a lot of majors, but he's won one himself. And then Legacy, who we taunted as being a team that probably could have gone 3-0, could have gone 3-1, could be maybe a playoff contender, or at least a candidate to stage 3. And Devilwalk, they find themselves struggling so far.
Yeah, but it's kind of the story of Legacy. No matter what tournament you go into, they lose a lot of map, they play aggressive and kind of all-in style, and that makes you a little bit inconsistent. And they haven't really found the flow of balancing that out yet. And I think that's, you know, why they are in the position they're in, combining the fact that they are favorites this time around. They're usually used to being the underdog, but they're facing a very good Paravision side today.
Can you tell me a bit about Legacy's journey here then thus far? Because I think alongside FaZe, they were one of the most popular 3-0s, which obviously hasn't materialized. Where do you feel like they've been struggling so far here at the Major?
Well, I think Devilwalk is onto something when he's saying it's the inconsistency. You know, I feel like the first game against FlyQuest was a bit back and forth. They were leading big time on train, then they end up losing. The best of ones doesn't really matter too much to me. They go 1-1 for the first day. It's more so how they've been faring in the best of 3 so far, or the one best of 3 they played, where it's a little bit disappointing they weren't able to deliver a better performance.
Yeah, and I also think that two key things. They're very known for their clutches, they're very known for their X factor. And if you look at the Bait and Legacy games, 0 clutches, 42% entry conversion, which is not great for a side that is this aggressive, that we know are so good at the openers. yeah, that's a bit of a struggle that they need to fix for this game.
Recency bias, I'm very happy that we do get to see Paravision on Ancient again, because that was such an exciting game yesterday, or exciting map rather, versus Game Legion yesterday. But did that sway your prediction at all, Jacob, or do you believe in the South America?
I still believe in Legacy. As I said, like Dumao and Lado, we highlighted them as being 2 players to look out for. They did a great job versus Red Canids in the best of 1 game they played in the group stage and were firing on all cylinders. Then it's been a little bit more inconsistent in the last couple of games they played. Now the pressure's on. I again, stage 1 pressure's on. I tend to go with the individuals more so than the team play, because I echo the sentiment of Chad this morning in a very beautiful podcast where he said that the level of the Counter-Strike we've seen in stage 1 so far hasn't really been at the highest level. So if I were to side anywhere, I'm going with Legacy and I'm going with the individuals.
Odds are looking very, very close for this one as well, which Devil Walk is maybe why you've spread your chips a little bit evenly depending on what platform you're looking at your prediction.
Yeah, I did tweet that I predicted Legacy, but I flip-flopped and I went for Paravision.
Double dipping, huh?
Yeah, I am, but I will explain you why. I think James, he and his team, they're excellent and kind of forcing Legacy to be at a passive mode where they don't get as much room to be aggressive. As well with James, the unique thing about him is that he can apply pressure by doing absolutely nothing on the server, knowing the timing of the rotations and when to hit the sides. And that's a very, very hard skill to actually, you know, possess, but also be brilliant in, as James is.
See, that's the biggest storyline for this game. Obviously, winner proceeds and loser will be eliminated from the major, but it's 2 very different styles of Counter-Strike. Legacy, hyper-aggressive. Whenever there's a smoke, they walk through it. Whenever there's an opening, they go for it. Whereas for Paravision, way more laid back, you know, a team of youngsters who's trying to buy into the James way of playing Counter-Strike, so 2 completely different ways of approaching.
Well, it's time to decide who will take the final spot in stage 2. Will it be Legacy or will it be Paravision? Time to find out.
One final slot, you're damn right, Freya. It's going to be a tough one to watch them go at this. I think Paravision have kind of won some of us over as maybe we haven't been watching James as of late, but getting him back into the Counter-Strike server, just such an anomaly. And with the way that he was able to dispatch of Gamer Legion yesterday on this very same map, Legacy better be bringing their A game. This sort of game that puts them in grand finals, that lifts those trophies, the type of Counter-Strike that Legacy has shown us so far this season, but have kind of failed to do here at the Major.
It will be a very interesting and fun game to watch. If you saw Paravision play last time, you had to be impressed by the game plan. That's what we're watching for.
Starts off with a Nissim kill. Ooh, that's so nice. I love the fact he doesn't panic about the second player already inside Donut. He really wanted that duel to come through smoke, but Beltranok able to get through into A main, challenge this wraparound Donut. Nissim pressured, gets cleared out, and it is James half health as the bomb plant's going down, covered by the smoke. They're gonna change places. AW has now gotten behind them. They're still looking for him. He starts to strike. The Donut players are gonna leave AW on his own here.
Oh, they don't push him. That's crazy.
They put a flash out. He manages to escape back around Temple. That one fake defuse going to elicit this Temple peek, so Lotto gets the better of AW. Now it's inside a Donut, the last 2 stand. Oh god, it's a James clutch in the pistol. Body block, diffuser, gets tapped, and he shoots him off of it.
Oh, he got it.
Jumps back on, no kit, doesn't get it. James hits the headshot through the teammate and wins out on the pistol.
Leave it to James, man. Oh, we saw him crush some more dreams yesterday. It was uncanny because in moments and games like this is where he obviously does his best work, crushes dreams consistently, and pressures on Legacy. What's really interesting is seeing like bookmakers have Paravision in this matchup, and obviously after you watch yesterday, you can understand why. And this isn't the strongest showing for Legacy at the Major, even though they've really put their best foot forward in trying to be the best team they can be coming into the Major. Stage 1 can always be a surprise. Not the easiest draw getting a team like Paravision in a game like this. Legacy did not have to struggle to get through this stage last time at Austin. They flew through it. Now it'll be max pressure.
Green, so met by smoke. There's going to be a pause here for a second, but you know, this is one of those styles that I'm very curious to see with how aggressive Legacy can be at times. They're constant poking and prodding across the map. You know, Paravision have to be prepared, all of them, to handle the unexpected.
Yeah, there's just, you know, they're firing ice, and I think the coolest thing about this will probably be the clutches, because Legacy have such a high turnover on clutches, and for a team that plays so fast, you know, that's not exactly what you'd expect for them to be just so comfortable and wanting to get into those one-on-ones and one-on-twos.
Now spots it at 35, drops a smoke top ramp.
These B hits, man, from Paravision, they were so fierce.
It's just the 5-7 for Dumao. They open it up with the nade and find both kills inside. So easy clear of the B bomb site.
You saw them this time, they break the smoke, but they actually scale at the same time.
Right.
Just that extra second to make sure that it doesn't come back up by the time they get up the ramp. Just I think maybe they'll improve from yesterday.
That's it. I think going through so many motions versus Gamer Legion on this very same map, so many of those close rounds, moments where, you know, Paravision are I think, going to be able to identify what had to improve. If anything, it was Jame who kind of existed in the Matrix last night, was really just playing with Gamer Legion, kind of gathering all this information, moving pieces around appropriately.
I think it's games like yesterday where if you're one of James' teammates, you haven't really seen the magic when it matters the most until yesterday.
Right.
And now I think this is where you totally buy in, right? You had that moment, it was, I think it was it Norbert, where he just said, like, I realize now James a genius at this game. And that was back at Rio when they made that run happen.
I think the only way to make it work in James' system is to fully believe in him. And more so, even the duality of him and Dostan, right? That duo here, the head of Paravision. Recent content with Jame and Dostan. Jame has said, like, we don't agree on everything. We really don't. We love working together, and we think we're going to come to the right conclusions. But not everything is an innate agreement. And yet they still manage to, yet again, find the formula to push the limits at majors. That's the plan anyways. And to dispatch of what has become a fan favorite in the second half of 2025 is their challenge tonight.
If you agree with Jame, I mean, you're kind of weird.
Yeah,
and,
fair.
You know, it's nothing, obviously there's nothing wrong with that because it really works, but the odds of that happening, two guys that think the same in that way, that's unlikely. Is this not going to get cleared here?
It's a good close push.
Oh,
survives it, dude, barely. Him and Jame now low health, not as low.
Yeah, it seemed like that one of those things must have been through the wall. Surprised it. Oh, no, it's at 14, okay.
So give it a chance to just group back. Strong numbers outside B again. It's one player set up aggressively at the start of this with Legacy's Nissim hold towards middle, but everybody else just awaiting plays inside B site. It's going to be a late sprint over from Dumao to try to add that third pistol to the mix. Poor Satson, the worst gun of all, and he'll just be AW's second victim. 30 seconds, but they'll flush that bomb plant out of the flames. AW realizing he was giving him a little too much, so 2 HP Dumao for the hills, and Paravision definitely could have been more cost to this, but it felt like there was always an evacuation plan in place. That move over towards the outskirts of the B bomb site, making sure that they get through it.
There's some weird correlations between Jame and GSP. You ready for this?
That's George Rush St. Pierre.
Yes. Not to be confused with Rush, major winner in Counter-Strike. George's coach towards the end of his career said, you know, what do you want to prove? What do you have left to prove? And he said, well, you've won. You're the best UFC fighter of all time at the moment. You have beat all the best opponents that you could possibly beat, all these things. Now, James doesn't even have the career of George, right? But the one that's interesting correlation is the thing that he wanted to complete by the end of his career was to win with style and to win over the fans in the way that he fought, which is sort of beyond just winning. You know, he knew his defensive play style and everything was going to work, or fighting style was going to work. And for Jame, when he talked about CSGO, he thought that the best advantages came from grinding out the time, and he was leading that meta and made that work to take
stacking up the money
to take a major. But in CS2, that isn't the meta, and what we're seeing is that Jame is appreciating that. He's playing the game, and not just his game.
Right. Playing to what's demanded of him. I mean, it would be a fool to think, I think, that James wouldn't evolve in some ways. His core tenets are always going to still be there.
But this is probably the fastest team that he's got. You know, when you see James play, he's still moving like relatively similar pace and everything like that, doing his job. It's a perfectly viable play style still today. But his teammates, on average, I feel like are a lot more aggressive. It used to be one guy out 10 feet in front of the last. It used to be a Kinder taking entries, and then hopefully it's a 2K from him, and James playing around these stars in that fashion. But now it feels like you've got a much stronger, tight-knit, and aggressive entry pack, especially between Zello and Noda. They're basically taking turns on openings.
Nobody inside this A site to stop them, so blanketing it in smoke. Gonna give what should be an easy route in for Paravision, already having that green player jumping through sight. Nissim's gonna take that swing with the flash on his side. Sadzin spams through. Temple challenge denied.
That's the big one.
Yellow's multi-kills so far this stage of the Major. One of the top 5 players at the event, but not this round. He'll get blindsided by the re-aggression through this Temple. Legacy kind of throwing themselves at Paravision before they could slot in comfortably.
Oh,
James has already seen an exit route. Not only are this bit of damage to keep them locked into Temple, James finds his road to the other side of the map, and this bomb is undeniably going down.
Can Beltronic get out of this site, and does he need to, is the other question. When this plank goes down, it might get Sadzin killed. We'll see. Oh, Dumao comes and clears it. Sadzin could have died. Now it's got to be the James 1-on-2.
All right. Time to clutch early.
Not moving from default. That's a move.
Low health for Sadzin, who you'd think is fed first to this. Dumao very capable of hitting the headshot. James not with the op.
He's going to go all the way around,
keep himself thin as they both start stomping in from long. He's just dodging them, trying to play this by positioning. Still on the pillar. They've lost track of him. He kills Sadzin, and that's going to be Dumao. No
what
bomb,
a god.
no kit, no defuse. James just out-positions it while they start to panic in the retake. He kept it cool the entire time.
What a god, man.
We are already getting classic James on full display, and we are mere rounds into this matchup.
It just looks so composed all the time. I mean, that's really great. I always remember this Flusha clutch. It was on the B side of Cash, and he did such a similar thing. Had the whole site to himself forever, planted front default, and then just sat behind default the whole round. Round 1 on time. Because where's the last place you check, right? In a spot where you could go ramp, go to cave, play time, get a pick off so easily. How you gonna expect he sat right there, hiding in plain sight?
Good damage though.
Nice.
Lotto, excellent wallbang. Wasn't Paravision hiding their approach, stomping all the way over. It's a predictable position and one that gets punished. And not returned on. Lotto then peeling away. 4 rounds into this game, 2 James clutches already. There's no denying that he will be a part of the win condition tonight over Legacy if Paravision are truly to do this.
And they took this map over Legion, you know, even with, they lost 3 retakes in a row. They were down like 5-0, something like that, and then came back slowly for the OT victory.
Lost a couple rounds that they had big advantages in. Lost versus that clutch out of Hypex 1v3.
But now we're getting the flawless B take, the really good open sight A entrance. They've never entered where there's 2 people holding like there is now.
Oh, kind of jumbling around these grenades though. This Dumao holds
Not
the
ready for
smoke.
this.
They're already popping out from cave. 2 instant kills. B site just gets swept away. And Lux doesn't even want to take a look at that right now. So that's 5-0 to start Paravision's attack.
This is filthy, man.
We said that the game plan was excellent yesterday versus Legion. We anticipated the same thing here versus Legacy. I mean, this is an opponent where there's plenty of tape in 2025.
Definitely.
You know, Legacy have been on this grind, playing all the events they could, winning the ones they can, collecting money while they're in their, you know, career best form.
Yeah, their confidence should be in a great place, and we always want to give them credit for how much they played, and I think they've definitely tried to re-earn their stripes this season and show that Austin was not just a fluke run, and they got a trophy, nearly got 2.
Terrorists win.
But that's why form is king, right? I mean, accolades are one thing, but money talks. And when you look at bookmakers having Paravision as the favorites, it's because nobody's going to deny what they've seen recently. And in Counter-Strike, your last few days, your last week of games and how well you played in those, I mean, that's what's actually very important. Legacy haven't been too impressive, obviously, even though we know that they could win a game like this in the right circumstances.
Continue trying to put their foot down here on Ancient. We've seen a couple of risky moves like this. Trying to take control, trying to get into their game.
I like them having a look. The late B retakes, I think Gamer Legion were missing those, or they would go for them, but much later, I should say.
You know, something we've always said about Jame and his teams is that you have to learn how to beat them. That his system, the uniqueness of it, and him as an individual when he is in this best form, like he is currently, you've got to learn how to play against it and to finally beat it. This is the first outing for a team like Legacy, a team that usually thrives on the X factor in those close rounds.
Yeah.
But that's also the fuel to Paravision and James' fire. And we've already seen clutches come out of Paravision twice. Jame himself winning it over top of Legacy. So you're stealing Legacy's thunder while you also put yourself in a prime spot to go up 6-0. Dumao peels back. As he gets away from the site, he also turns away. There's going to be two in the cross. Good on him to still get Beltronic, but Lotto deep on the lanes.
No teammates here to help him.
Taking a look to see if there's anything left in this round for Legacy to even fight for. Man advantage maintained for them. Meanwhile, Lotto just trying to get out now. Or is he? Tries to keep that pressure up. Teammates have come in, so Legacy are going to go ahead and give this retake a look.
They can still wait for a mistake.
We've got an incendiary on Nissim. That gets thrown out, trying to fluster the site itself, but doesn't reposition everybody. It's a really strong spot here for Paravision. Those smokes feel just never ending. And so despite getting close to take a look, they never find an opening, and Paravision go flawless on this T side so far.
There's a way that Paravision are playing Ancient right now in these past couple games that I just want to know what level of opponent it works versus, because it looks amazing. They're getting the free K. I mean, the most impressive part is they're getting a lot of like frictionless map control. Like they're getting B ramp when it's open, they're getting A site when it's open, they're taking over cave without having to fight anybody, and that's the ideal way to play if you're smart enough, if you have the right game plan, if you're in tune with the timings correctly. They're there when they need to be. This has been a masterclass so far. It really has. Jame and 4 players that you're all learning about this week. It's been the story of his career. The only time it's went wrong is when they've, and you know, that might be his secret Achilles heel, is that, you know, he's not someone who wants to play with superstars or somebody who has a whole career behind them who wants to bring in another vision. His vision is so specific, so esoteric to Counter-Strike that, you know, like you said, you have to learn to play against Jame. It's like you have to get a degree that's not useful for anything else.
Right.
You gotta get that just to beat him.
Sure.
And then you still have to be good, fundamentally speaking, versus other rosters.
If you're not certified, you don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
Well, it's wild too, though. It's like Jame himself isn't a superstar. He's only got 4 kills, Mohan. But those 4 kills won them 2 rounds. The pistol, the momentum that came with it, hell, I'll chalk that up. The pistol got them 3, so he's won them 4 rounds with 4 kills. And I love in his post-game interview as well when Donna's asking him, like, did you feel the pressure? He said, what pressure?
Yeah.
There's no pressure. I'm just a weird guy doing this with 3 young kids.
No lies detected. I mean, he's proved it. Like, a lot of people can say no pressure, and they're obviously lying, and they haven't done anything to prove that. Well, James got his chip. What was his post-game at Rio? I forgot what he said. Something really funny, just like a 1-word.
Oh, I can't remember either. Shame on me.
Oh, okay. Now we're crushing.
Shame on you, though, thinking you could step through cave like that. Lotto back-to-back headshots. Nicely done. Starting to see a bit of legacy now. This is critical for them to not only get around at this point, still a recoverable half. 6-6 best case scenario, but they do it with 5 up. We were kind of lulled into just believing Paravision were going to walk away with everything, but this is that sudden success out of Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy are just having a hard time this game, slotting into the timings, and, you know, I don't think I mind Paravision In a perfect game plan, I think sometimes you do lose a round waiting for the reaction that's correct. You see it now from Legacy as they tried to get that same B-site setup they did for 2 rifle rounds. Oh. Jump missed, shot missed. But I think it's frustrating. Legacy, they want to push down B, get info, no one's there. Then they go sit back on the site, and then they give up too much space, and suddenly all the Paravision are surrounding them.
Careful now. Beltronic's gonna go through. Good on Nism. Holds it back, smokes him off. Damn, he almost got finished by the nade from 11 health down to 6.
Close call.
It's a tough angle to get that nade on him, but you damn near did it.
So it's like king crab fishing when you have to shoulder spot A main and have a molly out. One of the world's most dangerous jobs.
Situation's still fishy as we've got Paravision quietly moving out middle. These are those kinds of moments that he opens up, right, that he finds.
Good on Sadzin, man. They're watching the cross, but he's still here watching.
This shot. Luckily for him, Lotto keeps the rifling sharp. Not only in the cave last round, he's stepping up now as the best player so far for Legacy. They're gonna run back towards Donut. Nism getting another one with low HP is huge. And that's Jame dead. So Jello a bit late to the party, comes out with damage. Lux is gonna finish him off though. Good on Legacy. Everybody kind of tethered nicely. And also Sadzin didn't hit his op shot, but kept eyes on Red Room. And you could see Paravision, once they had been found out with their second idea, they started to kind of panic a little bit, tried to make it really stick. Knew they didn't want to go back to another 20-second walk away. And ultimately, that's gonna be Legacy with consecutive rounds.
That's the way when we've seen Legacy play well, that's how they play. That was so good. They were really surrounding they were communicating so well right there. They had the op on the cross, but they also had someone back in B site who was watching for the jump out. They punished everything right away. And even that rotation back to Donut, they had it covered. So, you know, when Legacy are dominating, that's what they look like. Let's see if they can actually build on that a little bit before this half ends. It starts off with this. This is solid. And if someone's going to run out through your molly, and you know they can do that to you, you have to be ready, and it's pretty much as good as it gets. You get the molly down, they take damage off the molly, you get your gun out, and you just hope they don't one bullet you.
Coming back at middle. Fire out fast. Sadzin goes for an alternative angle and didn't see anybody. Again, love to test the flames. That's not a sent all the way back over to B. This is a sudden change of pace and direction here from Paravision. What triggers this? Looking like B-site endgame yet again. It's got to be said that most of the time when they stack up numbers outside of the site, they've been able to just slice right through Legacy, barring that one time Lotto gets a double inside cave. But you can ignore Lotto if you emphasize ramp.
We got to watch this round very closely, because if they get close to the smoke, they blow it open again. We see this is an adaptation they're trying to bring in, and they got that nade ready.
Dumao signing up for the fight just on the edge of this.
There's enough CTs here, but still.
They'll do it again. Pop it open, look for Dumao, offer, clips the wings of Belchadok, and Dumao finds a headshot there as everybody else gets stalled out behind smoke.
They missed that moment. Couldn't get up the site, and again, you had 3 players from Legacy. They're ready for B this time around.
Jame unable to get that wallbang kill despite Dumao being so close to being finished. Better be careful with the A main push. But they just want the save here, Paravision. They'll let the last 30 seconds burn out. Here we go, Legacy game on. 3 rounds in a row, B-site starting to hold, individually looking better.
Yeah, 3 good rounds, like one where it's a lot of different attacks in one round, one where it's a B-site hit. They need to make sure they check off the list. You know, in terms of conditioning, you got to just make sure you've got counterpoints, every single type of exec that's coming, every default. And I think Legacy now have really shown strength. It's going to be a true test of Jame, really, to come up with a new idea. Oh.
Oh, okay, at least 2, but Legacy don't let it all go for free. This is a stark contrast out of Zello at the moment compared to the rest of the stage. Down at the bottom of the board, he's been really consistent in their multi-fragging.
Wow, they don't even need him yet, eh?
Highest rated player for Paravision at this stage. He's kind of been their guy. in a group of what has been promising riflers, he is simply the best.
It's already scary then because they have 6 T rounds. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
You know what we don't know about him, due to a kind of lack of time on the main stage, is just like, is he the kind of guy that if he has a slow start, never recovers?
Yeah, momentum-based players.
Right, they are out there. And so we'll see if he is one, because this is it, right? No denying this is the biggest game of their lives, barring Jame. Chance to progress their very first major into stage 2.
And for Jame, the biggest game of his CS2 life.
Nada comes out with it. One of the 2 AKs already finds a victim, and speak of the devil, Zello now upgrading his pistol in a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, talk about momentum. That's a nice way to catch a headwind here.
Lotto's been good, though, inside of Cave, even when he's working alone. So another time where he goes for a different position. Zello gets him. Insta headshot, barely around that corner before the brain gets popped.
I mean, this is kind of screwed here, right? Unless they come for the stack. They should try to stack, I think, in this spot.
He's got to go massive. Smoke over top of it. He's got to lean out. He's got to take it on his terms. And he's not able to get that second one. 2 rifles coming into this round for Paravision as Legacy's streak looks like it could end at 3. Frag onto the bomb plant goes just a bit too far. And the spam off the mark. That's going to welcome damage back in on Lux. Now he sits on 46, and Legacy have to think, oh, do we really try to take a chance at this? And with 2 kits in the play, they flush Beltronic out into the open. Frag grenade for AW, but now it's got to be Satson alone. He'll catch Zello, and he wants to save this off. He is gone.
Wow, no attempt.
Paravision break back through, denying Legacy anything more than a 3-round streak.
Yeah, maybe if he had a smoke, he'd try something crazy, but they'll have to walk away from this. You know, what's interesting maybe is that, well, I guess we're getting into clutch situations where Jame is winning, and that's if Jame is winning clutches, then Legacy have almost nothing that helps them stand out in a game like this, because that's where they really make all their money. And Lux is a guy who puts up so many clutches, sort of middling so far. Yeah, back at PGL, I mean, we just kept talking about Lux over and over again. He was the emergent star on this roster.
Playing with it. We've seen Legacy try to throw that boost at middle, but have kind of gotten away from it. Instead, Lotto.
Save.
Good save. Huge save. And then they're just going to serve up an attack into the A play. Nissim, 1 kill already, trying to track that. Nicely done.
Second flash is beautiful.
Dumao helping out critically, as that was kind of Lux to save the day out middle.
Oh, this is the scariest situation for Legacy, you know, full blind out middle, but the spray wasn't good enough, and over on A, Dumao really helped out a lot with Nissim, who did a great job with his 2 kills.
But if I'm not mistaken, Lotto eats his teammate's flash, right? That's Lux that tries to flash him out, challenge middle, so Lux better be coming to help out.
Yeah, it could have been. Sometimes mid is messy with sky flashes and CT's counter flashing, so... Well, they have to play it cool for now. Be a 4th for Legacy.
It's not a lot of a CT side, but could serve as the springboard. Again, try to capitalize while Paravision don't have everybody online. But we haven't really had to discuss the Legacy clutches, which is really something that they kind of set themselves apart with.
And it's, yeah, again, because it's this new style that's actually been so fun to watch, where Paravision are just, when they go for execs, they don't, I think old like Virtus Pro, that Jame was calling for, you'd see them, they'd go for execs, but it'd be slowly the entire way. Even when they decide to get in the site, okay.
Oh, good. Just denying money.
Right.
It's going to bottom him out, but it'll have ramifications.
No.
We've seen him win a round with 2 AKs, so critical denial there. But sorry, you were saying?
You know what I mean? With Virtus Pro, they'd be like execing, but even when they decided to exec, it'd be slow. They'd sit in the choke point, they'd wait for you to peek, they'd slowly walk up, they'd punish another player, and then eventually they wouldn't even need to plant sometimes. But this new team that they've got, when they get close to a doorway, they just barrel all the way through, like quickly. Faster than almost any other team in the stage, I won't lie.
Here we go. Speaking of which, Nisum finding Jame out middle. That was Jame on an entry path in mid. Told you he'd evolve. Cut down, 1 AK on the field. Nada's gonna use it to kill Doom out. And this is pressure on Lotto. You've got him out of his cave. He's gonna go back in, trying to dive it. Oh, the pistol denied up close. Cielo's frustrations, you can see them in the last round. He will finish this half, his worst half so far at the Major. And the trades come out well for Legacy as they have certainly rebounded within this half. Sure, they let that 2 AK round interrupt their streak of what could have been 6, but on the brink of winning a 5th, this is undeniably a recovery. Nada gonna try to put on a show here. A 4K demanded of him, and the 1v3, but 1 kill deep into it already. No bomb possession. That sits top ramp. Nade is fantastic. 50 damage for him to have to handle. Legacy with a rebound. Here as Paravision came out of the gate swinging. With only 4 opening kills, Paravision still manage a 7-round half, fueled mostly by those 2 Jame clutches early days, maximizing it in the pistol for the 3-0 start. That streak of 6 rounds responded to because Legacy on each side of the map, each extremity, had a reliable anchor. Between Lotto and Nisum, you've got 2 stars for Legacy performing so far, but his 5 rounds on the defense gonna be enough to answer back on Paravision's map pick.
I think what's definitely cool about this game is like there are some stars, but like both these teams have that in common where you don't really know who's going to come through the most.
Oh, coming through Donuts, Lux. He's not alone either. Ochana, tough spot. He's got
get
teammates
out of cave.
in CT spawn, but he's just going to tuck into the temple corner. Lux coming at him, takes a bullet to the face.
And they still haven't planted?
No, bomb is outside B.
Oh, okay. Wait, this is a mess, actually, because they kept him inside of cave. Now, why would you want to do that if you were going to go to the B site late? Look at the CTs reassembling themselves.
Jame hasn't fallen for it.
Bro.
And he just taps Doom out and the bomb out of the round, and then he calls on his pack of riflemen to come running over to support him.
This got to be the sickest flank ever.
Oh, it's good for damage. Beltronic surviving. Nada's got it covered. AW in with one as well, and that is Paravision with both pistols in their pockets.
You know, I think we saw an honest day's work from both teams in most of those rounds in the first half. That's the clearest mistake I think we've seen so far.
Yes,
there's
call it
just,
as it is.
I think there's just some irony to the fact that you're fighting out. No, you're fighting outside B, maybe because you didn't think they'd be there in the initial setup that they would push. But because they did, all you did was shove them back to the site you were trying to take instead of having them flank donut or take over mid, which would have actually left them maybe more vulnerable. Now, obviously, that's just not the CT side that setup they were expecting. And the other thing is Paravision have shown extremely good strats on pistols. That can go for CT side too.
See ya. Nada going for the blind spam on smoke, and it's an easy first blood. Sadzin's gonna crawl into the SMG. That's money made for A&W, who tries to plant.
A&W, baby.
Yeah, class action.
That was quite a burger.
That's so Canadian. AW. You know when I
How
first,
long was that?
Dude, when I first read his name, I knew that was gonna happen.
Oh,
at some
really?
point.
Okay.
I knew it. I knew it. And I was afraid it was gonna be as soon as I met him on media day.
Oh, he's a tall glass of root beer.
He doesn't even know what A&W is.
I know, right?
If only he did.
No, he needs to know ball, though.
Give me that Mazza burger with onion rings. Clean it up. 5 alive. Strong start for Paravision.
There could totally be a lot in common, which is not something you would, again, ever say between a team like Legacy and a team that's run by Jame. But the fast execs that the T side will bring on Legacy, those contact explodes. Yeah, they're going to do that too. That's how they ran over Red Canids in that T half on Nuke the other day, and I mean it's really won them a trophy, that style of play.
I think the difference though is, you know, sometimes Legacy can be a bit more sloppy with it, and that's why they can then have to, you know, bank on their clutch factor. Yeah. But that clutch factor is also so strong, so it has been a reliable element of their play. But right now we're not getting that. 2 clutches won in this map so far, both of them James, both of them in the first 4 rounds of action. Looking comfortable with this 4-round lead as the first gun round comes out from Legacy's attack. You know, this is going to be Paravision in a different place where Zello is not a driving force behind their success. We wonder if it can still work. And he's got time to recover it, but for now it's smoke in hand and bodies on the other side of this entrance. This starts to take up his position towards Red Room as everybody else on Legacy. Oh, not even. No, he's going to crawl back, and this is going to be 5 strong on B. Jame is nowhere to be found, so this double up inside of Cave, which has already burned its smoke, has to deliver.
Yeah, they still got a great, oh man. Okay. They got such a great spot so late, and Legacy are execing over this. They're gonna have to run through it or just skip Cave altogether.
Take that site, but within it, it's good control for Paravision.
Oh, he missed the molly. That can't miss that molly.
Unacceptable at this point when you need it this badly with Elimination tonight. Lux is going to try to take a look at the Cave, wants to unravel it from the other side. They're going to still find a way to pinch this. Not able to hold on. Oh! They do come through with both those frags, and it's a spam into the short smoke. Excellently done here from Legacy. That was a mighty effort. For a second, felt like they were going to get stuffed out of it, but that back lane help just didn't come through, right? Smoked off on short. He's not able to stop them from pinching into Cave. It's an alternative route other than just slamming your way into it. And James off also going to get taken away. Good on Legacy.
Ooh, that's a close call. Now, they didn't have any counter utility, looks like, so they had a really good setup for, you know, Legacy having to change plans and not go forward with the Cave split coming up the ramp, but they didn't actually get in front of this. They didn't take advantage of the missed molly over on long. And then, you know, this extra kill from Dumao is huge, but it honestly doesn't matter at that point. They take over Cave, they got their 2 frags. Not the most investment from Paravision, to be fair, but still a setup that looked to make that scary. Is that Destan?
Error.
AW so broke. Discussing the investment coming down. Lux discussing the opportunity. He was he really struggled versus Bait yesterday, and they got 2-0'd in that game. He also he wasn't really there for the Red Canids match, but they crushed that game anyway. But it's just someone I've been keeping an eye on because in a team that's really come up together as a team, Lux has stood out as an IGL, a clutcher, a really high impact fragger, and we haven't been saying his name too much. All right, this is a big moment for Legacy. Like, full investment in for Paravision.
Whoa. Oh, James takes a shot.
Oh,
Satzes
nice.
Catches one inside a donut, but
Clean
the
find.
thing is, there's still two hard dedicated A defenders. Lux bomb is gonna get dropped, and he pounces. Oh. Huge move from Beljanok. And so you may have come out from donut into the site. Zello's got cover behind this and support inbound.
He doesn't have to move.
James gonna just somehow find a path through smoke.
He's just sitting there with him.
Dumauk's got cover, gets taken down. Huge triple kill from that A anchor. And then all of the supportive elements on the scene that quickly. Legacy just got hit by a truck inside of the A site.
Oh man, that push into A main, that's just the whole round. That was just such a great move. It was exactly what they needed to make up for the fact that that first kill went the way of Legacy, and it totally crushes the ability to get out of donut safely onto the site. They have no way to plant, no post-plant control whatsoever, no one in Temple to threaten these backside positions, and yeah, if you can just sit on single the entire time and not fight, you know you're in a good spot. So what can you say? What a move. That's how you use an MP9.
Smelled blood in the water, pounced on it, comes back with an AK, Dumauk dead with nothing. And let's say, you know, Beltronic doesn't get as much of a success. Well, that's fine. There were so many players already there alongside him to try to pick that up. Shout out to James getting into that smoke. He had support to CT as well, so there was more protocols in place than what they ended up needing. And it is an instant answer to the one-off of Legacy.
Yeah, he needed both frags to make it look super easy, but that was just to make it look super easy.
Right,
kept so many alive.
Regardless, first one drops the bomb in front of it, and like you said, Zello, he's just sitting on single box, never even had to do anything, but you know he could have stepped it up to a duel versus Nissim. Could have let Beltronic just sit on that boost still, but nah, he took the control of the situation.
Got an extremely heavy alien.
Absolutely paid off.
No one's pushing down too far. James has the op.
It's a pretty stark contrast to the setup we had 1 round ago.
Beltronic's peeling back. He wants to get to the mouth of donut. When this exec comes in, that off does damage.
Collateral hits both players, both survive. Nice shot,
nice trade.
Needed that one, needed something going here for Legacy. Paravision stuck up inside of their spawn as bomb's gonna go down donut side. And James wants to let the rifles get in front of him. Good body block on the smoke. That had a huge bounce. And so Lotto's going to end up having a massive angle, and they're not going to anticipate this if they start this Temple retake. Now Lotto inside of that smoke as Nissim finds another kill. He pushes through it. Good on Lotto to just, again, keep that pressure on. Good on Legacy to just come barreling back to a bomb site that 1 round ago held strong.
It's a crazy good smoke block. They trusted it. They needed to make sure to minimize how many fights they had to take and where people could be standing. So Legacy's full A attack is beautiful, and James' damage is in vain. He would have traded all that damage for just 1 kill, obviously. Kind of surprised you get a collateral and no one dies. Through the legs, into the legs.
Instant headshot from Nissim.
Trade's crazy.
Gets revenge. Beltronic from the last round going into A main and getting Nissim unprepared.
It's a fiery match, man. They're really going back and forth with extremely strong rounds.
It's everything we wanted.
Yeah.
It's everything we wanted with the still absence of Zello. I mean, again, sitting on 4 kills even at this point.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You know, I believe I don't think he's had a kill so far this half. We're now 5 rounds into it. So maybe we're getting our answer. Momentum based, doesn't start well, hasn't returned. 4 rounds back and forth we go. It's still Paravision double digits. It's still Paravision leading by 3. At least walking away with 2 guns last round. James going to try to come up with a plan, and there's always a plan, right? James got an idea for every sort of buy. Puts himself over to the B site this time. Doesn't want to bank on that solo op hold that they tried to use 1 round ago, which failed.
Lux gets touched by that HE on the default grenade set. No mid controlling for the CT side. They're obviously a little bit more worried about what's going on towards A. It's a brand new setup right now for Paravision. And Legacy will have to do some detective work to suss this out. Operation Find James.
Sits and waited a minute. Feels a reason to fall off the angle. That's while we hear utility popping inside of the cave. It's gonna get smoked out. AW seeing the flash come through. There's obviously some kind of presence outside of this B site, but it doesn't feel like Paravision really believe that it is as much of a threat as it truly is. Again, you are sitting 3 players hard inside of that A stack. James with a read in his mind that is indeed incorrect. This is a huge moment for AW if he can do anything while that smoke remains up.
Oh, he doesn't want them to come through, but they're thinking about it. James finally thinking about coming to help.
Oh, he gets the MP9 kill.
Don't let him get another kill, okay.
And he'll get stopped. James pops open that smoke, clips Sadzin in sight. And are they willing to try to take this chance for the retake?
Got to, I mean, Lux is low.
There's 1 kit on the play, and it belongs to Nada. You get Legacy stuck inside of that cave. You're dropping grenades on top of them, but is there a gap on that again? Certainly, both Fordelux and Nissim. Smoke on rotation denies the player down beneath. Dumau starts to peel back, and this retake is on. Zello has to find his groove, and he's got to find it soon. Remember, Nada is the guy with the kit, so now crossing over towards that ball. Nade's gonna blow Lux out into the open. Nissim shoots his teammate, comes out, stops the diffuser, claws him out into the open. Zello's on it now, and denied. Big cave play.
Nissim does it all. He even gets his teammate in the process. Oh my goodness. That smoke just not good enough, but you know, Zello in the back actually spotted the edge of the smoke was a little open. They came forward, spraying across it. When that HE came down, it was a Team K that got Lux killed because he was trying to jump away from the HE. And a massive multi here for Nissim. 4 frags. 5 if you want to get technical. Kind of wild that round even gets close.
Right.
With a 1 MP9 there for so long. With just like a one set of utility, basically.
James sets it up, right? Opening up the short smoke and catching just that swift glance of Sadzin.
Yeah.
But it's like
they can't miss their utility. They had their A smoke look to block them the retake. That got them the lost rounds.
It's also kind of like 2 subpar diffuse positionings. Small details, but it costs Paravision, and it's going to open a door wide for Legacy to try to tie this game up. Freebie of a round, they can feel it, and I like that Legacy, you know, when an advantage like this with no economy for Paravision to play, they're not the kind of team to take their time. They've earned a moment of confidence. They will use confidence and just storm that B site, find it entirely vacant for the taking. To hell with your 5-7s, you can hang on to cave. It's just a question of what does the exit cost Legacy. This could wind up being one of those games where the pressure of the situation did get to Zello. We're talking about a group of rookies and James, major champion. 2 totally different realities. And I found, you know, one of the curious things about James' interview yesterday, and he's always kind of had this philosophy, but when Donna asked, what do you say to your teammates when things are getting tight and they're not going your way and, you know, frustrations can start to flow, he says, words are useless. I don't need to say anything. I can't say anything. They have to focus on themselves. He's not that kind of guy. He's not the big brother that's going to pull you out of a bad day.
Yeah.
He expects you, as a promising young player, to do it yourself. So Zello's got to dig deep here and now, because this game is still very much possible for Paravision. Back into the rifles they'll go.
Yeah, it somehow feels like Legacy are winning, even though they're not.
It's just because they've got
such strong
momentum.
recent rounds.
4 of the last 5.
Yeah, this will change things for sure.
Taking an early look at this A site, but it is just Dumau setting himself up, kind of puffing his chest with that spam. Electronic out towards middle is going to have his hands full. More than one coming at him. He's got support in Donut, and those 2 rifles do combine. All while Jame just peels back. Sadzin's going to catch Zello. That was a push out from Cave by the looks of it. And that opens the possibility of a B play. How fast do Legacy want to go with this? Because AW is just leaning back on these lanes. And that's a ton of free space over for Legacy if they really want to force this issue and do it fast.
That ramp smoke, they have to be a little careful. They don't need to blow this open, actually. No kits right now, so it's going to be tough.
It's enough
utility want to go for a retake.
To just still get in. Bit of wallbang damage there. Nissim lower, but still looking for an exit. Crosses over towards the ramp. Could come back at a moment's notice. They're going to know about Sadzin, but they don't know about Dumau's flank. But he may not see anything by the time his teammates start dropping. James already pushed forward. This is going to be a big ball.
You missed the ball.
No!
You can't.
Supposed to go on bomb, and when they don't have a kit, that could have been massive. But you're still going to cause a bit of panic. Sadzin somehow has to get back in here, and he's got less than 10 seconds. An act of desperation denied. Paravision in with the retake. No kit needed. They still have just enough time.
You know, maybe we're going to find out in this game if they need Zello, because he dies again, but they still have such a good spot. All of the other trades go their way. And while the door is open towards B, that flank's a little bit slow. Paravision's retake's really quick, and this molly, I mean, there was no smoke to counter this. That is pretty brutal, because the molly comes down, Dumau can slow it down even. He was obviously quite confused. He wanted to get into the mix, you know, have impact on this retake, but I think felt he missed an opportunity with that late kill.
Sadzin out mid already.
They're going in to push for the retake on it. They might walk into this. Nice kill.
First blood, Legacy.
Sadzin being very aggressive. We'll see if he's going to jump up on the box, but will he connect with his teammates before this boost is dismantled?
Nada just walks around, catches
Sadzin just linger a little too long right there.
Once the smoke goes down, you'd think you'd want to be in a safer spot.
His second aggressive push was assisted with the flash. Now, we do have Nissim already out on the A site. They're looking to try to get... They really have a good opportunity to pull B rotators, actually, while the Swamp can slowly go A later.
Jane consider it. Will he think about this threat?
I mean, he's going to be thinking about main when he comes back out, right? Nissim will just...
to site,
I think Nissim just walks across the site slowly when Dumau comes in, since he's already here.
And James has left his back open to this A site for a long time, and he is just banking that nobody steps up behind him. Oh, even better for Legacy is just Lotto taking the headshot.
Now they have no idea.
Nope. They will be coming over with caution. But Nissim, here's the stomp up from Nada.
Just don't give him a kill and they won't go for this. Oh.
Nissim dies. Missed shot from the op. Zello's got his. Retakes in full effect. No! Missed shots from Lotto big time. And so Lux with 38 health and an op is getting smoked off. There it is. Jane may die with nothing on the A site, and Jane may be the only one with clutches, but the rest of Paravision just stepped it up for him.
Such an excellent setup from Nissim to take that side space. And again, I think Sadzin, he wanted to play super aggressively this round. It got him his first kill. He pushed out with that flash and took over mid by himself, but I think didn't know how to advance from that spot.
I want to say these are Zello's first 2 kills of this half. He's been sitting on 4 frags for a long time.
You know who still is? It's Lux.
Ouch. Kamal is down. Fueling that retake. Zello a part of the pack. He's got that round he can point to here, and Paravision with 3 to try to close out their pick.
Beautiful HEs.
Oh, the lineup could have been even worse here for Legacy. They just try to scramble back into cover, but there's still flashes coming out from Donut.
They gotta have a molly, right?
Nada catches Dumao jumping back, and now he's gonna take his leave. And that's gonna let Jane post on an angle, but a missed op shot. Still a bit of a chance here for Legacy. Jane feeling the pressure of this potential red bush.
Wow, the CTs are just totally leaving the A site. That's kind of a crazy move to make.
They're just flowing though.
Yeah.
Again, it's definitely a more rambunctious bunch than what we've seen in the past alongside Jame. They can sense the ability to end this. 5 versus 3, sure, you've given over mid control, but worst case, what? Retake A site if they happen to walk out, Donut?
It's so wild how they don't even just 2-1-2 in this spot. They actually just go for the read.
You just gotta trust Jane.
Yeah, 5v3 and they're stacking the correct site. And
Cielo comes through with perfection.
You're kidding.
You've got that risk because that B site's so overstacked, you're allowed to send a player out. And in doing so, that should have just set up the final nail in this coffin. Sadzin's 33 health versus 4. It's that strong 6-round start. It's winning the second pistol. It's converting it and going back and forth at the start of this. And then a couple of critical retakes out of Paravision's camp and leave Jame to try to end it. Missed shot as AW gets killed. He knows that that offers up close, but the pistol's gonna be enough. And Paravision close.
Damn.
Their map pick worked on since their game versus Gamer Legion yesterday. They come in strong with another great plan. Critical early Jane clutches.
Yeah, there were so many good rounds from Legacy in that match. It felt so much closer than it was up until the end. But now that we look back, Paravision never really let go of control. They were good from beginning to end. They countered the pistol game plan as well. I think that kind of went under the radar in the second half. And overall, the one guy that you called out, Zello, he got it together right in those final few moments. Paravision, what more can you ask for?
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Standing here with Sadzin and obviously 2-2 matchup, so it's back against the wall, but are you ready for this pressure?
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's a decider match, so it's a little bit nervous, but we already been in this situation many times, so we just need to do our game, play our best and get the BF3.
I want to specifically ask about your head-to-head in this matchup, because you're an AWPer and you're playing against Jame, obviously, and you are not really going to probably see him that much since he's this passive AWP playstyle, and instead he's using his rifles to take all the space around the map, so this is where you have to come in and shut down them, basically. Is this something that you're thinking about actively, how to counter those rifles?
Yeah, sure, like when I go to play, I always watch the demos of the other teams, and he's not like Maka, the 3D Max, aggressive AWPer, Zayu, he's more passive, so he's like, the game of him, it's more like device, so yeah, I have to think about that, and like you said, get the rifle, the entry rifles of them, so yeah.
I think you've had pretty successful season so far, but here at the Major, it's a little bit more shaky than usual. Is this something that you think you peaked maybe in the season too early, or is this a tiredness, or is there some other factors that you're thinking about?
No, I just think it's because it's new for us, like, to not be the underdogs. It's the first time we are like the favorites in the Major, in the stage 1. Many people put us in 3-0 and many people get mad with us, but I think it's because of the pressure. It's new to us, so we need to handle better, but I don't think like we are playing bad. We know how the Major is. This Major, have many upsets in the games, so I think it's normal. It's the pressure. It's different. It's different. Like in Austin, we was like the underdog. We don't have the pressure. We just need to do our game, and now it's different. You know, everyone is watching us. Everyone is watching our demos, our plays. So it's more harder. We have more pressure, but we are handle, and I believe we are doing good.
One last question about the AWP that you mentioned before. I mean, if you look at the top teams, and probably you have like Zaivu, Monesi, Shiro, and Modo, who are like top 4 AWPers, and then the rest is kind of struggling, and it's kind of normal right now. Why is that? Is that CS2? Is it because of a meta? What is dealing with these, mid-tier AWPers?
Yeah, like in my mind, I have an opinion about the rate. You know, like you said, like Zayu, Monesi, these guys. When you see his demos, he is like the AWPers, but at the same time, they are the star players. So they have more games with, how can I say it, in pistols. They have the good weapons to do the job. So I don't, like I said in many interviews, like don't don't look at the rating. Like it's only a stats, you know. If you are doing well in the games, that's really important. So yeah, like my rating, I don't remember now. It's not too much, and sometimes I see people saying like, "Oh, you need to kill," but like, bro, if my rifles are killing with my support, it's what matters for me. So I think it's what all players need to think, you know. Do your support, do your things, and if you get the matches, what really matters, not if you get like a many rate, you know.
Let's put that rating up. Good luck. See you on the server.
Great expectations for Legacy, but it's Paravision to be locking down map #1 of Ancient. In all fairness, Legacy did test them at times, but Jacob, it was very clear as to why Paravision brought Ancient into the series and why they ultimately were the better team in the end.
A strong showing on Ancient once more. We saw them played yesterday, also having a great showing. Very much the style we anticipated, dare I say it. It felt like Legacy came in with a lot of aggression on the CT side. Paravision, they were waiting for it. They were just taking off the tempo out of the game, to be honest, and then they ran a simulator towards one of the bomb sites in the first half as well. So Legacy tried. I feel like they tried to play their own brand of Counter-Strike. They tried to apply a bit of pressure, but the youngsters from Paravision, they didn't fall for it. They didn't take the bait, and they actually continued to play their way of Counter-Strike, which is a little bit more, I guess, defensive, but also reactionary in that regard.
Yeah, I think Paravision just so good. They're obviously used to this, playing against a lot of European teams in the tier 2 who tend to be very aggressive. So I think it's a style that they tend to know what can come, what they need to do, and how they need to prepare for those situations. And it kind of just slowed the game down, and the pacing just became exactly like Paravision wanted. They did change a little bit on their approach compared to Gamer Legion. They wanted to fake a little bit more towards A against Gamer Legion, but this time around they went for their, you know, B.
Yeah, classic B bomb site hits. We've got a compilation of them that we might as well run right now. In terms of the differences that maybe you noticed from the Gamer Legion game yesterday, because once again, they just love going towards this bomb site. Were there any kind of different approaches that you noticed?
I mean, they have some different sets they want to do. They do for cave split and everything, but I think the patience of how they want to clear out the first guy is the most important factor for them. You'll see a lot of teams, they kind of rush in and they take it very, very quickly and try to utilize the flashes to kind of speed your way through to take the long area. But Paravision does it differently. They kind of set up the nades, they do the flash. If a smoke comes, they're always ready with the lineup for nading that smoke and just killing that close guy, and then they start speeding up.
What I liked from Paravision in terms of the B-hit simulator was the variations in what they did. As you could see in the first two attempts right here, it's in the middle of the round. This time around, it's very late into it. This round in particular is James just completely out-calling his opponent, and I feel like that was part of the story as well in the beginning. James really had the number of the Legacy players, but I think we're also going to see a round where they actually walk 3 players up until a smoke, you know, in the middle of the round, where you think to yourself, this is something we haven't seen come out from them. This is a new iteration, this is a new variation where you're kind of conditioning Legacy to always be afraid, always to be aware. Again, you see 1 minute and 5 seconds left into the round, and the hit and the pressure is going to come early into it right here. We see it. The smoke is being thrown down right here. You have 3 players, 2 players walking up through the smoke, 2 players coming.
It's almost like they prefer that smoke.
Almost, in a sense, right? But they do it in different ways. So yes, at home you may think, oh, that's easy to read. You're just running a B simulator every single round. But they did it at different timings, they did it with different grenades, and I gotta say, James and that T-side calling, that was spot on.
Which is why it was pretty admirable, all things considered, for Legacy to come out with 5 rounds in that first half, just considering the bombardment that was towards that B site. Things got pretty close during the mid-portion of this game. What was kind of the turning point, I guess, for Paravision to be putting this one under lock?
I mean, there was 2 particular retakes that, you know, Legacy kind of failed to lock down in the afterplant. And yeah, it hurt them so much. They could never really recover from it. They couldn't have the economy. They didn't leave themselves with enough room to kind of, you know, make risky calls from that point on. Because here we see, you know, it's Legacy, they get the bomb plants, it's a 4v3, something Paravision are very, very comfortable with. Yep. You can see they didn't really want to challenge for that early control on B side. Here we have a really good clutch. This is actually what brought Legacy back into the game. And it's the same position they lost to Hypex and Gamer Legion yesterday on.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You felt like at this moment, round 18, it's Legacy coming back into the game, but they couldn't follow up with it. You know, a couple of moments where they actually get the bomb down on the A bomb side. I believe it's Satson who who we spoke about coming into the game, having a very easy kill, you know, a lined up kill. He misses that shot, all of a sudden everything is unrolling in front of him and they end up losing. So it is also, as he said, you know, a bit of that pressure. He even alerted to it with Chico. It was an excellent interview saying that the difference for Legacy this time around is that they are under pressure. They feel like they're the favorites. They're supposed to win, and seemingly so far in the tournament they haven't handled that well. And I think when we got into the game here as well, when it got close, when it got under a pressured environment, then again they faltered, and that's something we haven't seen from Legacy.
It's what's so interesting about the entire Legacy story, right, is when you go into the previous major in Austin with literally zero expectation, you're not even meant to be there, and then you come into this one where people are looking at you and going, hey, but based off of that incredible form we saw over in NA, we're touting you as one of the favorites. I'm sure you've been in that situation before, Devil Walker, a few years ago. That's got to be difficult for you to kind of digest and be able to compartmentalize in these high-pressure situations.
Yeah, it's also that, but it's also that you're giving Paravision pretty much a game with zero pressure. They can play, you know, freely, you know, play out of their minds, and we've seen, even against Gamer Legion, they really thrived with not having pressure on themselves, Paravision. That's when they've played their best Counter-Strike. So they're not only playing a little bit worse because of the pressure themselves, they're also giving their opponent a little bit of a buff.
Which is probably why our sponsor are quite heavily favouring the side of Paravision going into this one, but there is a little bit of a catch. That was Paravision's pick, now it's Legacy's pick. It's Inferno. What's the story here?
Well, the story is that both teams like to play the map. Coming into this tournament, Paravision had won it 7 out of 8 times leading up to this tournament. I believe they played it against Bait and lost in a very close game, 13-11. That could have gone their way. The thing is, they're playing second-tier opposition. They're playing tier 2, tier 3. So yes, the results look great, and you would argue Paravision are very comfortable on Inferno. Legacy are playing a different caliber of teams. Coming into this tournament, they would have beaten Aurora, they've beaten Astralis, they've beaten Liquid, they're beating some of the top European teams, some of the teams that you see in Stage 2 and Stage 3 as well. So judging by the stats, it's a map that both teams play well, a map that both teams play comfortable on, but judging on who the opposition has been in those games, I'd say Legacy are more prone to come in here and play a better level of Counter-Strike when it comes to Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I still think, you know, Ancient is a hard map to kind of find those mid-round aggressions that Legacy want to provide. I do think Inferno isn't maybe the best place for that, but I still would argue that you have a little bit more avenues where you can be aggressive, and, you know, them being so good at banana fights, etc., that's where the real edge is going to be for Legacy.
Yeah, can you tell me an individual to be looking out for from the side of Legacy?
I feel like it's always Dumao and Lado, you know, those two in combination, especially one of them that is always aggressive on banana. You know they're just going to be in your face every single round. Whether they do it early stage in the round or they do it late, there's going to be a lot of aggression coming in right here, and one could fall to think that, oh, Paravision, they're just going to wait it out. However, on Inferno, you need to take a certain amount of map control if you want to stand a chance late in the round.
Takes ain't easy on this map.
That's the thing, you know, so for Paravision, I think they're going to struggle a lot with the aggression, I'm not going to lie.
Well, it sounds like a cliche by now, but it truly is do or die time. Is this the last time we see Legacy here in Budapest?
It's a scary thought, Freya, that Legacy could be getting cut short, and especially by a team that, coming to the Major, had never defeated a team in the top 20 of HLTV. And yet now, their final last 2 opponents have been Gamer Legion and Legacy, 2 of the only teams in that top 20, Launders.
It sounds stupid to throw out stats, but when we get to the Major, we just see it too many majors in a row, where there's some things that are just more important, especially with the pressure. That's just a unique factor about this event, the one that everybody wants more than anything else, that can really make you crumble, or make some players really shine. The thing about Inferno is Legacy, it's no longer a reliable map for them. They are, it's a team that should be picking this map. They have enough reps to be good on it, a depth in their playbook. That makes sense, and it's a good punish versus Paravision. It's just not one where the self-confidence is at its all-time high. They lose it sometimes inexplicably. It's hard to say who they'll beat, who they'll lose to. Paravision have played once so far this Major. They narrowly lost to Bait. They can run it. It's not like it's a good map for them. I'm just a little bit worried for Legacy that this used to be just such an amazing place to go, and now not as much.
Well, freebie. Walk around the corner. James is dead to that banana flank, so this balcony push better work. Satsin's gonna shut down the first one. Ciello's got an early kill in this map at least. And Beltronic able to get into the bomb site. But that fast flood from the flank is now all here on the short side. Big clutch attempt for Ciello. And he's got one stuck behind the pillar on the reload.
Whew. This guy has no fear.
Puts the flash out for the re-swing. He's got him still stuck in. Right down to it. Dancing back toward Lotto, dodging shots. Wins the clutch. Misfortune shuts him down, and that's going to send Zello back to the dark place.
He's kind of a monster, though. That was crazy the way that he played that. So much pressure on Legacy, who normally are the ones who like to swarm. That flash works wonders. He gets so much damage in, but that skinny pillar is enough. Chip damage with a Glock is no good. There's a great try and a last bullet kill for Lotto.
Nice, Lato! Porra, Beretta sendo Xuxa.
Trying to flex their advantage. Legacy straight into the mid push. Surprised Jane got caught at the wheel like that last round. Back turn totally to bottom middle. Thought maybe he had gotten Legacy to be a bit more timid, but not the case.
Yeah, it's nice to see the counter on the pistol strat, because it feels like Paravision had just been like so good at that.
Now you're going to give them no room to work whatsoever. Now, I do think Legacy are that sort of team. You know, you try to put them in a cage, and they are just going to start thrashing. Well, this round and the round prior kind of kick off to that. Down a map now on your own, looking to come out and just set a tone. It's good aggressive moves. You know, Legacy have had to learn to go through all of these motions in the biggest pressured games of their careers from Austin until now. It's been a growing phase for them. You got to tap into that wealth of experience to just dispatch of what is, again, a bunch of major debutantes.
Left this bomb back in spawn. Start working up towards this A play. Oh my goodness, that is a crazy big risk. Heard that rifler right there, and Nissim takes some damage. Quite a successful start to this situation here for Paravision. Push the Opera back on A, does some damage, and they have car control already. What's the move, Legacy?
Go for the execute. They're just going to go for yet again one of those sudden pops. W shut down. No answer back from him, so it's a good start for Legacy as they're just going to start dumping utility pressure onto site and already down through middle. That's at least spotted by Jane. Velchanak ready for that climb up, but dies out to it. And this is not a comfortable amount of control for Paravision whatsoever. They'll put the bomb down at the least. Dumau's going to dive through. That gets read by Jane as he picks up the position in pit just at the same moment. And already that banana flank keeps this pressure on. Zello, Nada, just stuck in the back of this bomb site. They know they are awaiting the retake, and they don't have any tools to put that fire out, except for the swing and the double headshot. Huge chance here for the clutch out of Zello to recover what was a bad first map. Bullets whiz by, and he'll find nothing. Legacy come through, still 2 players standing, and find that third round straight.
A little nervous with the late smoke in CT spawn, but overall a great retake, and everything that Legacy wanted to get out of that round in their default, playing on B, the boost up to get the first kill, the molly to delay the plant, the players they had on the flank, like they were getting what they were looking for. The spams and the cross, everything was excellent. We're going to really look for them dodging grenades, or if they're going to eat those grenades here on T side. Legacy, they like to throw full kits from the site. Zello gets tagged down low already. There's no window flash. This op might just get a free shot.
Yes, it will. Quick pop from Sadzin. Nade is perfectly placed, so Paravision gonna have a rough go at it to get just anywhere close to this B site. Jostle around the utility. Try to set up a pack of players to pounce off the util.
You can already see that Paravision are a little bit more rough around the edges. 2 Tech 9s on this round. They got the space they're looking for, but they're Zek could still be dangerous. Shot gets missed. That's really awkward.
Certainly helps out Paravision's efforts. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Kills come right back, though. Sadzin's second chance, not going to miss. Bottom mid player will get caught, though. 30 seconds to run this back at A if they want, but no bomb. Yeah. It's just for the save.
So the repeat from the op, that helps solidify their position on the site. Nice kills out of Sadzin.
What you up to, James?
Always got to do things a little differently.
Right, yeah, you could go run and T-spawn like everybody else would ever, including the teammate
but he's
sent with that M4.
Saving a Tech 9 is the thing.
No, he's hunting an M4 is what he's doing.
Yeah. But he would be saving a Tech 9 if he just sat in his spawn the whole time, so this is actually not that great for him. He would have rather died.
Couldn't find him as Nissim also went to look for another. Not the strong start that Paravision were looking for after establishing that 6-0 back on Ancient. Fantastic chance for the economy to blossom here for Legacy, so it's time for Dastan to come through with a bit of help.
Making it expensive was the main goal last round. They really couldn't do that exactly. The space that they're getting is still good. They're not catching that like retake kit from the B site when they're at the top of car. So the exec gets this close, a little dangerous, but when you get the first kill here, that helps out a lot. I think what they were missing was the full follow through. Trying to catch the flank on this round when they were already down a player, and that exec with that amount of space they took, if they had just swarmed more, it would have been maybe a better idea versus Legacy.
There's just more pep in their step this map already. You know, we've seen it since the pistol, and Sadzin's going to weaponize it again here in the 5th round.
Yeah, they just look way more comfortable. I think conversely, Paravision don't.
Comfortable and wide awake. I think that first map loss was a slap upside the head. In a good way. It's got them looking sharper. It's going to be a reminder that while Paravision have shown great promise and have great momentum coming into this major, you know, big win streaks, map streaks on Mirage, something that they had in their back pocket, it's still just trying to take down the big dogs. Beating top 20 teams is what it eluded them. They separated themselves from teams of their caliber on the run to Budapest. There's 3 teams ranked in the top 20 at this stage. They just entirely avoid FaZe, 1 of 3. Beat Gamer Legion yesterday and tried to take a piece out of Legacy tonight. So they have waited their time to get a piece of the top 20. Now they got to show that they can do it twice. Dumao sits back sights. They just run on in. Great grenade damage, and it serves up the perfect distraction. Lotto setting up Dumao for the alley-oop, but he goes ahead and gets 2 of his own. And this is Legacy just tearing through Paravision now.
Yeah, so good. I mean, everything that you want to see on their best day on Inferno is what we're getting right now. When it really matters. They're smiling about it. I think there was a moment where it's like, you know, like throughout Bucharest, CAC, every single first pick was Inferno, and it'll continue to be. But they only won half those games, and a match like this, you gotta pick it. There's going to be a little worry about, okay, well, what does Jane know about our Inferno? What is he going to teach us about our Inferno now? But the amount of reps they have on it, it's just undeniable.
Good shot. Luckily for them, Dumao out from Sandbags finds that AW extension, who's now sitting 0 and 6.
Zello saw that.
He's going to keep an eye on it. Ooh, or is he? He's going to go try to join that pack. They think, okay, you can have apartments. We'll just push right past
That's
you.
so crazy, that decision. They saw the hall setup off Zello's call, I guess, and Op goes down.
Yeah. Is it crazy or is it just James?
Yeah.
Smoke comes out to balcony, trying to find that route out for Lux to apply more pressure. He at least gets the angle with his utility.
Yo.
That's lovely, right? Just creates that pocket of smoke so that he can dump nades into the back of the site. You see the impact it has. Veltronic just dropped down as low as his two teammates, but a back turn to Zello. He's gonna walk out, execute. Dumau sees the brackets is clear for the taking. It's this push up from Moto with 2 inbound now. Veltronic turns around to it, already players on site. Lotto's gonna clear that back corner. We've got this push out through smoke from Zello, punished. Nada, deep corner of pit, also cleared, and Legacy come in big.
Oh,
just enough time for the 6-0 start. The same thing Paravision did to them map 1.
Zello tried to have so much impact here, I think, off this call. Again, they run up mid very quickly. It's obviously some frustration, I think, with some close moments, but that's because, well, they haven't won a round, so that's natural.
You put it that way. This is one that they could have pulled off, even with low health. I mean, disadvantage was there for a long time, but
Zello really tried to come in and help.
Efficiency from the retake out of Legacy.
They would have benefited from a lane plant there. Wally did come down into the site.
Losing Jame inside a boiler, right? That would have prevented that.
Yeah.
Worried about the boiler peak coming through.
Yeah, that's right. They're making Paravision look like Vitality right now.
Why does that feel so long ago?
It was. In Counter-Strike years, it's even
6 months, huh?
More rapid than dog years.
A lot changes in 6 months. Vitality not winning every event this season.
Complexity or Ukrainian?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, wow. Look how much space they take off of just one little piece of utility, man. These guys are wild.
Ready to slam into this bomb site again. And honestly, I'm not comfortable if I'm Sadzin.
They didn't even wrap. They just escorted one player around.
He'll sit on it.
Nice shot.
Not as the first victim, but Veltronic comes out with the Nissim kill. Oh, more damage, but it's just damage.
It's kind of sick, man. They didn't go with the arch wrap, but leaving a guy here.
Well done.
Yeah.
Zello up into the Moto corner makes a world of difference in terms of locking this one down. And you'd think Legacy gotta let it go, but again, be cost effective. Don't let Paravision walk away with 4.
I'd love to know like what percentage of the rounds are out of spawn. Like they know how this whole thing is going to play out versus we made a creative decision on the fly, because it just feels like so many moves are they're adapting to the moment more than going off of a set play.
Not getting out of there. Auto makes sure that there is some kind of price tag, but still, majority up is good for Paravision.
Yeah, that's a big kill to get out of there. 1 down for Legacy, 3 saved for Paravision. Bomb plant as well on this win.
And it feels like Paravision also, while all those things you just point out are true, are also at the same time figuring this out somewhat, right? This now back-to-back kind of rapid explosion into the A bomb site. Because they didn't have apartments last time and Lux was able to come through with more damage. Yeah, the retake does stick its landing.
Yeah.
Because every Paravision player was down to 15 health or so. You know, the odds were so stacked against them. This time, they set themselves up quickly. They know what they want. They follow through.
That's something we can all appreciate as Counter-Strike fans. They play off the live data really well.
Sure. Oh!
So do Legacy, I guess. Wow.
3 nades perfectly placed.
That's
AW and Nada down.
Full buy, by the way. Not a Nico.
Calculate that.
Put that in your abacus.
In your what now?
Your ass.
Subtle. Auto 14-2, by the way. Rockstar on the B site. More players coming his way. He's happy to just sit inside the fire. He'll burn all the way down to 6 HP.
Hey, that's calculated too.
It's a bit crazy as well. Smoke's coming over top. We've already got that third piece in position with Sadzin. I think in this comfortable of a spot, Lotto's going to be willing to go for sprays through that edge of the smoke. We'll see if it sets up Dumau again. Wow, just barely getting by that. Tucking into the pit at 25 seconds. Dumau slides up, sprays away Beltronic, and gets Jello as well.
Too easy.
Find the piece after piece, send James to the save, and Lux sitting bottom middle is going to deny that off. So here we go again. Legacy answering immediately.
They definitely learned a lot about A, and in the rounds they've lost towards A, you could see like this is the small move they could do to win, and then they proved it. But over on B, Legacy just full control. And he who wins Banana wins Inferno, period.
Perfection from the utility for the kickoff.
I feel like they need to start mollying these backside positions on their execs instead of just going for the contact explodes, because like, you know, sometimes teams can't even play in these standard spots because the utility is so good, but you don't really get Paravision doing full strength site execs. It's like they get top car and then they try to just, it seems like they just try to get across the grill. Then they start trying to fight, but they always forget about either someone on quad or someone on emo. That guy gets more than they're supposed to. One round in this game so far for Paravision. It was a nice one. They'll be lucky to buy again.
For all we know, they've got a godlike CT side in store, but it's one of the flatter halves we've had out of Paravision so far in Budapest. There's no star of the show either that's trying to really fight for this. It's not even a tug of war. It's just Legacy, both hands on control. No signs of slowing down. Okay, that's insane. That is crazy.
Almost entirely killed from that far away on the boost.
I was like,
Beltronic will not know about that till later. That's mad.
For 80 damage, not even like, you know, a little bit of 15 chip. No, no, no. Lux is actually going to be a liability this round because of that wall bang. Whoa. Again, they just try to explode into a site. This time the trade is good. Dumau finds, again, a separated 1v1. Beltronic trying to swing out. That's the bomb down. Dumau does good work, but James will finally put an end to this B defense.
Just too many bodies to get
Double nade, but it bounces off the front of the site. It doesn't all come through, and James, just what a move. Going into that coffin smoke, taking a challenge into the back of Church.
The op's down, so he knows he can swing a little bit more. He's not worried about re-peeking in this spot. Let's see what Legacy can come up with.
They're gonna go double smoke, trying to go over it. He's gonna find that one, so James finding a multi-kill this time. Nissim's got a lot of rounds to play with, so the retake attempt comes out. It is a James triple. Finally, a strong multi-kill moment out of the side of Paravision, and of course, leave it to James.
I'm a big fan of that. I think they still could have cleaned up on B. Like, there's one part of the exec that is really true to their personality and how they're contacting, like full explosion, everybody coming through when they're coming through on the smoke, but like, Legacy are still getting the first kill every time. Sometimes they're even getting 2, 3 kills on the B-site defense. So unless Paravision are extremely high numbers when it comes time to do it, you're going to have a really solid hold. They need to make better use of mollies, I think.
Like you said, those full execs, right?
Yeah, they should try them at least. If those backside positions are just not that safe. When the T's have a lot of money. They shouldn't be anyways. But I like that Legacy are never getting caught playing retake. They're abusing what works. It's pragmatic.
Overfacing in Banana this round for Legacy either, so you're just letting Paravision get close again.
Yeah.
They do molly backside, there's nobody there.
They push them back both sides of A, just like that.
Good on Legacy to try to keep these positionings fresh. They'll drop a smoke ahead of this at 45 seconds.
They don't care about these smokes sometimes, man.
For better or for worse. Sometimes Legacy just end up with free kills, but Tech9's about to jump in. You know they're going to play with it. Dumau turns it over, and sure enough, again, it is 3 dead to that M4.
And you'd love for them to learn from this, but it's getting a little bit too late.
Stuffed on the approach. Dumau going back in for more. Beltronic over towards Pit will get the answer back at least, but then they set default ablaze. He's going to be desperate to not die for the utility. James catching Satsin's actually quite big. Lotto spams through it. off peek into the coffins, but it's low health for Belchonic. And it's an easy pickup for Paravision yet again.
Yeah, I mean, the other way is you draw out so much utility, there are no smokes. You don't want to see like 5 rifle rounds this half. A team had to go through a smoke. When they got top B really early, you know, you're not getting a last second exact. This is 35. They could have waited a little longer, but maybe they didn't feel confident that they got all the utility out. It's obviously harder to count grenades now that you can drop them, but I can't help but feel they're just chopping some opportunities.
Running out of runway now. We've got 2 more rounds left in this half for Paravision. 2 one-off round wins. Took them 7 rounds just to figure it out the first time. And that round was that really rapid brackets into A commitment. Sort of freed up to do as he pleases on Banana. And it's when Legacy have leads like these that they start to take more and more liberties. Their confidence boils over into those kinds of deep peaks. Willing to run alongside the risks. All while James and company trying to play catch up. Belchonic ahead of that with the boiler player as well. So 2 players on short about to challenge into what is 3 players ready to receive. Apartments control for neither team. The flash misses. Not ideal. Nissim capitalizes on that. Big mistake here for Paravision, and at this point and a half that's falling this flat, you can't be making mistakes like a missed flashbang.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Another 5 players alive situation. This is the kind of Legacy that I can get behind.
Yeah, and Paravision, you know, they very well may have come into this game. You bring out these top 20 stats, and they know they're going to have to give away a map pick here and there. Like, they know they have a strong Ancient. They win yesterday 2-0 because they get overpass as Gamer Legion's map pick. That's just a blessing for them. Even if they're OT games, they know they're comfortable on them. But here on Inferno, they don't really have the wins to show us why they would win versus Legacy, all things equal.
Final go of it, and one that doesn't look pretty. Tech9's on 4. There's been no savior this half for Paravision. Biggest individual pop-off moment was that triple kill out of James when they were finally able to break down that B-site defense once. So again, they're just going to try to get explosive with the Galil. Belchonic good for the first and a second.
Okay.
Now we've got real pressure here for Lotto, but he's been the star of this B-site. He'll clip Nada, and as he gives himself utility to play around, he does get clipped. AW's got him trying to dive around into the darker corner. Nissim walking up from Banana already dropped. And so it's an AW multi-kill alongside Belchonic. Good on him. 2 kills to each of their names, and Sadzin, with a near impossible 1v4 ahead of him, has to go for it. Final round of this half. And Paravision, a gift for the road. We said stats-wise, it's not an uncomfortable map for Paravision, but it's just not versus top composition. And so piecing it together, they sit and wait, and they're going to let that bomb pop. Come on now, Sadzin, let it go. You can take all the time in the world. You're never figuring that one out. Paravision, a 3rd round at least, but will it be enough? Because this is the Legacy that we have been waiting for. certainly not the domination that Paravision were able to kick off Ancient with. Frustration starts to come through on the side of the challengers as Legacy find footing on a map that they call home. Inferno's CT side bodes well for the Brazilians. A 9-3 CT half is certainly enough to close this, Launders.
It is. Everything we've seen from Legacy was good. They've given away a round at the end when everything's going so well. You know, it can happen. A couple of mistakes on B. The one time it's not fully smoked and, you know, Paravision come in exact. That's what they were looking for all half. They couldn't find it till the very end. Call it a gift, a little charity round right there. But overall, nothing to worry about here. If you're a Legacy fan, they should be able to close this map out.
Unless... Nada's Berettas sitting on B. Just that presence of Bananas enough to get a lot of Paravision moving over. Beltronic in with another kill on Lotto, so mid's been good to him so far in the pistol.
He works well by himself, finds these openings.
He's taking off as the best player in the server for Paravision again. Just confirming it each and every step. James gonna let him hit this bomb site. Beltronic also giving space over, but again, just kind of whittling them down when they don't expect it. James crosses over the little pit, and that's where he finds his first. Empty gun's got to dodge shots, coverage comes through. Supportive elements here from Paravision as they swarm out, and they'll give themselves the best chance at a CT side comeback. Go ahead and secure that pistol.
That is a little bit interesting at the very least. Again, it shouldn't matter too much on a map like this. It's not like Legacy lean on one side more. They really require a lead no matter where they start. But still, Paravision, impressive setups on these pistols. It's a consistent feature so far from them in this stage of the major.
Nice! Хорош, ебем их, блядь.
Said Nissim's name backwards.
Speaking in tongues. Just got to stim real quick, hold on. This is like Maui Snake in a green room.
Watching TikToks. That's what your finger feels like when you're scrolling through TikTok.
Just 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. They've only got one before this powwow comes to an end, with Paravision 1 round closer. It's crazy that after all these years, no matter how maps are going, James is still just positive with the KD. This one no exception. And he's got a chance to farm some pistols as they try to pounce on him from arch side. He's got the cover from behind.
Still alive somehow.
Yep, always is, always will be. Some say he's older than time.
It's the way he moves. It's just like the little micro moves that he makes seems to just catch everyone off guard. Like you're just not ready for his next strafe. You don't know he's gonna go back when you think he goes left. He's gonna crouch when you think he's gonna run. It's like, bro, it's strange.
You know, some geniuses obsess over base and science, and others Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Legacy's gun round comes out in the 15th. Paravision have cut that lead down to 4 rounds. 4 rounds between them and Legacy. And a nade deep down to give Dumau something to think about at the start of this.
This'll hurt.
Yep.
Oh, could have been worse.
It's a 3rd of AW down. Gonna force Nada off his perch. Ooh, he spotted the player going through. What are you gonna do about it? AW comes in to help. It's Beretta's in hand. No way! Damage on Sadzin somewhat. Oh, Op that almost got its angle, but the thing was Dumau spotted, no?
Yeah, they did see him for sure.
Should've known. Jame comes running in. Don't always see him just kind of throw caution to the wind like that.
Yeah, I mean,
unless that info doesn't get relayed or what, but and Sats
just
dunks
barely.
it deep into the CT spawn. All now on Beltronic.
Yeah, good luck with this. 1 HE, but they're just too high HP for that to matter.
No smoke. Trying to get onto this bomb. He'll tap it to try to frazzle them. Beautiful flash over top, and Legacy find it in the face of the two-player stack. That church push, how does that catch Jame off?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say, I'm not gonna say it's his fault. If he knew someone was there, surely he wouldn't have ran by, right? You gotta have calmed that, but also it was quite a messy situation. It's possible that comm just leaked through. But he definitely saw someone getting into that smoke.
I mean, pretty important comm though, no?
Yeah.
Like, definitely, if I'm thinking about the list of things I should be saying, it's kind of at the top. And especially because even once you're dead, you're like, there's your second chance to relay it. You know, maybe both players on site understand, but...
Yeah, totally.
Either way, great chance for Legacy. That's double digits, 5 rounds the lead. Only 3 rounds into this T side, and they secure one.
Oh, he just thought, but was his Elo on the site with the gun? So he thought he got the kill?
No, that's Noda. We'll have to pick his brain on that one. Limitations from Paravision off the round loss as well. This could be Legacy running away with Inferno convincingly. James gonna have to dig into that bag of tricks. Come on, brothers, show us your secrets. Could it be alive now? Could have been the first death of the round, but instead, still 3 players strong on B here for the defense.
Crosshair placement was good, but came in a little, crouched in a little too soon. I mean, it's full car control here. It's Paravision who are just more worried about an A hit than a B hit. I can't imagine Legacy run into the stack when they've got so much info over on A2.
Priming it for the taking. This is going to be James scrambled back around into Arch. Yeah, they're going to follow through on this one. This is Legacy's 11th. No doubt, nothing to stop them from taking it over. You're just banking on Legacy misstepping into the B-bomb site. Never comes your way. This round absolutely fizzles out for Paravision. They'll be lucky to hang on to the 3 guns that they came in with, I suppose. But that's one step closer to a map 2 victory for the Brazilians.
Everything Paravision have done has been really impressive, but like, you just got to win this series now. It's the only way you're even going to have a voice when it comes to this next stage, and Legacy are putting their best foot forward to make sure that this just isn't a stomp or the horrible tragedy that we saw yesterday with Gamer Legion. They're just looking way better and winning and staying far in the lead. They'll reuse and recycle all these weapons on CT's side and try to go for it again. So it won't be the easiest round here for Legacy. Will you get a Legacy tattoo if they win the Major, Connor?
No, absolutely not. My body's a temple.
What about your skin?
It's the body's biggest organ. There we go. Free up Jame. I mean, again, you're not just going to let this game run away entirely.
He patiently waited for that op.
And then the moment he has it, not so patiently, sticks it down middle, out of an opening duel. And I think that's the beauty of Paravision, is when the going gets tough, Jame will realize that he can be the deciding factor, that he can win rounds on his own, so he'll take that step forward and set up a 5v4. Legacy threatening towards Banana, but then instantly fall away from it.
Severe lack of map control still, though. I like the lane here with you know, double pit. You're really open on arch, but if no one's coming over and the exec comes in, and it's a wrap. It's a wrap here. It's gonna be very scary for the CTs to even hear from the A side. They're calling for help, but this is now 4v2 on the A site. This man advantage might not matter.
Oh, set up with just the pistol towards the pit as well. And on top of that, you've got Lotto trying to get tricky. Jame reads into this. He knows something's up, but he's still going to lose his head in the process. And so now, anybody that was meant to help out these pit players, nowhere to be found. This is it for Legacy's 12th. FAMAS firing off. Zello not really able to cover much as that balcony player drops down. His 5-7 finding a victim in between the two sides of this wall. He'll try to draw them forward, but one is all. He ends up getting AW single frag. Library players coming at this in the open, and bomb can be planted safely. But Dumao doesn't commit. Now he's going to be burned, no?
Wait, with the amount of time left over, Noto might want to make a crazy move here.
Dumao tries to reposition, and it's covered. Sadzin's got him deep from inside pit.
They're so annoying when it comes to that A-site hit, but it's also just really smart the way they approached it. They didn't even go for that full wrap. They just took over CT control. Even though James' Spidey senses kicked in, he was just a bit too far, a bit too fast, and a bit too wide on Library for that kill to come in easy. Did a great job of sourcing all the information before really committing to their fights on the A site. Got both players in pit to fight back before they actually had to duel them themselves.
Nice!
And just more of what you want from Legacy. 4v5 win.
Just a strong, convincing victory on Inferno as well. All bets are off moving into Dust 2 at this rate. Paravision show us strong outings on Ancient back-to-back between their Gamer Legion and Legacy matches yesterday and today. But this is a stomp. This will wind up being, at this rate, their worst loss so far here in Budapest. And now it's a continuation of Zello's struggles as well. Their highest rated player has been absent in both. Can he recover for a map 3 with tournament life on the line? We'll find out when we get there. AW gonna take a swing at this, but Lotto's gonna stomp him out in the little pit, and so Legacy 5v4 post plant for a victory on Inferno.
There's a little bit too high on everything. Not enough money to fight back here on CT. The better team is clearly far and away and in the lead.
Nissam's already got a back turn to him. Legacy never feeling like they had anything but full control here on the second map of the series. A couple more players to try to retake in from Coffin, but they'll all be looking for these frags. Nissam dunks it on it. Legacy, who began their major journey in Austin on this very same map, will go ahead and continue their run here in Budapest. We will move on to Dust 2. Paravision having to pick themselves up from a low they've never felt. The pressure at an all-time high, their inexperience could shine through, while Legacy's successful season banks on a good Budapest result.
Yeah, they seemed uncomfortable throughout that game, Legacy, but I just want to give so much credit to them. They knew what they were doing on Inferno. And now going to map 3, that really opens the door to a surprise result. So we'll see what happens next.
We've not yet seen from Paravision here at the Major either, so can they dig deeper than they've ever had to? Time to find out after the break.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of the matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Hunter нөгөөх нь юм бэ?
One of them is Hunter, yes.
Hunter. Төвчтэй. Хийх юм байвал энэ чинь нэр хэлдэг. Бролон? Yeah, Brolin. Brolin?
Yes, it is Brolin.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay, I know the first one. It's very Hunter, of course.
Yes, of course.
But above, I have no idea. Oh no.
Top 5 team in the world.
Who's top 5 now?
I have no idea.
Furia, okay, Furia, Vitality there, Spirit there.
Mouse maybe.
Bro.
Yes,
Brolin.
it is Brolin. You need a little bit of time. We're going to give you half a point.
EliGE erupts. EliGE erupts.
Yeah, it is EliGE erupts.
This is easy. EliGE erupts. This is easy.
You got that one.
Okay, we're speedrunning now.
Yes, we're speedrunning.
Robs and EliGE?
Yes. It is Robs and EliGE. That's a pretty funny one, isn't it?
Yeah.
What did you hear got on show?
It's not just heavy gun,
no. He's on Navi now.
Navi? Alexi?
Yes, it is Alexi.
This is not Alexi B. Heavy got. Whoa, what a cute.
No?
Yes, it's
really cute face. Nice.
Wait. Wait, Heavy God and
Heavy God, but
wait, who's the other one?
it kind of looks like Heavy God himself, no?
You sure there's one more here?
Alexi, no? Alexi?
Yes, it is Alexi B.
Bro, what? Elia and karrigan.
Yeah, it is Monacy and karrigan.
It's great.
karrigan Monacy.
Yeah, it is karrigan and Monacy.
You know, right?
It's karrigan and
Monacy.
Right?
Yes, it is karrigan and Monacy.
Okay, no, this is not supposed to exist, bro.
Mzinho and Xantares.
Yes, it is Mzinho and Xantares. You got that one very easily. Good job.
Xantares and Mzinho.
Yep, you're on a streak now.
I think
Xantares and Mzinho?
Yes, it isn't Tarzan and Mzinho.
Yeah.
Got that one perfectly. Slam dunk.
Sonic and Zaddy.
Yep, almost like you didn't recognize yourself. Do you like it?
Yeah, good.
Oh, no. Sonic. It's from Brazil. I don't know nicknames. You need to say full nickname to one.
Okay, his nickname starts with a Z.
Wow, I don't know. Zibert. Zibert? No, not Zibert. Oh, I have no idea. Very hard.
Okay, it's Zevi.
Zevi.
Fluxo.
No chance. No chance.
I know, and Res.
Yeah, it is not and Res. Skos, you're really good at this.
This is funny, bro.
No way?
Yes.
No way. That was good. Thank you. And second one is... Maybe Res? No?
Yes, you got it.
That was by the chin. I knew about the chin. Very good. Very good.
Played that game before, Jakas.
No,
really
very good.
Yes, one of them has fallen. Everyone picks up on that fairly quickly. But who's the second one? Who is our second mystery? Did you say Hooksy?
Yeah.
Yes, it is Hooksy.
Is it Hooksy?
It is Hooksy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I know. It's Fallen and Hooksy.
Yep, it is Fallen and Hooksy. That's a great mixture.
Nice! Back up. Nice! Boa! Vamos, caralho! Nice! Boa! Caralho!
Brazil fights back, and this series will be settled in 3. The most one-sided map that Paravision have seen all tournament long, and sadly, it wasn't in their favor, because that was a commanding answer back to pretty lackluster map 1 for Legacy. This is why they brought Inferno into the pool.
Yeah, kind of disappointed in Paravision, to be completely honest. I think we all had, Legacy coming into Inferno as the favorites. They picked the map. We've seen the results against some of the better European opposition, having beaten the likes of Aurora, having beaten Liquid, having beaten Astralis as well as of recently. But I thought Paravision was going to be able to apply a bit of pressure to make the game competitive. But let's be completely honest, Devilwalk, this was just a matter of time. Whether the scoreline was going to be 13-2, 13-5, 13-9, Legacy was always going to win.
Yeah, they were dominating this entire map. They were creative. They couldn't get a hold of the B side, Paravision, because Dumao and Lato, they were always getting the numbers from there. Lato had a fantastic game on the defensive CT side, and Dumao kind of finished it off with that creative T side, applied pressure on the banana area, and just gave Legacy so much map control so early on that there was nothing really stopping them.
And that's what you want to see, that kind of trademark Brazilian flair, I guess. And it's wonderful to see that their confidence wasn't knocked after losing map 1.
Yeah, we spoke about it. The duo of Dumao and Lato, always aggressive. Whether that's early in the round, whether that's semi-aggression in the middle of the round, or even sitting back on the bomb sites a couple of times as well, where you saw cool crossfire setups, Dumao baiting for Lato, Lato baiting for Dumao. So, agree with you. It felt like Paravision, they were setting their sights on that bomb site to begin with, and it was just completely locked down.
Should we take a look at some of those first half rounds from Legacy? You've been cooking up a few. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, we have round 6 and round 8 in combination. We're starting with round 6, and it's just to tell the story of the first half where the game was decided as well. This time around, they actually get into a scenario where they can win the round. Get the bomb down, you think to yourself, 3v4, it is winnable. 3B right here, again, not so bad played by Shello, gets the kill. Unfortunately for Paravision, this was the one time they had an opportunity of actually getting into this round. You see a player right here, Shadow, pushing through the smoke, no reason whatsoever, leaving his teammate in pit all by himself. They could have played that together, they could have held up to each other. You think to yourself, that was a way in, that was an opening. Maybe apply a bit of pressure on the other bomb side. Fast forward,
coach's nightmare.
That's the thing, right? Fast forward, they win a round, and then the following up round, where you're supposed to win 2 in a row, Devilwalk. It takes roughly 10-15 seconds, and you're playing 3v5.
Yeah, I think especially on that A side, having a 3v2 on that side, and everyone is doing a different thing. One guy is peeking too early, the second guy rushes through a few seconds after, and yeah, it's just off sync. And having these defensive plays from Dumao and Lato on the B side just left them with no options. If you can't win your after plans on A, go towards that B side, and you have Dumao and Lato being a complete wall.
And that's what I liked it. You know, they were aggressive on Banana, they were dominating, they were in their faces, but they also sat back on the bomb side, you know, creating crossfires, waiting for Paravision and inviting them in. So it wasn't a one-dimensional thing where plan A worked out. They actually had more layers to how they defended the bomb side, and unfortunately for Jame and the boys, couldn't do anything about it.
And that's one issue that I don't want to dunk on the kid, but Jello was a player yesterday that had so much impact for Paravision, and Connor pointed it out during the game. Okay, map 1, when your team have won the map, maybe that can be a little bit excused, but map 2, currently the lowest rated player for Paravision over the entire series. So yeah, that's not looking good for him.
It's not good, you know, especially considering the impact he found yesterday. Overpassed 17 opening duels, 110 of them, you know, big part of the reason why Paravision is still alive in this tournament. So obviously you want to see more from him heading into Dust 2.
Yeah, they need him. They have to have their players on point, and especially Zello, who can bring that X factor, who can bring them entries, who can, you know, gain them the foundation to the round to close it. And without him, they don't really have too much. Then they put all the weight on Belchanok to really do the heavy lifting, and that's not enough. They're not that experienced. They cannot put that much heavy pressure on one player. They need multiple, you know, players to carry the load for them.
And when you've got Dumao and Lado pretty much getting away with murder as well, that's really not going to give you too much wiggle room to be getting comfortable if you're
No, and I think it's the difference maker. Obviously, you're going to see a highlight package here in Inferno from both of them, but just pay attention to how many different positions they're getting their kills from. You know, some boosted in CT spawn, some aggressive at Banana, Lado coming in with a big retake right here as well. They were all over the place, and that's the ability they have. They are arguably the two best riflers on the server, and when you have both of them on the same team and they're actually showing up, then I feel like there's a skill disparity between Paravision and Legacy.
Yeah, and my worry going into the next map is essentially that B side. Are they going to break against a Lado who plays there? I'm not so sure. With the form that we're seeing from him, it's going to be very hard to break, and then they kind of have to go towards that long area, have to go for that short control, and that's going to be very, very difficult.
That's why I feel like Paravision and Legacy is a bit of a mismatch in a sense, right? Because if you're Paravision, you're looking towards your riflers, and you think to yourself, Cello having a tough night, well, they're not going to be able to match Lado and Dumao. They are the better players. Then you're looking towards your AWP player. Can he make the difference? And yeah, you can argue Jame can make the difference, but the thing with Jame is, and that's what you have to keep in mind, he relies on his riflers to create the space or put him in a 3v3 or put him in a 2v2. And if that's not happening...
He's not an opener. He's not that aggressive op that's going to deliver you the space for the riflers. It's actually the reverse. He needs his rifles, get the entry kills, trade down the numbers, and get himself in a clutch. That's when he shines.
So how's that going to work on Dust 2, considering Paravision starting on the T side of things?
Well, I'm afraid it's not going to work out, and that's my issue right here. I'm still siding with Legacy, obviously. As you can see, the betting partner are having a more even matchup now, and that makes sense, but I feel like Legacy have more to offer right here. I feel like the nerfs have been played out. I feel like Dumao and Lado have showed up now on Inferno, and in terms of the individual skill level, they have more to offer than Paravision so far. There's also a question of experience where, as we've spoken about already, Shello and some of these young kids within Paravision, I've seen them falter a bit too much. Dust 2 is also a map that invites for aggression, it invites for pace, so I think it's going to be super, super difficult for Paravision.
We need a Jame masterclass if this is going to work out.
Well, this is the culmination of Stage 1 here in Budapest. One more contender to progress on to Stage 2.
Of course it ends on a map 3 affair. One final spot in Stage 2, a place that Legacy have been before and would love to get back to, but Paravision, you want to talk about been there before. Major champion James somehow has to dig his teammates out of this. I mean, there's no denying that Zello's absence tonight is being felt on an individual level. It wasn't enough to let Legacy into Ancient, but he never bailed them out over on Inferno while the rest of the team struggled, and I can't help but wonder if there's any chance in this series without him being that driving force. So
it'll be more inexcusable on Dust 2.
Let's feel it.
But they won a map, and then they lost Inferno as a team, let's be real. They just weren't good enough. Legacy were better on every front, so this is the one that matters. I mean, either we keep talking about Zello and his story and this team next week, or we just stop right after this game.
Pressure on Nissim. Got a teammate back into sight with him. Lotto turned towards middle. They know the pressure's on. Nana's got the first one, and Lotto's done. Just goes dry. They know James up inside that smoke, but he crosses paths with both CTs and takes over their spawn. This is Wild Bombs planted over on the B site with 3 players already there, so James can just tuck back in, waste all this valuable time. No kits for Legacy.
One kill just ruins everything, eh?
Oh, but Lux takes a peek into the B bomb site. This retake's now on. It's man advantage Legacy secured off of that, and they do it fast enough. But again, no kits. You've got to get this going. Beltronic's got a player falling down onto him, covered by AW, and Dumao's dead. Big pickups from AW. Big pistol for Paravision.
I get, you know, this is another map that's like Legacy are winning about half of the time right now, so they can definitely do damage on it. And if you look back at previous stats, it's never going to look good for Paravision, but we know they're going to perform above that. That's what we've already seen so far here at the stage of the Major. Dust 2 is just a map where, like, if, you know, depending on the way that James wants to play, I've always thought he's one of the smartest operators on this map when controlling middle. And you can control middle even more on CT side, or on T side in CS2 than you could before, because you can break that smoke open. You can really cause a lot of problems. So the way he likes to call is get the CTs to rotate back across mid late, take that op shot on that cross, and just make you regret moving every single time. This is a map where pistols could mean a lot. There's going to be some mistakes, absolutely. We saw what Legacy can do on Inferno, but they're not going to look nearly as just like omnipotent as they did back on Inferno. I feel like they just won that game of chicken. They didn't even have to hand over our PC utility to bait that out.
Nothing.
He was so scared that they were just going to walk the whole way up. Yeah.
Drops his util. They'll pressure it back now with their own utility.
And let's see if time pressure is a thing and a problem here.
I mean, you know, somebody who wields time in James has got to make sure that everybody around him doesn't fall victim to that. And we've had a couple of those like high pressure moments fall flat for Paravision. I'm thinking about that Hypex clutch in the 1v3. You know, some mistakes do happen in those tight moments still. So we go 25 seconds. There's still 2 scouts out here on the field. They whittled down a couple of health bars. Lux's nade kills off Nada. Then inside of the site, he gets digged. Saxon still just drawing them inwards. AW finds a way to help out yet again.
Ooh.
10 seconds on that clock as bomb's going down, and they're not able to stop it.
I can't help but feel like they like how that went. You know, those gritty 1v1s slowly scaling across the site, doing the pack explode like they have been doing off the smoke. Dusty's a bit more friendly to that too.
Surely.
Legacy gonna have to have an answer.
Perfect pop up there from James. Gonna put this one on ice with the majority alive. Again, I think, you know, it started with that tone set by the fall off from Lux. A little timidness on catwalk really let Paravision get their teeth sunk in.
We're just not talking about Lux today, really, and yesterday too. And I love talking about Lux.
I think we're also just not talking about Legacy clutch factor either. You know, it wasn't an element back in the first map that they tried to fight for.
Yeah, because who has more clutch is probably Paravision, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, probably James and James alone. Pistol push into the tunnels. All right, good delayed there.
It's from NA.
Not quite ready for the all-in push. That's a dangerous weapon.
The bomb just coming back to this. I love that. Just instantly like, yeah, okay, let's go B then.
What's James got to be afraid of? Well, Nissa actually cutting this off in half and finding a back turn. Beltronic's gonna get shot behind. Ooh, and then a dink.
Ooh, getting out. He's very lucky to do it, but look at yeah, they get B. And they made this decision so long ago, it's got to be surprised to the CTs who had full map control.
Although Lotto's still close enough to slow it down, and slowing it down could be critical.
Molly's quite far away.
And then a missed smoke on window again, right? Things start to get frazzled here. You're missing utility. AW turns it back towards door, gets in damage. This is going to have to be not a clutch, but remember all that early damage? It should come back to finish him off. Smoke?
That's insane.
In front of it while they're sticking this? I mean, it's not for him whatsoever. Molly on the bomb.
That worked!
Oh, they got it! Diffused it, and they get the kill. Legacy finding it with less.
That was crazy. Did that Molly actually land on the inside of the box and the outside of double stack? He lined that up so well with that smoke down.
But didn't have the time for it.
No, he was
just hoping the first stick was a fake.
Half a second away. Nice try.
But a round lost early by Paravision. We just said that the clutches aren't coming through, and not necessarily a clutch, but critical round for Legacy to rob away early. Again, I think like that's when they're at their best, is when they win some bogus moment like that one, right? They pull it off in classic Legacy fashion, and then their self-belief just grows over it. But I mean, you've got to talk about the mistakes. The Molotov past the window, the smoke grenade not on door. That's what lets them come through with that retake.
Ooh, that would have been such a brutal moment for Legacy. That would have been really like deflating, disheartening if that lost. That Molly actually got the kill in time.
Like it's brutal regardless, but it's of Paravision's own making. Oh my God, what a challenge.
That's absurd.
Of course,
that
he's gonna die trying to go back to the fire. Felt like he had to go all the way through.
Oh, I guess, yeah, the 1 AK though, they can go and just get it. So it's worth it. 1 for 1 in a round like this.
Reduce, reuse, recycle. Frag grenades.
Nice.
Gonna get eaten by Belchonic. While James crawls back from Catwalk, joins back up with everybody on Paravision. What's the end game here?
Yeah, I mean, they've really opened up middle now. So they have a couple of different ways to play. They're using the lurk. I like this, man. Belchonok, he's got a lot of space. Oh man, they haven't really spotted this. Okay, this turns around just in case, and they smoke the door. That's being careful.
AW now gonna have to come up the hero, him or James. Remember, retrieved AK in this, but it's only AW that has Kevlar. Gonna try to trade out. Flash goes high from Ram. Satsin pops right back up, and they'll stop that. No room allowed for Paravision on the Catwalk exit. So strong start from Zello. Gotta give him credit. Crazy rush, but nothing thereafter for Paravision.
It was worth a lurk with the way that they played it, but more just impressive the way that Legacy made sure that they both didn't get scared, but also prepared for the worst, which I think in their minds was a B split. You know, sometimes you regret, he's gonna have to leave that, yeah. Sometimes you regret using a smoke too early, but you always regret using a smoke too late. So that's something I liked right there. They didn't have all the information, but they had a suspicion, so they just got it down. You got utility, use it.
Resistance. Nissim drop with just the 1 frag. Scramble moment here for Lux to get back in. He's going to try to set himself up to be the star, and down he goes to Jane. Covered out from the tunnels. Paravision with a convincing attack into that bomb site, considering it was just 2 Tech 9s at the front.
There's just something about the way that Paravision go for these attacks that I feel like Legacy respect.
Sure.
I feel like they kind of they like that.
I know, it's that conversation we keep going back to, which is it's so weird that these 2 teams would have common ground, but that's it right there.
Yeah, seriously.
There is explosiveness. You know, the road to that point is very different, but when they get there, both can pull those kinds of moments off.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, if they watch only the big stuff, this is the first time that they're even seeing James kind of come back into Counter-Strike since CSGO, and you're expecting, well, where you're wondering what's similar, what's different, and in some ways, you can really tell that it's him and Destan and how they're putting together a game plan, but on the other side of that, you're seeing him try to evolve, and I think that's why he's seen success recently. I will always call playing a little faster playing CS2.
That's them another round. We stay tight-knit. Spies come in for both ends. Careful, James.
Always is.
Aggression here from Legacy. Going to the top mid-fight. It's about to come their way, but that utility is going to service their pounds. They hear that. And then James able to still find one through that suicide lane.
Nice shot.
Satsin shuts it down at bottom middle, and that other layer, the 3rd piece of this mid push out of Legacy, catches the top mid fight off guard. They were not ready for that 3rd element.
You had to keep your eyes open for that. That was a tough moment for Satsin, an important shot, and great awareness.
You know, we talk about explosiveness. I think that's a great instance of it from Legacy, but an example of it on the CT side.
Yeah.
Right? Map like Dust 2, kind of take your glove off. Get dirty. Legacy keep it busy from the very start of that round.
It's definitely a shame that we're not getting both of these teams through with the way that they're powering up. I mean, it's a story all like too common, and it's an excuse that's just so reasonable that, you know, first couple days at a major are so tough, you don't show your best self, and then you get better as time goes on. It happens at normal events as well. But, you know, at this stage with how the draws have played out, the last thing you'd expect is Legacy to be in this position.
Sure.
But now we're definitely surprised to even see Paravision here based on their game versus Gamer Legion, what they've already shown now versus Legacy.
It's funny, you know, it's kind of a tale as old as the majors in this format where, you know, we had FaZe and Legacy both gatekeeping today in the 2-2 games. Those are the two teams that were heavily favored and expected to go through 3-0. Despite FaZe's recent struggles, we just believed. And so, as favorites, of course, they show us some weakness out of the gate. You know, Legacy are used from playing as the underdog. This newfound favor is so fresh for them. Counter-terrorists win. Up against a FlyQuest that everybody loves to write off, you know.
They don't like it.
No, it's a new realm for them. Meanwhile, Paravision, these are 4 major debutantes. 4 of the 13 in this stage. And what do you know? Yeah, of course, some of their starting games in the best of ones on a big stage for them, the biggest stage for them, the highest amounts of pressure. You can excuse a shaky map here and there, but they found that groove. So yeah, shame there's not room for both, but if there's any point to going on to stage 2, it's to play teams like Legacy.
Sads is all over the place right now on a cat like JW.
Get through them now or go home.
Will it be a bit of copy and paste for Paravision with their eyes set on ending B, maybe?
Last B all in was so strong, and it was, funnily enough, against this exact same, setup. Player on the boxes and one over into the site itself.
I don't think Lux is playing on the left side of door, so depending on if they smoke this out, we'll have to see about his reaction, but James on cat. We don't know if he's doing deep CT and faking cat or
Smoke's gonna interrupt it.
No, yeah, he's just gonna go standard.
Here we go. In off the flashes. Nissim. Oh no, it's all Lotto!
Oh my goodness, what a play out of Lotto. He shuts it down entirely. They know where James is too after that smoke.
Man, they choose to go through it. Right here on the end, Nissim knows that he can extend downwards. That is as convincing as it gets.
They got it a little bit too much in their heads that if they exec through the smoke, they'll win a lot, and they have been actually getting shut down more often than not, but still, a really impressive 4K, even if most players are smoke blind coming out.
Looking for a strong, convincing round like that. Legacy trying to set themselves apart. Chance to grow the gap now. This is 2-0 start for Paravision. Four of the last 5 come up to the CT's favor.
I wonder if they're frustrated about not getting the first bullet kill, or if they're frustrated about the fact that they are constantly execing through smokes. But I can't assume it's the latter, because it feels like they wait for the smokes to come down. The one advantage is that you can get closer inside of a smoke than you can if it wasn't there. But typically on B, if you smoke the mouth of the tunnel, then that's when you're in danger. But they smoke the back of the tunnel. So it's so easy to watch from K-Sharp. They have someone up on boxes. And so it just looks like a risk.
I mean, last time we saw that, right? Smoke was deeper. They flood out with Tech 9s. It's a wide angle for Nissim to have to handle, and he can't. This time it's just a shooting gallery. Beltronic doesn't even get out of the smoke before he gets riddled with lead. Sent spiraling back to the pistols here. Paravision certainly not where they want to be. Group up into the tunnels again. For the most part, this has been given over to them. Legacy happy to just let you try your hand at an exit. We do have Jame with a single smoke for this one. Couple of upgraded pistols. You hit a nasty 1 dig on Lotto, who's playing the same position. as used in the last round, then suddenly this is B under pressure, and it's not Lux over towards mid doors, but it was gonna bank on a 1D. Nissim throws that smoke down in front of it, just enough to keep them at bay.
Yeah, a little worrying we see the same sort of move after a pause, but it's, you know, could be talking about the next round instead of this. Time ticking down, they've just got to find a creative way to die. If they wait too long, Legacy aren't going to want to take any fights.
What was that smoke, James? That was supposed to be for CT. So it makes it all the easier here for what's left of Legacy, which is just a standard A-site hold. Big distance advantage, and he'll sign up to the pistol fight. Everybody gets mopped up. No bomb plant here. You better die, AW.
Oh,
they're going to try to get him after
that's
time.
good. This is what you want to see.
Yes, sir. They're going to do it effectively. Now he's just got to hope he gets away with a gun, and, well, he's going to run for it.
Well, that actually worked.
They let him go. A gift for his efforts. Still 4 strong for Legacy, not falling victim to the pistols.
Trying to figure that one out. That was actually such a big difference in outcomes right there. If he doesn't get a gun and saves, it's a horrible disaster, but he will take a gun home. Not too bad. Does he even have money for armor? Yeah.
And a couple
good.
Comes out all right, all things considered, but Legacy 2-round lead.
Yeah, Legacy look good.
I mean, this has been 5 of the 6 since they put guns in their hands. They are clearly putting distance between them and Paravision. James' antics just aren't coming together here on this decider map.
Been liking Sadzin and his comfort on Cat, looking for fights.
Whether that's Sadzin on his own or when they've gone for that multiple people push. Lotto with the smoke up in front of him. Oh, insta headshot onto Beltranov.
That's a great find, Lotto.
So he'll peel away, just reposition. No problem for Lotto on the recovery. Just going to give them that space now. You've established man advantage.
I think they also instantly know it's a 3-2 setup, and so they can't just go towards A. It would have been Lux to get this kill. And Sadzin also supplanting this position is massive. I love that.
Clips Nada. That's going to send them spiraling. Desperate act if they want to try to take it into this B site. Again, trying to join up with AW, but with Jane taking damage, it's not going to be made easy. They will find one entry. Bomb still fighting its way in. Only the double kill for Zello. It's going to have to be the recovery for AW. Lotto stuck on the car. But as he sits there, reinforcements inbound. If he oversteps, there's a chance. But Dumau's just going to knock it over. And that's still too strong for Legacy surviving each and every Paravision test.
It's a nice effort at the very end, but that was really just the story of Legacy controlling the map. I mean, first things first is Lotto getting his kill up on Cat and then kind of dragging them towards B. But as they do that, Sadzin, who is also just up on Cat, comes into mid-B for an extra kill. The entire time they're like, where's Lux in all of this? And then they get really scared that every single position's been overfilled and they don't have an easy site to take.
Series starting to spiral out of control for Paravision. It's been a long time since that success of aging can be remembered.
You know, maybe Legacy, a small dip in form right now after getting to the finals.
Sure.
I would feel bad that, you know, it's the major now. After them putting in so much effort to attend events, to take a lot of tournaments, to play, like, again, the amount of teams that Legacy have played that are great compared to Paravision, it's like, oh, Paravision is the best team they've played, essentially. So for them to lose because they may be tired or they peaked at the wrong time, that would be a shame. As much as I want to see Jame moving forward, I'm really torn on that point.
Lux plays in front of this. Ooh, careful. Welcomes the pistol challenge. And Nada's not going to waste this chance. Down to 10 HP, but successful with the frag. Does the gun get grabbed? Yes. Yellow's going to get it, but exposed.
It's smart, though. They're going back up Cat. However, that shows that they were thinking about doing this.
Damage control for Legacy. Wide swing out.
Wow.
Belchanov just gets popped through the side of that. Tech 9 challenge from long range. Sadzin ends up getting another. This is a triple kill for Nada.
I cannot believe those kills from Sadzin.
Bomb has been planted.
there's any chance of winning this, is off the back of those op frags.
Retake demanded of what's left of Legacy. It's a rifle for AW. He shoots that op over to his low health teammate who's already got 3 kills to his name.
He's not really defending this ramp cross.
Lotto getting up close. There's the up peek. Nato
nice.
with the quad. And as Nissim has yet to been spotted, he does have positioning. Bomb is planted in the middle of the site. Nato's going to go for that long-range plat position, try to just cut off the angle. AW activates and dies. And as Nissim, sitting with the kit, gets on top of that bomb, he's going to hope he doesn't have an angle on him. That's not the case.
Oh!
Hits him and he survives.
He got off
Gets
it.
him to twist around, scares him off it, and takes the ace.
The ace out of Noda, and now Gun gets pushed towards him with that spray. The assist from his teammate in that moment, but all the work done there to counter the 3K out of Sadzin.
That's the certain bit of ferociousness we need out of Paravision. If you're gonna fight for your major life, dig deeper than ever.
Oh, his heart must have sank when he got the first shot and didn't get the kill, and it got him off the bomb. Nissim, there was no time to even get back on it.
James instantly making the most of that one. Op changes hands. Nissim tagged down to 26. And Paravision surely, suddenly feeling alive. They're gonna take that challenge to top middle. Nada feels it. And so, first kill's his. Sadzin's gonna be isolated down in tunnels. He'll catch Nada. No multi-frag allowed this time, but who steps up in his place? Into the tunnels they'll go, and there's been that affinity for the B site, and this time it's looking prime for the taking. But it's not them committing into upper. It's instead Dumao who could catch them in transition. You see them changing guns. Dumao unpredictably back behind 2 now. Oh, this is gonna be brutal. He spams down through them and Jame will recover. Another challenge out through the door, but this 2v2 still anybody's round win.
Wow, the way he slotted in there was just filthy. The only timing that existed for him to get those 2 kills without any way to fight back. But this bomb still makes headway, can get planted, can make a connection with James.
Bomb has been planted.
And interestingly, the power just changes hands like that.
This kid's in abundance towards middle. Nissim's not gonna be able to grab one here.
Is James gonna miss a shot?
You'd think not, but you never know. Nissim letting his teammate get that action going on catwalk first, but he's bungled his own smoke, drops back in his face, and James got this long flat position, which should be the shoe-in for Paravision's 5th. This is Legacy letting James and co back into this critical map.
After a play like that from Dumao, it's a miracle. I feel like that they even got this bomb planted. Somehow they found a way. Oh, couple of regrets now here for Legacy. And some moments from Paravision that show you what kind of frustration they breed from you. You let your guard down even just a little bit. How did they recover this, man?
James, who takes a dig through the door, but is at least right there to recover. Such a huge move from Dumao to find that timing in middle, and it's insane that it's all for naught. Luckily here for Legacy, still enough money to come back in. We could be looking at a tied game. Paravision trying to double their rounds in the last 3 rounds of this half. Surely there's a world where Legacy were starting to think they had this in the bag. It's never over till it's over when it comes to James, and Paravision are not gonna waste any time with this one. Immediate challenge up catwalk, catches Nada looking at his shoes. Lux gives himself cover. Do Paravision trying to disengage. They were hard committed to this exit, and they'll take exit damage on the way. And so Nissim gets active up into the tunnels, finding total control for Legacy. Sure, Paravision with some X factor as this T-side goes on, but at the tail end of it, it is still Legacy's recovery, and a recovery in strong nature.
Definitely.
5 players up versus James with 50 seconds. Bomb is in possession.
This will make you feel a little bit better.
You gotta let it go. He'll catch one on the exit.
They were about to end this half a little embittered, I think, by the way that Paravision had clawed back in, but no chance here for James, surely.
No chance at all, right? 2 kills into this 1v5, no chance at all. Player tucks into the box. That's how you kill James. You can't let him see you. He'll fight for every inch. And I expect the same from Paravision when they take to that CT side. Every human being digs deeper at the major. We've seen it on full display all day. Don't you dare go anywhere. 2 minutes is not a long time to find composure, but Paravision better hope that they can. It was a pistol, it was a conversion, and it was a lifeline towards the very end of that T side. 5 rounds is nothing to scoff at. Legacy have to stay on their toes because you know Jame is going to keep cooking. And it's just a matter of whether they can still fight back versus what feels like a Legacy that believes.
It looks like Legacy believe. They're playing the CS that they know will work. You saw Paravision do the same thing, but it's just fighting back constantly. And I think the only way we're going to get the recipe in which Paravision win is if just Legacy choke. Like, they have to kind of totally collapse at this point, because if they keep playing this well, it's just going to be Paravision fighting for scraps, nearly getting there, but not really embarrassing them like they did to Gamer Legion.
Sadson trying to just pounce. Oh, and he catches Jame trying to escape. Sadson has been their rock here on Dust 2. Taking over the map, and as he sits behind that smoke, we get this fast scramble out of Paravision. They believe it is the commitment, and they're not wrong about that. But can they stop it even though they're here shooting him in the back? Oh, Nada turns around, and he's still fighting. It's going to take every piece of Legacy to shut them down.
We're on our feet now.
But this will be Legacy with the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a good find. Like that you brought up Sadson. I think his confidence was showing when it came to that CT side and how he was playing off of Cat, his off frags, his awareness.
It's the player that pops off as well at the end of this round.
I'm not seeing a team that's afraid of Jame right now.
Sure.
So, it's very Machiavellian play style. Definitely tries to make you scared first, a little confused after.
I think that Nada ace is something that'll put Legacy on notice, but it's really just the one individual pop-off we had all half long. So I don't think that's enough either to scare Legacy. Not a team that over the last 6 months we've watched build up their confidence to newfound heights, to learn what it's like to win an event with back-to-back grand finals. This season has been nothing but success as far as they're concerned, and they're not going to let Paravision end it, not in their minds. And versus a Scout and USPs, they've got the confidence to just charge down into this site, but be careful, because you've got defenders in position.
They're everywhere.
And Nada's going to find that frag. Still, Sadson cross forward with the Galil, and the recovery's in full effect. Oh! Although James still fights a little longer, Lotto's exit out through long is well-timed as Bomb heads elsewhere to an empty site. This will be Legacy one step further in a moment. They've got it secure.
Split's just too good. It's just got everything covered, and it's not like one point of failure on the attack. It's a standard anti-eco, majority upkept. They have long, they have a rotation back, they have things open. It's just very Legacy in a good way.
It's a system that's been crafted and fine-tuned as of late.
And they like T-side more. It might have been the chance for Paravision to do it in the first half. This will be tough now.
Sadson's starting to get into that like monstrous stat line.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
First gun round for Paravision's defense. You think you do not want to let Legacy double your rounds and run away. With momentum on a T side. Legacy with momentum, that's a world beater. Paravision are new to this world. Belchadok stops down at least the first exit out through tunnels. He gets more damage in as well. Jello is gonna get killed, and Nada out through car is now known to
Rotator
Legacy.
catching here.
They'll find it. Jame trying to push out through that smoke. Good on Lotto to buy time and strike at the perfect moment. AW smoke fades, but Lotto's gonna keep eyes on him, executes
Nasty.
him, and they know that Nada was locked into this car. And if he takes this fight out towards middle, this is his chance at a 1 versus 1. But Lotto is going massive right now with 2 kills already to his name. Utility to drop in front, and the frag is gonna end it. Triple kill for Lotto walking mid.
What a nightmare here Lotto has caused for them. He saved it totally. Second rotation catch, perfect with the crosshair placement. And they rotate around them as well. Again, these are the late round moments from Legacy that show that they're not all rush. They don't just go all in and try to get as many kills. They just want to get to a late round situation as early as possible. That's the key to success for Legacy. That's what they found right here. And now we stand with a 5-round gap over Paravision. And map 3 is looking a lot like map 2.
just feel the electricity from that side of the room in stark contrast to Paravision. Lotto was so locked in on that attempt out from AW. He didn't even get a chance to shoot back. See what I mean? This is a Legacy firing on all cylinders while Paravision trying to stop themselves from this free fall of an embarrassing 2 maps back-to-back.
Ooh, that's a weird buy. The money left over here for the CT side. I wasn't sure if they'd invest in all. They've got Beltronic on a M4, Zello on a FaMAS, but they're still kind of saving at the same time. This is VP math at its finest.
Let's hope James crunched the numbers correctly. We'll see what they come out with next. We'll see if what they have is enough, because James does get first contact, but missed shots, missed chance.
He hasn't really been hitting everything.
Gets the smoke out of AW as well, and this is a round where that utility was limited. James back at another challenge, but he's got to be careful because Sadzen has the advantage of the op. Legacy taking close position on that mid door, taking a look at the CT smoke.
The invitation to come in is here. They, you know, with the mid B smoke down, it's 3 players in the B site. It's the kind of site that you can make great use of 3 players if you want to be here.
Top of that, so far, all they've seen is the scout.
Yeah.
Will they anticipate not only an M4, but the FaMAS and that 3rd piece inside of the B site? We'll see if James can convince them to commit into B. He's going for the USP, standing in the center of the smoke. At some point, he's going to come out and try to set up the M4, but Beltranok goes down. That best gun finds nothing, and Sadzen's no-scope connects, but the 3rd piece will still find something inside
and sight. And they have the tunnels pushed.
Zello comes out with it. Sadzen, beautiful clip, down to 20 seconds. FaMAS cleared.
With the
Legacy
flash.
recover one again.
With the flash from above as he's entering, man. These guys, 5 fingers on one hand.
Now it feels like they can do no wrong, even recovering from those lost moments. There's no denying Paravision have brought that fight, but Legacy bringing in more.
They just make their rush plays look so comprehensive.
No scope.
Yeah, they sussed everything out, and yeah, Nada got those 2 kills, which made it scary with the tunnels push, but protocols in place to cover everything. Second time they've run into the stack site, still won.
Flawless T-side just keeps rolling through Paravision now.
The math pans out, but it is without utility, they get this buy. Double option play. This might be hard to read. What you really want to do is shoot one op early so the other can get a walkout kill.
And that's what James does. Lets one rip towards Xbox.
Yeah, now they're trying to push him here, right towards Cat. Let's see if they fall for it.
Zello could have a moment as the frag chips away at 1. Smoke down in front of it, he can't afford to miss. They don't know about it, and now they'll learn the hard way. Doomao down to the secondary op. They gave themselves limits in the last round for this. Lotto insta headshot, Nada pops up with a double to his name.
He's been a beast.
4v2 strong for Paravision, bodies on the bomb site, support on the long cross. Nissim tries to get his as the reposition to the top of the ramp here for Nada, and they could try to chase him in that smoke. Instead, they take the fight down to CT's
How'd
bomb.
they figure that out? They can jump up too.
Shadow over towards long, spotted, Sadzen locked in while that smoke remains. A reposition inside of the ramp, and Sadzen's gonna go wide. Snapshot down onto Nada. AW straight down beneath it, gets it over, and the double up from Paravision pays off.
They had to work hard for that one, but they got what they were looking for, a little bait. It's a gimmick kill to get started on a comeback that they were obviously not feeling good about doing. It's crazy that they pulled out and could afford 2 ops after the round that we just saw, but again, they did the math perfectly, and they made perfect use of this buy. They set up this moment, buy comes back, and you want to now just keep the 2 ops as long as possible, because it helps not waste too many ideas. It takes a lot of pressure off of rotations. It puts a lot of pressure on a team to do execs over walkouts and defaults. And on Dust 2, you know, the CTs, they struggle when it's just 1 op and 4 rifles. 2 ops definitely can help you with map control a ton.
What a critical 2K spray down. And that second frag from Nada, I'd pay good money to see it.
I can't believe Legacy brought that close. Dropping down on a CT for a kill was crazy, but all right. Well, you know what, man? With Tech 9s versus 2 ops, this is ironically one of the most worried you're going to be. You're really hoping for full buys where the other team has so much to lose, they move slowly. They take small risks, you punish those small picks, but with Tech9s, you know, you really want to get that kill early so you can peel back.
That's where it could have come from.
You don't want to go to a perimeter defense and just sit there and wait for an exec to come in because you're not winning retakes with ops. Oh man, this is actually brutal. Like this, if they go forward with the mid B split right now,
which is what they're doing. They're gonna have left-right smokes in mid. There's gonna be a lot of uncertainty here for Legacy to have to deal with.
One bad shot here from Zello and it's over.
He's walking it in and he clips Sats and gets back. Oh, the no-scope is perfection. At least he holds up his end of the bargain. Belchanok from the bottom of the board's gonna have to cut off these last two, and they'll come through with damage in the kill.
Okay.
Cleaned up, and that is a fluidly moving Paravision to hold on.
That next kill, without it gets a lot scarier. James rotating in, AWP from the A site. Doesn't get his first kill off of Cat. I love the idea from Legacy. I think stylistically, great choice versus two ops in play. But with two people still up, I think they're able to go and get that second off back. And Zello, excellent moment for him. And you could see the rapid comms when he was sitting on that angle.
Oh yeah, now you see it. Paravision feeling alive, feeling the thrill of the major lifeline. 4 rounds trailing behind Legacy, who are now just gonna get desperate with Glocks on the charge down into the B site. It's a murder. Way too easy, 5 players strong. There is no denying that Paravision's confidence is starting to grow.
And they went back to the one-op play. They didn't actually take the second one back on that last round, knowing that the team that they're playing is gonna have even less guns to work with. So now it's just they know it's gonna be expensive. I don't know if they wanna buy back into the two ops. I would be thinking about it because here comes the full buy from Legacy. Nope, they're gonna stick with the 4 rifles.
All right, work twice, let it go. Keep things fresh, keep moving, keep evolving. That's James' task. Showing just a bit of presence on Catwalk, but then instantly leaving it open. Legacy slide right into the control. And they're not really wasting time with this either. We're at a minute 20. They've got 3 players, bomb included, strong on Cat. And Satsin, who has been a beast for Dust 2. We'll have to wait before any kind of angle comes his way.
Not loving this, man. Not loving this from Paravision. They're not guarding long control. It's going to be taken very soon.
James is just sitting at the bottom of the ramp,
looking
at this
behind
distance.
him. No one in car, no one in pit to help him.
Man, oh man, and not to mention, you know, smoke's trickling in from above CT.
Yeah, they're not pushing into mid. They're not pushing tunnels.
A good frag grenade at least to soften up Dumao and Lux, but still this pressure from Legacy is on. Nada's nade actually finds the first one. This could be helping out. James at some point is going to have to turn to hold long. No, never does. Writes off the threat. Meanwhile, Nada from his own spawn has come up with another. And that's what's kept them alive as Jello now comes in with his. And Satsin hunts from up above. He's got that bomb. And there's no need for the cross on Nissim. He's just going to cover from car. Takes an angle into the CT spawn. Gives away the frag. This is the star of Legacy tonight. Trying to piece together a 1v3. He knows the Paravision are down there, but they will tear right through him.
Full house between Noda and Zello. They handle it on this A-side attack. The first nade kill versus Cat is everything. Without long, if that came out even sooner, that would have been them in full jeopardy. That was not a great setup for Paravision. It was a super solid attack out of Legacy to punish what they had going for them, and yet Paravision still won. Good fast rotations, great frags from the guys that you want them to come from, and it's the mobility that saves the day. Lux totally underestimates what's going on at CT spawn.
Nissim trying to take a challenge into the CT as well.
Worked last time.
Right, but not this time around, and that just sets up Paravision beautifully.
It's a half buy.
Oh, James eats the flash, finds Lux on the doorway. Tech9's not gonna find man advantage, that's for sure. Still not doubling back to the double op. One is enough, seemingly. James repositioned towards the mid doors, but they're stomping around, and these Tech9s should be on high alert that this is about to come at them.
Yeah, he's making a lot of noise, and it's gonna be hard for them to figure out exactly what's happening. Man, that's crazy.
It's kind of inviting them through the doorway. Even if they don't follow up, they're gonna drop utility. This is going to cause a big distraction that Paravision have to handle.
It's a full tunnels play.
Look at the move here. They're not wasting a moment.
They're watching their flanks.
Beltranok's plays from outside the door. He's going to get smoked off. Does find that pack.
They just waited out.
As he tries to rip through them, he'll catch one. At least one. Man advantage, pass back over to Paravision. Nate dropped down on top.
There's one upgrade. No tunnels retake.
This could be a big one for Dumao as he sits there Kevlard with two teammates and Tech9s ahead of him. Do they try to press their luck out through the window? They'll blindside James.
Not like
now
this.
It's the young guns to have to try to recover. Dumao out through the window, and as he dodges that threat, goes back in, they'll find him. This is Paravision, one from the tie.
Wow, they do it off the half by. They try to go for that retake, and they're successful. It's very scary for Paravision, but they held their nerve. Dumao knows if he got one clip off, he gets that round for free. He can play that dance inside of the window. That was his best chance to try to do it. He had one moment here. Excellent kill out of AW. We got ourselves a game.
Back to the double op setup comes Paravision. It worked both rounds. They've had this. Whoa. Fire behind Dumao. That's some free chip damage. But did that second op ring out? Zello was on the corner of long. I feel like he shot it.
I'm not sure. Man, Dumao knows that I was wondering why Dumao didn't go out long in the first place. He kind of knew after shying back that peak. This is a recipe to win where they couldn't before, first in an A split. They know that they were very close to pulling out that round previously.
Paravision sliding into Catwalk like this.
And we'll find out why Catwalk can be a fickle mistress. Sometimes so hard to hold. Have to stay very active, and look at them watching their flanks. They're so vulnerable. They just do not want to let Legacy know it.
James knows that that looming threat of long is real.
Not being watched.
Oh, Beltranok down with nothing.
Oh, and with that kill, it would have been a B-tank.
You remember last time when Legacy just changed direction into B? Surely that's got to be on their minds.
They punish both plays now.
Jello pulled back down, just fighting out here in the open. He's the last line of defense for the B site, yet he takes it up into his own hands. AW slides in, 3 players wait.
What a risk.
He drops one, chain time, missed shot, critical whiff. And that is going to open the door for Legacy's 12th. Paravision fight, but Legacy rebound.
It's not Legacy making the mistakes, it's Paravision. And even though they let that comeback nearly come to fruition, each and every round, we saw a good play out of Legacy. Cat when they needed it, long control when they needed it, B splits when there were 2 ops. They're thinking. And now the reward's starting to come into play.
Trying to go back to the long start. No longer a double op setup. James going top mid. There's coverage down into the tunnels as Nissim approaches. This is a big move from Paravision. One of the more aggressive starts to any of the rounds we've seen.
They're gaining too much space on long.
As games go on, Paravision keep things fresh. Another adaptation, but
They
one
have no
that's cost
idea.
them a ton of control. And so Lotto sits comfortably on the ramp. He lines up bodies towards the catwalk. James wounded. Nate finds Lotto first before he can get his out. And so man advantage pass back over to Paravision. They are kerneled on catwalk, but ready to fight.
On the bombs back in pit, we've got lurks in play. How are they going to keep tabs on all this?
Nissim tiptoeing his way out. He's got a freebie. Oh, he whiffs it.
No way.
Low health on yet another piece of this Paravision camp. Beltranok holds on to his boxes. And so Sadzin and Dumao tasked to the 2v5. It's 2 chances to end this series, but one of them has just gone up in smoke.
The smallest error, massive consequences. One last chance.
Sadzin clips it, finding one, but here's that flank. This time, it's going to be Paravision to try to use long to their advantage. Sadzin tries to clear a corner, back turned over. AW, the first, not in the second. Chain right there layered. We go round 24.
We are open to overtime now. There's a chance. They actually do survive this in the end. That long walk-up looked like it was so damning when they threw the smoke to dissuade anyone from scaling, and they were already in front of it. And this moment, Nissim, wow. He tries to tap in, and I mean, he doesn't go for a bad spray, just tries to play it as safe as possible. Couldn't get vision on his head.
Yeah.
And they saved this by a hair.
Sigh of relief. AW knows his leg's nearly taken out from beneath him. What a turn on Nissim towards middle.
Last timeout used here for round 24.
What a perfect time for Dostan to get in.
We've seen a great game plan here from Legacy, but every single round, Paravision can still answer. How many gaps will they find, and will those gaps matter?
And James said it, he's not here to offer you words of encouragement. It's on you to dig deep, and right now Paravision are learning what it means to compete at a major.
Well, his two most important players are doing just that. His op has not been super steady. One last chance to put it together.
Once more, they take that walkout through the mid doors. This is Paravision being so active. Strong opening gambit. James leans back, and they're about to get into this scope. He sees a shoulder, and he will find Doom out for free.
I didn't believe that he would take that risk. Doomau's probably pounding his desk right now. 4v5.
It's Legacy stuck inside of the tunnels. A smoke grenade would cut off the majority of Paravision, though. This could boil down
every round.
What was once a struggling Beltranok, but he has recovered this map as this has gone on.
And even though it's 4v5, they never have vision on long. They never have this push off. They play Clat early, but if this is going to be a full B play, I don't care if it's mid B or not. It's going to be Paravision with two players for a long time.
Which means these two players have to stand up themselves.
It could be variety, the thing that wins Legacy this game if they play their cards right.
They've sat inside of these tunnels for so long now. Smoke grenade meets them. Meanwhile, Legacy throw one out on their own, and the Molotov's not going to disrupt this positioning from Paravision. It's a three-player pack about to try to push their way out through tunnels. Lux gets clipped out in the bottom of mid. Beltranok turning from the flashes, collects his frags. Yellow's done it as well, and Paravision push to the absolute limits. Deliver in their 24th.
Oh yes, they've actually made it happen.
Lives on.
Yeah, he just lives on. What a comeback out of Paravision. What a massive performance to stand the test against Legacy, who have been showing their best self in this game.
This was Legacy with pistol, 4 rounds to start on the T side. What an answer here from Paravision.
I mean, I thought after that second pistol getting one, this thing is a done deal. It's pretty incredible that Paravision have made this happen. These major debutantes are probably jumping out of their shoes right now. The chance to get into overtime seems so far away.
They just ran 7 of the last 8 rounds to secure themselves OT. And they do it from across the board with different looks and different strategies, different sorts of buys. I haven't seen Jealousud and Op all major until it's called on here in the Elimination best of 3 third map.
The pocket hybrid, the secret weapon out of Paravision.
Cash and nades here for the ramp hold.
And now they expand to what I think is a much better setup versus long. However, no, especially because we're not getting any late round picks from Sadzin on the op walking out towards long. That would be the one best way to counter this. This is a 3-rifle hold, though, on A. If this is going to be a fake for the mid-B, and they are not up on information, this could be a good find for James. There might not... Oh, he gets by it. He gets by. No, this is a terrifying attack now on A. Again, no ops here to stop it.
AW concerned about long.
James can't move. They can't push tunnels.
At most, one player that direction.
It must be these 3.
This is it. Trying to get this active. Trying to move it up from CT spawn. Up above him. Lux gets the first one. Now they know about Doomau. Nada's not sure which way to look. Doesn't know where this pressure comes in from. It's the long arrival that ends it.
It's beautiful.
Big pickup from Lotto.
It's beautiful. I mean, everything about this is beautiful. It's a new round out of Legacy where it feels like they can't come up with new ways to play Dust 2. They snuck in a CT right under the scope of James. Put pressure on the fact that Paravision never pushed tunnels, never pushed for long control, never ever play long in the first place. At best, they pushed Cat. Legacy are showing us why that's not going to be sufficient. Flux. He hasn't been fragging, but he has been calling his ass off this game.
Terrorists win.
Esses caras estão pulando fundo, tá ligado?
Mano, maluco, só matou.
It was almost a formality once the exec started. As we see Lotto shifting into place, they were all going to die.
100%.
There was no chance for them.
I mean, it's horrendous for Paravision that it's Doom out from that CT play that kills AW, because AW's death opens up the long flank, and from that point, it was a guarantee.
They just might not have the maneuvers. This is about as aggressive as they get.
Oh. Just as the incendiary's being thrown, James gets popped from lower tunnels. And we have seen James sit on that angle at lower tunnels multiple rounds, never gets given that early duel. This time, distracted by top mid, and he gets slammed by Doomau.
Well, last round, they're wondering why is no one covering for James Hughes standing out in the open, and then they fell forward and died to a shoulder peek here. They won't. They have both options covered. It's actually been some extremely beautiful CS out of Legacy. And Paravision blowing everyone's expectations out of the water.
Cut the head off the top of the snake, though. And watches Paravision just slithers, trying to make it happen towards Cat, but dropping down. This is all the information Doomau needs. This is the bomb on Sadson that's going to walk them to the bomb site. He's going to scoop down into their own spawn, murder them there, and that's it. Paravision without James start running around this map and look lost because Legacy just slip in from all directions, keep the pressure at a 10, and with that, secure the 14-12 lead.
This is Austin Legacy right here. This is how they did it.
Terrorists win.
That's the one round they push long, and they've got one player waiting to punish.
Everybody in a critical position, and it's all made possible by this opening shot out of Doomau. Jumps up, sees James queuing up the util, and doesn't even miss a bullet. Ferocious opening frag. A round that almost feels free from there on after. It's a hard-fought battle to get into overtime for Paravision. You cannot give up now. James gonna go for something different with the boosts. And this time, I don't know if Doomau gives him what he wants.
A little one-dimensional, though, this look. They want to keep making this happen, but James can't be the only one, man. No double tunnels plays. Passively watching long. Hoping the round falls into their lap, ultimately. And versus worse teams, it would. Versus scared teams, it would.
Smoked off, but not enough to deter them. Then dropping smokes on top of Nada. He's gonna try to emerge from this, but he eats a flash, and that prevents him from going for the challenge. Belchanok holds his nerve inside of the B site with a double kill, and Zello out through the window as both turn back to try to deal with Nis, and we've still got Sads a little late to this party. 3 kills from Belchanok from inside B, and that's gonna turn Legacy back in mid.
Okay, that's a lockdown.
It's a lifeline. A singular round in overtime, still to be secured. It's right there for the taking. They're gonna set up this crossfire as Sadson does queue up 1 of the 4. That's a second.
Does he
Hold
know?
your horses. Second player in CT spawn. Luckily, there's still 4.
He doesn't know about CT. He thought he nearly won that round if he got that kill. 2 crossfires in place. Took 4 players, and he had him a little bit scared, but it's the round locked up for Paravision. And this is kind of the round, you know, falling into their lap. They don't do anything special besides the window player leaking out into mid to try to go aggressive on the fights. But outside of that, it's a standard 2-1-2. It's a guy playing a good spot at Car, waiting for the mid B, first kill to come down. So just nice that they at least got 1 in overtime. And T-side for Paravision, they got their rounds later on.
2 of the last 3 rounds back in regulation secured by Paravision. Felt like they were falling absolutely flat, but they found their fight, and they're gonna have to try to do it again. But
you can't
off
afford
the
it.
man disadvantage, I don't know.
A duel like that, Zella for Lux. I think you might have got ripped off.
Lux's 12th frag of this map. Tucks himself back into the A defense. This op is hunting the B players. And if you're Nissim, you've got to keep that head tucked. 3 players now on that angle. Oh, and Lotto goes down. Nissim can't pop up now. Nissim needs more than just one. He's gotta hope he goes unnoticed, but Jame is locked in on this position.
They're not clearing him still.
Jame will not be fooled.
Wow, he doesn't
Vigor
forget.
Nissim tries to keep his head down. What a walkout moment here for Paravision from the 4 versus 5 to the free B site.
I can't believe he kept tabs on that for that long. That's just excellent, safe play out of Jame. Great from his teammates coming out in front of him. They tie this game up.
Would you expect anything else?
Yeah, it's the only guy who would do that for that long. He didn't even blink, by the way. Didn't need a drop of Visine to keep his eyes open for that long.
Just in case.
I don't think this man has eyelids.
The lizard people don't. You know, Jame knows what it takes to win a major. He understands that minimizing mistakes is how you win Counter-Strike. So, locked in on that plat, will not let Nissim be the hero legacy needed.
Don't know how that all goes down. No re-smoke on tunnels in this situation where Nissim's clearly worried the entire time, but instead of that happening, it's just open line, no re-smoke, no molly, no flash to the tunnel so that he can move. Didn't feel like an overtime round. Felt like they were low on money for some reason. Well, first 2 rounds to Legacy. 2 back here for Paravision. Keeping that door ajar. And even though Zella lost his trade last round, didn't matter.
Right? The fact they pulled that off 4v5.
Great signs that they can bail him out.
Testament to the strength of the all-in B. Position that yet again, I mean, AW is sitting back in the tunnels. He's holding for this.
But
you know, this double op setup is now in Legacy's hands, and that means Nissim is tasked with pulling a player off of this.
He can still take damage and hit the shot if his peak is extremely careful.
Oh, the thing is, it's no longer AW alone. Not only is Jame inbound, but you've got Jello right here with him. James gonna scoop up that bomb as Nissim starts to tiptoe his way back.
These kind of forward plays that just make me remember how few times Paravision did this.
At least now he's into the cover. Nissim could just dive into the corner. It'll give him a second chance if he misses, but he won't. That's AW down, drops his own smoke.
They can't go through the smoke, surely.
Molotov goes beyond him. Nissim's still given a chance to exit. They chase him with the mid play, and Nissim turns it back. The triple kill. This op was well damn worth it. Climbing over the box, it's a missed shot on the quad, and it's Jame now into the clutch. You've got pressure from the window. He'll drop nades. 25 seconds and a player breathing down his neck as he gets squeezed, and Legacy take 15.
How many hoppers does this team have? Nissim, what a play to make up for that last round inside the B site.
All while the mid player gets the kill on window. All while Nissim's left out to dry.
He took the risk they needed. He stayed aware. He swiveled. He pivoted, and he delivered.
Uga. Nice! Body sim.
It's 2 CT rounds to win it, and Legacy sit right there on the cusp. The 30th could be the last.
And it's that 2-op play that comes in for Legacy. The adjustment that allowed for the comeback out of Paravision is what they've saved.
Using James' tactics against him.
To be the cherry on top. And the thing that now that they've seen what Nissim can do with the gun, I am sure it's crossed their mind. Their best player on the map is Sadzin. He's got 30 kills. He's been fantastic off the cap plays. And if they want to use this op in B, they've got someone they can trust. If they keep this a secret, it's the perfect gimmick to use to close a game.
Nissim sits inside a B side alone this time. It's more space, but We saw him try to open up with that deeper angle. He does give some space over to Paravision if they've got the balls to try to take it back.
Paravision need to be extremely shrewd about this and can't walk out into a death. They won't be able to withstand it.
It's dangerous though, Nissim letting them get that much closer. They put a smoke on the end of tunnels. That's going to elicit the utility here, so at least softening up the grenades of Legacy. Just threatening that there's something behind it, and you know that Paravision, ooh, you know they love to just suddenly pounce out through a smoke, so here it comes. Lotto's on the reload, double Molotov over top. He'll find Zello, and you've got Nissim in the back of the site, losing targets.
He can't find it.
They come out with the entries. They come out with control inside of the B site. Nada's got something to work with from inside mid. He'll join them.
3v4 retake. This opens up the chance for a double overtime. It's a near impossible retake.
It's a retake that features a single smoke, but watch the utility drop on Legacy. This retake made all the more difficult. Desperate spam through the doorway. Paravision go right back to what didn't work. And it's not fireworks from Nissim a second time. Sadson dives. Who are you? Into the AK double kill. Two more. And he sees one push door. Taps bomb. Knows car's occupied. And as he sits in between them, they'll slay him. They stop it. And Paravision fight on.
Let's go to another overtime here. So well earned. And maybe they thought in the back of their minds with Nissim getting that round on the op that it was the 2-op play. The full B attack. Batman flying in.
Unbelievable. Into the instant AK swap. If only his two teammates in that doorway could have offered anything.
If one of them survived, maybe we have the retake of the century, but instead, it's what you would expect to happen in a 4v3 with B site control, lots of time and utility.
Reset it and run it back. But again, the deeper you dig into your playbook, right? I mean, when you think back to the T side that Legacy had, I mean, they were pulling out that Doomhouse CT push, the double up on Nissim. What else did they have up their sleeve? Who continues to evolve? It's a word that we've had to apply to James as he's tried to run it back at another major, showing face in CS2. But both these teams tonight have undeniably dug deep.
They've already both shown us they can win. That's no question. Ooh, Doomhouse leaves his post.
This is sketchy for the ramp player.
This is more classical position that we really haven't seen so far this map.
Trying to get eyes on Catwalk. Lux, will he know that there's a player to the left?
He's not really aware of it right now.
This is gonna catch him off.
Dome him to be
oh no! Sick reaction. Luckily, shallow low. Not gonna find the second, but he'll press into that bomb.
Whoa,
and it is Doomhouse on his own. Goes ahead onto the smoke and holds it. 4 versus 2 established off of that. That was Legacy feeling squeezed on a bomb site, but Legacy playing their game. They don't sit back and let you come to them.
And a new opper emerges here. Lotto with his second kill of the round. James once again left alive in the end. Legacy start off another OT with a round win.
That is what I love about Legacy. Forced between a rock and a hard place, they'll just slam their head against the rock.
But still, this is, you know, Doomhouse playing it correctly. It's his smoke that he has to work with versus Long. He gets close and forces them to come through the smoke as time is getting low. The fact that Lux also just walked down Cat and got his kill, that's a miracle. That was a play that should have been benefiting Paravision more than it benefited Legacy, but still. Leave it to Lux to pull that out somehow, because Zello's low.
Yeah, health advantage, right? That's a huge difference.
Excellent cover from Lotto.
AW missing a few shots. Legacy pull back in front.
Game deserving of a crowd. Barn burner here. Off on a newer line. Dust 2 setups and takes starting to look a little bit more standard. It was refreshing how different it felt for a little while, but now Paravision going back to long splits here, standard cat control.
So it was on 75 health this time. It comes out wide, long fight queued up simultaneous, and it's gonna be Beltranok to win it. Now there's pressure on the opposite side of this A site. Legacy don't like that.
It's gotta be a key fight, but they're gonna group up for this.
Right, while James catches one out towards middle. Great coverage from top mid. They will lock down long. At the very least, they've got this side of the fight, but now they're doubling back into Lotto. And Lotto's tucked into the corner, catching the bomb, but not able to kill them.
Can they go out mid though? No, they have to go through tunnels. This slows them down a little bit.
Sadzen's got one player to worry about. James on the other side of the door gets the better of it as he leaks in with a second kill this round. 2 critical frags to James' name.
That's a quick answer back. The way that Beltranok handled Dumao was everything. Getting out towards long, you aren't typically seeing them with one player lurking. That's been a rare occurrence so far in this match. And Lux ends up dying in the end. 4 alive on this round. Overtime, so who cares? But just shows you how good this round was from Paravision. And again, a much more standard complexion here. Just long control, cat control, a little bit of pressure to force the retakes on both sides of the map. This time there isn't a Lux kill on short that just tips the scales back in favor of Legacy. Family show.
Says the ass man. Op shot down to the lower tunnels, and with it, we've already got Zello not wasting time, bro. He has just thrown himself at these earlier fights. Look at Nissim go. Ooh, I like this from AW, just leaning back, giving it a spot, and that's gonna kind of shake Nissim to go back and hide inside his bomb site.
If he committed a little bit there, though, did he leave something on the table? Nissim's the kind of target you want to take out.
James versus Sadzen, cue it up.
James, he's rallied.
Yes.
He's got his performance back up a little bit. Starting to hit more shots.
Sadzen knows better than to cross that doorway. James starting to try and come join his forces because he is carrying that bomb. It's going to be 4 strong from Catwalk, and yet again they're going to play, but this time it's pretty unannounced. Lux doesn't get the instant kill, calls on Dumao to help him. It's delayed long play. Sadzen trying to inch his way up from spawn, can't track the head of James.
But he gets to the ramp.
Multiple bodies. He knows that pack is stuck out of the elbows. Sadzen starting to drop the ball. Luckily finds refuge inside of the smoke, and then at that moment, Nissim strikes. It's a double kill to him. Dumao down on long. Soon this pinch comes in. Sadzen finally dealt with. And as Nissim drops into the spawn, it's Lotto to remain up on elbow. James gonna catch the headshot. And Nissim, 9 bullets in this magazine, 3 players to drop. He will find one on the jump up. He knows that Beltranok's locked in towards long.
With the time, how's he gonna do this?
James tucked down onto the ramp. He's thinking goose. Now he knows. James to the bottom of it's gonna get chased down. Nissim, his second's denied. James got him right then and there in Paravision with a second T-side round win.
Uh-oh, now it's getting scary for Legacy. What a kill and what a round from James. Beltranok on the lurks now.
Yes, sir.
We haven't really talked about a lurker, for this team, and he's really standing out, coming out on long, getting a multi-kill. This was just unexplored territory for this T-side for Paravision. They're showing they've got depth to their game plan as well.
And I feel like star of the show, Sadzen, left a lot on the table that round.
Paravision.
Critically missed shots finally coming out from Sadzen.
Yeah.
Cracks in the armor for Legacy.
They've got the lead now. Lux with the spawn looking for an op kill will just take some damage, and I think just hang on to this. Oh, it gets scary now for Legacy. I didn't think I'd be saying that in this game. Unbelievable levels of grit that we're seeing out of Paravision. Evolving live. Adapting on the fly. I'll always say it, there's no better way to improve than overtime. Fully warmed up, every idea used a headbutt on the smoke just to display this a little bit.
A shot though by James. As the player nearing the top of the scoreboard alongside his rifles, he's gonna be critical as this game continues. A missed opening shot, reminiscent of Sadzin's whiffs in the 1 round prior.
Bit of a nightmare trying to reinvent yourself after you've shown so many good ideas, Legacy.
Gonna try to keep it 4 strong cat, but again, utility trickling in from Paravision, stops them at 35, stops them in their tracks.
Well, they for once run into a stack.
They're gonna try to get Doom out down.
He got caught.
Jane catches him on the fall down.
Totally blind.
Now this crossfire is gonna be set as they just try to trickle out through mid. Belchinok's got one. Sadzin, critical shot back his way. Jello and Nado though, they've got theirs.
They've blown this open.
Nissam's been able to walk out into the B site, but to no avail. Bomb never arrived. He's got to go back on a massive recovery, grab it, and somehow get to B. And time is not on his side because time belongs to Jane.
Oh my God. They're about to do it. A 2-round gap, they're in the lead.
But can they close?
That's the question.
4 players who have never been at a major, have never known what it's like to try to progress in the face of one of the hottest prospects of the second half of 2025.
James had his eyes closed for that one, caught the drop down. I don't know if he was totally blind, but he was clearly looking for that drop down kill, got it, and shut down the hopes of Legacy. The pressure is at its absolute maximum. 1 timeout for OT used. What an amazing comeback out of Paravision, even to get to this point. I was ready to praise them, even if they had lost this game, for how much grit they've shown. Again, all these players, new to Jame, new to Majors, ready to carve their story out at CS2.
7 of the last 8 rounds of regulation is what Paravision used to push this into overtime. And now here they sit with something they haven't seen, a chance to close this.
A massive HE grenade.
2 opportunities. Seize the day. Not to mention, you're already looking at Legacy, who are walking wounded. 46 health for Sadzin, 66 on Dumao. And while they will find space out middle, it looks like Paravision are just going to be content to play in sight. Look at this setup. 2 players tucked in behind that car. If Legacy want this B site, Paravision will fight to their end for it.
Based on what we're looking at, this goes to a next round, right? I mean, you're looking at AW. He's not even having a great map. If this, wait, but the bomb's coming back down Ket. Does this turn into some kind of fake? Are they going to overcook this situation? Surely not.
Dumao taking a look out middle on his own. We know that he will come and join forces on the A attacks. Utility from the catwalk comes through. Is Jane going to be the savior yet again? As he sits at the base of ramp, Dumao has pushed through that mid plate. That 3-player stack from the B site's gonna walk in, and Zello doesn't waste his chance. Now Jane pops back up, hits his headshot. Zello may be dead, but Nada takes up the place, and this is a confident Jane. This is Jane covered off from long. A desperate bomb plant here for Lotto, and no longer hands busy. He will pop back up. Sadzin hoping James steps forward. Deep peek into the CT spawn, beating Lotto over to the beasts. And as James awaits his 2 teammates propped up by young prospects yet again. This is James from the depths and Sadzin to the open. A legacy born in Austin is a legacy cut short in Budapest.
Can you believe your eyes? I've never seen Destan pop off like that. This victory is one for the ages.
Time waits for no man, but we will all wait for Jane. Welcome back to the big leagues. 4 more debutantes step forward to stage 2 at their very first major. Pressure? What pressure?
He feels nothing, and Legacy are gonna feel everything. So close to doing this. They didn't choke. They tried so hard. So many good ideas, so many good things to say, but the adaptations were undeniable.
I mean, Zello coming through late in this series, 2 flat maps, one where his team disappeared alongside him. He was the star of the show for Paravision. In a sea of young promising rosters and riflers, James steps forward with a new core and exceeds all expectations.
taking the last spot for stage 2 at the expense of Brazilian counterpart, but I have never seen you jump up like that, even when you won the major. So can you tell me your feelings?
I think we will lose. I didn't believe that we will come back on Dust 2. I just lowered my expectations, but guys managed to come back. I think on Dust 2, on 0-2 was huge mistake by losing anti-eco. It was a very bad moment, but generally this feeling is amazing because I didn't even believe that we can win. I think it was big pressure on Legacy. They're huge favorites, and our guys just fight until the end. That's all.
Absolutely. I have a little stat for you. Legacy actually got 3 match points there, but they never converted. You got only 1, you converted, and this must feel really nice with 4 rookies on the team, right?
Yes, I think they never feel this feeling of comeback on 2-2. It's their first big experience in that kind of matches. And nice that Legacy high ranked, we have 50 VRS. It's very important for us because next invites will be in January. Every match is important, but nice that my guys will play more matches on this most best tournament in Counter-Strike. It will be in their hearts forever. It's this wins and it's this experience that they will believe that we can come back. Not every team can come back, but it's unbelievable.
You buy yourself another shot at stage 2 later on, and you will have a little bit better opposition, but I want to talk specifically about your players. Before you said that Xilo was only guy playing and then the other guys need to step up. Is that true for this game as well?
Yes, after first 2 days I said help to Xilo, just play normal. I just say them, play good, please, don't fail. But today I think everyone played good. AV played good map on Dust 2, important frags. Just that's all.
Before we let you celebrate, because it's getting really late here in Budapest, I want to give you a shout out, to the fans probably watching at home, if you want to say something.
Спасибо всем, кто смотрели, всем в Казахстане, во всех странах. Thank you for everyone who's cheering. Thank you for support, and we are in stage 2. Journey continues.
Thank you.
And while one journey continues, another one does have to end. That is the heartbreak of the major with this. And Lux, we started to pay attention to Legacy coming in from what you did at the Austin Major. Then you certainly bounced back after that from struggling at some other events. You lift the trophy, you get second in Bucharest as well. It was looking really positive for you guys. And I think the expectations probably from yourselves and the community was seeing you guys go much further than this. So how much does it hurt to go out like this when you had been riding quite a high?
Yeah, it hurts a lot. Right now it's too much to digest. I think this year it was like an unexpected year for us. Like everything that it was all against the odds, like didn't qualify to the major, and then you start playing bad, and then you win a trophy, and then when you are like one of the favorites to go through the stage 1, and then we didn't pass. So yeah, I think this kind of this is our year.
Overall, when we look at Legacy and the games you guys have had, we see so many times you can fight all the way, you can give so much, but do you feel like because the expectations were higher on the team and what you could achieve, and the pressure was higher, did that change the way you were playing? Did it hurt the team overall?
Yeah, of course the easiest answer is to say, of course not. We love the pressure, yeah, but I think it really affected. But it was some close games. We had a lot of advantage to end the game, like the first map on here in the major, and right now in this 2, and yesterday on this 2 as well. So yeah, it's a sad way to go home.
Can you explain to me maybe like the difference you felt, like what was missing from you and the team at the times? Because individually you also had some struggles, right? Did maybe this pressure affect the way you were calling, the way you were doing things?
No, I think, I don't know how it affected. In some games happened some things, and other games other things. So it's not like only one thing. I think it's sometimes a thing, yeah.
let's try and look at some positives, right? In the fact that this is your first year as an IGL. You come out of nowhere to take the team to tier 1, you lift trophies, you have some positives. So do you look at this as like a good sign overall, even if this is a negative right now? Do you look at this year as a positive to take into 2026, considering you jumped so far up the VRS rankings, you're going to get many more opportunities next year?
Yeah, I think if I say it wasn't a good year, or if I stay like really sad, and I don't know, it will be unfair and kind of naive, and so I need to be grateful for this year. Of course, right now I can't feel it, but I know this is the right thing to do.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. You've got a good head on your shoulders, man, as well. Lastly, you want to say anything to all the Brazilian fans out there? They've been cheering non-stop for it, and everyone back home as well.
Yeah, I already told the guys, thank you so much for the support. I love you guys. I'm sorry for this result. I know you was expecting to see Legacy playing the playoff stage 3. I don't know what you guys were expecting, but we were expecting a lot. We worked a lot to play this tournament, to play even more, stay more days here in Budapest, and yeah, we're excited.
Thank you very much for your time, man. If you go and take the logo off for me, thank you very much.
From a Cinderella run in Austin, the clock strikes midnight for Legacy here in Budapest. Some incredible results this year. There's absolutely no denying it, but you can see the heartbreak written all over their faces. This marks the end of the major and the end of 2025 for Legacy.
Yeah, and you can't help to feel it's a bit too early for a team that throughout the year have impressed. As you said, in Austin, they did way better than anyone would have anticipated, anyone would have expected. Then they had a kind of a mid-period where they couldn't string it together, where we were still questioning, is Legacy a real contender? Is Legacy knocking on the door to tier 1? Are they a tier 2 team? I can't help to feel that it's too early, Devil Walk, but I also can't help to feel that it's deserved. They did not show up. They did not play the level of Legacy Counter-Strike that we've seen throughout the year, and thus I can only share the sentiment that maybe it's fair enough that they don't make it to stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I surely will miss them in stage 2. I think they are a good enough team to bring their level there still. I mean, it's heartbreaking seeing a team have an 11-5 lead on Dust 2. So many opportunities to close it out, so many chaotic moments that just narrowly didn't go their way. And to end it like this, it is, yeah, I mean, even I get emotional. You watch these players, you see how much it means to them. And yeah, heartbreaking to watch this interview.
You see all the effort and the grind that they put in throughout the duration of a year, and seeing it literally slip away from their grasp. That is a gut-wrenching feeling when I'm sure they're going to be looking back at that final map and going, what happened? Why didn't we have what it took to be closing that one out?
That's the thing, when you're leading 11-5, when you are the favorite, when you have so many opportunities to close out the game, of course it's going to feel super, super rough on you, to be in this position. You have a guy like Satsin as well, who had a fantastic showing on Dust 2, kept them alive, and really in all the rounds they weren't supposed to win, he gave them hope, he gave them life. But at the end of the day, I think Lux said it pretty well. It felt like the pressure got to them. It felt like Legacy couldn't really get over the hurdle. It's a great team. We've seen them play some great Counter-Strike throughout the year. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it here in Budapest, and as I said, thus it's only fair enough that they don't make it to stage 2.
And you have to talk about Paravision as well. What a comeback. What a deficit to actually claw your way back into things. Yeah, just incredible. I mean, you should celebrate that victory, and this is a victory, like Dastan say, it will stay with them forever. It's something that can kind of fuel you for the next stage as well. We can come back from impossible situations. We can mentally reset, like Belchenok, who had like 4-16, even in the second half, to grind their way into overtime and get the finish. Which
is extra impressive when you consider that they are the second youngest team here in Budapest. We've been talking about it a lot. Everybody other than James, and obviously Dastan standing behind them, this is their debut at a major, and to have that kind of resilience that we saw not only in the game today versus Legacy, but also versus Game Legion yesterday. I'm really excited to see them take on some slightly bigger names as we move on to
Yeah, if anything, right, it's them gaining experience, it's them showing that when the pressure's on them, when they have to deliver, when backs are against the wall, well, Paravision, they have it in them to find some of that, I guess, fire inside them. I also want to give it up to Jame. I think the way he was calling throughout this game, the way his composure, you look at his body language, you said it, Freya, he is the old guard within the team. Every one of these young kids, they're looking towards him, and let's be completely honest, Devilwalk, he oozes of confidence and calmness, you know, even when they were down, even when they head into overtime, he never seems affected, and I think that's such a great attribute to have when you're surrounded by 4 young players who's never tried it before.
I mean, what a leader. What an absolute, you know, giga chat in some sense, you know. Because it can be so easy as a caller as well, when you have that deficit, to call something out of the strat book, crazy, gambly, you know, gimmicky in some sense, but he keeps sticking to his ideas, his philosophy, and that's eventually what gets them into this position.
Super composed, particularly when he said in the winner's interview yesterday, I believe it was, you know, when you're in the pressure moments, what do you say to the guys? He said, you know, you can't really say anything. You have to put them in these situations to prove that they can then come out of them. How do you feel that's going to fare moving onwards to stage 2, where, as we've already touched upon, there are some slightly bigger dogs maybe waiting to chew you up and spit you out?
There's no doubt that when they head into stage 2, Paravision will be one of the underdogs. There's a lot of quality teams coming into stage 2, and also a lot of teams coming from stage 1 who did better than Paravision, which is why they had to play tonight. So they will have to step it up a notch, you know, and yeah, I agree with Jame and the whole notion, you know, that action speaks louder than word in some regard, but I think, to be completely honest, in stage 2, maybe some words and some action would be nice for them to take it a step further.
But I also hope that these players, they come into stage 2, zero pressure, just enjoy the game, play their Counter-Strike, because to some degree you have to realistically say that they've already reached their goal to some degree. That they can just release themselves, not have these chaotic moments, just keep calm, listen to Jame and enjoy the game.
Yeah, true. And also the cynic in me want to say that if they play like this, you know, in stage 2, they'll get owned. So they have to step it up. They have to find another level. And I think Paravision have shown, you know, coming into this tournament with the online results against tier 3, against teams outside of the top 20, that they can dominate that. Now they have a couple of wins against top 20 teams. So let's see if they can continue building on that streak heading into stage 2.
Don't really have too much time to be prepping for their next opponent. We do have Media Day, which is going to be going down tomorrow. And then it's going to be the debuts of stage 2. But yeah, this is exactly how everything works out today. Obviously, the biggest surprise, I would say, is Legacy not going through. FaZe doing it in classic FaZe fashion, of course. Just longing it out, taking the scenic route. They like it that way.
3 rounds away. FaZe were 3 rounds away from being eliminated from the major. Yesterday, they were 0.04 seconds away of Diffuse from being eliminated from the major. Doing it the FaZe way, I'm not quite sure about that. You know, I feel like they're living a very dangerous life for now, but they're heading to stage 2 equal to everyone else.
I mean, it is entertaining to watch, at least. That we cannot deny them. But yeah, great, you know, kind of matches today. Great with FaZe, great with Paravision. The storylines of FaZe just kind of revitalized the resurgence of them. They looked really bad to then all of a sudden playing Counter-Strike that I haven't seen them play for a long time. To Paravision, what a comeback story. I mean, that is so impressive.
Unlucky for... No, sorry, just unlucky for NRG, you know, the depths of the Cinderella story. If they couldn't get it over the finish line despite having a good
respect.
start.
Respect to NRG.
Respect for making it this far, but falling at the final hurdle, that has got to hurt. Yeah, we're just going to talk about the teams that did indeed make it through. If you missed out on any other days of stage 1, these are the teams that will be progressing to stage 2. FlyQuest and M80 doing it 3-0. I saw a certain Fallen had FlyQuest, but not many people, I think, are getting their 3-0 picks right from this stage.
No, that was a big surprise, especially with M80. I think FlyQuest, a lot of people didn't have them going 3-0 because they faced Legacy in their opening game, and most people had them winning that one. But I think the way they've been playing, it's fair to say that they have been 2 of the better playing teams. I like the resurgence from NIP as well. Their opening game was a disaster, losing to NIG, but from that point onwards, they actually looked like one of the better playing teams. So there's no doubt that the bottom 8 teams you see right here coming from stage 1, going up against the likes of Aurora, going up against the likes of Liquid, Astralis for that matter as well. They will have to step it up a notch, but there's definitely some quality in teams like NIP, FlyQuest, and M80 perhaps to make a dent into the stage 2.
Who would you say was the biggest surprise making it through stage 1?
Well, biggest surprise, or who I was the most impressed with, was FlyQuest. I think they could actually get a couple of wins and make it close into a stage 3 qualification. I think there's a chance of that if they played. There were so many minute details, small details that just communicated well, executed things well. It was really hard to kind of catch them off guard. So yeah, FlyQuest for me.
Well, that does indeed wrap up stage 1 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. We're going to have media day tomorrow, so make sure you return in roughly 48 hours time to see stage 2 get underway.